Oh. Did you hear anything about this drama between Oreo and Chud Logic?
Oh, no, I haven't heard about it. I saw Starlight on Twitter talk about Chud Logic a little bit, but what happened?
What happened indeed?
Nicholas Oreo?
Wait, it's not Starlight. It's Star. Oh, you fucked my head up saying that now. Stardust. You fucking idiot.
Stardust.
Idiot!
Right, yeah.
Check out the nominees for the Tinies. Oh my god. Fuck. Have you ever heard of the Rurouni Kenshin Samurai X Trust and Betrayal? That little, it's like a 4-part OVA.
I know what Rurouni Kenshin is.
Oh.
Not like the OVA Trust and Betrayal thing.
Oh yeah, that. It's really good. Almost worth watching like 2 seasons of Kenshin to watch that.
Kenshin?
Like the anime is like kind of standard shonen. I mean peak shonen. Well, peak-ish shonen. Okay shonen. Not peak-ish shonen. But that 4-part OVA is really good. I feel like I'm vibing this out completely because I've never seen a single episode of this my entire fucking life. But I feel like that Chainsaw Man movie sounds similar to where people are like, oh yeah, the anime's cooler, but apparently the movie is straight fucking kino.
Really good.
Have you seen
I watched the anime. I haven't watched the movie.
You haven't watched the movie? You need to watch the movie and report back to me. I've heard that this is like one of the most fucking kino animated things in a while.
It's an anime movie. Oh, it was like 2025. I didn't even hear about this.
Really?
No, I'll have to check it out. It's got
Morning,
really good
babes.
ratings on Crunchyroll. What's up, Dan?
Wow.
How you doing?
What we're doing?
Chilling
You're
out.
doing good?
Yeah.
We're talking about the Chainsaw anime.
The animation's really
I know-
good. The borderline hentai shit is cringe though. Oh. What?
Borderland hentai?
I know the Rurouni Kenshin, but I never watched it. I just know that when I was a kid, people were watching that.
Good contribution,
old as
Dan.
fuck.
Wow. Nice. Thanks.
Well, it's
Thanks
old.
for that, Dan. Yeah, because you're old, Dan.
You're old too.
Wait, did you watch Mighty Supreme?
Yeah.
You really liked it, didn't you?
No, I fucking hated it.
Well,
No,
wait, you
I
do
don't
know that
hate
he's
this
Jewish,
movie.
right?
I understood that he's Jewish, but I also you know what? I got the exact same vibes as the what's the name of that stupid fucking movie that I also hated that you
One
also
battle
hated?
after another.
Yes, it's the same thing. It's the same fucking movie. Fuck that movie.
Damn,
for
really?
The same reasons. Yeah.
Okay. I feel like this is the only time in my life, but I think Dan's volume on Discord is actually a bit louder than Mooten's. Why did Mooten get so quiet, guys?
I haven't touched my shit, man.
Mine might be louder. I can.
No. Yours is almost good. They're both
Dan's at
quiet,
100.
but
I can turn mine up a little bit.
I can't be perfect, huh? It's like, no, Dan, yours is almost okay. I can't just
One
be
second, I'll
okay.
turn mine up.
you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this.
Good. Just turn me up.
Oh man, this one hurts. What, you guys can talk. It's not like you have to. Okay, or don't say anything. That's cool too.
How's it going, Lucas? How you doing?
It's going good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we bought some plants today. Got a new Monstera.
I don't know what that is.
Peach got a orchid.
Okay.
And we got a succulent.
Okay. Mazel.
Mazel.
Yeah. You know, I like these days when I can wake up and actually work, because then I take my ADHD meds in the morning, and normally it's wasted on murders in the bag. But now I was so productive this morning. The one day I'm not doing
What did you
murders.
do?
Oh my God, I've gotten so much work done.
Yell at Jarvis?
Oh my, big time yelling. I'm yelling at Jarvis right now. It's amazing.
Wait, so what happened with the Oreo and Chud Logic drama?
I don't know. I haven't watched any of it yet.
Well, let's get into it.
Hold on. Okay, there. Say something.
Hi.
I can't believe Mooten is so quiet. That's not to be fucked with. You're gonna have to figure your shit out. Dan is
Okay,
more appropriate.
let me-
I don't
let
know
me
what
fuck
you've
with it
done.
then.
No, I don't know what you've done. You fucked your shit
You know
beyond.
what's weird? Hold on. I'm going
What?
to tell you something. It might be a little frisky.
What? Tell us.
You guys both sound the same to me, and I have both of you at 100%.
Yeah, Steve's audio is probably fucked.
No, mine is good. It's going to be a little quieter for Discord now, but that's fine because I cucked out and I'm using digital shit on stream now. So it might be a little quiet on Discord. But if it's 100, it should be fine. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Then why did you just say it was fucked, Mooten? You
understand what I'm saying?
Fucked.
You're a liar.
Dan's saying I sound the same as you.
Listen, I have both of you at 100% on Discord, and you both sound totally acceptable.
Good.
Totally easy to hear.
Good.
But you're saying that Mr. Mooten is so much quieter.
Fuck, what the fuck is our thing called, man?
He's absolutely quieter than you. I can see it on my volume meter. He's absolutely... Well, wait, how would you know how loud you are?
I don't need to know how loud I am. I'm
then
saying
why
the
are
two
you
of
saying
you are the same.
he's so much quieter? Oh, well, I might be quiet. That's okay, though. But I'm louder
You're
on stream.
not quiet.
No. Don't.
Okay, never mind.
Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good.
Dan,
in the hood.
what is our fucking program called?
Potato?
QMix. Thank you, QMix.
QMix.
I spent like an hour the other day trying to fucking get a line in to come out of the fucking headphones, and then I just decided to fucking blow my brains out.
How am I now?
But Jesus
I turned it
wouldn't
up
let
2
me die.
dB.
Speak again.
I'm talking.
Yeah,
I turned it up
good.
2 dB.
You're good.
All right. There we go. I'm at 50 now.
Cool.
How can you be that sensitive? Maybe I'm just old. I have old man ears.
You probably have old man ears, yeah.
It doesn't really sound that different to me, I'm going to be honest, but it looks different on OBS, and that's all that matters to these people. So
it looks the look.
Well, it has to be in the volume part of the meter. Otherwise,
well,
no, vibe base is listening. I'm not vibe basing it. I'm measuring it by the dB meter thing. So you have to be in the space.
I won again. Yeah. Chud and Oreo drama.
Also, holy
Konstantin
shit!
Prep.
Talk about fucking crazy. I don't know why I didn't think about this. I didn't know about this. But one guy brought it up on one of those debates. When you think of iconic British cultural people in the past 3 decades, 5 decades, who do you think of?
Hugh Laurie.
Think
Louis
of
Theroux.
think singer.
Singer? British?
That fucking that dude with the red hair, whatever
That's
the
Ed
fuck his
Sheeran.
name.
He's Irish.
Ah, shit.
I think singer? British
Okay,
singer?
never mind. Fuck all you
Oasis.
guys. I didn't know that Freddie Mercury came from like fucking
I thought he was American.
Mooten.
Well, I guess he wouldn't be American, would he? Listen, he's before my fucking time, okay? When he sings, he sounds fucking American. He doesn't sound like a fucking Brit.
Okay, that is true, but that's because British accents aren't real, and when everybody sings, they sound American. Okay.
There you go. So all the people who were fucking calling me retarded, look at all the he's rights now. Those were the people who were silent because they were afraid to be called retarded.
It is weird that guy from The Pit is not English. I don't like it. I don't like it when British people can lose their British accents so easily.
I'm playing a Midwesterner. Ugh.
I know, and I feel like I would have a lot of difficulty doing a very convincing British accent for multiple shows in a row and not
You said he's
slipping
playing
up.
a Midwesterner?
Yeah, he's from Nebraska.
How can they lose their accent?
No, they're in... Wait, is he from Nebraska? In the show? Because they're in Pittsburgh.
What's going on today,
Which
Moot? You're playing Dan's role right now. Are you okay?
They're in Pittsburgh. That's not fucking Nebraska, brother.
Yeah. Hold on. Just as a quick thing in America, you know that like when you see somebody in a city, they can be from like another city, right?
Well,
they don't
that's
have to
why
be
I'm
born
making
there.
sure.
Yeah, he's
I
from
didn't remember
Nebraska.
that he's from
That's what I
Nebraska.
said. He's from Nebraska. Okay.
Okay. Well, there we go.
He wasn't born in Pittsburgh.
Okay, then there we go.
Poopy Moot. Poopy Moot.
You're pooping, Moot.
You're pooping.
I'm pooping right now. I haven't had my... Oh, I didn't have my med. That's the issue.
Jesus Christ. We're big pharma backed over here, guys.
Give me my depression med.
I have Chud Logic, but his VODs are members only. I'm never watching this. The Factorio. Oh wait, I got a guy working on it. Thank God. Yesterday, you considered reading Gorsuch, and I do think it would be a good idea. His opinions basically there's 4 opinion camps in the
Boring.
ruling. Let's dissect them one by one. Gorsuch is a good writer. I might when I get back from Ley London, I think we're gonna do the Nick the Oreo thing. I'll read our Nazi Queens Substack, and then it's more Konstantin stuff. I'm hoping, because I'm starting to vibe out UK politics. One thing I'm very careful of is I try not to mix up politics from different regions. So, like, I know I need to learn the UK immigration stuff, the UK political scene I need to learn that and not just expect that everything from my U.S. stuff will translate over very, like, will map onto it one-to-one. But I'm going to be honest, okay? After 6 hours of this, it's starting to look real fucking retarded. I'm going to be honest. But hopefully there's more nuance to things that I'm not understanding. But I'm just trying to, like, write out, like, big question. My first big question, I guess, is, first of all, Reform UK is absolutely a right or far right. They're further right than the Tories, right? I'm trying to figure out, like, it seems
the
to
Reform
be
Party is like, they're retarded.
Clearly obvious that Nigel Farage failed miserably earlier in his political career related to the I guess, like, the whole UK Brexit shit. Like, I think he's seen as kind of a joke generally. Maybe the right wing view him favorably. Why would you trust that same guy to lead your Reform Party again? And then why would you trust a conservative at all to lead anything when it seems like the last 14 years of conservative premiership and parliamentary, I guess, dominance in the UK seems to have not helped with literally any fucking thing they care about at all? I don't understand that. How? Like, it seems like in every conceivable way, the conservative government failed economically. They failed on the immigration part spectacularly. It seems like year one for the Labour saw a reduction dramatically in a lot of the immigration stuff that the conservatives seemed to, or said that they cared about. I'm trying to figure out, like, what the fuck is the... There's got to be some other stuff that I'm just missing or something, I guess. I don't know. Maybe when we dig into it a little bit more. Because certainly the conservative scene in the UK can't possibly be as retarded as the conservative scene in the United States.
Can't you just say the same about what's happening in the U.S.?
Yeah, but I've accepted my retarded American brothers.
Oh, you gotta accept that the British people are more retarded.
Yeah, I'm chill. Just grabbing stuff. This guy.
Oh my god, that guy on fucking Wick last night?
Wait, knew about my taps? Wait, hold on.
No, this spot is really good for loot, and I never see anybody else come here.
Oh, yeah, you can actually, if you get on the building over here, you can just walk in from the side and you don't have to breach the bottom. It's a good spot. I'll just leave this one dresser and then I'll leave, okay?
No, you're good, bro.
Wow. Fellow millennial. Oh, because it's Saturday. This is a father of 3 on his day off. Hell the fuck yeah. Okay, sorry, what were you saying?
Irish guy on Wick, giga retarded, and to the people saying Americans voted for Trump twice, you guys were fucking convinced in Britland by a fucking bus. A fucking bus, a Brexit bus. You're literally more retarded. I don't want to hear it.
Well, damn, that's crazy. Stay safe, dude. I didn't hear anything this guy just said. Sorry. I heard what you said, though, because I was listening to you, because I prioritized you, Mooten. Do conservatives anywhere like to spend money? or rather, do conservatives anywhere like to spend money on like, welfare? Because, yeah, it's not like...
No, they hate the poors.
I hate this.
Even though they're usually poor.
Well, why not? It's true in the U.S. Are you telling me that the NHS's funding didn't increase by £300 million a year or whatever after Brexit?
What? Did they... Wasn't there, like, an actual benefit of Brexit recently? Oh, it was like the Trump tariff shit.
No, a real benefit. And this is also why I say, by the way, that Trump is not good politically. He's just a narcissist. I think that Trump should have signaled to his international political allies, of which I would consider like the Brexit people or coalition to be a big one. Trump should have rewarded them when it came time for Tariff Day. Well, there should have been a reward on 2 fronts. One, the UK is like one of the only countries on the planet that we actually have an export, I don't know if you say export surplus. We export more to them than they export to us. So we had a trade surplus. One of the only countries on the planet we have a trade surplus with. And I think the MAGA movement and the Brexit movement were very closely ideologically aligned. And I don't know why Trump didn't look to the UK and be like, oh, look at this sick deal I'm going to cut you. Europe's not getting any of this. And, you know, because you got...
I think he did, though.
No, he didn't. There was talks with Keir Starmer or whatever. Is it Keir Starmer? Is that how you say his name?
Keir Starmer.
Yeah, because he got that invite to the fucking, I don't know, to the fucking pedo palace or some bullshit. And like he spoke about things, but nothing ever materialized. There's still no trade deal at all.
I thought that they only got like a 10% tariff, whereas most of the EU got like way more.
But it should have been a no percent tariff. A 10% tariff. I know that we're living in the normalized world of Trump. 10% tariff is still a big deal. That's a lot of money.
It is, like 100%.
10% is the profit margin. Keep in mind that when you're talking about like taxes and stuff, you're talking about taxing like your revenues and stuff, right? Profits are things that are on the margin. So if I sell a product for $100, I may be making at the end of the day $10 in profit on that thing. If you slap a 10% tariff on that bad boy, I'm making no money now. My business is going to go under. I'm unprofitable. So I have to either raise prices or not sell to America. Like I know that. Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not blaming. I'm just saying we've been like
saying.
brainwashed that it's like, oh, it's just a 10% tariff. That's a big deal. But like even that 10% tariff, it should have been nothing. It should have been like preferential. Like, look, these guys played ball, and now I'm going to reward them. But he's so fucking retarded. He just didn't even think to do it. I guess I don't know.
So I'm looking at his retarded chart. He's a tariff charged in the U.S., 10% to the UK. U.S. discontinued reciprocal tariff 10%. But like, for example, India, he had it at 26%, or Japan 24%.
Yeah.
So I think the UK did get like a huge benefit. It's just I hear what you're saying that it should have been lower.
Yeah.
But they got the lowest.
I know, yeah, but like it should have been nothing.
Yeah, he should have done nothing because they were quote unquote in his mind
Exactly.
giving us the best deal of where they're buying more
And
from
they
us
had the
than we're
whole
buying of
Brexit
them.
thing. It undermines the EU. It would have been a good political move. It would have
would've been,
signaled
yeah.
a lot to like, ooh, you play ball with Trump. This motherfucker's.
Well, that's why they invited
him.
him over, I think, twice to go to the fucking royal castle, which I don't think has happened before, if I recall. I read a thing about that. They were really trying to schmooze
and they
Trump
got
up.
nothing for it.
They didn't know.
Actually, hold on, wait. I should know. I'll learn it. Actually, I don't even care to ask. Maybe I don't care if I'm retarded. Is Keir Starmer
He's the
conservative?
prime minister.
Yeah,
He's Labour.
Oh, he's
No,
current one,
he's
so he's Labour. Oh, ouch. Okay. Huh. I wonder if that factored in at all.
But he likes Starmer, I think.
Maybe personally, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Why would I say that factors in? Trump doesn't give a fuck about political parties or any shit like that. It's just whoever's
No,
nice to
fair.
him. So
Whoever talked to him nice last.
he's left wing, but our country hates him. I wonder how much the cucking out to Trump and getting nothing for it factored into that.
Probably
Jesus.
very little.
A company got invoices for $90,000 of tariffs. That was like $10,000 of processing. I wonder what happens if people just didn't pay them. I guess the government gonna come break down your doors and take the money, or
Backed a lot into it. Mr. Moon is wrong. I'm not
Back to
well
what?
versed on UK. They're saying like that the Trump cucking out factored, the Starmer cucking out to Trump factored a lot into it. I'm not super well versed in UK politics, but from what I've read and seen, it seems like you guys just fucking hate immigrants.
well, I think immigrants are just a very easy scapegoat for everything. I
Yeah,
think
everything in the
immigration. I think immigration powered a lot of the. I think it was the majority opinion on the Brexit stuff. But the problem is there's like so much misinformation about everything related to immigration. Like even in the UK, like I was debating people in the UK that didn't even know they voted on their like members for European Parliament. Like they didn't even know that they could vote on this shit for like the EU stuff, or they didn't understand like the free movement areas. Like a lot of like British people like didn't seem to know or understand this. So it's hard to know like what's powering the decision sometimes. I will say though, unless and maybe I'm gonna read about those Southport shootings today. Because maybe I just got a right-wing flavor of the survivors of this. It does seem like there are times in Europe where people cuck out a little bit too hard to the pro-immigrant people, where like they will make kind of excuses for certain classes of immigrants, or they will like stop reporting. Like traditionally they might like report like the race or ethnicity or area of a crime or whatever, but they stop doing that because they know it makes the immigrants look bad. That type of shit, in my opinion, is fucking cancer. And if there's like degrees of truth to that, which it seemed to be the case in the UK and Sweden when I read about this so long ago, that type of shit is that's like highly flammable stuff. Not shooting.
Yeah,
stabbing,
if you stop reporting a whole group because you don't want to seem like quote unquote like racist, etc., I don't think that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Seems pretty retarded.
It's always so hard. The thing that's so annoying about all these arguments, though, is there are so many like actors, I'd say on both sides, but right now, especially on the conservative side, that try to like infiltrate the reasonable criticism side, but they really just they want to just excise an entire class of people.
Can you give an example?
Well, so like they'll say things like, yeah, like we really do need to cut certain immigration. It's bad on crime. You know, like there are these issues related to it. But in reality, they just want like most of the like brown people gone. But like they won't say that. They'll give other excuses. Did this? I was having another argument. I had an offline argument, but like I've had so many of these arguments with people who will fight they'll fight a bit on the immigrant economic argument, and then as soon as they lose the immigrant economic argument, they'll basically immediately retreat to some kind of like culture-based argument. And it's like, well, why didn't we start there? Since clearly you don't give a fuck about the economic argument, because usually they don't. but they'll fight on the economics, and then if they've lost that, then they move to the like these culture things, and then it's like, okay, well, we should have just started here. Yeah, I just repeated myself, but you know.
How like so and so people can't conform to like Western culture or whatever, you know, they're trying to like bring their shit over.
Kind of, yeah. Although it is a little bit, it's weirder though in Europe, depending on where you're at, because I think you can make stronger arguments for certain types of societies. Like some of the U.S. arguments, like when we say like we're a nation of immigrants, that doesn't really map as clearly onto a lot of European identities. Like if like this is a very weird one. I'm trying to think of how. Well, no one will cancel me for this because they'll cancel me for being a pedophile. But like, I don't know necessarily how I feel about the concept of like an ethno-state. But I think the way that we define ethnicity in the United States, or different people seem to define ethnicity like in different ways. Like I think in the United States, when we speak about like ethnicity or race, and we use these interchangeably sometimes, we're very much like mapping onto a specific skin color or genetic group. But I think you can have like a broader like ethnic identity of a country that also encompasses like multiple ethnic groups. So like a really great example of this is people will even say that like Israel is like a Jewish ethno-state, or a Jewish, they'll say ethno-supremic state or whatever bullshit. But like the Ashkenazi Jews are quite distant from the Mizrahi Jews, right? The Middle Eastern origin ones. Now, obviously, Jewish people will tell you, well, if you go back 7,000 years, you can trade, blah, blah. But like these are like, if you looked at these people, if you were American, if you were European, you would say, oh, these are obviously completely different racial / ethnic groups. But there's like a Jewish national ethnicity or whatever. I don't know. Like when somebody says like Japanese want to protect the Japanese identity, I mean, maybe there's some legitimacy to that. That as an American, I just don't see that for America because I don't look at it the same way. But yeah, it gets harder when you get into some of these countries that already have a lot of race mixing, but kind of want to protect some racial identity. I don't know. It's weird. But regardless of where the argument is, I wish people would just make that argument instead of like dancing around it and saying so many retarded things instead. But whatever.
I think the reason people dance around is because they're just afraid of like getting called immediately a fucking racist or whatever. But
I mean, I guess I wish that I could see that though. Obviously, I don't exist in any like hardcore traditional media environment, so it's hard for me to compare one to one. But like, I would say that I think I can have a lot of those discussions. There are going to be some people on the far left that call me racist, but I don't think the majority of people would perceive me as racist. But it's also because I'm not racist. I think it's pretty obvious if you listen to me talk about any of these issues for like any amount of time. They're like, oh yeah, he's this is how he feels about this thing, but he's clearly not. It's not coming from a place of hatred or racism. But a lot of the people who will say things like, oh well, when you do this, people immediately label you as racist. Like most of those people are racist, so it's hard. It's kind of like if you're talking about like slurs or whatever. And you're talking about like, oh, like you're saying the N-word that big of a deal. I don't know, maybe not. But like the people who are having this conversation, the majority of them are just racist people that want to say the N-word.
Yes.
Imagine trying to explain the Rwanda genocide on ethnic lines when you see both of them as black. Yeah, true. Or even like I've seen pictures of like if you see pictures of like Obama visiting, I don't know if it was like Kenya or something. Like he very, very, very clearly stands out. I don't want to say he looks white, but he very clearly stands out compared to all the kids around him. Konstantin is going to know a lot of random factoids about immigrants. I don't know, a girl murdered by Pakistanis 10 years ago or something you might not bump into. Got to be ready. Yeah, I'll read. There's some big stories, I think, that have shaped a lot of the British discourse. I'll probably watch Lonerbox's video on the grooming gangs. I think that Southport thing that happened 2 years ago seemed to be a really big inflection point, or that got a lot of media coverage. He doesn't seem to know much, or he never drops much about stats or anything else, though. I haven't seen him use like any real numbers or anything. It was pretty hit him with
it's not an immigrant problem, it's a man problem.
True.
And that men are the issues because they are committing like 98% of the fucking violent crime, etc.
True.
Always attack.
Meet Sargon.
Wait, hold on. That Lonerbox video is 5 years old. I don't know if I trust that. I'd have to watch a more recent one.
What would a conservative do against that argument? if you just move it from, all right, well, let's take the immigrant side away from it and like base it down on like it's a men thing. What is the answer?
Oh, I mean, they'll just say men are more whatever. I mean, I don't think it's necessary. I think it's a funny meme argument, but like, what are you going to do? You're not going to ban all men from coming in or something, right?
Maybe you should.
True.
We only take the women.
Ugh. I used to make that joke, but people are unironically saying shit like that on Twitter now. It's fucking crazy.
Are they?
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that one disgusting fucking legal mindset. The passport bro
the
guy.
fucking
Yeah. People talking about like, oh, we should just ice away all the men and keep the Latina woman and blah blah blah. Yeah, Jesus. Why did you accept a debate about another continent? Well, I don't know how much is going to be UK stuff versus US stuff. A lot of it is going to come back to MAGA and Trump stuff too. But I mean, the UK stuff, it would just be good to learn a little bit more about their political stuff. And Konstantin does a lot of US stuff, and he gets away with a lot of bad UK stuff because he's over here in the US. And anytime he brings it up, dipshits like Hassan have no idea how to counter it. Also, hold on. Can somebody link me a part of a video? Did Konstantin claim in a debate with me? Have I ever debated him? I know I debated Gorka and he was moderating. I don't think I ever debated Konstantin, right? Did Konstantin ever make this or say this quote of like, I didn't rely on the bank of mom and dad growing up?
Is Konstantin like Wrench?
Wait, you did an interview? When did I interview Konstantin? Konstantin Destiny.
Konstantin Kisin? This guy?
Yeah. You were on their show. Oh, this would have been years ago, right? Like back when I thought they were just centrist. Or this is when I was playing nice with conservatives. Oh God. Ah, fuck. I can't believe I did that. But this was like 4 years ago. I don't think he was even that popular back then. Like I don't think his name was even known that much. They just were trigonometry or whatever. I think. How long ago was this?
At age 11, Konstantin was sent to the UK.
Nope,
alone
it's the
to attend
most inaccurate thing.
college boarding school.
3 years
Where he was
ago.
bullied for being a foreigner. Cooked.
Well, because I'm pretty sure. First of all, I know for a fact he came to the UK insanely fucking loaded, and I'm pretty sure his dad was like I'm pretty sure he was one of the early looters in the post-Soviet Russian country in the first couple of years. Like I think he
served
stole
as Russian Federation's deputy minister for cooperation.
Yeah, I think he stole millions of dollars, shipped it off to the UK, and then got like exiled from the country or whatever as a result. And
until he was dismissed in 1996 over allegations of large-scale tax evasion between 1992 and 1995.
But somebody said that he mentioned this quote, like the bank of mom and dad. I don't know where that quote comes from. So I don't know if he's ever actually said that before. Sounds like a typical ex-Soviet. The vibe I have on post 91, like the early Russia stuff, was that some of the people that are very big capitalism haters or whatever talk about the after the fall of the Iron Curtain, there was a lot of looting that went on in that country by big capitalists that would come in and basically just scam, steal, use oligarchs to like basically loot a lot of the country. I don't know how true that is. I've heard that said in the past. But there was there's a Russian interview. There's an interview he gives in Russian. The verbiage he uses, I just think is a little bit wild, given the
Расскажи,
time
как ты
period.
оказался в Англии.
But maybe it's not as big a deal. I don't know. I might dig more into this. We'll see. But
Много рассказывал об этом в своих интервью, у себя на подкасте. Расскажи коротко для нашей аудитории.
Если очень коротко,
in the wild 1990s, my father with his mates managed to make some money in the emerging Russian economy.
в лихих 90-х мы
that's a
участвовали
quote.
и в 95-м.
That's a good way to say it. Yeah, my dad
правильно
stole a bunch of fucking money. Problem?
участвовали.
It was a wild time.
And the interviewer presses him a bit on it. What do you mean by that? And eventually, he brings up that his dad got, I guess, kicked out of his position as the banking minister guy or whatever. But then he just says, "Oh, I don't know. I never talked to my I never really talked to my dad much about it. Have you ever asked your father about it? He told me they were doing business with Secret Services, but he never told me that they were sending the money abroad. So what kind of business do they have with the Secret Services? It's an interesting question. He never told me about it. I haven't asked him. I'm not sure. I don't know about that one. I feel like I try not to go. I don't attack things unless people put them out as evidence. But he brings up the fact that they immigrated the right way and that they were good immigrants, and they say this kind of stuff a lot. But I feel like there's a line of questioning that starts with, do you think that people that are committing certain crimes in their base countries maybe shouldn't be allowed to immigrate to other countries, like if they were rapists, murderers, thieves? I'm pretty sure he would agree to that. And then I can hit him with then do you think you guys really were good immigrants? Shouldn't you have been forbade from coming to the United Kingdom? I need to know if that quote of Bank and Mom and Dad exists. Who said this to me on, Can I find this? 1 second. So does it really come down to nepotism? I don't know, bro. So all these people have insanely wealthy backgrounds. It's a little bit irritating. I feel like an outsider. How
much did mommy and daddy give you?
Exactly. Where's my fucking generational wealth backing me and then pretending that I'm just a poor
on your
boy.
own.
Jesus.
From a poor family. Stop playing with him, Ryan. Big guy. Big guy. Pants okay.
Okay. What is this? Chud logic. Not here. The VOD got taken down. Wait, the VOD? No, when they say they're broke, what they mean is they have to make a quick call to the interest-free Bank of Mom and Dad. What? This is me speaking right now.
And then I was a stand-up comedian. In both those jobs, I earned a decent living, but no more. I'm a first-generation immigrant whose parents don't live here, who are not wealthy. So I didn't have the Bank of Mom and Dad. I didn't have anything by way of help in any way.
This guy went to private schools, I think, his whole life.
Cranbrook.
Our family was mostly a single earner family for most of that period of time. My wife and I bought our first tiny little flat an hour outside of London when we were both in our mid-30s. The Bank of Mom and Dad.
He got shipped to the fucking UK to go to school. Of course he's fucking rich.
Well, his whole family fled, or I guess moved to. I don't know if they got exiled or not. I should look that up. But I think they all moved to the UK. Are you seeing my top or bottom monitor right now? Wait, am I showing anything?
None of them.
Good.
Okay, your t-shirt thing comes up way too often. It's like every 2 minutes.
I think I've said every 4 minutes or 5 minutes. Is that too often?
I think so. I think every 15. That's usually...
Well, some of us over here are demonetized on YouTube, so we got to make money. Okay, sorry.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I can't wait to see my legal bill this month. It's going to be so small.
What should happen is if somebody buys a shirt, the timer goes up.
True.
God, I'm seeing your chat right now.
Okay.
That'd be so funny. The longer it waits, it just gets bigger and bigger. Come on, guys. Any gifters? No, none.
Nice.
Well, what are you going to do?
Your mom.
Hello, hello.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Your mom, first thing I hear.
Good.
Hey, anyway, if you have a little moment, I want to inject some positivity. And thanks to DGG and everyone who participated in the big fundraiser we all just finished.
Okay, I guess. Go ahead, inject some positivity.
You guess. I
guess,
see. Hello.
I guess.
Oh, Muten, I think.
Hello.
Hello. It says not Mutin, so I'm confused.
Well, I gotta have it not Mutin because Steve says a lot of crazy things, and I don't want to,
be associated with him. So if
Be
somebody says he
associated
was in the call with me,
I
you can say,
relate.
that wasn't me.
I relate.
Yeah.
That's not me.
Association with Steven is sometimes quite, a thing. Anyway, point is, I just was on Loner Box's stream talking about like my documentary and stuff like that, and then his person from his community called Mina appeared, and she suggested we do this like warm hugs for Ukraine fundraiser to help with the people with the freezing and no electricity, no warmth, not anything, like this whole disaster. So I said yes, like why not, we can do that. And a bunch of communities participated, Loner Box's community, Connor from Counterpoints, who got banned on Twitter apparently. I can't talk with him. Anyway, and Wick TV, a bunch of other people, like Kalinda, I don't know if you know, she's a small YouTuber. And a bunch of people basically. And they were all like, okay, we're doing this fundraiser. And they said 20 days is the time when it ends. And I'm like, you just don't know DGG, do you? And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, they're gonna close it in like 2 days. Like, what are you on about? So they didn't really believe me, I think, that much. But, ta-da, they obviously did. So thank you, everyone.
Nice.
It's closed. Yeah, I'm currently buying stuff already. I also convinced everyone not to deliver anything from Germany because it will take a bajillion years, and March is about to happen. So the cold is now. It's not gonna be here like in April or May. So we should try to do it as fast as possible. So I already ordered the power station. I already ordered thermal wear for the soldiers, and also dry showers and heat patches. And I'm gonna do 50 boxes for the soldiers plus the power station, and then I'm gonna do 60 boxes for civilians, 30 for elderly, 30 for families, with other stuff there that is more useful for the civilians.
Very nice, very cool.
And absolutely based. That's the positivity. So I will post all the receipts as usual on Reddit, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever the fuck else. And then I also talked with Leonid today, who's a commander of 113 Brigade, who I plan to deliver stuff to. And he was extremely hyped and said thank you to everyone who participated because they just created a new unit. And that unit really needs all that shit, like thermals and like basic stuff. So we are very on time on that because they have 2 shifts for 24 hours. So they are outside all this time, and they could use a bunch of like stuff, and obviously a power station, which I insisted on because I know they're always needed. And we're gonna film all of this. Hopefully Devin can come with us, my friend who's a photographer and video guy. He can really film shit like with good quality. If not, then we will just film it on our phones because we're poor like that, we don't have any anything else. He can do it though. He has good cameras and stuff. So and we will film all of it, and I'm gonna go visit my friends from 113, which I haven't seen in a while. And they are anti-drone unit, so they defend Kharkiv, in particular where I live, from drone attacks. So that would be really based to actually show them and, to help them out as well.
Cool.
There you go.
You guys should, have you thought about hitting up Hassan? Because I know that every time he goes in protest, he's got like the warmer gloves, and he's got like the huge like vest with the armor plates and everything. That guy's probably got half an armory in his closet, I think, of stuff that he takes out to do the
Why did you have
US
to ruin my
protests,
positivity?
Oh, I'm just saying. I've got a lot of extra stuff laying around.
I just wrote you how much I hate that motherfucker. Why did you have to remind me?
There you go. I'm trying to help the people of Ukraine, okay? Over my personal grievances.
You actually do, in fact. So I just wanted to say that DGG just is insanely based. I don't know what else to say. Like, many communities are like, yeah, we shall do it, we will help. And, they do raise some money, obviously, but nothing like that. So I will hype people up for the rest of my fucking days because they close like million. My days could be very short though, just keep in mind. But
Jesus.
As long as I do, in fact, leave, I will always remember this, and everyone is very hyped.
You said March is coming up, so it should be summer. Shouldn't your days be getting longer?
Technically, on a technicality, still droned. Okay, facts remain. And yeah, that's it. Pretty
You
much.
said, just
Have you
curious. You
yeah.
mentioned the one of the brigades or whatever was in charge of, or the guy was in charge of like countering drone stuff. How has that like
Yeah.
changed, or what's the evolution of that look like? Like, how do you counter drones that are coming in by fiber optics and everything? Do they just try to shoot them out of the sky, or what's the?
Well, basically, like a bunch of new technologies being developed constantly, always, and one of the newest stuff was getting the nets everywhere, you know, and now it's also interceptor technology, basically drones hunting drones kind of thing. So there's like drones that are fucking up drones that come to fuck us up, I guess. So there's a bunch of interceptors like that that can do that, and sometimes it's actually kind of weird because I can hear them from where I live.
Yeah.
And I have this like whoosh sound, like sort of like a gust of wind, but very strong. And that's typically is followed by a bunch of explosions because there's like interceptors catching up other drones, Shaheds, and like FPV shit like that. So mostly it's this now. They are still getting shot down by like regular like guns and like all of that shit from the cars, machine guns and stuff like that. But it's like way more efficient to do it with drones. So all of that technology is getting developed, which we probably will film another documentary on if we manage to go to Lazava and film there, because they work with like new interceptor technologies that have not been shown pretty much anywhere. And if we will be able to get the permission, then we will be able to actually film them in the process of work. So them taking down drones.
Gotcha.
And we can, yeah, that would be cool actually. And I do have my equipment and stuff now, so fully like, you know, I didn't have any, I was just running around, okay? I wasn't like very careful. But now I have like proper vests and shit like that, so I can actually go, I guess, more legally correct.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed yeah, I don't know how to say this in English. But anyway, point is that hopefully
When you said
that will happen.
so I understand, you said you have proper vests, as you said, like things that identify you as like press or something, so you can move around more?
No, defensive. I should be
Oh,
wearing at least level like 5 something protection, technically.
Gotcha,
so as a
gotcha.
journalist, or like as a person who is a translator for journalists, you are supposed to, like legally, if you have a press card, you're supposed to have the certain levels of protection, which I just didn't do. I didn't wear that shit, so, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, it is what it is. It's heavy as fuck. I can barely move in it.
Yeah.
So... That's kind of why. But now I am officially working with like media that is Devin's, you know, stuff, the East-West. So I don't want to put him in a stupid position if he gets like, you know, if I get exploded, for example, and then he has to explain like why wasn't she wearing any protection, he will get in trouble. So that's mostly for his benefit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've heard stuff here about the basically turning off Starlink on the Russian side. Do you think, has this been something that's actually helped? Do you hear people talk about this, or?
Well, to be for real with you, like at this time, it's not that big of a difference. Like I know people hype it up, but most of it just optics and shit like that. You know, they fly still regardless, like
Sure.
Starlink or not. It would have been huge help, humongous in like 23, 24. But currently, it still fucks up some of their shit for sure. Like it's not nothing, but it's not like a huge difference that some people think it is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Anything else, as they say?
That's supposed to be my line, motherfucker, but okay.
I mean, sorry. I feel good about it, though. I can't lie. It was a good opportunity to use it.
Okay.
Anyway,
not that
freezing has been shit. I hate it so much. I knew the winter would suck ass after Trump was elected, so it's not a surprise.
Oh, yeah,
But
wait, I guess...
know-
For your major
Yeah.
cities that are in the east, or maybe even for like here, does Kiev have power, like reliable power, 24/7?
Nope, I don't. Nothing. Fuck all.
Not even Kiev does, or Kiev. Sorry.
Kiev is the worst.
Kiev is the
It's
worst.
like the worst. Yes, because it get the most attacks in power stations have been destroyed entirely this year. So because the attacks on civilian infrastructure and critical infrastructure since literally Trump was elected has tripled, and they destroyed power stations that all over Kiev. Kiev is now connected only to like Dnipro station that works for both Dnipro region and Kiev has the most population right now for obvious reasons, you know, and that's because of that, like half the city has nothing, like no heating, no electricity. When I was there during the premiere of our film, I had electricity for 2 hours in 24 hours.
What is for like Kiev or for I guess for any other major city? that's not like all the way to the west or whatever, how much power a day are these places usually getting, like on average throughout the city? Would you say there's like 12 hours, 2 hours? Like, what does it look like, I guess, for the day? How does that work? Do they do like, if I say like rolling brownouts or rolling blackouts, does that mean anything to you?
Yeah.
Is it like where like the city will basically turn on and off like sectors at a time to kind of like balance out the power available to the city if there's only so much available? Is it like that? Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, that's how it used to be? Mm-hmm. Like in 24, that's how it was. In 23, that's how it was. We had like a scheduled blackouts, quote unquote, controlled. Yeah. So certain areas we had to schedule, and that'd be like 4 hours nothing, then like 2 hours something, 4 hours nothing, or like 8 hours nothing, 8 hours something. Now it's not like that. It's absolutely fucked. It's like a humanitarian disaster sort of thing. So we don't have like any scheduling. Mostly people just are out of heating altogether. Half of Kyiv hadn't had heating for 2 months, which ended up causing minus Celsius degrees in the apartments. So like pipes freezing, people freezing to death, water is unavailable. I'm sorry, that's disgusting, but I literally couldn't shower at all for like 4 days. But they're living in an apartment in the capital city because the boiler didn't have time to warm up. So I couldn't shower, and the only thing I could do, I was stuffing bottles of water from the teapot to my bed. Yeah. I showed you the fucking cringe when I was there, like with the pots in my bed, like an ancient lady from medieval times, basically.
This might be kind of a weird question. I don't know if it's just an American problem or if in Europe you guys have a different solution to this problem. So in the United States, if you have below freezing weathers and you leave your power off for 2 or 3 days, like if you don't have heating, like you might cause irreparable damage to the pipes, like they'll burst, and then you have to, like, you'll have no water if it's like the main one or whatever, like you'll be completely fucked. In Europe, is there a way around that, or are you guys having like massive plumbing issues everywhere as well when the pipes are frozen for weeks or days or whatever? Yeah, not massive, but in some places pipes did explode, but not like on a massive scale, because it's different. They did a bunch of stuff to prevent that from happening, basically, and to try to control this fucking disaster, because it has been happening for like months, and it's quite horrible, to be honest, like very debilitating, like you can't do shit, like people are super trying their best. Obviously they lifted curfew, for example, in Kyiv, so you can go out at night and can warm up in like little camp things that have like hot food or like something like that, and you can just warm up if you're like freezing in your apartment, essentially. Some stuff they did, like how they called in English, fuck knows, it's like a separate, like, warmer thingies that basically, to explain it simply, it's when the electricity is out, some places, for example, in Kharkiv, have separate heating sources. So the heating basically remains, but like I have no electricity, for example. Like an emergency power substation or something kind of. Whatever, yes. They also hid them all over the city, essentially, so they are not as visible as a big power station that Russians keep bombing. And those are like hidden, and they don't know the locations of those. So that keeps them from Shahed attacks for a while, at least, until they, find them, obviously. Yeah, I gotcha. So that's kind of like been their strat, really, this winter, to terrorize the population to the point that we will capitulate. So we are pressured politically from United States by Trump and his administration, and then we are pressured. They want to increase the pressure from the population on our administration, because people are absolutely horrendously suffering. Which is that is like the definition of terrorism, also, by the way, right? Is attacks on the civilian population to force change in political opinions. Yeah, I know you. Yes, but. Fuck them! It didn't happen. This is nobody changed their opinion. Dark question, followed by something that's funny, I guess. Are there like mass deaths or casualties that are reported amongst like elderly populations when the heat is out or anything, or? Yeah, okay. Not like, I wouldn't say like mass, like I don't know, fucking, everyone is fucking dying, but there have been reports, in particular with the elderly being frozen to death, which is quite sad, and especially it concerns elderly who don't have people family obviously looking after them. Yeah, because like other people or many people just simply either left
or they are on the front, or they are all sorts of things really. And a lot of like elderly people are fending for themselves, but with this sort of weather, they just can't tolerate that. We're very sad actually. Recently, very old lady who actually survived fucking all sorts of shit during like Soviet and all of that. She's like 90 fucking something, like 99 or some shit, like very old. She like died from freezing in her own apartment. That kind of sucked to read that, but like they do try to help. Obviously, there are a bunch of volunteers who installed the kind of like fans, like blowing air thingies. They work from like power stations and stuff like that, and they like installed them near the beds of elderly who can't move. They're like non-mobile basically, right? So they're like can't really move by themselves. So so that blowing of the heat is on them basically 24/7 if possible. Yeah, hospitals have been pretty bad because obviously with no heating and no water and no fucking anything, electricity, it's very difficult to operate. Also, USAID no longer helps us, so they really help with the generators and stuff like that, and helping with the electricity, and now it's gone. So
I'm guessing for where Ukraine is situated and everything, solar stuff doesn't work too well down there. There's not like good sunlight.
No light, pretty much. You can get away with it in summer, but like in winter, you have like 3 hours of fucking sunlight. I mean, that's a bit dramatic, but it's dark. Most of the time. Yeah, so people still use it, like during like morning. Sometimes you have some light or like shit like that, but it's quite. Not enough, especially for like bigger cities and shit like that. A lot of people who have opportunities to live into like rural parts, like villages, shit like that, you can use old school like fireplaces, with just wood and shit like that. That helps, obviously. Yeah. But most people, of course, don't have fucking houses in the villages and shit like that. So it's, modern day apartments are just a bit of a hell when it comes to electricity because they're so dependent on electricity. I have like, for example, a gas stove, which is base fuck for me because I can like cook when there's no electricity. I can warm up my like tea and stuff like that and have like hot water that way at least. But because I have gas to do it. And most people just have straight up electricity, especially in Kyiv, which makes you completely fucking useless. You can't cook, you can't anything. Yeah. So it's a bit of a disaster. So we're trying to help out with that, buying like people some power banks that they can use to charge shit up, buying containers for food.
When you say like power banks, and then before you talked about getting those guys a power station, are these just like big batteries that you're charging when the grid is on, or are these things like also like generators that you're putting gas into, or?
No, they're charged like big batteries essentially, but generators with gas and shit like that, or like gasoline stuff like that, people use outside of, not inside. It's dangerous to use them inside. They like explode and all sorts of shit. And but they are used for shops. For example, almost all like shops and drugstores and all sorts of shit have generators outside, because that's basically what other countries mostly provided us. And the USA, things like that, not this year, but like, before, that the generators use, for example, in Kyiv, when we would get up, the curfew ends and you like run outside because it's cold as shit and you want to like go outside as fast as possible because on the streets it's actually warmer because you're moving.
Yeah.
So we went out and we immediately went to some cafe shop or like a bar, some place that can get us hot food, and they all work on generators. So that's the kind of generators you mean, I imagine.
Yeah, gotcha. I had one other question. Fuck, I don't remember what it was though. Oh no, it was the question about the generators. Well, damn. Well, okay. Now it's my turn. Anything else? Oh wait, you mentioned before, and I'd heard this. You're the first person I've heard mention. Oh wait, actually, do you know what have you heard the term, or do you know the term waiter?
Oh, yeah. Like you mean the fuckers who wait for Russians, or like?
Yeah, are they still a thing, or are those people all dead or gone, or changed their mind, or Dylan told me about these people that would like. I guess like when villages would start to get taken over, or when people would get pushed out, they would there were just people that would just stay in their homes in the villages, either waiting for Ukrainian soldiers to push back or waiting for Russian soldiers to take over, and they wouldn't care. And there were some people, some Ukrainians that would still try to like make a journey out to deliver these people food or whatever. But obviously there were people who were complaining, was like, what a waste of resources these people could leave. It's not
That's
like they're
me.
like, okay, yeah.
I'm
like
complaining.
They're not like sick and stuck there. They just are either apathetic or don't care or whatever. But,
yeah, fuck that. Anyway, yeah, we talked with you about it way back when Dylan did that video. I told you that I'm friends with Dylan, obviously, but I wasn't like too hyped about that whole story, to be honest. Like, that's his business, whatever the fuck he films, obviously. I have absolutely no say in it, and neither should I. But I just think that's a waste of time to like do anything for those people, and especially when there are so many actually decent people that are struggling and soldiers and things like that, and wasting any energy on that. Also, trying to save them is so risky. Like, we just filmed that another documentary about an organization called SOS East. They are volunteer guys who help people who try to get out, basically, right out the frontline zones. And they help so many nice, lovely people who just stay there because they don't want to leave for other reasons, not because they're fucking, collaborators and shit like that. Yeah, but they're like, for example, there was like elderly gent who got his house got blown up, basically. So, and he had like strokes and stuff like that, so he couldn't stay.
Oh god, no,
and,
that's okay. That's worthwhile. I think that's good, right?
Yeah, those good. Yeah, because people just can't leave because they're in the bad conditions, health-wise. It's difficult for them. So they managed to get him out and get him to his daughter in Cherkasy, which is another part of Ukraine. So that's sweet. That's nice. Like, helping people like that, I'm all for, obviously. Although it is called a kill zone, that documentary, because it is a one-way trip for many volunteers, unfortunately. Because they are, if you don't have basically REB, as we say, which is like anti-drone tech, basically, on your cars, and you don't have drone detectors, and you don't have a car that is armored, then you fucked. It's gonna be like a one-way trip. You will not get anyone out, and you will just get immediately blown up by Russian drones.
Yeah.
So it's a very risky job, and like, people who do that are fucking legends, because they help people and they risk their lives every day to do that, and I super appreciate that. I just don't appreciate the waste of time of fucking helping
people who are choosing to stay for dumb reasons.
Yeah, get fucked. Yeah, and I have a friend actually of mine who did that. Like, he delivered like food to a bunch of areas and helped local people after Russian occupation ended there. He was like delivering food, and then he realized that there was a group of people there at the spot. Not all of them, obviously, but a group of people who were like super duper pro-Russian fuckers, and now were begging for food from Ukraine after it was liberated. And he like drove past them when he learned, and they was like, no, I don't have anything.
Yeah.
His entire car was full of food, so it was very visible that he had everything. And he was like, nah, get fucked. I'm not delivering anything to you. Not only they were cunts, but they were also the people who snitched on other people there.
Oh, your Coach Red Pills. Yeah.
Yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, no, those people, I have absolutely... I mean, it's everyone's business. That guy who Dylan was with, he's like this weird Christian guy, sometimes it happens. So he's like this... everyone's equal in the God's eyes, or whatever the fuck thing,
Okay,
Sure. I am too fucking Eastern European for that nonsense. I'll be for real.
Maybe a good word for peacetime, but not wartime. Maybe, yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. Like, my entire life, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't know. The call me legacy of non-believers here, okay? But it's just good luck, buddy. Like, do your thing, like, you want to do that. But yeah, it's a waste of time, and especially of younger people, in my opinion, because no offense to, like, the elderly. I mean, I love my old peeps. I try to help them every now I can, but their lives are just a little less valuable, I'll be for real. Like, wasting, like, ambulance people, DSNS personnel, security personnel, fire people, like, rescue operations, volunteer people in their 30s and their 40s. It's just, we can't waste them. They're already getting killed disproportionately because of the double taps and all of that shit, and targeting.
What do you think is the general?
Footage.
What do you think is like the general mood of people, I guess, in Ukraine right now? Do you think it's like gotten a little bit better over the past year, or is it all kind of a little depressed, or what do you think?
When I start, like, everyone was so mad at the United States right now. Yeah, that's both upsetting.
Or not? I mean general vibe for like how, I guess, overall, like, in terms of in the conflict. I imagine everybody fucking hates the U.S. That's warranted. So I just meant like, yeah.
You mean in the war? Yeah. Well, people like are very. It's kind of connected a little bit because all of that like capitulation enforcement annoys people. Obviously, it makes everyone anxious. That was something I was very afraid. I told you when Trump got in power, I was super terrified that our government would not represent our interests perfectly. That they will cave in, you know. And
Do you think,
was yeah.
So I've kind of watched Zelensky go back and forth. I know that there are people who want to see, like any European leader, not just Zelensky, but literally any European leader say, fuck you, Trump, we hate you, fuck you. But then obviously you have to balance out the interests of your country, especially for Ukraine. Do you think Zelensky's done a decent job at navigating that? Do you think he's kind of capitulated too much? How do you feel about, I guess, overall his, and what do you think most people feel about?
I think he did well because like I could never do it. I can't even imagine dealing with this and how to balance this. I have no idea because any normal person would want to punch him in the face every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But he can't do that, so he has to like. Also, you have like a manlet fucking with an ego, and you get him upset. Who the fuck knows what he will do? So you have to like dance around with that. Yes, that's humiliating, of course, but like. Unfortunately, you have to do that. And I think he balanced pretty well in terms of like not backing down and not signing anything retarded and not like capitulating and still standing ground and repeating the exact same shit all the time, just like Trump repeats the exact same shit all the time back, I guess. It's a retard competition now. Like we repeat the exact same shit and the EU repeat the exact same shit. But also like not being like super antagonistic. But unfortunately, he didn't need to be. He wasn't super antagonistic in that unfortunate Oval Office thing that happened. He was fucking chill, but it ended up with Vance being this whole fucking scandal mess and treated like garbage. Jesus. Anyway, so you have to like, I don't know. I can't judge, I'll be for real. I don't know how you're supposed to operate in a crazy environment like that with actual fucking clowns. So I'm not sure. Like I'm relatively think he did well, and most people seem to think that way. I recently saw a poll about that. That was how many people was it? Not to lie, it was like a very recent poll.
Sure.
I think something like 68 or 69% of people in Ukraine think he did a good job, and like he should continue. Like 70 something said he should continue negotiating on our behalf, basically. So they're like happy with his efforts. So I found it. It's Gallup thing, I think, or Ipsos, something like that. They did. How soon do you think the wait. Do you agree or disagree that Volodymyr Zelensky is the right person to conduct negotiations with representatives, blah, 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 shit like that. And 70% of people, 50% of people strongly agreed and tend to agree like up to 75 or some shit like that. So most people seems to be happy with the efforts, basically. And most people think he's doing a good job as a president. Still, which is above like around 70 as well, like 69, not like 68, something like that. So decent enough. I was worried that people would be beaten down by this whole attacking of the power, energy and stuff like that, because it's difficult, genuinely, like difficult to deal with. For
basic questions about your political system, do you guys vote for your president directly, or is that like a prime minister that comes in you do? Okay. How often are you supposed to vote for your new one?
Well, it's like 4 years, I think.
Every 4 years?
But it's not happening now, obviously, because of the, Are
there any people, or is there any conversation inside Ukraine about, obviously, not in the same, like, I know outside the United States, people would run that line of like, oh, it's not a democracy because they didn't elect Zelensky.
Oh, yeah.
I know that. But are there ever people in Ukraine who ever think like, wow, like, if this war keeps going on and on, Zelensky might be president for 8 years, 9 years, 10 years or something? Is that ever like a thought, or do people not really care? They're not really thinking about it?
Honestly, no. Like nobody sees like most people just don't think that's something anyone would want. You know?
Okay.
Honestly, like, I don't think even it's not something people discuss. Nobody is concerned that if the war ends somehow, which we are concerned that it's not gonna end. That's the concern with the war, right? But like nobody is like super concerned about the shift of power to that, because nobody thinks that there will be no elections or no democratic or stuff after that. It's just no reason to think that. So yeah, the exact same poll that I just read about, I think also asked about the fucking like election stuff, because Americans use that as a talking point quite a bit, especially like Trumpist people picked it up, I think. And there was like, how soon do you think presidential and parliamentary elections should be held in Ukraine? I can actually send you this thing. And most people said not until the war formally ends. And a bunch of people said not until the proper ceasefire is established. So most people are reasonable. They're not like insane. They don't think we should do it now because it's, doesn't make sense to do.
Yeah.
I have sent you, I think, the post on like in DM if you want to see that poll. Although I think it's like in this, they named it, by the way, polls Trump would kill for. That's
true. Yeah.
That's petty. I like it. But it's because Trump can't stop talking about how fucking unpopular Zelensky is, which is not true, and that meanwhile his own ratings in America are kind of shit. So
yeah, they kind of have their own little world that they live in, where he says he's doing great on his polls and everything's going great. And I think it was funny, he did an interview a while ago where they were like, most people are not happy with the economy right now. And his response to the interview was like, well, most people are wrong. They need to know that the economy's good. So I said so. It's just like, yeah,
based.
That's true. Actually,
anytime someone says like, you're doing a shit job, you'll be like, no, actually, I'm doing a great job.
That's like 5 years of Trump. Yep, that's basically every single day. Good job. You could be Trump. Yeah, that's it.
And not that difficult, to be honest. That's a pretty easy strat. It always works,
Yeah, true.
And you have like a bunch of retards who are your followers essentially, and then they will just agree with you whatever the fuck you say. So there you go. Have been there any like fucking arrests or like I don't know investigations with all the pedo shit, like Epstein shit in the United States, or like nobody gives a fuck? I don't understand.
Not really, no, but they're probably. There probably wouldn't be, because the files that are being released are all being released by our Department of Justice, which does all the investigation stuff. So if they were going to make any arrests, they've already had the documents. It's not like they would release something and then say, oh, we should arrest based off the documents that we released, because they've already had them, right? So even if there was something in there that was worth arresting over, it would probably look bad to arrest now, because the question would be, well, why didn't you before when you had them? I think the only thing that could come from those in terms of arrests would be other countries that have information that now that they see maybe our investigative stuff released publicly, maybe they can do something to somebody in their country because they know that now that they were doing something bad, maybe like combined with information that the U.S. didn't have. But otherwise, yeah, I don't think there are going to be any arrests or anything based on the releases of these.
Cringe. In Europe, they actually resigned. A bunch of people resigned who were in the files and shit like that. I think there was news that they arrested Prince William or some shit.
Yeah, although I think that had to do with his time as it had to do with some trade, or I don't remember something. It wasn't. I don't think it was related to the Epstein files, or maybe it was something that came out of the Epstein files that had to relate to his job, but not like fucking kids or anything. It was something abusing his powers.
Probably, yeah. But there was like this guy that is now investigated, Norwegian guy who was like in Russia, implicated basically by Russian connections there pretty hard. And that stuff could probably be more of a, I guess, implication than anything else. But yeah, it's just so fucking weird, dude. Especially for those like I just know that I learned recently that so many people are fucking obsessed with the pedo shit in the United States. Like,
man, everybody. Yeah, if you watch any YouTubers, everybody's a pedophile. If you watch any news, all the episodes, everything's a pedophile. Yeah, everybody. They think in the U.S. we have this like very obsessive idea that the entire world is ran by like wealthy billionaire political pedophiles and everybody. Yeah. Well, hey, listen, you might believe it too. Listen, you got the dyed hair, so maybe that's your belief system as well. But I tend to think that not every single billionaire wants to fuck kids. But hey, who knows?
I don't think so. I'm just saying that apparently, like, the same people who are obsessed with that shit are now pretending that the files don't exist. It's
True!
Like,
and that's the only reason why I'm okay with it being pushed, because these motherfuckers obsessed with this shit for years, and now that it's coming out and there are people in it that they don't like that are in it, they're like, well, I don't think this matters anymore. It's like, oh, nah, fuck you. You know what? Yeah.
They're like unironically now wrong pedophiles. They're like, they wanted other people to be like the pedophiles, I guess.
Basically.
I heard
they wanted the Dems too.
Oh yeah, like Hillary shit. I laughed so hard, but it was actually real apparently. Like many people believed in that shit. I mean, this was a real theory.
Wait, believed in what stuff?
Pizza something, like pizza cringe.
When you say
yeah,
just to be clear, when you say people believed in that, the whole QAnon Pizzagate stuff, that was the foundation for the MAGA movement. Like that whole conspiratorial thing, that's what grew out of, or growing out of that was a large portion of the MAGA movement. I don't know if you guys, I don't know how much domestic politics, well, people around the world get way too much U.S. domestic politics, even if you don't want them.
But, I want nothing of it, to be honest, but I get something.
Trump's insertion point into like our big political discourse in like 2016 was him claiming that Barack Obama, we call these people birthers, but he claimed that Barack Obama was actually born in Kenya and that there was like a deep state that was hiding his real birth certificate and he wasn't even a U.S. citizen. So that if he was born somewhere else, he can't be president in the United States. So that was his huge talking point. And I don't mean like he tweeted about it once. I mean, he talked about this. He obsessed over this for months about him releasing the real birth certificate and everything. So yeah, Trump's always been like a loony conspiratorial fuck. And that played nicely into the whole QAnon stuff and everything else. And a lot of your big early MAGA people, like your Marjorie Taylor Greens, if you look at their early Facebook posts, like
that one is famous in Ukraine.
Yeah, but she was Facebook posting about like when there were a bunch of wildfires in Hawaii, people were speculating that like Oprah was working with Jewish space lasers, and that a lot of the inclement weather in the South, like a lot of the hurricanes were being caused by Jewish weather machines, and weather manipulation is real and all that. And it's like, unfortunately.
That was so epic. I mean, until you know that they're in the actual government, then it's certainly not that epic. But like, if they were like just a bunch of retarded people, couldn't deal with
his family's Russian. He can't handle it. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
I see. Yeah. It's just that it's just so fucking strange to even think about those people, like that they're actually in power now. Like the people used to laugh at those people back in the day. There was like absolute, like, deranged lunatics, who cares, right?
Yeah.
But now the deranged lunatics are half the fucking government, apparently. So I'm not sure.
And it's funny because like both sides of us laugh at each other for the exact opposite reason. Because like we're laughing at them where it's like, you guys are absolutely fucking crazy, and now you're running the government, and they're looking at us like, you thought we were crazy, and now we're running the government. It's like, well, fuck me, I guess. Like, Jesus. Yeah. I
guess. Yeah, the Marjorie Taylor Greene is so funny, though. Like, I never thought I'd live the day when people in my country would protest with Marjorie Taylor Greene, fuck you, Marjorie Taylor Greene things. It was funny. It was. It was about this like law that we protested when it was our like government tried to pass the shit ass law basically about the anti-corruption bureaus becoming not independent anymore, which was absolute garbage shit. Like nobody obviously stand for that. It was a violation of like basically everything we stand for. So people went during war, by the way, mass protested, like went outside, protested that shit, blocked all sorts of shit, and the government didn't pass it. So yeah, and there were Marjorie Taylor Greene used that opportunity when that was happening to pretend that we were protesting Zelensky's government altogether because we wanted to capitulate. So because we didn't want war, basically, is what she said on her like, and actually people protested because they didn't like the law. And they wanted for it to not be passed. And people saw that, and it became like super viral. And there were a bunch of people in like Kharkiv, Kiev, Odessa, all sorts of places protesting with like "fuck you, Marjorie Greene." I saw them like with my actual eyes. I was like, oh my god, that's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It was an overlap of my internet life and my real life. Yeah. I was like, why does it overlap? It's so uncomfortable. Like,
who would have known? Since 2014, the CIA is still there, I guess, causing protests and stuff. And now they were targeting MTG. It's so horrible, yeah.
I just kind of like that it doesn't overlap because nobody in my actual life knows what the fuck is going on and like what the fuck I'm doing. Don't know people I talk to at all, and I kind of like it that way, honestly. The only thing that got like sort of viral was the Piers Morgan thing, and that got like on United 24, which is Kiev, big Ukrainian news outlet basically, and people saw like me there doing, and they translated it as well. There's a language barrier, of course, as well, because like if I do something like in English somewhere, most people don't get it, so don't get it on their news and stuff like that, and. Yeah, but that was very fun because people recognized me from that, and a bunch of soldiers were like, "You dated that?" I don't think I can say this word. It's very not tolerant and progressive.
Okay. The F one.
It's basically that one.
that
that Russian this word
Yeah.
essentially, right? And that was like, it was about that Horton guy who's a pro-Russian guy in the United States. He's like libertarian something. I don't know if they are a thing, libertarians. They seem to be always fucking be some pro-Russian hacks. Anyway, I debated that guy there, and was like Cenk as well there, but he didn't do like much. But there was like this, he was just like, the corporations, and I was like, my
fucking
god,
annoying,
the
yeah.
fuck that's anything. That guy basically, military industrial complex, that guy. Anyway, and the other guy was actually doing like Russian propaganda, which word for word, just in English, and I was like, oh, that's my guy, so I concentrated on that guy. The most I could. I was nervous though because I was just a random ass girl,
Yeah.
There was like a bunch of big dudes there and like me, so I wasn't really. And that was like based as general at the end, who was on my side, but that he appeared like the Batman basically at the end.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun. But people recognize me for that, I think. But other than that, I really like that my life doesn't overlap at all with like actual stuff, because mostly it's volunteer effort. So people know me for that here, for journalism and volunteer shit and delivering stuff and all of that. But not my fucking lactoid debates. Holy fuck! I don't want anyone to see that. Okay, nobody should see that.
Yeah. I don't like people seeing my lactoid debates. Yeah. Ugh. Horrible conversation.
Ew, my god.
This is a random question. Wait, have you ever heard of the game StarCraft?
Yeah, but I never played it, but I know it exists, yeah.
Do you know a guy called White Raw? That's his online name?
No.
No, okay, never mind. He is an ex StarCraft 2 professional gamer. Alexi, I think might be his name. That doesn't help at all, because I'm pretty sure half the people in your country are named Alexi or Vladimir or whatever. Or no, yeah. Yeah,
Is
Vladimir
he Russian,
is like
or?
your guy. No, I think he's Ukrainian, but
Oh.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Ukrainian. I kind of feel bad because he spoke a lot about issues in Ukraine in 2014, but I didn't know or give a fuck. I was a StarCraft 2 kid, I guess, yeah. So, but okay, yeah.
It's something you played as well, yeah.
Yeah, that was my background in programming, yeah. Yeah, we made a huge mistake. I went out drinking with those guys one time, and then never again. All Eastern Europeans
Got
were
fucked.
completely off limits for that shit. Jesus.
I mean, we trained our new Americans here, okay? They become trained. We train their livers, and it's all good now. They can drink and stuff like that. But it takes a while. I don't think Dylan will be able to be for real. Like, I don't think he can, ever train himself. Let's put it that way. But other people, sometimes they can, yes. But you also, it's not really, needed, of course. Sometimes soldiers will just kind of try to get people drunk for fun.
Sure.
So I try to defend them as much as I can, because I don't want them to be shit-faced. And it's problem with the people though, with many foreigners, that they just start vomiting all over the place, and that's shit. Like nobody wants to deal with that, because here people just you just don't vomit that much because you're used to it, and your liver gave up. It understands that it doesn't need to do its job because you want to die anyway, so it just doesn't expel any toxic stuff from you. And in normal people, I guess, it does. So there you go.
There we go.
Yeah. Have you been in the fucking, like, anywhere? Like, you drank with them where? With the...
It was either in Poland or it was in San Diego. I don't remember which one, but...
Oh, Poland?
I lived in
You've been in
Warsaw
Poland?
for 3 months.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And then and then for...
Close.
Yeah, close-ish, yeah. I guess, yeah. Closer than where I'm at now. And then, yeah, there'd be events and stuff because he competed in the West, so, yeah.
Oh, that's cute. I didn't know that. I mean, I've been in Warsaw for Warsaw is how you say in English. I think it's in the multiple times for quite some time, but not I didn't live there, but just mostly a trip from there. Basically, you go there and then you go somewhere else. Where you want to go as well. Yeah. Well, yeah, drinking stuff. What else?
I have a big debate in 6 days with your...
Konstantin!
Yeah.
Yes! I'm excited for that one. But I fucking hate your takes, so I don't know.
Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I told you. I think he's a Weasley fuck. I obviously will be rooting for you there. Mm-hmm. But I think it just annoys me because Americans are no offense, all offense. I take it back.
Good.
All offense
yeah,
too.
Offend me.
Absolutely retarded when it comes to ethnicity, nationality, and race. I understand why, okay? That's just not your thing. That's good probably. But you're basically a nation based off national principles, not ethnic principles, you know? So I understand why you don't understand. But, like, it annoys me. And nobody gets to that with him. Like, you should fucking talk about the important stuff. Like, why the fuck it matters. That's important. Like, except that, everyone starts talking about, is Ukrainian an ethnicity? Is an English an ethnicity? And all of that. Instead of talking about, like, actually, why does it fucking matter? Like, why are we not prioritizing in any modern civilized society? We should prioritize nationality. And why is it wrong to do that? Why ethnicity matters? That's the question I want people to fucking ask. And he never gets to it. He's never, like, pressed to even reply. Like, why do you think that the ethnical background of Rishi Sunak disqualifies him from being a fucking leader or some shit? Like, that's the questions I want to know answers for. But nobody gets there. Like, you all get bogged down on the fucking with that guy he's debated. I don't know who that is. A Scottish, I think, person or something like that.
They
ended
I don't
up
remember the
talking
guy's name, but yeah, the issue is that, so like in the United States now, we can just say like we don't like brown people or whatever. We've gotten to that point in our politics, but I think in the UK they're not quite there, so people kind of dance around a lot of it.
Yes,
so when people,
that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
But he's doing that very great. He's fucking, I hate the guy, but he's like not dumb. He's quite smart. He like does it very.
Konstantin? Sure.
Yeah,
but I think it's because the conversation that you're saying that you wish would happen, I think an issue is that a lot of people on the left don't like to have those conversations. Like, they're not really prepared to have them. So usually what happens is if somebody says like, oh, like I think this country should be built around like a certain type of ethnic principle, like people on the left just kind of like their eyes go wide and they just start screaming racism at people and they don't really know how to argue it from that point. So that's why all of those conversations get bogged down there, unfortunately.
That's kind of what I see, yeah, because like the guy was like stumped basically. The other person was stumped by him saying like, you called me racist, but like I don't call my son English. And he was like, well, yeah, he can't be like, you know, racist against his son. It kind of killed the whole vibe, and they never got to the
the big point. The annoying point, though, you can argue the point too, but the annoying point is that Konstantin, and I guarantee if I would have looked at other debates, I think that these people that come to America a lot and debate a lot of American stuff, like I know you don't like I'm actually not even sure. I don't know how much we would agree or disagree at the end if we were to really like go down the whole ethnic racial arguments. But the problem is they play the word games using American conceptions or terms of things. And so, for instance, I've seen Konstantin in that debate drew a very clear line between English and British. Like that one was referring to some sort of like ethnic genetic background. A line, well, sure. I think you can argue that. But in other contexts, I've seen...
You should.
So, well, but the problem is in other contexts. So I've seen I think Matt Goodman, who Konstantin is a big fan of, will use the terms British and English interchangeably. So
yeah,
even
they blur them.
Exactly. But the thing is, what that shows is that even if there is a clear delineation, the fact that people are willing to use them interchangeably, it says something about how you view it. So when somebody says like, well, I don't think he can be English, but in other places you use English and British interchangeably, what you're saying is this is a basis by which you can exclude somebody from your country. That's what they're really saying.
Yeah,
but the left people
agree
can't.
With that, yeah.
I do agree. Like you can't, like you're not going to become like if I go to Japan, I can take on a Japanese nationality. I can become a Japanese citizen, but I'm not going to be like I'm not going to become an ethnic group. That's fucking retarded.
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
and they do it. He does it on purpose though. He's like for example doesn't say my son because for example he doesn't say my son is British. He says because like British is an umbrella nationality term, so it includes English, Scottish, Welsh, Irish, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And and that's like a basically think of it about as like for example like during Soviet times, right? There was like Soviet as a term, but it wasn't anything about the ethnicity of the person. It was an umbrella term because the empire, was called that way, and it was like occupation, whatever the fuck you want to say. But like the people were included in that. That term included Russian, Belarusian, Kazakh, Ukrainian, whatever the fuck else, like everyone else, right? Right? But like that's the kind of seed that exact same way, right? In the sense. They're
but even at that, I'm not sure, and I would have to travel around the UK a lot more. I don't know if people in the UK even view British that way. Maybe people in England do, but my impression of, like, for instance, like Scottish people, if you were to call a Scottish person, oh, you're British, right? Or people even in Northern Ireland, I'm not sure, but, like, obviously for people on the Republic of Ireland, like, they wouldn't be British. They're not even part of the United Kingdom. Well, I guess actually they're not even part of the British Islands, so I don't even know if that would encompass Northern Ireland. But, like, I don't think you can call Scots Brits and they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm British. I think they would say,
no, wait,
Scottish, right?
They will actually punch you in the face if you call them English.
Yeah, but I don't think you would call them British either. I think most Scots say we're Scottish. I'm Scottish. I think they would just end it at that.
It's technically correct, but like because they're part of UK, they're part of Great Britain, whether they like it or not, just like Soviet Union, whether we liked it or not, we were part of it, right? But they establish their actual identity most of the time because they want to separate. Exactly because when people say British, it's equalized with English. It's like the same as Russian, right?
Yeah, but
for example, I would like to establish my identity.
That's all I'm saying
Ukrainian.
in terms of when you have these conversations that like so many of these terms are used in ways where you can, when some people pretend there's like a huge distinction between them, I don't think it's always true. Like if I were to say like North American, people are almost always, at least in North America, probably, well, at least in Canada and the United States, people are thinking U.S. and Canada. If you were to say like, oh, I love traveling all throughout North America, and then you would name a bunch of Mexican places you've gone to, like I don't know if anybody would say, well, that's wrong because I mean I guess Mexico is in North America. But
I mean, all of it. Yeah. All of it is obviously it's constructed, so it's like it's categories constructed, so they can change, they can shift. It's not like a fucking it's not just like some people like cringe fucking right or to be like biological reality and all of that. Obviously, it's not that. But like there are definitions obviously that do matter. For example, the Americans seem to get like really confused that you can be ethnicity and nationality, and it's the same name. So for example,
that is confusing though. To be fair, that's some bullshit, confusing shit, right?
No, it's not.
It is.
It's because American is only a nationality. There's no.
Well, yeah, but there are also countries where there are like multiple ethnicities within like the nation as well, so it gets confusing as fuck, right?
Old word shenanigans, my guy. Like it's the old word shenanigans, and you don't have them because like if you say to me American, I have no idea. Like what ethnic background of that person is. Kinda that's the whole point of the fucking America, wasn't it? To create a country that wasn't built upon ethnic background, that was built upon the shared national identity of being an American. Like this whole fucking epic speech, right? Like everyone can come here and be an American. You can't be like German in Germany, whatever the fuck, you know that speech. And yeah, it's because of that difference. I think people get confused because there is a French nationality. But there's also French ethnicity, and not everyone in French is ethnically French.
Sure,
but they can be French by nationality.
Yeah, that might be true. Sure,
but difficult.
The thing at the end of the day, though, is that like so going back to that Konstantin quote, if you were to get Konstantin behind closed doors, or if there was a way to probe his mind, and you were to ask him, like, do you think your son is more English than whoever that fucking the mayor is of London, who's some Muslim dude or whatever? I think he would say he is. I think he would just say that.
You mean because of the racial stuff?
Yes.
Or like,
because I think he would. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
So,
but that's why they dance around it. I think we all know
that
that's what they think. But they use the fucking fairy language to cover that up. And most people, unfortunately, Westerners, especially of left variety, get stumped with that language. They start posting cringe. Like basically ethnicity is not a thing, or it doesn't matter. Like bro, like it does obviously. I just hate that shit. Like I'm actually cringe soy leftist in that regard. I don't really care that much about like ethnicity, but I'm not gonna deny it exists or that it defines people's lives, or that it matters, that there is culture there, that there's language there, that there is traditional stuff there, that there's actual DNA, there, but you can actually literally check and see the people's heritage, where they come from, what's in their blood, all of that stuff, like what's in their DNA, right? The question is not that it's not a thing. The question is that why should it matter? That's the question. Should it matter is the question, right? We should talk about that. Like maybe it should. Like who knows, right? But nobody's debating that. Is in my opinion. Like I'm a civic nationalist guy. Like I care about national stuff. I care about nations. I don't care that much about like ethnic background. For example, like my friend Faik, right? He's Azerbaijani. Ethnically, he's not Ukrainian, but he was born in Ukraine. He has Ukrainian passport. We share the same culture. We share the same, he grew up here just as much as Ukrainian to me as anyone else because of his nationality. It's the same as mine, Ukrainian, right? So yeah, that's kind of what it matters to me. Although he's Muslim, which obviously is not typical here, like most people are not. But yeah, it's at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But that's the question, I think. Like, why should it matter, really?
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. This is usually my number one complaint is because people on the left won't engage at all, or when they start to engage, it's like delusional engagement. Like every single person is the exact same, and it doesn't. And it's like, well, people can have like the same rights or opportunities and everything else, but like this is like we need to be able to have like better conversations about this stuff, and it's really really
but I also can't pretend that he's not different from someone who's Ukrainian, by the appearance and all of that. It's just a fact of the matter. I look at him and I see that he's he's Azerbaijani, okay? My eyes, they see things, so it's obviously it's there. The problem is, like, why does it exclude people? Why should it? How it disqualifies them, for example? That's the question, right?
Yeah.
And why the fuck should it disqualify them? That's, and they don't seem to bring any arguments why it should. They just say, well, they're, different ethnicity or different color, and that's it. That's the argument.
But like you said, they never get pressed on it, so then they don't ever have to defend it.
Yeah. So it's kind of how I wish people would like address that shit. Also, he's a slimy fucking dude. He like sometimes pretends to be Ukrainian for some reason, where he isn't really. I don't know. He just uses that like to his advantage. I think to.
Yeah,
I've
heard him do the whole like my grandparents I think died in a concentration camp or something. I don't know what his relationship is with that, but yeah.
Probably because he's Jewish, I think.
Maybe,
imagine.
I guess, yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I
just made assumptions, okay? But he does look it.
Oh, geez. Oh, okay. I'm bad with the...
Yeah. Also, bunch of like people, I think, there's actually a big community, I think, of like Russian youths who are ethnically Jewish who moved to the US, and now they're the fucking techno bros for some reason, or like, I don't know, like there's apparently a bunch of them. I had no idea. For example, your very good friend, Lex Friedman.
There were a lot of Russians I know, I think in the early 90s that moved to Israel after, I think that was like the fall of the Soviet Union and everything, so maybe somewhat...
to be fair, like a lot of Ukrainian Jewish people also moved to Israel. They have like double stuff and, they could be here and there. I have like literally a fuck ton of my neighbors who partially, half of their families live in Israel now because they're Jewish and stuff like that. Because there was like this policy from Israel, basically, come here, we will, get you stuff and you can like migrate easily and all that shit.
Yeah.
So, they used that as an opportunity, which would make sense because of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was a fucking shit show. Like, it was shit show before, but like in the process, it was also a shit show. So many people didn't see any like future like financial opportunities, or I never thought that the country would be something normal with like laws and all of that functional stuff. And they decided to use this opportunity to move, which can't really say that that's weird or stupid by any means. So But I just really wish someone would talk with him who could actually fucking clock his fucking stuff, because he's maneuvering all over those people, and I don't like that. Okay, I don't appreciate that. So maybe
if there were two issues that you would want to see him pressed on when I talked to him in a few days, what do you think? What were the two ones that you want to see him have to like really truly contend with? Be
what's the main topics like of your talk, or is there any? Like,
I think it's just going to be broadly. I don't know if somebody has a link to it, but it's probably just going to broadly be like conservatism and like Trump and MAGA and immigration, like the kind of just like the hot topics of the world right now. I think broadly.
So nothing like in particular, yeah. Well, then I guess the fucking thing about the ethnic stuff I already told you. Like, I just want him to be pressed on like why the fuck that matters. Not that the ethnicity isn't a thing, or it doesn't matter, or you can magically become fucking Japanese by genes by having a child in Japan. So I don't want that nonsense, okay? I want to be like, why does he think that that the preservation? And I want him to say it as well. I fucking hate that he doesn't say it out loud.
That's one of my biggest things when I'm in debates with people. Sometimes I'll just say, okay, hold on. I want to hear you say this thing, yes. Because, people will kind of imply it. They'll never actually say, like, just state this position for me so I can hear it clearly so that it's, like, on the record.
Yeah, he is arguing for the homogenous ethnic nation. Mm-hmm. So the nation that is not maybe fully English, right, but the majority, absolute majority of people should always stay.
And the thing that drives me crazy about people that argue these positions is that they always, and nobody ever notices, like, how goofy this is, but these people, I don't know if they realize it, they always draw the line right before themselves, Because if I don't know if he actually is Jewish or not. Like, I know his family came from Russia or whatever, but like, if he's Jewish, like whatever line you're drawing, like why there, Because a lot of people, especially Jewish people, draw the line after you. Yeah.
That's the fucking best thing. Have you seen this Zizek meme about this topic? If not, I will send you that video later. Because he basically explains exactly this thing, that every fucking Eastern European moves closer to the West and then draws the line on them.
Okay, I haven't seen it, but I like a lot of Zizek memes.
It's iconic meme. Like, he's like basically, it's like what the Polish do now. They'd be like, those Ukrainians, they moved quite a lot of them moved to our country, and we're not sure that's great because they are a little bit Oriental.
Okay.
They're a little bit Asian. And I'm like, bro, Same monkey, like literally same. Like we are the same as you, you know? You have been called Oriental by the Western people for ages. Fucking, it's just so annoying. You like moved to European Union 5 days ago and now you're not Oriental, but everyone else outside of your perimeter is. So, and Zizek basically talks about it, that everyone becomes Mongolian basically every 5 seconds. Like, you get accepted in the club of the cool kids, like in the European Union or the Western world, and then the rest the line is drawn there. Everyone else is Mongolian, but not you.
Yeah.
You're not. You're the
people.
good Western European guy. And you'd be like laughing about that. And you'd be like, okay, obviously. I want to say something very not good right now about our Polish brothers, but whatever, you know. It's a slur, I should say that. Anyway, point is that the technique is used like that by many people in like different parts of the world. So yeah, that's kind of what I want him to be pressed on. Like, why the fuck is the line there? Like, why is he particularly fucking fabulous as a migrant, but he's not particular? Another person from other places not. Which he probably will start talking about, like Judeo-Christian, whatever the fuck values, and you know, all of that. Which I would like people to say, like, if a person, you know, is liberal, he is pro-democracy, is pro all that sort of like basic shit, then why is he not welcome? Like, why?
Yeah, this was do you know who JonTron is?
No.
No, okay. He was like a cartoon YouTuber guy a long time ago, but that was kind of, I had a really huge conversation, but it was like 10 years ago. But that was, I ended up asking ultimately like that question, expecting, because this guy was like a very normal guy. Like, I didn't know he was into kind of weird politics, but we were having a conversation about it, and I asked him, I was like, oh, well, like, let's say like 1 million or 100 million Mexicans wanted to come to the United States, but all of them were totally aligned, because he gave me that thing. It was like, well, you know, Americans have different values and blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, what if these people were totally aligned with their values and everything? And eventually he was like, well, you know, usually you would expect them to, I think, did he say, like, assimilate into the gene pool first? And I was like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I just don't know why they're such pussies as well, because you can make arguments about why the ethnic, preserving the majority of the same ethnicity matters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can make those arguments. In some countries, they actually fucking do matter. Like, for example, do I want like a fucking ton of Russians over here? No,
yeah.
I don't. Not because of the fucking ethnic blood. Oh, sorry. Not because I throw no blood. Not because of the genetic stuff, okay? But because we don't share anything fucking values whatsoever. We have a completely different worldview. We have a completely different set goals for the countries, and they fucking all the time when they appear here, their fucking shenanigans happen.
Sure.
Of like, you know, erasure of the language, erasure of the Ukrainian culture, erasure of everything. We like fucking we get Russified. That's what happens. That's what I'm against. You know, not them on principle of the fucking gene pool. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of like obviously I don't want them there. Like if they're cringe like that, you know, if they're danger to my country, they're danger to my people, and it always ends up with us being fucking mass deported and mass murdered. So that kind of taught me a lesson that probably we're not that compatible, to be for real.
Sure.
And so the preservation of the ethnical of Ukrainian, you know, ethnic stuff like language, culture, you know, the DNA, all of that shit, like the surnames, the names, the fucking everything that surrounds it, right? The culture ultimately, yeah, it's what we fight for right now. So of course for me that matters quite a bit, and matters for literally everyone, like, you know, who fights. But yeah, it's you can make arguments like that, but it just never comes to it, and they don't even like I think try to. They're just like by default assume that you know, they're, you know, appealing to people just by saying they're not like us, so fuck them, I guess. Like basically just basic bitch xenophobia kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I want you to probably, if you're able to, like just try to press him. So I just want to hear his arguments, even if he has any, because I don't think he might have them because he's not dumb. So I think he would have some sort of like backup
I think
plan.
he is dumb. I think he rides. Well, he's like, he can debate and everything well enough. Like he's verbally adept, but I feel like all the ideas are very, very, very shallow. But they never have to actually get into any of it because nobody.
Yeah, maybe.
So, yeah, we'll see. I guess.
Yeah, so that's the question basically. Is he dumb like because he uses like those shallow, dumb, slimy arguments, or is he like actually smart, but he knows he can get away with it, and he doesn't need to try that hard to be, you know, to score wins? Essentially, is my question, because like some people are actually genuinely retarded who believe in that shit, and some people are pretend to be retarded to appeal to the equally retarded, racist and like xenophobic audiences and shit like that. So I don't know which one he is, to be honest. I haven't watched so much of his stuff to be sure. So
I guess I'll find out.
Yeah, I hope. Because I was like hyped for that shit because at least I know that guy a little bit. Sometimes like, people debate in such obscure fucking people. Like people have been like, you should debate Lactoid. I'm like, for the love of God, like why should I do that? Like he has fucking how many people watching his shit? Like who we are promoting Lactoid at this point. Like why? Like why should we talk about the guy who repeats the exact same bullshit he repeated for ages and learns nothing new, just does propaganda? Do I need to listen to Yanukovych was a legitimate president Bayan thing? Like, but I don't know. It's a dead horse. Like nobody.
I would
talks
say
about
like
that
I think
shit.
there's an argument to be made if they're bringing up like good talking points, or if they seem intelligent, or they've like researched it a lot or whatever. But yeah, if it's going to be the same bullshit talking points. But now it's like it's a very good like Sword and Shield, where the stupid Russian talking points will come out, but it's on an irrelevant person. And so if they fail, it's not because the talking points are bad. You can just say like that person was an idiot. So their points are always still out there. So it's a very annoying world to play in, where like idiots can carry your arguments forward, and then even if they lose on the arguments, nobody sees the argument as defeated, and it'll still be out there in some other form. Yeah.
I will say, though, that I recently heard you speak in a little clip about something that actually I felt like, oh my God, that's literally what has been happening to me and to other people for such a long time, but I couldn't put it into words. You talked about in the context of conservatives, like Trump stuff, but it applies to like Russian shit as well, to propaganda, because you spoke like you always on the defensive.
Oh yeah.
So they kind of they dictate the conversation, and even if you performed well, you like beat their ass in a debate or whatever. You never talked about any things you wanted to talk about things that are actually important. You just spend time basically being on this like defensive position, talking about dispelling bullshit like for fucking 2 hours basically. And I was like, Jesus, that's literally what I have been doing, and it has been so annoying. That's why I kind of stopped doing that, because I was losing my mind over this shit in like 22, 23, shit like that. Because I go to like podcast debates or whatever the fuck, panels and stuff like that, right? Like Week stuff and things like that, Week TV, I mean, and I just spend hours fucking doing deflection. Like I'm beating up the projectiles of Russian bullshit, and even if I win, I haven't spoke about anything
Ukraine,
that matters.
Anything that matters, for sure.
Yeah, it was so sad to me. Like every time I felt like a shit. People like hype me up. They would be like, "Oh, you did so well," and I'm like, "Did I?" Like I don't feel accomplished. I talked about 2014 for God's sake again. Yeah. It's been a decade ago. I don't want to talk about any of that. It doesn't matter. But you will be hit with fucking Newland, fucking Burisma, some other fucking shit that nobody cares about other than those people, I guess, because it's like propaganda talking points, and you'll be like, feel like shit afterwards, like, because you haven't spoken about anything that actually mattered, that affects the country right now.
Yeah, I agree.
About things that Russians are doing right now. Like, I never got to talk about anything.
Yeah.
Not about, like, Kherson Safari, not about the Kakhovka Dam, not about the 90% of targets being civilian targets. I just, there's no time. You always talk about, like, things they want to talk about.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
it's very fucking annoying, yeah.
And I was like, oh, wow, that's actually... You talked about it, not in this sense. You talked about the MAGA stuff mostly. But I was like, it's the exact same thing, though. It's, like, the exact same problem.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
That's why they're always on the attack. But it's like... I notice it sometimes because I watch people, sometimes even a little bit jealous, because it's like, I wish I had like the audacity to just say something so poorly researched and just so fucking stupid. But it's like, and I look at them and I'm like, man, you guys are so dumb. But they're not really, because like they'll say this shit over and over again, and maybe you win the argument. But like you said, it's like, well, what did you gain from that? Like, good job. You just had another 3-hour debate over a 1:30 phone call from Victoria Nuland about how that single phone call supposedly establishes all of 2014 was a CIA, op. Or you can have the same debate over Burisma and Hunter Biden, and it's like the Republicans investigated this for 4 or 5 years. They came up with nothing. So why are we still having this debate? And even if you win it, yeah. And I'm like, but it's like, well, fuck, maybe they're not stupid. Maybe this is a good strategy, because now they don't have to answer for literally any of their stuff. And yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do, by the way, when I was like debating with them. I was always trying to bring them in today. Like I was trying to bring them in like what is happening at the time and to discuss things that really matter now. But it never got there because you get like bogged down into this fucking swamp of exact same shit that you it's just,
a little bit. Yeah, there's another thing that happens. Jordan Peterson used to be really, really good at this until I think he's dead right now, but I don't know. But where you
dead?
What? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that guy. But where they
Russian exorcism got him. Okay?
Maybe actually, where they'll lay out all of the arguments leading up to a thing, but they'll never actually defend the thing itself. And so you're always in this weird world. So like if you do have a debate with any of these guys, you're like, well, what about, the war crimes that Russians have committed, or what about the attack on Ukraine initially? And they'll very immediately say, yeah, that's bad. They shouldn't have done that. I agree that's bad. So that they don't have to talk about it. But then they'll spend the entire rest of the conversation saying like, well, NATO was threatening Russia. That's why they exactly. And so by the end of this conversation, you're in this weird world because like, okay, well, they said that they didn't agree with the thing. Why do I feel like I just had a 2-hour conversation with them where they defended all of the reasons for the thing, though? Yeah, and it's like a very weird mindfucky world to be in because so many people, like every MAGA debate, I would say 50% of the MAGA debates I've had, maybe more, at some point in that conversation, the person says, well, I'm not here to defend Trump. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, if I go look at your Twitter or anything else, like, you fucking stand this guy constantly. Which is why now I try to reduce it to, like, do you think that voting for Kamala would have been better? Would Kamala have been a better president? It's a better question now, because most of them will say, well, no, I think Trump was still better than Kamala. Okay, thank you. So then don't get this bullshit about you wouldn't defend Trump, because you obviously still are,
Yeah, that's the same technique. They all use it. It's like the same tool. The tools are the same. No matter the country, no matter the type of the conversation, the tools of like basically malicious fucking liars, propagandists, and all those people who you now have to unfortunately deal with in the United States is the same. The toolbox, So ultimately, that's why it seems so recognizable. People talk to me in Ukraine, like, about it. They're like, my God, they literally like sound like Russians.
Yeah.
The fucking Trump stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's because like, it's a different culture. It's more, how to say this, more bombastic, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
More energetic, more of a show, like Erika Kirk comes to mind and all that stuff. It's more of a reality TV kind of energy, but it's just it's just what sells in the United States. I guess it's like what you guys like, but it's the tools are the same. And the toolbox is the same, and the lies are the lies everywhere. They're identical.
I guess that's politics,
Yeah, but I'm sad though that it's drowning in that shit. Like people are getting like brain fucked as shit. It seems in the U.S. So not prepared, I think, to deal with the propaganda agents from like any side really. Like right now, the MAGA is the biggest problem, obviously. But I even see like with the left stuff, like it's so easy for the fucking commies to manipulate the libs. Yeah. So easy. Every time I see it, I am like, no.
Oh yeah, because I think you sent me a message after when I was talking to the one guy, who Ryan Getty or whatever, who I think is a good guy. I think he means well and everything. Yeah, I think he actually sees it maybe more than most, which is I guess sad in and of itself.
He didn't seem dumb. He didn't seem dumb. He seemed like a very nice person. I think he's seems like he wants to do the good stuff and actually doing things as well. It seems so that's cool. But not just talking. I mean, but some actual political stuff. But but it's just so very clear how little education there was on what was actually happening and how they operate and how all of this is like basically I think you say Trojan, I think in English.
Trojan horse, yeah.
Yeah, Troya is how we would say it, so Trojans. Anyway, different pronunciation. Point is that that's all of their fucking healthcare talks. Is this, okay? Like, it's the horse. You, like, start with this thing because you want to get libs on your fucking side and to pretend like you're one of them and you share the exact same values as them, when you do not. Not even remotely. And your next steps are not the same. But people, even like Soy Pill, I saw him, like, biting on that cringe. And I was like, what the fuck, my guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I could talk about it for 10 hours, so we probably shouldn't. My feelings on the commies are very known. I don't think it bears repeating. But and he even like bought the exact same traps, by the way. He was like traps, I mean, Soy Pill. He was like, they're like, I have much more like baseline agreement with them. And you're like, no, you don't. But they sold it that way.
I think I said that literally right before him coming on. I was like, oh, this is where Hassan is going to do I just want single payer healthcare. And then I think Soy Pill came on like 5 minutes later. I was like, well, they want single payer healthcare. And I'm like, oh my God. One thing I also don't like too, because we
yeah.
didn't learn enough about this in American education, and I think it is a problem when we just label people as being bad or good. Like, we need to be able to dig into the ideologies a little bit more. Because,
Yeah,
we
I
can't
agree,
pretend that, like, fascism is not, like, all horrible bad stuff. Like, why would anybody be drawn to a fascist government if it was all
That was so
horrible bad
childish
stuff,
when
you know?
he said it. It
yeah,
was so
I'm like,
childish.
there's going to be some
When he
stuff
was
in
like-
here that everybody likes, at least if
Yeah.
you're if you're in the right group, you know. And for communism, it's
Yeah.
kind of sort of similar. Like, if if you're
Yeah.
in the right group of people, you know, if you're in the cooing party and not the party being cooed and executed, you probably feel pretty good about it. But yeah, it's just
it's very childish.
Yeah, it's very silly.
Because you brought up to him actually like this like fascism thing. You were like, you know, there's certain things that I would, and he was like, well, there's nothing I would agree with the fascism.
Yeah, I'm like,
And
really
you're like,
nothing. You think the whole
no?
government was Hitler came in charge? He's like, today we're gonna murder all of
Yeah.
our parents just to be, and then we're gonna torture
Yeah.
babies and puppies. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's so childish. It's so childish. It's just like it's very illiterate. No offense, but like I hear that like very childish shit a lot. And sometimes people like don't maybe because they don't want to like bother with it. They're like Nazi fascist bad. That's it. Like, you know. And the communists and socialists in their mind is not just 100% shit.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why and that's by the way is why I hate that there are a lot of like social democrats or like democratic socialists, whatever the fuck that thing is that Wash is doing or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Anyway, point is that they make themselves palatable that way because they associate with the people who are actually democratic, people who are actually, you know, liberal, and they associate themselves with those groups because they make themselves so much more palatable. No. But then listen how they speak when they're together. That fucking infamous Baby Settlers podcast with Hassan.
Program,
with like, like, excuse me, that's what they actually are. Like, look at that. That's what they are. When you're not, I don't know why they did that. To be honest, I have no idea why they did that shit in public. It like boggles my mind because that's supposed to be behind the scenes conversation, the one that libs and Democrats don't see, you know. But they did it. I don't know, in broad daylight for some reason. But yeah, that's kind of like my only question to this whole thing. Not that they don't believe it, but because like, why would you expose your own methods like that? Kind of weird. But well, apparently it works because nobody cares. You brought that up to people so many times, and they're like, "I didn't see that." And
yeah, like, I haven't seen that. Yeah,
fuck me.
What are you gonna do?
The infamous, "I didn't see that." Like, why do you see some things and don't see other things?
That's the thing that I always say. Like, yeah, I think I've only brought that up in one or two debates, but I need to hit on that more because there's an editorial choice made over the news you consume, and that should be a thing. Like, like I've spoken to lawyers who don't know that the president of the United States is targeting law firms, and it's like, how can you not know that as a lawyer? Like, even if you don't know that, fine, but what does it say about you that you haven't heard of this? Like, that in and of itself, you know? Like, if I were to say, like, hey, I'm just curious, if two nations were going to war against two other nations, how many nations are at war? And they're like, well, 2 + 2, you know, I don't know the answer to that. And it's like, okay, maybe you don't know the answer to that, but like, why do you not know how to do basic addition? Like, isn't that kind of an indictment on your character or intelligence all of themselves? That says something about you, you know? But you know everything about like every trans athlete and every fucking like you'll ask people like basic stuff about you know, like, oh, like why are all these countries separated from the Soviet Union after 91 or whatever, and they don't know anything about this, but they'll know like, oh well, let me talk about fuck, I forgot his name. Shokan, the Ukrainian prosecutor, and everybody's like, "How the fuck do you know?" Because this is why I try not to call him stupid, even though I do. Just it's like a slur when I call somebody stupid. It's not an actual statement because they're not stupid. They have a tremendous capacity for information, and they know like all this weird shit. Like, more people know who Shokan is than know who the Attorney General in the United States is. Maybe not right now because Pam Bondi's so famous, but in general, like, they know more about that than our own AG. And it's like, how the fuck do you know all this information? You don't know anything about what's going on in the United States? What the fuck? Ugh.
Yeah, because, you know, it depends on, like, it's just so selective.
Yes,
and selective blindness to everything as well. It's like this meme that Ukrainians always post. It applies to MAGA people as well. When there be, like, fucking, like, a Russian like, soldier gets exploded by a drone. And, like, a bunch of people come out of the woodworks on Twitter. War crime, evil Ukrainians killing poor Russian lads with drones. Oh my god, you shouldn't commit war crimes. War crimes bad. And then you have, like, millions hours of footage of in Kherson, for example, of the Russians hunting civilians with drones, like actual war crimes, you know?
Yeah.
And
or it's like, why if Ukraine is so stretched for supplies, why do they waste so much money putting nets over their civilian cities? Isn't that kind of weird? Why would they do that?
Yeah, and it's just, there's so much, dude. There's so much footage, and nobody's seen anything. And they'd be like, Ukrainians do this meme, like, a Russian guy gets exploded, the guy is like, you know, lasers in his eyes awake, and then there's a Ukrainian couple getting exploded. I sleep.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like your MAGA people as well. Like Trump is like blatantly breaking the law, the constitution, shitting all over it, and like, you know, I sleep. Like fucking Democrats does something, I don't know, whatever the fuck, like minor fucking thing, absolute warfare, like whatever, how could they evil, you know? It's just, yeah, it's just very fucking this fucking thing about, I saw like the ICE stuff. I'm not gonna go like into that, obviously. My opinion pretty clear. I think you can guess it as someone who actually fought against exactly similar people as ICE, you know, enforcement people who overstep and shit like that, like Berkut. But anyway, point is that they were like, why did he have a gun on him? And I'm like, oh, shocked. Because isn't that the guys who were like, my amendments,
no,
father?
You have no idea.
Yeah,
oh my
yeah.
god.
I was like,
conservatives
what?
like, well, maybe you carry a gun to a protest. Maybe you deserve to die. And I remember, dude, I got killed by every lefty 5 or whatever years ago, and I was the only person on the left to defend Kyle Rittenhouse, and all the conservatives were so. This kid carried an AR-15 strapped to his chest. To a protest. But that was fine. By the way, and he walked to cops. He walked to the police line after the shootings and everything else, right? And I defended Rittenhouse, and I still do. I think it was legitimate use of self-defense, and I defend your right to carry a firearm. But then people are like, well, if you have a concealed carry firearm on you, and notice this guy was doing like the most like traditionally conservative, like he's a man type thing. There was a large man who was shoving a woman into the ground, and the guy stepped over to help the woman. This is like your core Christian conservative values, and the guy gets executed by 7 pigs, and everybody's like, well, maybe he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. And it's like, I'm sorry, I thought that was the liberal line. You were the don't tread on me guy. Oh, this is why I never want to hear Second Amendment arguments from these fucking losers ever again. It actually drives me insane.
I actually don't talk about this because I don't like to pretend that I know things that I don't know about. People could learn a thing or two about that. I think that's how I was raised. Okay. You know, so I obviously don't know that much about like amendment shit, you know, as much as an American would. So I never speak about this because, you know, why would I? I'm not American. Fuck all know about that. But from what I heard, these were the guys that were always like pro-gun, this and that. My father's fucking founding fathers, this shit, that shit. And they'd be like always talking about this and like defending their, like Democrats have come in for our gun. And then I see this bitch, like this one of the blonde demons that always talk recently.
It's either
this,
Pam
like,
Bondi or Christy Nome. They're both demons, yeah. Actual demons.
I think there's another blonde demon that was...
Caroline Leavitt is another demon. She's the White House press secretary? Yeah.
I think so. Was it her? They look the same. Fucking, I confuse all of them. Anyway, point is, all people look the same. You know, it's the rare like white people.
It's called we call it it's the Mar-a-Lago ethnicity. It's a new ethnic group. That's
yes,
in the United
they
States.
look like a fucking separate ethnicity. Yeah. Like they all look the same.
Oh, it could have been
like,
Megyn Kelly. It could have been Megyn Kelly too. That's another demon. Yeah.
That's the wait. That's the demon.
Okay,
that's the Megan person. Yeah, and I told you they're all the same. Anyway, point is that she was like, you know why I didn't get shot at the protest? Because I stayed at home.
Oh my god.
My god, what the icon. I heard that during my damn times. You don't even know how many times from like Russian and people like that. They, you know, oh, those Ukrainians, they don't want to get killed on the like, you know, having like 100 plus people who were killed during the Maidan protest. And they were like, they should have stayed at home. And that's literally what they said. Like, I remember hearing this line so much, even from my like professors at school, which was very, very annoying at university, who were like pro-Russian stuff doing like basically, right? And they'd be like, you know, just don't go there. Don't protest against the violation, I guess, of your rights, against the entire course of the country is going to take. Just, you know, take it and, you know, stay fucking home. Nothing bad happens to people who, you know, don't do anything, I guess, against the government. Just take it. Yeah, and that's literally what she said. I never imagined an American person saying that, to be honest, with all this don't threaten me shit.
Yeah.
And, and all of them were like, we have guns because we want to stop like fucking tyrannical government. Yeah. And like, yeah, buddy.
Meanwhile,
apparently
the feds come to 2 states, kill 2 American citizens, white, and they're white people. These are the ones we're supposed to care about the most. And then they're just gone. And we no charges, no nothing. Like, there's like, I don't know if there's a betting market on this, but like, there's a chance that those 2 people that got killed, like, there will never be charges filed against those federal agents. It's possible. Who knows? Like,
very Russian of you.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Well,
actually, it's even more sad because in the United States, we actually really did have a real election where we really elected Donald Trump, which is the worst part.
Yes,
That's
fuck.
actually the
that
worst
makes
part.
it so much worse. Yeah, I also think so. Like, everyone, you know, when you did it the first time, people in the world were like, ooh, well,
Who
you know,
knows? Yeah.
slip-ups happen. Yeah, slip-ups happen. Okay, it was a fluke. It was a fucking, I don't know, like mushroom trip gone wrong. Like anyway, like it's gonna pass. Then you fucking like him a second time. At this point, I'm sorry, bro. Like there's just, you can't just let that slide. I don't think after a second time, and yeah. Well, we shall see. I guess.
See. Oh, good
Yeah.
luck. Have fun. Be careful.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Stay
Thank
safe.
you very much, DGG for life and all that shit, because like you guys slay, unironically. You slay because like, yeah, and most people just talk. I will say it that way. Most people just talk; they don't actually do. So that's kind of like, you know, what's worth it at the end of the day. Yeah, bye bye. And as you say, stay safe. I will try to not freeze and all that shit. Hopefully, winter will end soon, so it will be better. And yeah, bye bye.
Hopefully this upcoming season is good. Yeah. Have a good one.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. Got owned in that debate? I did. Okay. Fuck. Is Hassan's new thing going to be oil? Is that his... Or I'm sorry, not oil. Fuck me. I looked at something completely different. I said that. Is Hassan's new thing going to be Cuba now? Is that going to be his fight for the next year? Oh, fuck. This is the video she was talking about. We did watch this.
Where is Balkan? This was a standard joke. Let me do the entire theory. So we have here Slovenia, and every Slovene will tell you this is the limit. Here,
for me, the Balkans is basically like if you're not in Western Europe, and if I don't know the name of your Eastern European country, I just assume you're a Balkan country. So people are like, you know what, North Macedonia? That's in the Balkans, right? That's how I do. That's basically how I do it.
Balkan confusion starts. Okay, then let's go on. You ask a Croat, he will tell you it is clear. Croats are Middle Europa, Catholic, Belgrade, Serbia, Orthodox religion. We are in Balkan. You ask a Serb, he will tell you down here, either Sarajevo or Kosovo.
You know Croatia? Croatia's Balkan? I don't know Croatia. I know the name of the country, and I know it's shaped like the letter C, and I've seen it on a map, but I don't know anything about fucking Croatia. I've never heard about a Croatian thing. If I went to a restaurant and I hadn't studied the European maps and somebody mentioned Croatia, I would assume they were trying to feed me seafood. I don't know what... I'm not trying to make fun of Croatia. I'm sorry, that's mean. I'm just saying it. In America, we don't hear about it much. I don't know what goes on.
Kosovo, they will tell you this is the true Balkan. Now, the irony is that if you go too much down, then all of a sudden Balkan is up there. No? In Greece they will tell you, we Greeks, we are the origin of Europe. Up there, the dark...
Croatia has the hottest chicks? Little known secret. I don't know if this is a little known or not. A lot of Eastern Europe. We don't do that here anymore. Stop!
Balkan mountains. If you ask an Austrian, he will tell you Slovenia, Balkan begins, Slavic, primitives, and so on. If you ask a German, he will tell you Austria, when they had an empire, was already too much mixed with all this. It's already Balkanized. French people will tell you Germany, dark, fascist, kind of a Balkan, we are civilization. And finally, the British will tell you all Europe is today a big Balkan with Brussels bureaucracy as a new Istanbul. We British are the only one.
Does Zizek tweet often? I feel like he would have a really good Twitter account if he used it frequently. Now the bridge meme.
Okay, we can begin. Okay. Now, what you see here is, at least in summer or in the fall, one of the nicest views of Ljubljana. It looks like Paris, green leaves, etc. On both sides, nice old houses, nothing special. But you are wrong. This river here is the official geographical limit between Balkan and Middle Europa. So beware. On the other side, horror, Oriental despotism, women get beaten, get raped and like it. On this side, Europe, civilization, women get beaten and raped but don't like it. So, Balkan, Middle Europa, don't forget it.
Jesus. Would you ever debate Zizek? Zizek is one of the rare people, one of the few people on the planet who I think would know so much more than me about both history and philosophy that it would be a conversation. I don't think I could debate him on literally any topic, anything in philosophy or history. Because I don't know if he's written, maybe I wouldn't feel that way if I actually studied something that he's talked about a lot, but he seems like he's quite well read and he seems like quite smart. He seems that way, but maybe it's just he's talking about things that I don't know that often. Or I don't know that much about, so maybe he's not, I don't know. Somebody in chat earlier, sorry, this was an hour ago, in DG chat said, why does the embed pause if I mute audio and tab out? Bullshit. Can I just say that I know how to pause videos and mute audio? I don't know when it became standard practice that Twitter and Reddit and all these companies decided that if you scroll down, it auto pauses the video. I don't need you to do that. I can do that. Or if first of all, I don't even know how you know which window I'm looking at. Okay. Okay, I don't know how you know that I'm not looking at you anymore. But the idea that, like, also if I tab to a different window, some fucking retard right now is saying there's some JavaScript CSS thing. Oh, it has it on focus, blah, blah. No one cares, fucking retard. So, the idea that things are, like, auto-muted because you tab out of them or because you click another window or it stops playing the video, that is so fucking annoying. Oh my God, it's so fucking annoying. You can waive a lot of the Zog arguments, but how do you justify Huckabee saying stuff like this? Oh, well, if you got a quote from Huckabee, then fuck me. I believe in Zog now. Also, by the way, for what I don't know what Huckabee's about to say, Huckabee is an insanely fucking Israeli simp Christian. So I don't know why this, like, commies say this sometimes, and then retards say this sometimes that, like, oh, Christians in America love Israel because of Christianity and Judaism. No, they don't. It's fucking retarded. It has to do with historical, geographical, war-related Middle Eastern shit. It's not because Christians are like, I love Jews. Huckabee, though, he is one of those Christians. Huckabee loves Jews. What do you call Shaboy? What do you call the when you get a non-Jew guy to do shit for you on the Sabbath? What do you call those people? Your Shabbos Goy, he would be one of those people. My God. Anyway, let's see what he has to say.
Genesis 15 says...
I've literally heard Huckabee talk about Israel like twice, I think, in my life, but he hit every single pro-Zionist talking point in such rapid succession, my head was spinning out. It was like, God damn!
You've appealed to Genesis. Genesis 15 says it's Abram, it's pre-Abraham, it's Abram, receives from God the news that his descendants will inherit the land, and you tell me as the theologian if I'm...
Wait, real quick. Did they ever say where all the other people came from that they had kids with? I feel like even as a Catholic, I feel like we didn't learn that. After they leave the Garden of Eden and then they have their first kids, where do the other humans come that they fucking make kids with? They never, I feel like that's never, do they all fuck Eve and it's like it's incest all the way down or what?
I'm getting this wrong, but from the Euphrates to the Nile. I think that's right. And that would include like basically the entire Middle East. That would be the Levant, so that would be Israel, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It would also be big parts of
Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. Syria? Parts of Syria, southwest Syria, right? And Jordan, the west. Does the Levant stretch over the Jordan River? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's all of Syria. God damn. Sorry. Okay, hold on. But it not all of Jordan. Oh, no, it is all of Jordan, too. I'm sorry. That's not as much. Okay, well, the Levant covers much more area than I thought. I'm sorry. Ooh, I've been using this incorrectly in the past, and no one's called me out on it. You fucking retards. The fuck is this? Turkey's dick? Wait, where the fuck did the video go that I was just watching? What the fuck? There.
Of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It would be, I mean...
I'm not sure it would go that far. I mean,
well, okay, now he went too far.
I mean, it would be a big piece of land, but here's the point.
It would be a lot of places that are now countries.
But this particular area that we're talking about now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way. Christian Zionism, I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Well, now I believe in Zog. Thank you. Finally, some real goddamn legislation. Randy Fine. Congressman Fine introduces legislation to protect puppies from Sharia. Thank God. Congressman Randy Fine introduced the Protecting Puppies from Sharia Act. The bill was filed in response to comments from an advisor to Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, who stated that because owning a dog as a pet violates Islamic law, it should be banned. Is Zohran banning puppies? No! Given the choice between puppies and Sharia, I choose puppies every time. Oh my God. How brave. How can one man say something so brave? What is this? Why was I linked this? These look to me like 2.5 or 5 pound bumpers. Maybe are there some gyms that have huge plates like that? Was this a meme? Somebody said it's AI. Is it? Was it just AI? Apparently it's 315. Well, so if you're putting weight on a barbell, you say plates, right? So one plate is 45 pounds. The bar weighs 45. If you're doing a one plate, not one plate, I'm sorry. No, it is one plate. You're fucking my brain up. One plate would be 135. 2 plates would be 225. 3 plates, like you see here, would be 315. A 3-plate bench is a very impressive bench press, especially for a guy this age. Especially if he's not working out that much. But I think the plates are normally not this wide. Like usually, I feel like when you see stuff like this, it's like you're looking at like bumpers that are like plastic or rubber or something. But I don't know if I believe that this is a real video. I don't know if I'm buying that one. But it's hard to say. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I feel like it would be crazy that I don't know. I don't know. The army plates are always a little wider. I don't know why. Yeah, the reason why I feel like it would either have to be AI or would have to be real is because that's a whole lot of people to agree to clap for a fake lift. So it could be real. 315 though would be pretty crazy. If that is a real lift, but the shirts are gibberish. Are they? It doesn't look like gibberish to me. Would you expect to see the bar bend more on 3 plates as well? I'm not sure for a bench press because your arms are a bit wider and everything. I don't know. If that's 315 pounds, I'll kill myself. Well, now you gotta find out. Good luck.
All right, here we go.
Here's another video.
For the detail, 3 plates.
Oh, these look like real plates.
Gone around the spot. Long time coming. Let's see. Let's go.
How old is Pete Hegseth? 45. Well, damn.
Keep the butt down. Gotta keep the butt down if I can. Don't lift. I got 1.
The spotter ain't lifting shit. The only thing a spotter needs to do is alleviate, depending on the lift, anywhere from 20 to 40 pounds off the bar. A spotter is not picking up. If you're spotting somebody benching 315, you don't have to pick up 315 pounds with your biceps, right? You shouldn't be catastrophically failing a lift so hard that it's just crashing down on you. You only have to provide like a little bit of lift to get the bar back on the thing or whatever.
1, 2, 3.
Go to any gym. There are like 3 or 4 guys who could do 1 rep of that weight. I know the chat likes to say the most retarded shit anytime it comes to lifting or whatever, but if you're in any ordinary gym in the United States, if you are benching 315, you're the only guy there at that point in time that can bench it. You might be the only person in the gym that can bench it. There might be like more hardcore like barbell. I don't know if like Gold's Gym or whatever the fuck, or there might be some like powerlifting gyms or whatever. But like if you're benching 315, you're probably like, I just have an apartment gym downstairs, but I'm pretty sure, I think I've seen 1 person load 225 or more on that bar. The idea that like, oh yeah, every gym's got several people that are benching fucking 3 plates all points in time, but this is just, don't, all I'm saying is if you're a guy, you're going to the gym, you're getting your lifting shit, everybody online, the lifts are like times 2, meaning they say twice as many reps as they can do at twice the way they can do. So a guy telling you that he could do 10 reps of like 315 has probably dropped 135 on them in the last week and had to roll it off because he's too antisocial to even ask anybody for a spot. Okay, I'm just saying, don't fucking retards in chat say stupid shit like this to you. Or they're in the NFL. If Tabor were to say right now, oh, everybody in my gym benches 315, Tabor we can believe, okay, because he was in the NFL. All right, everybody else, you're fucking retarded.
I got it. Oh, I got it. Don't touch it!
Okay. Yeah! All right, never mind. I do believe it. I believe it. He almost gains Goblin him there. He had to scream it. Nothing is more stressful than being at the end of your lift and some fucking guy is about to touch the fucking bar and invalidate your entire life. Don't touch it.
Don't touch it! Yeah!
Well, damn. He lifted one arm at a time. Well, he was unbalanced. I mean, it's not like a perfect, but hey, listen, he's 1 rep maxing. He full range of motion. He went all the way down. He went all the way up. I think he did. Close enough. Good for him. That drunk man strength, okay? Okay. What are we looking for? Not that, not that, not that. Not this yet. The fuck is this?
Education and development. Despite similar levels of education and development, Europe has produced almost none of the world's largest frontier tech firms, while the United States dominates global tech innovation. I want to ask, what institutional or economic features do you think explain this difference? Earlier, Congressman Khanna said that government dollars led to AI. Why haven't European government dollars led to such innovation? Are our congressmen like y'all so much smarter investors than them? Or is it that our entrepreneurs face a better set of incentives at the margin than them? In short, I'm asking you to explain not why we have inequality, but why we've had so much growth over the last 2 decades.
Because we have very smart people who have been incentivized, who have worked very hard. But you know what? In most European countries, all people have health care as a human right. In most European countries, it doesn't cost $80,000 a year to go to college. In most European countries, they have strong child care systems. So the point is, I understand the argument. If we don't have any regulation and you give tax breaks to these large companies, they will create these technologies. But what the point of this evening, this afternoon, is to say that while these technologies can be very useful, they will not be useful unless we have a degree of control over what these guys are doing. So it's not just technology for the sake of technology. It's technology to improve human life. All right? Please.
What has led? Why do we grow to begin with? What has led to our growth? Yes, we don't. You can say we don't provide for the poor as much as we should, but what has led to this level of richness?
But it's not a question of the poor. All right, you're right. We got 800,000 people who are homeless. 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. So what Ro is saying and what I am saying, we're not against AI and we're not against robotics. But we want those technologies to improve life for all people and not just make the very wealthiest people in this country even wealthier.
Wow. I don't know why I say this all the time. Why can't we just look at both sides of it? We have some of the best entrepreneurs in the world. We have a lot of really great private businesses. But a lot of what they've achieved has also been in conjunction with government initiative and government spending, no? I learned a while ago that the whole reason why Silicon Valley is in San Francisco is because the very first microprocessor or transistor was made in the laboratories that were doing the research for the atomic bombs. Where's my... Which was a government project. Is it 60% of U.S. people living paycheck to paycheck from his ass, or is it something valid? No, that's a bullshit number, and it doesn't mean anything. So many people talk about that number, and it just, what paycheck to paycheck means is so many different things.
Let's get started.
Chill with the gawk comments, okay? Every single time a trans thing comes up on stream doesn't mean you have to say girl cock. It's weird. Stop, chill, okay? We're retiring that meme for 1 month. All right. Big memes. What happened?
Burner for tonight. Let's get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we did have some internet problems and our stream wasn't started until 7:30. I wasn't sure if we were going to do this segment. I went back and forth on it for a while. I didn't really think I needed to do one, to be honest, because most people pretty much already agree with me. Before we get started, I want to establish a couple of ground rules. Don't feel compelled to donate tonight because there's no notifications and because I'm trying to do a show here. And I'll be reading all donations after tomorrow's live stream. So donations are on back burner for tonight. This is a single segment, no introduction, no second segment. We're just going to go through this from start to finish, and I'm going to give you my side of the story. Now,
do you want the DMs that were posted about this first? If you can link them right now and it's not the wrong link to something totally fucking relevant, sure.
I watched Chud Logic's little crybaby response.
He made an edited vid. He disconnected a few times. Huh.
2-hour.
Pathetic. Anyway, so yeah, that's the reality. That's what's happened here. Nick has had a problem with me for months and months and months, okay? Hasn't wanted to be kind of clear of that with me. Has tried to act like he's still my mate. And then at the first opportunity, when he thinks I'm not going to respond, okay? And comes out with a fucking stream segment talking about me. Dude, it's almost like the second I'm getting on the plane, right? This sweaty is like, oh, time to go live and talk about Chud. He probably won't respond.
Uh-oh.
Let's get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we did have some internet problems and our stream wasn't started until 7:30. I wasn't sure if we were going to do this segment. I went back and forth on it for a while. I didn't really think I needed to do one, to be honest, because most people pretty much already agree with me. Before we get started, I want to establish a couple of ground rules. Don't feel compelled to donate tonight because there's no notifications and because I'm trying to do a show here. And I'll be reading all donations after tomorrow's live stream. So donations are on back burner for tonight. This is a single segment, no introduction, no second segment. We're just going to go through this from start to finish, and I'm going to give you my side of the story. Now, I watched Chud Logic's little crybaby response, the 2-hour version, and I commend DK editing because he worked really hard to condense that shit down to 40 minutes. You know how much random bullshit coping and seething at his own chat that he had to remove to even make it somewhat watchable? It's still not very watchable, but it's better than the version that I actually reviewed for this segment because I went back to the original one. Anyways, Chud Logic uploaded this video about me today. Well, yeah, last night actually. I think he expected me to respond to this or not respond to this, but it was interestingly timed or whatever because I was about.
Isn't Nick like some kind of behind the scenes manipulator on Cloud Chaser? I mean, I think a little as much as anybody else, but I don't know if he's like exceptionally like that. Like he's not like a Queen logistical type person, I don't think. So he talks and does shit, whatever, but I think as much as like is normal, I believe.
To go live. This is the response to the Chud claims from his stream segment. I'm going to take you through it right now because actually I think you're all aware of this. He released my DMs. Fair play, fine. I've released DMs before. I'm not going to go and fucking go postal and say, oh, it's super fucked up that you're leaking DMs, the golden rule, man. But what I am going to do is explore these DMs because it was really fucking stupid that he put them out. So let's review what Chud Logic has released, and I'll get into why this is significant periodically throughout the little presentation I'm going to do with you. We're going to come back to the screenshot.
Presentation.
So you can see here on February 1st, I wrote yo, and then on the 14th of January 2nd. I'm numbering this wrong because he's easier.
Oh, thank God that retard in chat who was like, oh, do you want me to go over the leaked DMs first? Thank God he didn't have them on hand so that because he's going to read all of them anyway. Jesus.
January 2nd, I wrote yo. And on January 14th, I wrote, hey, I just saw a clip of you saying that I don't like you anymore, but you haven't answered any DMs from me since September, LMAO. I did try to keep comms open. Now, the context of this will become more apparent as we proceed, but this is how it was presented in his stream. Then Chud Logic says, and I swear to God, he chose to release this on his own. For the brief moment while we're looking at DMs, I'm going to cover that because it's blocking the stuff. Hey, man. Yeah. I've had a lot on. Honestly, it's difficult to even know what the deal is. We've gone our separate ways in many ways, and obviously it does feel a bit shit that no one really likes me anymore from the commentary community space. I do probably have some issues with some of your coverage, but I don't want to keep talking about EHT, and honestly, I've appreciated the things that you've done for me. So I make these snarky jabs from time to time just to signal to you that I disagree, but I don't want to blow up what little bridge we have left by going full schizo mode attacking you. I guess I feel estranged, which I thought was really weird because I said, hey man, you just went on stream and told everybody that I don't like you because you're friends with...
Whatever happened with, whatever happened to Chud and the rest of the commentary community? Was he ever part of the commentary community? I thought he was always kind of on the outside on his own, but maybe not. I might not know that. Also, when he says like I make like snarky jabs, there are ways to make snarky jabs that I think are fine, and there are ways to make snarky jabs that would actually bother the fuck out of me. So I would have to see them to have more context there, I guess.
Queenman, and you've ghosted me since September, so that's kind of odd, but thank you for the random glaze, I guess, and you feeling peepo sad about it. So I wrote back, just to be perfectly transparent with you, the conversation here soured my perception of you. I have many friends in the online ecosystem that I disagree with, or who make different content than me. That was never my issue. Despite this, I did attempt to keep the bridge open regardless. So then, I didn't really respond to him, so he gets like more and more desperate as I don't respond to him, but starts off with him saying, so yeah, I mean, that backs up my feeling of, being estranged. It's all good, I'm not mad or anything. Well, things change and people do different things, and at this point
Example of a snarky jab that would trigger the fuck out of you? Well, I mean, it would depend on... I know you're asking this ironically, but it would depend on how the community is seeing things for the person making the jab, and then what the jab was about. So, like if Mr. Mooten were to say, oh, Destiny, isn't he a pedophile? LOL. Like, it's Mr. Moot, and I know his community, it's whatever. But like if a commentary community person would say it, my guess is their chat would all be like, yeah, he is. Or like if when Hassan says it, you know, it's going to feel a lot different. I wouldn't view that as like a small jab. I would view this as like, oh, you're signaling to your audience that they need to have these feelings about me. You know, it's a much different thing.
Still haven't responded. And how long was this? Was this like 10 minutes? Then he writes, listen, man, not everything has to be some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. I'm just like, yeah, man, good luck. Whatever you're doing over there, good luck with whatever you're doing over there. Fine, cool, no problem. The interesting thing about how Chud leaked these DMs is because it was very apparent to me while I was watching his stream that he didn't really want me to. Well, he didn't really want to, rather.
After that stream, and I've archived it already. I've already archived it.
His chat, like, bullied him into leaking these DMs, which is, it's really awkward.
I don't know why people are acting like I've got to fucking archive everything. It's fine.
At one point, he says my word is my bond, which again, I don't care if you're leaking my DMs, but I don't know why you leak DMs where I look normal.
Why is everyone freaking out? Relax. Relax. Relax, bro. Relax. Why do people want to see the DMs so much?
Why do they want to see the DMs so much?
Why do people want to see the DMs?
Keep in mind, he's got these archived. That's why my new profile picture is in them.
I don't understand, dude. It's not that fucking deep, bro. It's not that fucking deep, bro. But yes, it felt very much. It felt very much like...
Like, you want to call this guy a chat slave? You can, because just watch.
You know, like, this is going to be the constant flow with Nick. It's that I'm going to make some comment on stream, okay? It's that I'm going to make some comment on stream, and he's going to come angrily to me privately. We then
put a pin in that one as well.
Have a private conversation, resolve it, but nothing's really resolved. And there's still this underlying tension.
Apparently, I run to him every time he says something about me on stream, and then we resolve it privately.
And those messages were the first time that I realized he'd had this problem with me about this and how it happened afterwards.
So this narrative is very interesting. I do want to establish this early. Chud Logic wants you, the viewer, to believe that he knew he was estranged for 6 consecutive months and knew something was wrong, but he...
Our Destiny and Chud on okay terms. I remember he distanced himself from Chud because of his editor being too much of an edgelord. I don't really know for Chud Logic. Spicy Chat is terrible, and they were up to so much creepy, weird, disgusting shit, although most of that behavior kind of moved to the Gisticle Discord server. But there were also people in that the Spicy Chat that were obsessed with certain things, like me and Lauren, and everything in the past, Lauren Southern, everything in the past related to that. I think DK is Chud Logic's editor. Chud Logic himself seemed to not be involved as much in that, but I still felt a little bit kind of irritated that he basically allowed all of it to happen in Spicy Chat, but I'm not going to tell him about his shit. Although these days, if I had friends like that, I think I would. Or I would just like peace because I wouldn't accept weird shit like that. But then apparently also, Chud Logic feels very weird about the fact that for a long time he felt like he was like an orbiter, or people were saying that he was an orbiter, so he wanted to separate himself from my community. So I don't think he necessarily hated me, but he tried to shit on DGG because he didn't want to be seen as like DGG captured. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, me and Chad haven't interacted in probably 2 years or something, but yeah.
Was entirely caught off guard when I told him that there was something wrong. How can those two things both be true?
For months. For fucking months, dude. So yes, I was estranged. I was estranged. None of the other commentary cast like me anymore. And Nicholas had had this issue with me for months that he hadn't really expressed and just hadn't really kind of been honest about.
So now, again, I hadn't expressed these issues. I hadn't been honest about these issues. I thought you ghosted me since September. Well, we'll get there. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get there. I'm sorry.
So yeah, it was just this kind of unending underlying tension that was just kind of like unresolved. Wonder why? Well, because he felt, I don't know. I don't know, because I didn't want to talk privately or something. I said I wanted to talk privately and never followed it up with him about this clip.
Wait, hold on. So I didn't tell you there was anything wrong, but you offered a conversation with me and you never followed up on it, and you were surprised that I was not happy with you for a while about it? Oh, that's a fucking weird one too. What is that about?
The shit that happened around it.
That's a weird admission.
I'm malicious. What do you mean? How am I being malicious? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean? What is malicious here? Me responding to Nicholas, waiting till I go on holiday to say a bunch of crazy shit about me, to make out like I'm an I'm Alex type bigger, and then I'm responding to it, or me saying, well, hey, here's a bit of a background of how this came to.
Also, how is Chud doing these days in terms of live stream viewership and video viewership? Is he like same as always? Is he kind of slightly increased? Is he slightly decreased? Does anybody know that? Somebody said not great.
B. How is that malicious, bro?
Chud, you gotta keep up the actual topic here. Stop fighting with the chat. I'm trying to get to a point.
I am responding. Dude, this idea that I'm some fucking snake, I
gotta fast forward through the coping. Can we get to the point where you start showing the DMs?
My word is my bond, okay? My word is my bond. You guys just want to see DMs. You don't need to see them, bro.
Why does Chud Logic not want to show his DMs with me?
You don't need to see
Why would he not want to show his... This is so weird.
See them.
We saw them. They were really damning. He didn't want to show them. Better question is, when you were in Vietnam and I was supposedly plotting against you, why didn't I redact them? Unless I wanted you to have them.
Nicholas is going to show them. Okay, fine, I'll show it. Fuck it, I'll show it. Fuck you, Nicholas Oreo.
It was kind of a big deal that Nick has surpassed Chud. I didn't realize, I didn't know this, but apparently Nicholas Oreo is like he's like the H3H3 like waiting room. Like he always covers, I don't know if he goes live after Ethan or the H3 podcast, but he like covers basically everything in that orbit, and so he's grown a pretty big viewership off of that, is my understanding.
So there it is. Chud gets bullied into showing my DMs. And those are the ones we just saw here. Now, I did notice that eagle-eyed viewers pointed out that the messages that Nick said ruined his perception of Chud were actually not one of the ones that were included in the leak. Until it's released, Chud's acting like Tom's accusers, selectively releasing DMs. And that would be fucking damning. If Chud selectively released DMs, that would be pretty fucking bad. Now, Corn Toasty did say, to be fair, the way it's worded sounds like this conversation reference might have been in a Discord call and not text messages. So even though this is all a terrible look for Chud, there might not be any other relevant texts, which is a good point. That is a possibility. Because he's referencing something here, but there's no way that like this message that's highlighted in yellow is accessible to Chud Logic that he could have shown you the actual context for. So that's what we're going to be going through tonight because it absolutely fucking was there. He just didn't want you to see it. So, ladies and gentlemen,
idiot, whatever.
A main thing that I want to establish with you for the context that you're about to see is my understanding of Chud Logic. Back in the day, and you must have seen these rants because I remember them, and this is one example that I'm going to show you from a relevant video. Chud Logic would constantly fight with his audience because he felt like we were being pit against each other and he wanted to maintain our friendship. Chud Logic lives on an island. His little audience members go and chase away every single person he's friendly with. They want him to stay on his own little island, make content by himself, and that's just the reality of what Chud Logic's content creation journey is and will ever forever be as long as he remains audience captured the way that he is. So Chud Logic would go on these rants trying to like reel his audience in because he did not want conflict with me.
Right? But it just feels like at the moment it's anything that goes against Islam. Anything that goes against Islam, worthy of support.
Wheel became a member. The Cheese Wheel celebrates 10 months of membership. Go off, Chuddy Buddy. FK regarded wars and politics over dirt and religion.
Thank you, Cheese Wheel, for the membership.
So this is the clip.
No, I'm not bringing up Nicholas Dorio's stream. I'm not making it about any one individual. Okay, I don't fucking care about your gay cam. This is also really. You know what? Whilst we're here, I'll also say this as well. I'm so fucking sick of you utter cretins desperately trying to fucking throw a wedge between me and the Oreo because he's cocksucking Ethan Klein at the moment. Okay, I fucking have got my issues with it, but you guys are so fucking. You're like raping my brain with this shit.
People in his chat are raping his brain to try to get us to fight each other, and he doesn't like that.
Fucking unbelievable, dude. If you've got a problem with what Nicholas is saying, that's between you and Nicholas. If you've got a problem with something that Queeman is saying, that's between you and Queeman. I'm talking broadly about the issues that exist that I've noticed, and you are trying to laser focus.
All right, so this is my major issue with Chud Logic. I was under the assumption that he wasn't lying, that he actually didn't want us to fight each other, that he actually didn't like how his audience was trying to pit us against each other, and he actually felt like he was kind of in a bad way. That was my understanding, and that was clearly my bad. So now I'm going to show you the message where I ran to him crying, and oh my god, it doesn't appear that I've done that. Boom. What happened? Wait, this can't be the start of the conversation. I was told that Nick was in tears. What the fuck? Why is this a Reddit post from H3 Snark making a joke that they referred to Chud Logic as one of the biggest sweepers of Ethan Klein? I thought I was supposed to be an emotional crybaby, that I was running to Chud Logic. Oh, wait, what is this? Then he starts sucking my dick? Dude, I was absolutely raging yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you any grief. Well, that's not exactly how he presented that in the live show, is it? Is that how he...
Yeah, I mean, you can search stuff. My inventory is full, so I'm just opening this. But yeah, you can break those. Good luck. No, you're good. Go for it. I don't trust this motherfucker. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Presented this in the live show where he's just like, dude, I was absolutely raging yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you any grief. Yeah, so this was the thread. But yeah, Leftovers H3 clipped Chud's rants where he's like, fuck you, Nick Oreo, and they called him Ethan Klein's biggest sweeper, which I thought was funny. So from there, because Chud Logic has now brought it up, I gave him the issue that I had with his segment. So he goes, haha, dude, we're absolutely raging yesterday. I hope I didn't cause you any grief. And I said, I know. I just really don't understand you stoking the flames and taking shots at my character if you're annoyed that people are baiting and trying to make us argue. That seems fairly counterproductive. But some of the stuff that you've talked about is stuff that I've complained about too, like people annoyingly agreeing with Nuxtaku. So I don't know, it just feels like a weird game of telephone where a lot of assumptions were being made. I think this is a reasonable thing to ask somebody who is publicly facing and privately facing, telling people that they do not like when people are trying to pit us against each other. It seems like a weird thing to go on a lengthy rant about it if this is something that you do not want. Then Chud Logic wrote something that is very interesting. He said, yeah, I understand. I just feel totally raped at the moment. I obviously have some issues and disagreements, but I can't reasonably state them without causing some stupid beef. Wait, what do you mean stupid beef? I thought this was, Nicholas, where are you? Why are you not on my stream? What? Wait, what do you mean stupid beef? I thought this was Kino important content. And then he says, I can't react to your exact takes without causing drama. I thought, wasn't the commentary community on Augie's stream founded by the guys in the trenches fighting every little talking point? I'm so confused. Chud Logic in public wants you to believe that
if you can't talk about it, this seems stupid from Chud. If you can't talk about any of it or react to any of it, then you should just say that. Just like, oh, I'm not reacting to this guy's stuff. Oh, I'm not talking about this guy's stuff. I don't want to talk about this guy's stuff. That's it. If you make like snide, snarky comments about it, but then you don't actually, that's like the worst thing to do. I don't buy that as much. That's not a good position for Chud to have. I don't like that.
He's been edging. He wanted to talk about this for months. But Chud Logic in my DMs is a cowering little pussy who's saying, oh, I don't want no drama with you, Nick Oreo. I can't even do this without causing any beef. I don't want any drama, right? Then he says, seems like an on-stream discussion would have been more raped and more drama. That's a particularly interesting point for me because Chud Logic is telling me for the first time that he has no interest in a debate with me. Unprompted. He didn't want to chat with me. Dude, I'm sorry if you're an avid Chud Logic fan and you're one of the guys that hate me and you think that he's been fighting for you privately behind the scenes, but actually Chud's a huge pussy. And he didn't want any beef with me for the longest time. This is how he talked to me in DMs. And it doesn't sound like the way he talked to you on stream. Isn't that weird? So then Chud Logic said, also, not all the comments were about you. It was about everybody in sort of an amorphous blob. So Chud Logic told me that he's been totally...
He seems big audience captured at the moment. He went on Loner stream and his audience was incessantly asking him to ask Loner about if he wants Palestinian kids shot on the head. I don't even know who the party's at play here. Is that like the Gistical Discord server, or is this like a totally different type of audience? Like Queeman and them? Or I mean, Queeman would be part of the Gistical kind of audience. Is this like a totally different thing, or I have no idea.
Feeling raped recently, and he can't talk about any of this stuff without his audience that captured him getting on his ass and annoying the fuck out of him because he's perpetually one-guyed by a chat full of piranhas that he can't do anything about, and he's terrified of them. I thought this is like going to be it, you know, because it's like a really awkward scenario that's happening here. Because it sounds like he's telling
the soundboard here. Look at this, Kaya, place.
everybody publicly one thing, and he's telling me something, but also maybe there is some other position here that I'm not understanding. This is kind of weird. Maybe we just move on from here and so then he uploads the segment immediately the same day, and they fucking put it out as fast as possible. Is it the same day? No, it's the same day. So he rushes his segment out called The State of the Commentary Community, and it opens like this, where he's screaming and crying about how Augie did like a fun IRL stream, and about how I am an Ethan Klein dick sucker. And it's like, oh, why would you even be mad about that, bro? It's just banter, mate. It's just banter. Banter for Chud Logic is he's mad at his chat who's attacking him, so he takes it out on his friends. That's what banter means to Chud Logic. These little jabs and things, they're to satiate the bloodlust in his chat. He's terrified of you.
Doing tricks for treats, like shaving their head. It's pathetic and wretched. Like, it started off and I can understand it a
He's
bit.
totally raped, guys. He doesn't want to deal with this at all. Then the video from DK comes out.
Round. But like, Colin shaved his and they're treating like a big joke. No, you look like a fuck, you're a total freak. You're a total freak retard. Shaving your head for cash. And you're trying to act like it's normal. No, it's not normal. Unless you're willing to do the 20th stream sucking off Ethan Klein. Yes, I'm talking about you, Nicholas de Oreo, okay? Dude, I saw some Stardust clip, right? And Frogan, the stupid fat wench, I don't fucking like Frogan, right? But she said something about the ADL negative.
So he puts out the segment, does the I'm calling you out Nick DeOrio bit. So at this point, I'm really confused, because this makes no fucking sense to me, that he would say this and then upload the segment. So I go, call me crazy, but I think it's probably not you being frustrated that people keep talking about it or trying to get us to fight each other, considering that you are now playing into it. I think this is an entirely reasonable position for me to have, based off the positions that Chud Logic has shared. This is not, oh no, you're
like, I don't think that those are just like snide remarks. Those are pretty aggressive attacks, I would say, but okay.
messing up my money. Oh no, you're attacking me over Ethan Klein. You're kind of a fucking hypocrite, dude. This kind of sucks. So then I start responding to him. This is hours later after the video comes out. And I go, right. And so he goes, none of the comments were about you. He's been doing this for quite a while. He's extremely vague on purpose so he can satiate his audience, but also take no accountability from me. Also, not all the comments were about you. It was about everyone in sort of an amorphous blob. Right, but that just means they're going to assume it's all about me because you opened with, yes, I'm calling you out, Nick DeOrio, and then you said that later. It's annoying that when I get stupid comments about EHD is too boring, and my chat can attest to this, send them to Chud Logic and say, hey man, look, if you don't like what I'm covering, you can go check out what Chud's doing. He's covering all this different stuff, and that's totally cool. I have no problem with that if you're kind of bored over here. But when Chud Logic has people go, can you cover the new iDubbbz thing? He just calls me a fucking compromised dick sucker and fucking attacks my character. I don't know why he does that, but whatever, cool, fine. But why is it my fault that people want you to watch the most popular topic at the time? This just kind of sucks. I don't know. It's kind of a weird fucking thing to say. So then Chud Logic starts going, in my opinion, kind of postal. Yeah, obviously I have some disagreements with the way things have been discussed recently. It's awkward because there's this pressure to have this big blowout drama disagreement, which I don't really see the value in. It's almost like I had a completely different understanding of who Chud Logic was in comparison to the average viewer who consumes his live stream. I was blown away when I watched some of the things that he would say on stream because these are the things that he would say to me. So he said, it's awkward because there's pressure to have this big blowout drama disagreement, which I don't see the value in. And obviously, people are sniffing around for any sort of disagreement to capitalize on for their own content. And then I say, and again, I think this is reasonable, I don't think that you've really seen my positions outside of clips that people who are farming sent you, but I would walk that back if you've really watched my content. Then he says, obviously, I appreciate that, and I appreciate what you've done for me. By the way, Chud's viewers get so fucking butthurt when I mention that I helped Chud Logic, because after Destiny and him had their little falling out, Chud reached out and asked me and Augie to do commentary collabs with him. That's like...
Wait, what did we have? What did I have a falling out with Chud over? Did I? Or what was it over? Somebody in chat mentioned something, and I remember this being a big thing. I just remember what it was about. The age of the Giga Chad. What was this about? Related to Mr. Girl, what was the age of the Giga Chad? Was this, were people mad about people being too ironic or something? Or what? He called you a rapist. I thought that was after the Pixie stuff. It was about the Orbiter thing, something about his editor. You banned Mind Waves. Fuentes interaction. The Orbiter allegations raped his brain. Chud hated being in your show. Okay, I don't know. All right, well.
That's like another thing. So the reason why you constantly keep seeing Chud Logic say things like, I appreciate what you've done for me, is because he's making reference to that. That's what he's making reference to. So I say, I don't think you've really seen my positions outside of clips that people who are farming have sent you, but I would walk that back if you really watched me. And then Chud Logic says, obviously I appreciate that. I appreciate what you have done for me, and I consider you a friend. We have had disagreements and hashed them out before, and it's fine. I mean, I was talking a bit of shit, and I haven't even seen all your coverage, but you're extremely favorable to Ethan to a fault, no? So at this moment I realize, oh, fuck, this guy just doesn't watch me. This guy doesn't watch anything that dude, this guy literally does not watch my content. And you don't have to. To be my friend, you don't have to watch my streams or watch my videos. Now, I was very active in his chat, and I enjoyed his show a lot, and I thought he was a really respectable guy, but at this point I realized, oh, he just doesn't watch my show, right? So then he goes, also, that title and thumbnail is very tame. No one's getting called a pedo. So I guess at this point, I got off better than Larix. Larix got it worse than me. So this one is basically inconsequential. This is me trying to just establish talking points to see what the problem is. I'll go through it just for the sake of showing all the DMs, but it's not really relevant. I agree with you on Nux. I support the no legal threat on the basis that he's defamed people maliciously in the past, Chud logic. But I've also said that Ethan should probably leave it at a threat, and I'd be open to seeing what gets filed if ever it didn't. And reassessing, I think the Nazi sword was on purpose, but it was safe edgy, not their secret KKK Jew attackers. It was done for safe edgy owns. When they correct him that it's a manji. In regards to the ban, this is a random Hassan Piker ban from 6 months ago, not really relevant here. I said they probably shouldn't be banned. Otherwise, I literally don't know what other topics we even disagree on. So that was me kind of just establishing talking points, but we rip it back. We go back to the actual discussion. The confusion is, you seem frustrated about the drama baiting, and this seems like another escalation that will extend.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to do any further content about Destiny. It looks spiteful to do a stream about that over this on a channel associated with me. Yes, I'm a pussy, whatever. Like, also, it is kind of sad for me personally. Lots of history with Destiny, but he can do what he wants to do. And I'm not going to make decisions about who I work with based on other content creators. Also, I saw some clip. He apparently said that covering the Hunter Avalon stuff was a bit much. Was I understanding correctly? Haha, what the actual fuck? Remember, he didn't like that you told him not to cover the LS allegations. Did I tell him that? What was my statement on that? I don't remember. It's been too long. It's been a long 3 years. What is this in response to in particular? E.g. when Chud says, do what he wants to do. Tiny said he didn't want to be involved with DK, and that DK makes him not want to be involved with Chud. I think the issue was, I don't know if it was about him covering any of that. I think it was that every time I was on a show, like, that DK guy would try to hop on and, like, ask me questions about Lauren. He was obsessed with it. And it was just really annoying. Obviously, and he's Chud's editor as well, and Spicy Chat would talk about it all the time. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it was just over that because I didn't like DK a lot. I really didn't like DK. But that DK guy was also obsessively crazy about me too. But okay, I don't know.
Which I think, again, warranted question. Chud Logic says, oh, okay. I mean, I said to DK to take it easy on the title and thumbnail, mainly because I'm probably going to lose subs over. Remember when Chud Logic went live yesterday and said, guys, I lose subs all the time. None of this matters to me. Well, again, in private, he actually is worried about losing those subscribers. That was something that mattered to him. Now, as time progressed, I started to realize that Chud Logic probably didn't even like me. He was just probably worried that I was going to pull out and take the rest of my viewers with me, which is what happened. That is what I did. So he just lied about that as well. But yeah, I mean, there isn't much going on worthy of a segment. So I'm just trying to carve something out. What the fuck does that mean? Wait. So wait, you're telling me, Chud, you're telling me that you were bored on a random fucking like Tuesday afternoon and you just snaked me and you just told me in plain English that that's what you did. I didn't have any content, so I just called you a fraud. How the fuck was I supposed to interpret this? I'm just curious. How the fuck was I supposed to interpret this message? Where he's like, yeah, dude, I was raped for content that day, so I just snaked you. Then he goes, just unfortunate that it's the most interesting thing that happened on my stream yesterday. So apparently when Chud snakes you, if his content sucks for the day, he just doubles down. And Chud, by the way, he'll tell you he's got no idea why I'm upset about this. He'll tell you that it's irrational to be angry that Chud Logic in plain English told me he fucked me. I mean, that is just fucking outrageous, isn't it? But I have not put that out wanting to provoke more drama intentionally, even though it will have that effect. Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, that's a pretty fucking heavy line, Chud. And then I said, I'm gonna ignore the people telling me to respond to you, half because I really didn't see any reason to make this a huge fucking thing, and half because it's so vague, I really don't know what to say. Anything I'll do will sound retarded after a 3-hour Creator Clash segment. And you might remember this message. This is the message that he didn't want to show, I guess. This is the one. Where is it? This is the one he didn't want to show. Yeah, man, if you want to hop in a call off stream and really hash some of this out, we can. It's up to you. I think that we have more disagreements than what you're saying. Maybe just...
Oh, okay, I didn't know this. Chud used to be in with all these guys, Nicholas Diorio, Willie Mack, Turkey Tom, etc. But Chud has that whole Queeman area of commentary on his side, constantly trying to destroy people, so they've all distanced. Whenever Nick says he's a slave to his chat, he's basically referring to those snark people from Queeman and Gisticle Space. Gotcha. Okay.
Having a frank convo makes things easier, but I am not looking to fall out over this, even though there are many people that want me to. I'm raped for content. Now, I'm just curious. I didn't go on and make a fucking public tirade out of this. I didn't drop this guy in May. I gave this guy an opportunity to talk to me. He ghosted me for 3 months, and this guy wrote me in DMs telling me that he felt raped for content, so he fucked me. I think that's kind of crazy. I think that's a crazy thing to write somebody. And I think the issue here is if there's some misinterpretation that I'm not understanding, that still also falls on him. The reason we're talking about this is because he started leaking shit, but I reached out to him and I wanted to have a call about it to clarify what he said back in May, and he fucking ignored me. So if there's some weird angle to these messages that I can't possibly deduce, he just chose not to talk about it. And I'm the coward, by the way. I'm the coward for this. I'm the coward. Here are some examples. Hey, dude, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Me asking if the video's fake. Yo. And then back to where we are now, right? So this is back in November.
Justin, you need to watch the Elisa Liu's performance. Is that the Olympic ice skater that did really well, that every single guy on the internet is proving why women have complained about men sexualizing women in every single aspect, no matter what, for the past 20 years that everybody said they were exaggerating about? That person?
The last message that we had was like mid-September, I think. Right.
I'm good.
So that's kind of the stuff that Chud chose to omit. I've got more stuff, and this message will still remain relevant as we move forward. But I want to establish a timeline with you, because some people don't understand. Okay, Nick, Chud fucked you over in May of last year, and you were quiet about it. You didn't make a huge public issue about it. You didn't explode and blow him up or something back then. So why is this a problem now? Well, eagle-eyed viewers would point out that this message right here was on January 14th of 2026. At 2:01 p.m., where I told him, yeah, man, good luck with whatever you're doing over here. So there's no nuclear holocaust coming. Nick's not going to go on a fucking tirade and attack you. There's no drama. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Even if we don't resolve it, I don't care. We can just move on. Then my friend got accused of like sexual assault, pedophilia, rape, domestic violence. And this happens at 10 p.m. when Chud Logic finds out about it, at least. I think that this guy fucked me over in May. I'm not making it a public issue. I don't really care. It's fine. We can move on. Then a couple hours later, my friend gets accused of domestic violence, sexual assault. And at 8 a.m. the next morning, the Great Sweep was on. Yes, that is the timeline here. I said, hey man, I'm ready to move on. We could just go on with our lives. And then Chud Logic finds out my friend got accused of rape and then snakes me at 8 o'clock the next morning.
My concern, ladies and gentlemen, is the big sweep might be on, okay? The big sweep might...
So this guy stuck a dagger right into my neck the minute we stopped talking. Literally the minute we stopped talking. I'm like, oh dude, it's just the big sweep. Why are you mad about being called the sweeper? My friend's getting accused of beating women, you fucking son of a bitch. Dude, the implication that I would just ignore my friend doing domestic violence is like character assassination. That's like, yeah, that's fucking insane, dude. Of course I'd be pissed about it.
Be on. Big sweep might be on, okay? The big sweep might be on, okay?
On top of that, Chud has to know that I was live while the allegations were dropping, meaning that I was in front of an audience doing a show. It is impossible that I was dual wielding a live Kiwi Farms thread to know anything about this when at the end of my stream, I announced the podcast was on hiatus because we had an episode dropping the next day. But he tries to use that to implicate Tom as guilty.
I am not participating in the big sweep, okay? But there is literally nothing wrong with speaking about this and talking about this. This is completely legitimate. And
so right here, he brings up another interesting point.
Nicholas, you're on Twitter. Nick just responded. Oh, just to be clear, I've seen literally...
Is there anybody on planet Earth who wouldn't...
Okay, unless there is a fuck ton of hedging or a fuck ton of contrary statements by Chud Logic on his stream about how he respects Nicholas Oreo or how he likes Nicholas's content or how he thinks it, whatever, I would assume in watching these clips that Chud Logic fucking hates Oreo and thinks he's a hack fuck. That would be my assumption watching... just at least from the clips I've been shown so far, admittedly from Oreo, but I don't know how Chud Logic can be messaging friendly things in the background and then speaking about him like this. That seems a little bit wild to me. Somebody also said DK, Chud Logic's editor, hates you, and he told Chud that he will stop being his editor if he continues on doing content with you. Really? Did he actually say that? DK say that? That's pretty funny if that's true. DK is an unironic Mr. Girl dick suck. That would be... that's crazy. Okay.
Feel backstabbed by this.
Nothing of what's occurred tonight, but my understanding is that Half-Baked is on hiatus for a little while, so we'll see in the next couple of days where that goes. Okay, and then there's a clip there. Nick Duro states that Half-Baked, his podcast with Tom and Lord Vega, is going on hiatus for a while. Video clip in DMs. Here's the thing with this, okay? Anyone that wants to claim that this is a nothing burger, okay, why the fuck is the podcast going on hiatus, dude?
So my friend Tom is guilty because the guy who was live when the allegations dropped wasn't comfortable with releasing a video until he knew it was happening. This is like not fucking rocket science here. So he's trying to say that because I put the podcast on hiatus, don't reach out and ask about it for something serious, by the way. Fuck that shit. Let's just shoot from the hip.
That makes zero fucking sense, bro. That makes zero sense. Okay? If this is nothing to worry about, nothing to be concerned about, okay? Why is...
He's twisting my statement to say my friend is guilty.
Podcast going on hiatus, okay? Now listen, I will be fair. I know what people in chat are thinking and are going to say.
Oh, he's fair, guys. He's fair.
Okay? But my concern, ladies and gentlemen, is the big sweep might be on, okay?
The big sweep is you smearing shit all over the fucking place.
The big sweep might...
Destiny. Just to go loud, Mr. Girl, all today we were actually right about Destiny stream, so everyone in that sphere thinks Mr. Girl was vindicated. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that. But like basically any single second, like something bad comes out about me, every person says they were vindicated about every single crazy thing they've ever said about me. But I'm sure the law walk it back, or have walked it back with the lawsuit progressing as it has thus far. I'm sure they'll change. I'm sure they'll update their opinions accordingly, right?
Be on, okay? I am not participating in the big sweep, okay? This is a totally...
Now, let's dial it back here, because eagle-eyed viewers would point out that when the time came, Chud Logic did say that Nick Oreo did stream this. So what you're missing here is that this whole conversation was actually a shot at a Cheeto. Now, I know he mentions Hassan Piker, and I know he mentions iDubbbz or whatever, but this was actually an interesting argument that was being levied toward sensitive society. Except, there's one issue with that.
I do not believe that people have got an obligation to cover anything. People can cover what they want, okay? But my question would be, what would the coverage be like if this is about iDubbbz? If it was revealed that iDubbbz, that Anissa
was into age play and shit like that, what would the coverage be? And I think the answer to that tells you everything that you need to know, doesn't it?
So catch that last part. That tells you everything you need to know. That tells you everything you need to know. And then here, there's 20 videos from Daily Slop channels. But listen to him here. Listen to the rest of what he says in the actual stream where this take was originated from.
The answer to that tells you everything that you need to know, doesn't it? But nonetheless, I'm not making any firm claims. I don't know what's going to happen. I can't predict the future. I can't predict the future, guys, okay? But to me, you can look at who decides to talk about this and who doesn't, and that'll give you an indication of what the deal is.
Now, people were like, Nick is speculatory. This was obviously a shot at sensitive, and here he is in plain English telling it's about me. It's about me. It was about me. He literally told me in plain English, do you think I lie to you? Do you think I make shit up? So my comment about who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you to be transparent. It's fucking, he told me it was about me. You think I fucking made this up? Bro, I had endless charitability for this guy. I waited so fucking long to expose this guy. Bro, do you know how much I have put up with this fucking guy? I don't want to leak the DMs. My word is no, you don't want to leak the DMs because you look like an asshole. I'm getting a bunch of commentary droolians coming in saying nothing burger, no big deal. I'm saying if it's no big deal, why is the podcast on hold? Now it's a precaution so you can assess, which is reasonable. So I agree it's aggressive to put it, the damage is done, you dickhead. Of course I'm mad about this. Basically, not everything I say about you is about you, N-word, but I was expecting you not to cover this at all, to be totally upfront. We'll get to this. I'm going to show you the rest of this. Not super relevant, but again, if I don't release it, he will. So let's just go through it. So my comment about who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you, to be transparent. So that's what he said. So just to be clear, then he got the video out on January 15th. So that's the same day? Yeah, same, like afternoon of the same day. And then he ran to his little Discord server and said he's sick of the big sweep and fired off the, he got his entire army in here. How is it that my video has the most views of this topic? It's fucking insane. I don't know, dude. Maybe it's because your video came out the same day that you streamed about it at 8 o'clock in the morning after the allegations dropped, and we're dropping all night long.
Hasn't Mr. Girl like spiraled into delusions of grandeur and thinks he's a physicist now or something? Excuse me, have you proven that he's delusional? Maybe he actually has solved all of physics and united gravity and quantum mechanics, and we actually all do live on the edge of a black hole. Have you ever thought about that? Pretty sure he's published like 10 papers on some open source library about his theory of physics. Oh my god, I should have gotten here earlier. Ooh, I'm good.
Long the night before. Maybe that is, I don't know, maybe that has something to do with it. The issue is that Chud logic might have been correct. He might have been correct, but you can't come out and say the big sweep is on at 8 a.m. the next morning while the allegations were going all night. You've overshot, you've overcommitted to your point, and you look like an asshole. That's the reality of it. But my issue isn't any of that. I don't care if his take is bad. My issue is that he used it to jab a knife into my back. That's why I was upset about it personally. So there's a few other things that I want to go through, but before that, I'm going to be fully transparent with our DMs on Twitter.
Can anyone link the papers? What's his name? Max Carson, Black Hole, Physics, Physics. Is it this site? I think there's like an open source publication. Fuck. I'm not gonna be able to find this. Wait, it's real? I thought Destiny was making it up. No, I'm not. Somebody find this. Fuck! Oh, here you go. Gravity and cosmic expansion as artifacts of observer measurement. I don't know why every single person who has some kind of like delusional schizophrenic thing, they always do these like, they always have grand theories of everything, all of them. I don't know why, well, maybe I shouldn't say all of them, but I've known several people that do this, that think they've solved like all of reality. I don't know if it's like a particular type of thing, but gravity and cosmic expansion as artifacts of observer measurement. I think he uses AI for some of these as well. To be fair, he puts it in the bottom, but the author used AI language models to assist with drafting, derivations, and algebraic checks. What the fuck? Why was I linked this? Okay.
So yes, this is the one that you've definitely heard about. I was fuming. I went on there, I saw the big sweep is on. I realized, holy shit, this guy and me literally had a falling out yesterday. He's already stabbing me in the back. This is unbelievable. So I sent him the messages that he showed you. Not everything has to come to some catastrophic breakdown. I know you're used to that. And I said, Jesus, dude, yesterday you were saying shit like this to me today, and now you're thrashing me because my friend got accused of horrific shit. I'm not really sure how I was supposed to navigate this stuff better than I did when I only just found out there were even allegations at the tail end of my live show. And to that, Chud said, I mean, go live and cover it. What? Like you would with anyone, or don't if you feel like you're too close to it. Dude, I think that you avoid stuff that would be negative to cover. Is that unreasonable? I go, wait, hold on. So you're saying that you would blind Line Fire, your friend's Kiwi Farms thread, at midnight, while the allegations are still dropping? Or am I just misunderstanding you? Like, what is the argument here? Or do you mean, like, should I go live now? Like, what are we talking about here, bro? And then he goes, I mean, it just feels like I can never be critical of you in any way without getting a message from you. Like, you're trying to keep me on my side. Now he's using the current talking points. Then it turns out you do have this issue with me since May, and you haven't said anything to me about it. Chud, I asked to chat with you when it happened, and you never got back to me. And then I kept the line of communication open. Now, eventually Chud does finally tell the truth that this is partially his fault when he says, yeah, I could have been more clear on my end too. I never wanted to have some big crash out falling out with you, and I wanted to try and keep things amicable or neutral because I have no reason to dislike you, and I appreciate what you've done for me. Why did he not release these DMs? Yeah, why do you do it? That's a good point. Yeah, I saw that. That wasn't you, bro. Dude, sometimes you are very sensitive. I know it. Dude, my friend gets accused of beating fucking women, and Chud goes live and insinuates that I'm going to sweep it up and not even cover it, meaning that I'm pro beating women. And he's like, dude, you're really sensitive about this, man. You're really sensitive about defending your rapist friend. That's really fucked up, man. I mean, this guy's like comically retarded. And also, he pretends he has no idea why I'm mad at him in his most recent live stream. I guess he just didn't read this. Also, I'm not saying go live and cover unverified allegations. I get Tom as your friend and it's a tough spot for you. You didn't seem to get that in the stream segment. I think I said on stream it's hard. You also said a lot of other things on stream.
Are Nick and Tom friends or online friends? I think they're close-ish. I mean, mainly online, but I think close-ish for a while, I think. They were going to do a podcast together.
It's like the nature of the beast. Sometimes we are the hammer, and sometimes we are the nail. That is a beautiful statement from Chud. Dude, sometimes we're just that hammer, and sometimes we're just that nail. And even if you don't want to cover it for personal reasons, understandable, that would be viewed negatively. I go, and then at this point, I just tell him the problem, and he doesn't even tell me that I'm wrong. That's the best part. Everything I just told you for the last 50 minutes or whatever the fuck, I just run him through the talking points. Chud, my issue with you is that you said that you hated how people pit us against each other. Then you did a segment saying that I'm a completely compromised Ethan Klein dicksucker. You reiterated that you do not watch my streams, but asked if I was loyal to Ethan to a fault. And then you published that segment, fanning the flames. When I asked why you would publish a segment if your goal was actually to avoid people pitting us against each other, you said you felt raped for content, and it was unfortunately the only interesting thing that happened that day. I didn't fucking hide this. I said it outright. He just didn't tell you on the stream the other day. He just didn't tell you about this. In the segment, by the way, your vague little shot was open when I'm calling you out, Nick Oreo. Then you started talking about retarded shit Stardust did, and your audience thought it was about me. Your response to this was, it's not all about you or something. I don't know what issue you think I had with you, but this is why I was put off. I do not think that I am being irrational here. So what Chud Logic does here is what he does every single time I tried to explain to him what the problem was, and he just ignores me and starts crying. So let's hear about it. Okay, bro, I understand that. Let me lay it out. I do have issues with your coverage of certain topics because obviously people want like a big blowout drama between us. Can I just tell you, this is before he went on vacation. This is recent. He still didn't want to do the big blowout. People want these, like, they want this blowout drama between us, and I have a feeling that you're very resistant to engage with criticism. You have blocked a lot of the commentary people over it. I of course had some latent appreciation for our friendship and how you've helped me over the years. So what do? It's a big stream pointing out my issues with your coverage. I have nothing personal, but my lack of commentary leaves me to get accused of sweeping. Dude, he's terrified of you. Yeah, all the guys in there being like, Nick's coping. He's horrified of you. And to be honest, I would be too if you're the last people in my audience. Who's gonna stop you? You know? Oh, my commentary community is calling you. Dude, he's complaining that you're calling him a sweeper. Bro, he's scared of being called a sweeper. This is the most audience captured motherfucker I have seen in ever. Literally ever. It leaves me feeling like I'm biting my tongue. So, dude, I'm the pussy. You're afraid of your chat. It leaves me feeling like I'm biting my tongue because I have to crash out and talk some shit to fan the flames of shitters wanting us to fight. Now, I have to ask, what's the difference between crashing out and talking shit so my fucking chat leaves me alone and the banter? I'm just curious. When he says it's just banter, mate, and I do banter all the time, but in my messages, it's I'm scared of my fans. I'm scared of my fans. I have to keep them at bay. I throw the mistakes so they don't eat me alive. Dude, Chud, just ignore it. Dude, you know what you should do, Chud? My God's honest truth. Me to you. You should block them. You should block every last one of them. That's what I would do. Oh, I have to fan the flames of shitters who want us to fight. I get that's bothersome for you. You message me BTS and we don't ever resolve anything. Feels like there are further tensions and pressures for me to have this conflict with you, which I resist. I try to continue doing my own things outside of the HD slop cycle, which has taken over the commentary space. Alongside that, I have my own shit.
I think Chud did this shit to you. Maybe. I don't remember, honestly. It's been a while. But you can see the... this is kind of like one of the politics strategies where somebody will have a... They'll do this thing where they'll... I'm trying to... Fuck. Wait, I need a succinct way to explain this. Somebody will justify a thing that they said they weren't doing. So you'll be like, hey, yesterday... I'll just use this. I don't have to use the example. I'll just talk about this, right? Hey, I feel like you were shitting on me. No, I wasn't shitting on you. It was just banter. Oh, why were you doing it? I feel like I have to do it, otherwise my audience is going to fucking destroy me. Otherwise... Okay, wait. So you were shitting on me, but you feel like you were shitting on me because your audience was going to destroy you if you didn't, right? Because why would you give such an impassioned defense of what you were doing if it was just banter? You would just say, oh, it's just banter. I didn't know it bothered you. I won't do it anymore, whatever. Or get over it. Fuck you, it's just banter, right? Why would you have to act like you're in a life or death situation for your content if it's just banter, you know? That's what he's saying.
Outside of streaming, I'm dealing with some issues with my channel that I'm trying to navigate. Honestly, it feels like a lot of the communication between us is keeping up appearances. Obviously, things have changed, and sometimes it feels like you're just wanting to see if I'm planning on turning on you. No, you did. You did turn on me. That's what you did turn on me. So, Mr. You're so sensitive, Mr. It's Just Banter is a complete chat slave who's terrified of probably Queeman. If I had to guess, probably Queeman. Probably Parry. maybe even Dickers.
Oh,
Maybe
I don't talk about the Perry guy much. Perry is like a more schizo, worse version of Queen Man, if you can even imagine it. He's very weird. All of the people in that community that are like very strange, very weird, like obsessively stalky, harassy, has like... I'm so curious. I would pay so much money for Louis Theroux to do like a documentary on these people that have, like, if you have more than 3 Discord accounts and if you're active in more than like 4 or 5 Discord rooms and all the Discord rooms have like the same fucking people, I want to know what your life is like, because I feel like those people are very sad. Like their actual real lives have got to be just insane. But yeah, all these people are okay. So if that's in Chud's corner, Nick is right then in that you have to be on their time. You have to be saying the things that they want you to say, or else they will be in your Discord. They will be in your chat. They will be spamming clips about you on Twitter. Like, I see Hutch fighting with... I don't even know if Hutch knows this, but I see Hutch fighting with people like that Substance guys in that community. He's fighting with people who are probably calling in other people in other Discords on other Twitter accounts to also post and upvote and fight with everybody. Like, it's a crazy, culty community/experience. Jesus.
Entire roster of people he was talking about how he's still friends with. He's probably scared of you too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're not cut out for this, man. So we keep going. Sorry, I read really fast. I'm already through all that. I don't think I'm ignoring you by typing fast, but I literally just wish you answered any of my messages and we could play a game of Fortnite and talk about it. I don't want to like go on stream and talk about my friends. This is the last time I'm doing this. I don't care what you say about me from here on through. But I literally just wrote, I was like, hey man, why didn't we just talk on Fortnite? Why didn't we just have a nice chat? Why don't we hang out together? Like back in the good old days. And he goes, it leaves me in this...
There was a documentary on that exact thing already. They were pretty rich and getting pussy daily. Everyone in their lives loved them and they always cracked the best jokes. Based.
Place where we're not really friends like we used to be. You're spinning off into the Ethan orbit, and I can't really call it out without having a massive falling out with you.
And do you know what else is massive?
Oh yeah, so then I say, Chud, we literally had a phone call shortly before the interaction, and I didn't get weird vibes at all. We were chatting about EHD and shit and going through talking points. Did I miss something? Yeah, that was months ago, man. I go, no, my point was it was right before the stream thing. I said I was so caught off guard by you saying that I was loyal to Ethan to a fault because we had spoken about this topic, and I didn't realize you thought that I was a principleless sellout. It completely caught me off guard, which I think most people would be a bit perturbed at the concept of their friend thinking that they have, like, they've lost all morals, all morality. Up ahead, I interpreted at the time as you being upset that EHD was a content black hole where no other stories were getting attention, and you were holding me almost personally responsible. To be fair, I checked it was 5.4, stream thing was 5.28. There was some time in between. I just didn't realize relations broke down that much in that time frame. Then he goes, dude, what's happening? Fake Discord messages. This is the only thing that I'm going to say my bad over. And when Chud Logic started doing his whole the big sweep is here thing, I was like, bro, this is crazy. We literally had a falling out yesterday. So obviously his little drone started posting it. I said, yeah, I didn't say anything specific in my Discord. I just said we're not cool anymore. I shouldn't have said anything. My bad. I was just blown away when I clicked into your stream to hear about Tom shit, and you were just unloading on me right after we stopped talking yesterday. And I apologized for that. He goes, okay, I mean, haha, I was taking some shots though. Yeah, that's definitely what I'd call it. Like, I have to respond to what I see in front of me. The board thrust was, why is the podcast on hold if it's no big deal? I mean, you could use common sense. I think that you have access to that ability. That is an ability that you, I believe, do have. Yeah, Chud, I was live. I thought it was insane. I don't have time to even read the thread. I was being precautionary. He goes, oh, I'm not saying go live and put him on blast immediately, which is kind of what it sounds like considering the timeline for this is the next day. So when would you have wanted me to do that? At 8 a.m.? I mean, the claims aren't well evidenced anyway so far. I go, no, I mean, I was already live at the time. He goes, be real, dude. You know that he won't get holed over the coals for this, like it was iDubbbz or Hassan. I go, to answer your question, no, I did not know anything. I didn't even know what he was fully accused of until I ended stream. I went a lengthy rant on the stream about going in on unverified claims with Hassan and the furry thing. So yeah, I wanted to put out the podcast on hold in case Tom turned out to be a sexual predator. We had an episode ready to drop today. Okay, man, we're getting lost in translation here. So I whipped that back. And I said, I was responding to your claim, and I'm paraphrasing of, why would they put the podcast on hold if it was nothing? So then Chud starts complaining, saying, I'm getting a bunch of commentary drooleans coming in saying nothing burger, no big deal. So I'm saying, it's no big deal. Why is the podcast on hold? Now it's a precaution, so you could assess, which is reasonable. So I agree it's aggressive to put it in the way that I did. Basically, not everything I say is about you, N-word. But I will say I was expecting you not to cover this at all, to be totally upfront. And then he said, so my
whose side are we on here? I mean, I don't give a fuck about either of these people. I'm just curious what happened. But it seems like so far, it seems like Chud is very snaky. I don't know. That's my perception so far.
About who will cover this and who won't is a jab at you, to be transparent. So I sent him my initial statement and I go, did this get leaked? I think I missed a message, but it wasn't super relevant, but I want to make sure it's here. No, not necessarily, but be real with me, dude. We're dealing with a different approach to this versus iDubbbz and Hassan. That being said, I know you criticized Willie Mac Show for spreading unverified shit. Moving forward, no, not necessarily, but be real with me, dude. We're dealing with a different approach to how iDubbbz or Hassan would be handled. That being said, I know you've criticized Willie Mac Show for spreading unverified shit. My take is, if it's a nothing burger, I won't cover it. If he's done something, I will. But I want to wait because I think I'm too biased to cover it when it's breaking news. And then he goes, okay, but, and this is not unreasonable, he's getting a lighter touch because he's your friend. I thought this was obvious. I thought for anybody, this would be obvious. Yes, it is more difficult to be critical of severe allegations against somebody that you've hung out with that's like been your friend for 7 years. Yeah, like, of course that's the case. That's literally why I opened my segment telling you that was the case when I eventually did my stream. Then he says, I'm not trying to catch you out here, just trying to be real. I wrote that directly. I am compromised because he is my friend. I am fully ready to condemn him if he is guilty, but I do not trust myself to be able to fully separate from this. I think that a segment where things are unverified will be a lot of embarrassing coping because I'm subconsciously looking for excuses. This is what I told you when I covered it. So I think it would be easier to navigate once all of the allegations are made because they were spoon feeding it and drip feeding it, and not as breaking news as things are being drip fed. I do not think there is any shame in admitting publicly and privately that it's going to be hard for me to navigate when one of my close friends gets accused of heinous shit. I do not think this is controversial. If Chud Logic does, it explains why he has no friends. That's the reality of the situation. Maybe to delusional 40-year-old retards, this is a foreign concept, but for people who actually do have friends, I think that most of them would understand my position. I mean, I'm in a different boat because none of you N-word. I'm in a different boat because you guys don't even like me anymore. Although it's different between us. I was more than fair. I have no issue with you covering it. I was actually looking to watch your coverage today to see some of it for the first time. But obviously, yeah, it's hard to navigate. I clicked in during the Great Sweep. I was going to you.
It'd be nice if we did that for Destiny. Yeah, it would be. However, one of the complications for my thing that's annoying is that, like this plays into the Turkey Tom stuff too, is that my stuff resulted in a court case. So the timelines on how I can respond to things and how other people can respond to things is severely drawn out. Whereas like for the Turkey Tom stuff, like nobody's getting sued, so you can post whatever and talk about whatever. But for my stuff, where somebody has, gotten their corrupt family lawyer to drag me into court for personal misgivings, the timeline and everything is severely stretched out. But I obviously I would still say people jump to crazy conclusions way too quickly. But hey, what are you gonna do?
For unbiased coverage. Haha, bro, I'm being real as fuck right now. That's not just about you. None of the Cabal will cover this. This is fucking hilarious. I am the Cabal! When you're talking about the Cabal, motherfucker, you're talking about me. There's nobody else, which he agrees with. So when you say the Cabal, Chud Logic, are you talking about sensitive society? Are you talking about a Cheeto? Are you talking about think before you sleep? You're talking about fucking me? Fuck you, man. I would not be friends with this guy if he fucking begged to get down on his knees and suck my cock after this. Fuck this guy, bro. I didn't do a segment on the Aiden thing, even though it would have been an easy dunk. I do plan on covering this, though. I just want to cover it when things are all out in the open. Dude, you unfollowed me? Yeah, I was pissed. Then refollowed? Bro, I was fucking mad. Dude, the issue here is the underlying tension, some of which isn't even about you. I love the vague, listen, dude, clearly I have tons of problems with you, but I hate other people, too. Yeah. People see things that aren't like what they were. I'm estranged. People want resolution to this tension. They don't want BTS combos. They want blood. I hope you understand that when you only say my name, and then when you only say my name or make a comment about Ethan Klein, your audience will think it's about me. That's so obvious. So it's such a cop-out to say, oh, I'm talking about other people. Bro, you fucking name me to try to get the piranhas off your back. You're scared of your chat. So you can't just sit here and say, no, I didn't mean no harm. I didn't mean no harm. It's like, no, you're obviously taking digs to try to keep them at bay. It's pathetic. Your audience captured and pathetic. So then he says, yeah, 100% it's about you. Oh, thanks. Dude, I make jabs about other creators all the time. They're not jabs. They're not playful jabs. They're literally just like human sacrifices being put to demons.
Yeah.
I talked about J-Stock having Destiny's sloppy seconds. Listen, when he's right, he's right. It's pretty based. You keep saying it's about all these people, even with the Stardust thing earlier. I don't remember if this is accurate, so I don't want to state it as a fact. It was shot from the hip in a DM conversation. I don't remember if he says Stardust. I remembered it the other way, but just to be clear, I'm not trying to take him out of context. I think sometimes that you think you're doing me a favor. I don't believe that. I think he's a coward. And it makes the situation worse. I don't know, dude. We're going in circles here, and I think we already touched on the more significant issues. So he goes, the only way this will be resolved is by a convo in public. I don't know any other way, but I will be using lethal force, and you will have to defend yourself. I go, you think the best course of action is to litigate our DMs on stream and scream at each other? I guess that turned out to be the way it works, but I mean, I think it's stupid. I think all this is stupid, to be honest. I feel like a total fucking loser addressing the friendship allegations because this stupid British 40-year-old fuck lied about me publicly.
Speaking of Jew Stalker, is he still relevant? Kind of. There's like that whole community of like Queeman, Perry, Jew Stalker, and like the small weirdo Discord circle. Like those people all like watch each other's streams and move together. They're trying to grow, but I think most people don't like these people because most people kind of see like how weird and creepy they are. But they, I guess the next thing they're trying to expand into, there might be other things too. I don't have the time to keep up with all of this shit. But is a Peace Coast server and Peace Coast chat. Like a lot of them are in there, and Peace Coast too stubborn / retarded to moderate, or he doesn't care and he agrees with most of what they say about all of his friends and everything around it. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I think they're kind of all locked in this like 500 and under viewer category.
Position where I had to explain what happened. I mean, I'm not sitting here doing emotions and feelings. I'm just showing you what he said. You can call it cope, you can call it whatever you want. The reality is, all of the stuff that I'm showing you is just his words, and I'm just showing you what he said. Tell you what, if you have huge issues with my coverage on Tom when the time comes, I might humor that, but I won't be subjecting myself to a gay debate on the friendship allegations. So there's that one. No, dude, about it all. About EHD, the Clubhouse. I don't know what the Clubhouse is. The Cabal, Tommy, Willie Mac Show, Tommy C, the whole lot, rape mode on. I go, oh, okay, you're memeing, because I thought that was like obviously a joke, which he then says, yeah, it is somewhat. Sorry, I didn't pick up on that sooner. It's been a crazy 12 hours, but I didn't know how else we were going to resolve the contradictions here. I was under the impression yesterday that you had no intention of resolving this. I thought that you were totally fine with just us not talking. So I didn't know we were looking to resolve anything. I thought we were moving on. That's like not what that wasn't what I signed up for in this conversation. Well, yeah, because I don't want a big fight with you. Well, it sounds like now you do. But you're trying to tell your audience you seemingly always did. But you're also not mad about the sub loss, but you also are terrified to fight with me or something. Yeah, this is really embarrassing. I do appreciate our friendship and what you've done for me, but I make a jab, give a take, and that's the issue. I don't talk about you, and I get pressed for sweeping. So this is another moment where Chud Logic is admitting he's a cowardly pussy who's strong-armed by his audience, and he's terrified of being called a sweeper while constantly calling people sweepers. I mean, dude, if you're in my shoes, I don't care if you hate me or like me or what you thought about me before the stream, but would you not be spinning? Is this not fucking crazy? Why does he keep saying he's terrified of his chat calling him sweepers and then keep calling everybody sweepers? The reason why the Destiny sweeper thing was so malicious is because there's an entire Kiwi farms of people going after every single person who sweeps for Destiny if you give them that label. Because if you sweep for Destiny, you're ontologically evil and you get applied to like rape defender, nude exchange, all that. Like everything that Destiny's ever been accused of, you're just totally down with it. If they brand you a Destiny sweeper, you're ontologically evil. But in this case, it's just like, you don't even want to be called a sweeper for not talking about Ethan Klein. That's like actually pathetic. So then I just explained to him my final thoughts. Dude, the issue is the jab and the take is that I'm totally unprincipled and a dick sucker organizing a mass sweep for my accused friend to shut down people like you. I feel like you realize why I would take offense to that characterization. I'm like comically malicious in your interpretation. It's not like I've ever reached out to you over it's not like I've reached out to you over every minor comment, which he didn't push back on, but told everybody was the case anyway. I was confused when you say that I'm a horrible person, because that's what a unprincipled fraud would be, is a horrible person. I didn't know that my friend thought that I was a total, complete dick sucking sellout. So I was a bit shocked to have that information shared with me. Regardless, I'm sympathetic to you getting it from both sides here as well. I don't really care. In the future, say whatever you want. Now, there's a couple more things that I do want to address before I'm done tonight. This is a clip that he just lied about. He just lied here. Let me show you this one.
And then I made some comments about him to Pisco. Do you remember that?
Queeman covering this Oreo stream was so cringe. He said Oreo doing voices when reading the DMs is Destiny DGG programming. What the fuck? Queeman is part. I think people will understand a little bit better maybe after when I do my big write up over my court case stuff. But like you think that I'm just saying this, but the level of coordination that exists with these people is fucking insane. Like, they have their narrative, they've got the things they're supposed to say, they all have multiple Discord accounts, they all have multiple Twitter accounts, they're all in multiple Discords, they're all watching certain chats. There's a reason why, if I bring them up, sometimes I would show you like, oh, here's what they're saying, because somebody's literally reported it within seconds after I've said it, and then every single person in their Discord server is then watching, and they're commenting, and they're in other Discord servers, and they're commenting. It's like an insane group of terminally online antisocial losers that are constantly trying to get people like enforced inside this cult. It's insane. It's crazy.
Some comments to Pisco about how much Nick blocks people, and that I felt...
So now he's leaning into his audience's talking points here as if I give a fuck about being called out for blocking. I've been doing this for like 7 years. It's my position. Deal with it. Subscribe. Don't get the fuck out. I don't really care. But he's trying to lean into the whole blocking angle.
Strange. And guess what I got when that started getting shared on social media?
You got actually nothing, because you're retarded and leaked the DMs where I told you what I was mad about. If you actually correlate this clip and what he's saying right here, I'm talking about how you said that you don't like us anymore. And I'm surprised that you'd say something like that because you ghosted me since September. So he fabricated this entire angle that I'm mad about some Pisco conversation. Unfortunately for Pisco, he's kind of just like a casualty of this conversation, because I have no issue with him. The issue with the clip that I had is this one.
Told that Queeman comes from...
What is the cult's end goal and why do they do it? I don't know why. It's a social group. I don't know. You fall into it. It's a thing to do. You've got a friend group. You've got like a mission. You've got, I guess it's like any cult or like any religion, although to a more extreme extent. You get like all of your marching orders in life from this group of people. You've got meaning and purpose. You've got like action, things to do. You've got like a quasi religion, like ideas you're supposed to believe, and you spread to other people. You bring people into the cult. You enforce it amongst other people. You've got a community that you can do all this stuff with. To some extent, it's fun. It's just like a more extreme version, I guess, of any community. Like if you were to say, what's the purpose of DGG? And I was like, I don't know, watch me and do stuff, I guess. It's kind of the purpose. I guess it's very broad. It's the purpose of everything, religions, cults, whatever, but that's my guess.
Your community. That's what people tell me.
He does, but I've had to cast him out because, you know, he's unfortunately into attacking some colleagues of mine. He's a Hassan fan. He's gone after all the commentary guys and they don't like me anymore.
So I said it's kind of weird to say that all the commentary guys don't like you anymore because of Queeman, which this could be multiple people as well. But I wrote back asking, hey, why are you saying that I don't like you anymore, considering you've been ghosting me since September? It's so obvious that this is what I was saying. It's like verbatim, but if you want to look at it here, it's the commentary guys don't like me anymore. So I wrote, you just ghosted me. Like, that's just fucking crazy. That's an insane thing that you did. Also, yeah, this is just the context of those messages too. I said that you haven't answered me since September because he hadn't answered me since September, just for your viewing pleasure. Lastly, there's this clip.
It's not a safe space. Your friends put a bot on my server and put my paid Discord on a public website. Oh my god, dude.
So he's reading this and he's like, Nick Oreo, the guy from the commentary community, is horrified of screenshots. Bro, do you think that I am embellishing this? Your fucking, maybe not your guy, but I think you might have been even talking about it in your server. Some guy created a bot, put it in my paid server, connected it to a fucking website. This is not a screenshot. It's a live leak of every message that gets posted in my paid server of all my paid members supporting my channel. I don't care if you're screenshotting it, that's like, okay, whatever. They're mirroring my entire server. And you know who knew that? Well, Chud here, because he's reading a message where I verbatim say it. Now, this was inevitably taken down. Woo. Awesome. I think Aiden spread like a rumor that I was trying to sue the guy who did it. I don't know if this is like a fucking retarded position or what. I don't own Discord. I can't sue you for putting my member server on a website. That's stupid. I just wanted it down because that's kind of crazy. And it's like, are we gonna start like individually parsing the guys who give me money next? Is that the next thing that we're gonna do? Because you guys hate me that much? Is that the plan? Like, what's going on here? So I was like, yeah.
So like, the problem with stuff like this, like, is it bad to mirror a paid thing? Maybe. I don't know. Like, I think to a normal person, it's like, is it really that big of a deal? I guess maybe you should pay money to see the chat. But the issue, if I had to guess, if Chud's community has like all the spicy chat people and all the people related to like Gisticle and Queeman and Perry or whatever the fuck else, the reason why they mirror that is so that they can pick out names of people and then dox them and then harass them and then follow them around to other stream chats, to other Discords and on Twitter, and like just go crazy obsessive hate mode on them across multiple accounts, across multiple domains, because this is what they do with everybody. So it wouldn't surprise me if that is what they were doing and scattered across 5 other fucking random Discord servers. Yeah.
You're in a safe space on Discord. I'm not in a fucking safe space.
I'm only saying that because like this is, I'm making a bit of an assumption here, but also I know these people do this, so I assume that if they're doing it to me, they're probably doing it to other people, including Nick. Nick's not mad, or my guess is Nick's not mad here that they are mirroring my paid-only chat, or maybe he is and he's retarded, I don't know. But my guess is he's not mad because they're mirroring my paid-only chat and I'm losing money. It's more that they're mirroring this so that they can A-log, meaning like track every single piece of information from any frequent poster in there so that they can harass them in other public spaces to get them to stop supporting the Oreo, basically. Because if you knew that place was being mirrored and that everybody was getting harassed who was part of that, well, why the fuck would you ever want to be in there, which is a value add for a subscription. So now you're going to be less likely to subscribe or participate in those spaces, and that's just how they slowly kind of try to destroy other things or places or people they don't like. Yeah. Jesus Christ, this is exhausting.
Because you guys hate me that much? Is that the plan? Like, what's going on here? So I was like, yeah, dude, you're in a safe space on Discord. I'm not in a fucking safe space, motherfucker. Dude, your fucking fans are doing this shit.
Stop stealing his Discord screenshots now. Stop stealing his Discord screenshots.
He's got it in front of...
They followed me onto Twitter and Reddit because I chatted in Food Shop's chat for a few days. LeMayo, they just spam Food Shop's #1 fan. I don't even watch it regularly. Yeah, it's a bunch of weird, cringe shit like that, yeah.
him and he just lies to you. He just lies to your face straight away. So that's the Oreo Rodeo. And then this is the last thing. Unfortunately, this is the only thing that I can't prove to you definitively because it's entirely fabricated. It just didn't happen. But I will preface something. This is what I'm going to say about this allegation.
This one, after having been subjected to some deranged fucking attack against my credibility whilst I'm on holiday, and I'm the spineless one apparently. What the fuck? How about addressing the questions people are asking instead of just calling them retarded? What do you mean I'm addressing the questions, dude?
I'm sorry. I was trying to pull up the clip that I wanted, but I got more of him yelling in his chat. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I actually didn't mean to do this. The fucking restart fucked me up. I didn't mean to put more.
That's wonderful. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Dude, he's got to stop being so sensitive, man.
Didn't you also signal boost the Assange Crew's cancel culture allegation?
Okay, this is clearly not what I wanted. Hold on, let me just get it quick. I know where to find it. If we can grab it. What the fuck? What the fuck? What happened? Why are we full screen? Bro, I'm a professional streamer, I promise you. This stream went so well up until the very last second. For non-scripted, this is actually fucking banger memes by Nick Oreo.
I'm the spineless one.
Actually, does it count if it's scripted? No, then every stream would be scripted. This is the way I do every stream. So this is how you know I'm live, by the way. Hello to Jinro777 with the cat emoji. I appreciate you if you hate me or don't. So the one that I'm looking for here is planned. Planned. Well, that would be plabbed. Planned. Sorry, the microphone's over the keyboard. So I'm looking for the one where he says planned. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is the.
But it probably was planned. It probably was planned.
What Chud's referring to here is he thinks that my friend Turkey Tom, whose multi-million-dollar channel and career was on the line, where he would get branded as like a fucking sex offender for the rest of his life, that he delayed his video intentionally to spite Chud on vacation as like a gift to me, or maybe he's just horrified of the 14K viewers Chud's gonna get. Let me just ease your tensions on this one. I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just not what happened. Unfortunately, it would be really funny if it was true, because that would mean that Chud Logic went on vacation for 2 weeks, which is identical to the amount of time that I couldn't respond to Chud Logic without fucking over my friendship with Turkey Tom, because Turkey Tom still had to respond to his allegations. So it is very funny, and it is very funny that it happened while Chud was on vacation, and I wish I thought of it, but I didn't. So that's my position on that. You can believe it or not believe it, but ultimately, if it was true, I'd be okay with it. It just didn't happen that way. Turkey Tom was getting accused of a various amount of things. You can go read the Kiwi Farms thread. Sacramento just kept going all weekend long. That is likely the reason why the video didn't get released on the planned whatever day it was actually going to come out. Because when you keep drip feeding things, you don't know if you're going to have to make 3 videos or 1 video. The intention is to make 1 definitive video, and I think any reasonable person would come to that conclusion, but Chud Logic is not a reasonable person.
It's planned.
He's almost as unhinged as YMS. No, dude, Chud Logic goes to this...
Wait, do they hate Adam?
He goes to this fucking Vietnamese brothel, okay, every single year. His fans know that he goes to this trans-Vietnamese brothel every single year, dude. And fucking stupid Rob's Media has come out... I'm kidding, it's a joke, I make a YMS joke.
Planned. You sound mad.
It's fucking YMS's stupid movie tonight. Sorry, right? Dude, current Nick just jumped over fucking retro 2022 Nick Oreo. My bad. Current Nick just jumped out at me, sorry.
I think it's just frustrating, really. It's just frustrating to witness such cowardice.
So yeah, this is it. Chud Logic leaked a DM that had no context because his chat bullied him into it, and then I had to provide the rest of the content that I was perfectly fine with kind of just letting go until he decided to shank me in the back minutes after. I think it's just really shitty. Yeah, I think it's really shitty. Oh, dude, why is this different than all of the other? I was reading through the Reddit post and people were like, dude, Chud does this to Nick all the time. Why is this one different? It's like, yeah, because you think I'm an unprincipled sex offender sweeper. Sure. That's like a ontologically evil position to be in. So ultimately, what does this mean? What does this mean for the channel? After this, we're going back to covering trending news coverage. This community is fucking gonzo. No remorse. The same thing I said during the Casalvo Edwin stuff. I'm never talking to Chud Logic again. I think warranted. I think that's a warranted position that I'm having. And yeah, that's probably the last time I will ever address this. The first and last time. It's nice. It's wrapped in a bow, and you'll see the segment tomorrow. Fuck this guy. Fuck the community that controls this guy. Fuck his friends. Fuck his family. Fuck the entire Great Britain as a whole. I should have known better than to trust an English YouTuber. I respected this guy immensely. The way that he navigated his Destiny drama to defend DK editing, I thought he was one of the most principled people I've ever interacted with. I was clearly wrong. This guy totally sucks, and this is why I hate Chud Logic. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know how many of you are
Now
here.
listen, I will be fair.
Enjoy
I know
it.
what people in chat thinking and are going to say, okay? But my concern, ladies and gentlemen, is the big sweep might be on, okay? The big sweep might be on, okay? I am not participating in the big sweep, okay? This is a totally legitimate story to cover and talk about, and that's the end of it, bro. Now, I don't think, listen guys, okay? Listen, okay? I do not believe that people have got an obligation to cover anything. People can cover what they want, okay? But my question would be, what would the coverage be like if...
Okay, and then this was Chud Logic's side of this? Wait. Oh, no, wait, this is the same video. Fuck. Apparently there were DMs by Chud Logic or Discord messages. Do you think anyone will walk anything back after the video you make explaining things with a lawsuit or no? In the actual crazy communities, no, for sure not. That's when you have an idea related to like a, I call these transcendental ideas, things that are over everything else. A transcendental idea is like a thing that, it's true axiomatically. So like God is, like God is God, right? He can never be wrong. He's all powerful. No matter what explanation you have for a thing, or rather, no matter what thing happens, no explanation can ever contradict that idea. So for people who are in like the queen logistical space, like I am a manipulator, rapist who abuses everybody around me and maybe is sociopathic and also likes kids or whatever. Like no matter what comes out, you always have to believe that thing. So those people's minds will never be changed. But the like the people around it, like the people who get exposed to it, there'll be like a thing that I can point to at least. It's like, oh well, here's an explanation for how unbelievably fucking crazy all of this shit was. And then other people who are like tertiary, I guess, to our communities, or who are kind of outside the immediately obsessive people, will be able to look at something else. Lock in, Unk, you're floundering. This Chud guy, man. I think I'm Team Snarker now. Conflict avoidant bitch ass, posting technical jokes, refuses to listen to me. His spiritual advisor, and then starts mid-posting. They're calling me the most raped Chud fan of all time. This was them responding to Nick's live stream, I guess. Dude, his fans are already flooding into the stream chat. Many of them have never even chatted before. Ha ha ha. These are the people I'm losing. Bro, they mobbed your videos. Prefer for Chud to be raped because I won't be able to Jenny tonight. Ha ha ha. Damn, these people really care about their chats. Or other people posting mean things in their chats, I guess. These DMs feel like you're tiptoeing because you are, and I speak more definitively. You can't give liars any wiggle room. Also, he wants to poach DK. Mention that in your coverage for me. Bro, this guy, fuck me. Chud is currently responding on stream. I don't think I want to watch a live response because I feel like that could take like hours. Is he on Kick or only Twitch?
Terry community on Augie's stream, founded
like 10
by
minutes,
the
I
guys
guess.
in the trenches fighting every little talking point. I'm so confused. Chud Logic in public wants you to believe, right, that he's been edging. He wanted to talk about this for months. But Chud Logic in my...
Bro, again, just a lie. Just a fucking lie. Total lie from Nicholas there. Straight up lie. Here's what I said in my video a few days ago. This is what I said. Listen. Listen. Again. Listen again. Once
Nice.
again.
Wait,
Chud,
was Jessica right in
I've
there
tried to
before
be
I
your
joined
friend.
or after I
I've
joined?
tried to message you. What are these comments that you're making? Right? And once again, I tried to play the fucking peacemaker because this is the thing with Nicholas the Oreo, dude. This is the problem. Okay? He wants to have a private conversation to cool things down. And I, to my discredit, criticize me for all this if you want to.
I've allowed that to happen. And I've been like, do you know what? I do like Nicholas. I do appreciate what he's done for me. I don't want to get into some fucking fight over this, okay? Yes, I have been a pussy. I have been a pussy.
Do you think it annoys the snarker / Kiwi Farm people that after all the court shit, it's had little fucking live viewership? Like, it seems like they keep promising the end of your career. Yeah, but for the Kiwi Farms people, a lot of them have fallen off and gotten bored. There's a few posts that are still there. I don't know how many of them are blav, because a lot of them like to make AKAs. If I had to guess, my Kiwi Farms thread is probably active with, like, anywhere from, like, 3 to 8 actual people, maybe. They'll cope and say that, like, well, he had to spend money or whatever else, so it was actually an absolute victory or something else. But, I mean, people have been saying for over a decade, like, this is the last thing. His career's fucking over, blah, blah, blah. So, what are you going to say? What are you going to do?
Drama with you, Nick the Oreo.
So he's obviously doing his voice, but I've said that I've acted like a pussy with him, okay? And he's trying to act like I've not said that so he could do his little own where he goes, oh, but he's acting like... Bro, I said I acted like a fucking pussy, dude. And that's the thing. I'm willing to admit shit like that. He's not. He's got his fucking narrative that he's desperately trying to spin, that he's desperately trying to put out there, doing his queer little fucking voice. He's trying to paint this like some sort of snaky hypocrisy, okay? When I've been, I think, quite upfront with a lot of this stuff, you know? I feel like I've been quite upfront.
I can't even do this without causing any beef. I don't want any drama. Right? Then...
Have you ever seen the New Year's Eve stream with all the commentary people that started this whole rift from New Year's Eve 2024, 2025, where Chud tries to convince Nick and Tom to turn on you over the leaks? No, but I thought, didn't that kind of work? I know Tom distanced himself. Didn't Nick, I feel like I'm annoyed over Nick over that, but I don't remember why. I feel like he said or did some, what I thought was cringe shit towards me, but I guess I don't remember. So I don't know why they would have, I know he was the one who told Willie Mack to call the fucking FBI, which I thought was fucking retarded. Or actually, no. I try to be clear on that. I think if Willie wanted to call the FBI, I think it was fine. It was making the YouTube video over it was fucking retarded. I don't remember if Nick said that he encouraged Willie to call the FBI or encouraged Willie to make a YouTube video on it. The video was fucking retarded. No. Yeah, Nick was posting a lot on Twitter about it, but I don't remember. He led the pedo shit? Okay, King.
Here, I don't know, and I think, well, you know, I've been a bit harsh about Nick, and I fucking popped off about him, even though I got some belief in what I said. I've said it quite aggressively, you know. And I'm thinking, well, if he's friends with me, maybe we can sort of chill a little bit or something, you know? But he's obviously got a different perspective from this point onwards.
Unprompted! He didn't want to chat with me. Dude, I'm sorry if you're an avid Chud Logic fan and you're one of the guys that hate me, and you think that he's been fighting for you privately behind the scenes, but actually Chud's a huge...
Let me ask you this. Who here thought, even before I said that on the stream the other day, who here thought, okay, that I was like going to Nick and privately challenging him? Or who thought I was being a bit of a pussy? Who thought I was being a bit of a pussy? Because, listen, I gotta be honest with you, I'm pretty sure people understood that I was being a bit of a pussy behind the scenes with Nick.
Pussy. And he didn't want any beef with me for the longest time. And this is how he talked to me in DMs.
Okay. Tell me if anything evolves with that. I don't know. Seems cringe, boring. Oh, let's read. Lauren published a big book about her. I think Time is like a, I don't know what they call themselves, alt-writer, far-right, whatever the fuck. And I think she's been writing a few Substack posts to address some final things, or if people are talking shit online or saying that something wasn't explained. I think that's the, I think that's why she's writing these posts, I think. This is part 5 of a Substack series. That's the context. It's part 5 of a Substack series linked here, responding to criticisms of my book. Oh, well, there you go. The book argues that much of the political ecosystem runs on drugs, money, and celebrity rather than truth. Duh. Do you think she drew this picture? What do you mean you're logging off? I had so many different ways to call you an irredeemable whore. You could even call other people dumb whores. We could all do it together all day long to no end. Please, no, just stay a little longer. First of all, I would like to say, if you haven't figured out that X is hell yet, both literally and figuratively, I generally don't know what to tell you. But if you're not looking at it from that angle, that's fine too. Still plenty to unpack in the world of slut, bimbo, whore accusations on the internet, which many online fall victim to. You may have seen a few, or, let's be honest, many directed my way over the last few months or years. Wow. Wow. Mean tweets. Not good. Did you abort Destiny's baby like everyone keeps saying? Damn, that's mean. Not good. Well, if a random person on X is saying it, it must be true. Truly, it's fast becoming one of my favorite guilty pleasures to read the ever-expanding fan fictions about my life, though sadly, I don't have as much time for it as I'd like. Between supposedly raising or aborting Destiny's love child and juggling all my torrid affairs, I'm quite the busy lady. I kid. Sorry, I don't quite live up to the hype of my supposed man-eater reputation. To address a few things I've seen circling online, no, I never cheated on my ex-husband or stole our son. There was no love child, affair, or secret pregnancy, nor did I sleep with half the right wing to write all my content. Lauren Southern cheated on her husband and stole his child, and then goes on a tour declaring him an abuser when he was a good man and merely the victim of her abuse. Wow. Much to the disappointment of gossip enthusiasts, my romantic life is far less dramatic than the internet insists on imagining. I'm not even surpassing the average body count numbers for my age, which is truly devastating for my legacy as Canada's premier harlot. Still, if you're parched for tea, my book does serve up some delightfully scandalous chapters, both telling the truth and addressing the creative writing that's been circulating online. The origin stories behind some of the rumors about my life are equal parts sinister and hilarious, and as for the true stories, they're more real and complicated than anything you'll ever see online as well. Though here's the thing when it comes to all the gossip, even if every wild rumor about my personal life were true, so what? Seriously, so what? I spent my early 20s going viral on YouTube for legally changing my gender to male for kicks and giggles, did riot tourism, got banned from half a dozen countries, was detained under the Terrorism Act, and eventually got swept up in a Russian foreign influence indictment where federal agents tried to turn me into an asset. Like, hello, did you expect me to have a normal personal life? I could maybe understand the fixation on my personal antics if I were still styling myself as some kind of trad life influencer, but it's been years since I quite publicly rejected that label and critiqued the performative nature of the whole thing, and it is performative. And sure, I probably did deserve a bit of the leopards ate your face when my marriage ended. Oh well, we live and learn. I'll take the progressives getting a few kicks in while I'm down. Honestly, I prefer that to the feigned concern about my soul or my life trajectory from strangers online. I mean, come on now. What's this meme? I don't know it. Quite frankly, there are far too many people who have never experienced having their personal life ripped from context, dramatized online, and served up for public consumption, yet feel bizarrely entitled to voyeuristically opine on every sliver of information they scrape together. Masses of strangers have appointed themselves the moral arbiters of my existence, treating me less like a person than like a character in a story who owes them a plotline they approve of. The version of my life the terminally online right-wing internet prefers is one where my marriage never ended, the trad narrative stayed on track, and I continued performing domestic bliss for an audience invested in the fantasy. That's not Lauren, is it? Did she bleach her hair? No, this must be the person talking about Lauren. Too many blondes in right-wing media. Gotta do something about this. Not like that, though. I didn't mean that, FBI that's watching my video. In that version, it doesn't matter what was happening behind closed doors. It doesn't matter if the reality involved fear, instability, or humiliation, wiping my eyes dry just long enough to post cheerful little pie photos, role-playing the perfect life because that's what the script demanded. They don't care about what actually brings joy, safety, or health. They care about what fits inside a narrow, rigid template of what a life is supposed to look like, as if happiness is a video game. Press the correct sequence of buttons, and you're guaranteed the right ending. And of course, my life after that marriage ended, including my relationship with the liberal streamer Destiny, which I read about in my book, certainly did not fit the preferred script. Oh, nice. Liberal instead of leftist. Should have been center-left liberal, but we'll take it. Jesus. I love you, but please turn off your phone or give me a call. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. I know this isn't your heart. Aww. If you're unfamiliar with the lore, here's the timing. The very same day I was flying out to Ottawa in late 2024 under threat of criminal charges to testify before the Canadian government that I was not, in fact, a Russian spy, my old DMs with Destiny, Stephen Bonnell were leaked. That should be Stephen Bonnell the second, but okay. Your Honor, I don't have time for this. Don't you know I'm being canceled by right-wing Twitter right now? Messages from years back in which we confess to loving one another, but I've never quite figured out how to convey to a normal person just how massive that was, but anyone terminally online can still feel the collective scandalized gasp, the kind that basically broke the internet for a few days. I was relentlessly dunked on for this for months, as Stephen and I's respective online personalities and public fiery debates did not line up with these private chats whatsoever. To boot, the public discovered that far worse than being a hoe, I am in fact a hopeless romantic cringe. As commentators read my sappy private messages to hundreds of thousands of listeners on live streams, very cool. Seriously though, everyone loves heated rivalry as a trope, but when I do it, you all boo. Fine. The sheer number of men who once worshipped the ground I walked on, who viewed me as the perfect trad wife candidate, who subsequently began sliding into my DMs with messages like, how dare you like that leftist, you bitch, you were perfect before, was genuinely staggering. Lauren, your butthole alone is more valuable than 35 million or more human lives. Link hidden. Ask your faggot BF blue-haired nerd if he wants me to break all of his fingers or stab his face. Okay, based. Both screenshots from the same guy, by the way, and to think they say romance is dead. Okay. That was actually me on my other accounts, by the way. The dentist plan, right? I do have to wonder whether it ever crossed their minds that perhaps I don't want to be perfect for them. Perhaps that was never the goal, not least because in their eyes, I'm not a human being at all. To them, I'm a character, as are all the personalities they interact with online. Given this, was this written before or after the Sarah Stock thing? Because it was before, it was pretty funny. I'm sure it was planned before, but... Given this, it really shouldn't be shocking that I'd get along much better with someone like Stephen who, while not sharing my politics, shared many of the same life experiences as an online personality, someone who can distinguish performance from personhood, and who isn't inclined to moralize about my history or treat my life like public property the way the scorned men in my inbox so often do. But Lauren, he posted XYZ, horrible, offensive things about right-wingers. Based? Absolutely based. Yeah, I've never been thrilled about that either, but let's be honest, the very same people clutching their pearls over his online behavior spent a decade posting memes of leftists edited into gas chambers with Pepe grinning and pressing the bye-bye button. I spent a long time in the right-wing political space. I still have plenty of friends in that world, lots of whom I love dearly, despite their offensive proclivities as well. And I can tell you definitively that the ones acting the most offended now are usually the ones who kept their own worst impulses confined to private group chats instead of public timelines, and somehow think that grants them the moral high ground. Worse still are the people who live lives every bit as degenerate as those they criticize on the left, yet dial up their moral hysteria for the cameras because their public brand depends on the performance. Frankly, the only real difference between dating Destiny and dating certain large right-wing figures was that I found out he liked men before we started hanging out, and I didn't have to slip my credit card under the table at the restaurant. Okay, I'm barely bi, so I don't appreciate that. What does slip my credit card under the table at the restaurant? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, like if the woman is paying, the man doesn't want to be embarrassed, is what, based? I know everyone far too well to take the theatrics seriously. It's shameless and utterly transparent. The endless whinging about people's personal romantic lives, the breathless, oh my goodness, what did he do? What did she do? Their past is so outrageous. It's insufferable, and as we discover time and time again, almost always coming from people with just as many skeletons in their own closet. If I'm fortunate enough to keep my soul intact through all this and make it to the pearly gates, I can assure you they won't be populated by performatively scandalized Pharisees, and if by some cosmic mistake they are, I'll happily pivot and walk myself right back to hell. That's an atheist quote, but okay. In the faith I was raised on, Christ didn't die on the cross so we could spend the rest of our lives on a perpetual public apology tour for sins he's already forgiven. And even when people are still struggling with self-destructive patterns, which is all of us all the time, I can assure you that God didn't appoint some dude named 1488 Hitler Penis to be anyone's sanctification supervisor via X.com. I don't know what version of the Bible the Cross and Bio boys are reading from, but perhaps their translation came with footnotes from TMZ. I view the sanctimonious trads no different from progressives who want you to vomit, faint, and publicly weep over an offensive tweet from a decade ago. It's not about the tweet, and it's certainly not about your soul. It's about their desperation for a small hit of undeserved moral authority. Given that, for whatever perceived sins the online world feels I've committed, I'll pay my penance to God, not vaporwave Marcus Aurelius calling me a busted femoid. Thank you very much. What's the difference between femoid and foid? I see foid sometimes. Is that just like the new femoid? It's the same thing? Okay. Seriously, who are these people? The kind of people who will yell, slut, or randomly speculate about your sexual history don't really exist in the real world outside of abusive relationships or the occasional drug-addled stranger screaming into the abyss or screaming into the ether as you cross to the other side of the street trying to avoid eye contact. I am begging you to go outside if you think anybody is talking about body count and sexual market value other than online schizoids. Oh, I've seen this before. Be me, 23-year-old NEET. Get off my ass for once and sign up for community college. Attend classes in person because I know if I do online, I'll slack off. Interact with other people for the first time in 5 years since high school. Nobody talks about sexual market value. Nobody cares about bone structure or physiognomy. Physiognomy? Girls aren't immediately rejecting guys with negative canthal tilt or recessed chins. See other bald/balding people my age socializing and having friends. Tentatively ask if I can sit near a group of people, guys and girls. They say sure and include me in their conversation. Did 4chan lie to me about normies? What the fuck? Given this, I think we're dealing with two main species, bots and people so ashamed of their behavior they never dream of attaching a face to it. Oh, and of course, there's a handful of influencers who simply profit from saying inflammatory nonsense. In fact, I recently confronted one popular creator who made a YouTube video calling me a lying whore after I published my book. We ran into each other at an in-person event, and almost immediately he walked back his statements the moment he was pressed face-to-face. The whole thing would be funny if it weren't so bleak. It is a performance, plain and simple. I think the saddest part, though, is that the audiences these influencers are performing for are increasingly non-existent. In the later chapters of my book, This Is Not Real Life, she should be linking to it when she says it here. Not good. I talk about my growing concern with something called dead internet theory. It's the idea that the majority of content and the users online are no longer human. Some research even suggests up to 3/4 of Twitter is fake, which is very much in line with the trends I've observed over the last decade, not to mention the great foreign bot farm reveal. Meet the 24-year-old Ottawa software engineer who runs a MAGA bot based. This guy currently runs right-wing bot accounts posting 2,000 times a day for him, and you're out here taking comments section seriously? My brother in Christ, you're being gaslit by clankers. My concern was largely sparked by observing my peers and I in the political space becoming undeniably audience-captured, speaking in ways I never saw them speak when we were younger or in person, remaining silent about things they knew to be true because of the potential online mob. It felt like governments or interest groups were pushing us in directions that served the old machine. Creators get bought off, new e-celebs are conjured out of thin air, and the original political oddballs, if not financially captured, are still shaped by notifications, view counts, and likes. It's not really a theory anymore, it's just what's happening. While I was at the height of my spiraling over this last year, I decided to disable notifications from any account on X that didn't have a verified email or phone number. My notifications were instantly reduced by around 90%. It was one of the most eye-opening discoveries of my life. It's not that I don't see criticisms anymore, just that the criticism I do see is original, sounds like something an actual human might say, and isn't an endless repetition of the same easily programmed, highly inflammatory buzzwords. I also received significantly fewer nasty messages or comments on platforms like Instagram, which use real identification systems for ID. The few that I do receive are almost always low to no follower accounts created within the last few days from regions where women are still being stoned to death, hard to take seriously. What's more interesting, though, are the few messages that do seem to come from authentic accounts. So let's get into the other side of this equation, the real people. Sure, it'd be nice and tidy to just tell myself that all the hate I get is from astroturfing bots, and honestly, a lot of it probably is. But let's be real, it's also clearly energized an actual group of people. Last week, I randomly decided to respond to a rather mean DM from a man in the UK. Out of curiosity, because his account appeared authentic, his reply came in almost instantly. I actually feel so bad now, I didn't even think you would see that. You're a lovely girl. I shouldn't have opened my big fat gob. Next time you're in England, I'll buy you a drink to say sorry. Laughing face emoji. I am a real person who sees things people say to me. Oh, I've gotten a lot of these before, where if you respond to one, they'll human up very quickly. I appreciated his humility / confession, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time I've had an interaction like this. That, I think, is another piece of the puzzle. People who've been unwittingly swept up in manufactured outrage, products of astroturfing, not the architects. They don't even necessarily know why they believe or think the way they do. It's totally unconscious. Mob mentality that they're shocked by themselves when made aware of it. When I was in the WWE, I saw something that stuck with me, not in the ring, but backstage. There'd be a wrestler they were trying to put over, someone the crowd just wasn't vibing with. You'd hear boos from the audience, or worse, dead silence, no reaction, and that's death in wrestling. So what did WWE do? They'd pump in crowd noise, literal cheers through the arena speakers, sometimes even piped in chants like Rocky, Rocky, for someone the crowd clearly didn't care for. And then I'd watch from the monitors backstage as the real audience started to fall in line. Like that fake reaction gave them permission to cheer, and they did. That's when it hit me. Most people don't think with their own mind, they follow the noise. And now I see the same trick everywhere. In politics, on the news, on social media, they play the cheer track and the crowd claps like trained seals. Manufactured consensus, emotional manipulation wrapped in spectacle. It worked in wrestling. It works even better in real life. This is why when people in chat like Lazar, ha me, the rest of chat would be laughing, but they've poisoned my community against me. I see what you're doing out there, motherfuckers. I think a lot of teenagers fall into this category as well and will eventually grow out of some of their more youthful hubris that's been hijacked by bot armies, boobs, and videos of fast cars. I remember that Sneeko video. Oof. Give me a call if you ever want to cause another conservative influencer scandal. LeMayo, good one. It would be even better if we followed through. Oh, thirsty. Sorry, white American male. I respect you shooting your shot, but I'm a post-wall cat lady. I only like lesbians and gay liberals. You haven't considered the fact that I want a maple syrup MILF with a history of scandal. Nice. Every once in a while, I get a cheeky DM from some Zoomer griper that reminds me that 90% of their politics is just to be transgressive. Yeah, that was also me on another account. But there's also undeniably a group of real people who have not been unwittingly swayed by astroturfing and rather finally found a safe space to indulge their worst impulses. This would be the dedicated followers of the likes of Andrew Tate, the honorary alumni of Hustlers University, majoring in gullibility with a minor in getting rug pulled. I saw Andrew respond to my post on X about his crimes with some nonsense about me being a slut who wanted him. Who knew that ignoring someone's messages was the new height of romantic yearning? Maybe I really am out of touch with dating etiquette. Much like Andrew, most of his fans' criticisms of my Substack and book were just as sophisticated. You're a whore, that's it, full stop. Now, if you read my first Substack or my book, you'll know the majority of their contents weren't about sex at all. They were about things like power, manipulation, belief, politics, crime, faith, and the messier corners of human psychology. At the core, reckoning with my own pride. All topics that could spark thoughtful criticism and real conversation if the people reacting were capable of either. But it should be no surprise that the audience of a pornographer and sex trafficker can only interpret ideas through the lens of sex. Though to even use the word interpret is generous. What we're watching with the constant manosphere whinging about whores and thoughts and body count this, body count that, it's simply the predictable behavior of porn addicts and materialists. Their entire worldview reduces every critique, every conversation to sexual rumors about others, men and women alike. They operate not in reality, but in digital gossip and projection. It's not even fun or interesting gossip either. They don't care about or understand relationship dynamics or emotions. It's all just base perversions. And the saddest part is, from the way many of these manosphere posters speak, despite their fixation, they seem to have very little understanding of sex itself. People who actually revere sex, who experience it as something intimate, layered, spiritually or emotionally meaningful, simply don't talk about it with this level of flippancy. Reverence creates discretion. Instead, they've hollowed sex out, stripped it of depth, and left only the crude shell, just as their false saint has done. We often hear that Andrew Tate speaks hard truths, that he's an important voice, but ask yourself, would his audience listen to him if he said the exact same thing, but were a humble, small-town man with no flashy cars or stories of conquest? Of course not. His appeal isn't intellectual, it's aesthetic. It is the cars, the women, the performance of status and sex. And part of the pushback I faced upon publication of my book comes from the same dynamic. As much as it pains me to admit it, especially given all the risks I've taken throughout my career, the endless hours of work and legal, financial, social consequences, etc., in truth, for many people, my appeal was never really about substance. It was aesthetic. They didn't want ideas. They wanted a pretty blonde girl to deliver an ideological lap dance. You're so right, baby. I wasn't supposed to stand up and say, what the hell, this is kind of weird, and actually you're wrong sometimes, and so am I. I wasn't even supposed to have thoughts of my own at all, just nod, giggle, and validate theirs. Now I'm off the plantation, and to them, I'm just the whore who escaped. This is why we only liked Lauren when we had the Obama video. True. Once again, addicts filter the world through their addiction. I smoked for a while, and everything became a reason to smoke. Fresh air, perfect for a cigarette, finished a task, I deserve one. Stress, just needed to calm down. So I do sympathize. With those struggling with porn addiction. It doesn't make anyone worthless or irredeemable, but it's brutal when nicotine comes as candy mist and porn as the first thing you see when you open social media. Escape is possible, but hard. Porn addiction is more common than smoking. Women are catching up, but among men, estimates suggest 75 to 90% consume it weekly. And so it's not surprising that more and more people are unable to interact with the opposite sex without filtering them through a pornified lens. In that state, even the most ordinary human interaction, such as a handshake, a shared meal, a smile, gets twisted into imagined sexual subtext. Oh, this was super weird and cringe. Brett Cooper apparently met Clavicular and she smiled when she met him. And like there were all these conservatives being like, she's gonna fuck him, bro. She's gonna fuck him. She's gonna fuck him. She's gonna fuck him. Holy shit. Yeah, but it's also Brett Cooper was so fucker true. Just kidding. Queen Brett, you could have avoided all of this by staying far away from the sex traffickers mini-me. ASU frat leader already mogged him. Move on. There doesn't need to be any evidence. The fantasy fills in the blanks. That's how addiction works. It rewires reality to suit the craving. With the amount of people operating in this state, real conversations about sexual assault or trafficking are near impossible. A healthy mind can engage trauma, law, psychology. The pornified brain cannot. In porn, every woman is willing or forced to be... Did this become an anti-porn article? What are we talking about here? She's not a person, but a prop. Her thoughts ruin the fantasy, like a cigarette lecturing you about cancer. You're not buying that pack again. Critics of manosphere idols like Andrew Tate essentially ruin the vibe. He is a justification for the porn addict's most base desires. He's not hated despite being a self-confessed pornographer, scammer, and casual sex addict. He's worshipped because of it. He's a totem, proof that not only do you not need to change, you should embrace the darkest corners of your addiction and call it strength. And when that addiction begins to rot the soul, as all addictions do, it's easier to glorify the sickness than to confront it, easier to crown a king of decay than face the discomfort of healing. So Andrew Tate becomes a hero in a culture addicted to its own collapse. I don't invoke this lightly, but only to illustrate the point. If the Virgin Mary lived today, she'd be the most slandered woman on the internet. A woman getting pregnant claiming she's a virgin. Called a whore, accused of cheating, her story mocked by those with crosses in their bios. Her face would be memed, her trauma turned into content. While I am certainly not Mother Mary, anyone afraid of public scorn for telling the truth should remember to be hated by a world that once crucified the perfect man is no insult. That said, I've taken the time to respond and to write a book that's quite open about my flaws, not because I fear being disliked, but because that old line, the world hates me because I speak uncomfortable truths, is used just as often by hacks dodging accountability as by people telling the truth. The difference is in the pattern. Do their truths ever come at their own expense, or only when they defend themselves or line their pocketbooks? Do they invite scrutiny or demand loyalty and treat all dissent as betrayal? Do they genuinely challenge ideas or just insult, name-call, and toss out empty legal threats to perform and intimidate? I believe some people care about truth, but too many are just hoping no one notices the emperor's doing TikTok in a bathrobe, with his moral bankruptcy barely concealed by a ring light. Are you all getting bored of it yet? I sure am. Now let's tie this all up nicely with some last thoughts in part 6 here. P.S. Really annoying. Okay, I didn't know this upper part was so long, okay, but... really annoying and silly incident I need to clarify for the terminally online. Not that I owe the internet any information about my life, but since this is the only Substack post I mention Stephen Destiny in, I should clarify something here. For readers of my book, the Tesla Añejo chapter/incident was the last time I had seen Stephen. It was the day Trump got shot, and we got into a heated disagreement that genuinely felt like it might be the last time we'd ever speak. Based. Occasionally, internet anons come up with something funny. Later, I sent my book to a range of political figures, from furthest left to furthest right, Stephen included. I'm glad to say we've since buried the hatchet. Stephen and I get along well, with the minor exception that we disagree on just about everything. Ironically, catching up with him was a great reminder of why I wrote the book in the first place. Of course, we couldn't just have a normal human interaction without internet crazy land intervening. At some point, people online began posting about how we met up at a bar in Austin, Texas, which, quite frankly, while it wasn't meant to be some clandestine meeting, is an insane thing for anyone to be tracking. The fact that people monitor the movements of micro-political e-celebs, micro? I'm like I'd say medium. Well, if we're saying e-celebs, I feel like a medium large for e-celeb. I think I get at least medium there, but okay. Of micro-political e-celebrities is a serious indictment of their mental health. Nevertheless, it's true. Wait, why is this red? I was in a town for a panel late last year and met up with a few old friends. The evening I saw Steven, I suggested we go to 6th Street, a popular music, bar, comedy, tourist strip. Minutes after arriving, in what felt like a schizophrenic hallucination, a woman started screaming at us and sprinting across the road with her iPhone out recording. Knowing I wanted absolutely nothing to do with the clout harvesting ritual that was about to occur, I immediately turned my heel and walked away, only to be chased down the street while she filmed. Thankfully, I escaped into a back alley and found a refuge among some crackheads who provided far saner company. Naturally, this woman later posted online claiming that, rather than it being my idea to go to a bar on 6th Street, Steven had actually dragged me into a witness intimidation scheme to stalk and harass her, and that we had been patrolling the neighborhood on the prowl to find her. I don't know what people online think I do in my spare time, but it's definitely not LARPing as an anime henchman in tourist traps hunting down random Twitter account users, like hello? Nevertheless, this absolutely schizophrenic narrative proceeded to trend on Twitter. Legal analysis YouTubers weighed in. Viral tweets with tens of thousands of likes confidently confirmed her storyline, all while she claimed she couldn't upload her side of the video for legal reasons and that she had filed a police report. I reckon uploading a video where she's chasing me as I ask her to leave me alone probably doesn't really play well for the stalking narrative and might even result in her catching a fine for wasting police time if she actually did file said report. Anyway, there's a reason I'm not naming anyone or linking anything. This is just to set the record straight for the 3 people who care about this nonsense. Also, perhaps for the police if, God forbid, they have been sent on a moronic quest to investigate. I truly have no time left for the terminally online and their internet mythologies. Lauren, you're not supposed to hang out with X. Lauren, why did this or that? Dog, I've watched realities I personally lived in get inverted in real time 1,000 times over. Online, people perpetually confuse narrative for truth, content for human interaction, and proximity to a screen for understanding someone's life. I'll try to write about actual reality in this Substack when I can, but I'm one person versus a small army of full-time attention crackheads and narrative engineers who are financially incentivized to lie 24/7. A friend reminded me that I wrote an article in 2021 called The Rise of Systemic Tabloidism about the exact phenomenon I discussed later in my book. I totally forgotten I wrote this article, which caused my friend to say that I was yet again too early. So early that I don't even remember it. So if I can't even remember what I've written in the past, I certainly can't keep up with all the e-drama about myself, nor should I have to. Please, if I do something you don't understand, just remember what you read online is not real life. Good luck out there, and stay sane. Wow. Epic. Okay. You're talking about how schizo people always have theories on everything.
I'm Angela.
Oh. Why did Daily Laguna delete her ex again? I don't know. Maybe she's trying not to have a connection to all of like the weird, crazy shit she's done, but I'll take care of that. Don't worry.
Oh,
Stop. Oh, I saw this. Holy shit, this is brutal. Oh my god. Oh no.
What is the actual name? So like your pick on
Whoa! Bro, what? No!
What is the actual name? So like your pick on
Pretty sure it's planned engagement farm, no? Is it? Well, we just got farmed, so. This is why I glue my wig onto my head. What the fuck? What keyboard is this? I want the switches. It's like a $400 keyboard. Don't get it. The switches are nice, though. It's an Asus ROG something keyboard. Look at the most expensive one. That's it.
think we have a president who is competent, and he has a grasp on the economy and what is happening, and he knows how to fix it after 4 years of destruction.
Tariffs are working?
I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. I think we have a president.
Jader Fernanda, who is supposedly a programmer that can't close Vim, wants you to know that this is the best keyboard, though. Here you go. It's missing like half the keys, though, so. The HHKB Professional Hybrid Type S. And it's blank, so you're an ultra gamer, ultra Chad. I feel like not having the control key down here, though, would actually fuck my head for gaming. Like, I don't think I would enjoy that. I think not having control there would actually mind fuck me. We just rebind caps lock? Well, you'd have to, but I'm used to hitting it with like this part of my hand. Like to not have a key down there would mind fuck me.
Tectone.
Jesus, I'm good. There was a keyboard that I could never use while I was playing StarCraft that people were liking for a while that I also hated. And it was a Logitech keyboard, but it had 5 function keys on the left side of the keyboard. It was over the, like to the left of where, does anybody know what I'm talking about? I hated it wasn't this one exactly, but it was a similar, oh, it was this, whatever this is here. I would reach over it because I feel like my hand is anchored, at least when I'm playing FPS. No, even in StarCraft, it's anchored to this left side of the keyboard. I would hit this like G5 key or whatever so many fucking times while trying to hit control. It would go over too far. Oh my fucking God. I could not handle it. Holy shit. Jader made me buy an HHKB a few months ago. I will vouch, best keyboard I've ever used. I've never looked back. Learning a new layout is definitely worth. Is there not one with like a traditional, even a 10 keyless one or like a no numpad one? Do you have the MX Master Mouse? No, I have the Logitech G Pro Super Light. Destiny, did you see this one? Oh, yeah, this was linked earlier. Okay, my final microphone shit is here, but I didn't get a code for it. I need to go down and pick that up. And tonight I have all my wireless microphones. Holy Jesus. How fucking hyped. IRL life is blessed. Maybe I'll pop in to play Ark with Steven sometime and yell at him for old time's sake. IRL life? In real life life? Major yikes there. Yikes. Major yikes. Huh, good one. Your audio seems off. I'm not getting beta with that. You got the SM58Ss? Yeah, and the charging bases and all sorts of fun stuff. Oh boy. Do you know why the CIA censored this document? Lauren was featured in so stupidly. I haven't looked over the... I've seen this picture, but there was like more to this that I haven't seen, but... That feel when your Kiwi Farms posters work in the CIA. Radicalization and disengagement pathways among female, white, racially, and ethnically motivated violent extremists and sympathizers. Damn. Got him. You might understand you have 2 PCs and you run games on one, but stream output of the game on the other for saving resources and whatnot. Yep. I remember the OK craze with making the OK sign meant you're a Nazi. Oh my God. Oh wait, hold on actually. You have 2 PCs so you can run Chrome without crashing. True. No, fuck you. My shit is fine. I'm not getting baited. Right? Testing, 1, 2. No, I'm not getting baited. Stop. Is that a real picture? Okay. Okay. Have this while I get my mics. 1 second.
I have a PhD in physics. I've been working as a physicist for over a decade, and I'm here to tell you what the physics establishment doesn't want you to know. General relativity doesn't work. Quantum mechanics isn't real. Black holes don't exist. CERN is just a big hole in the ground. No one has ever seen a particle. Magnetic monopoles definitely exist, and they power perpetual motion machines for like fast travel, like in WoW, but only wealthy people are allowed to use them. This is a video about crackpots. That's it. That's the intro.
It is fair penance that physicists and cosmologists be subjected to the constant unsolicited inflow of helpful, if mostly nonsensical ideas. Why is this fair? Because physicists and cosmologists are the official purveyors of the greatest nonsense of all, under the banner of science. No wonder physicists are cranky, bullying, and hostile. Had they not made so many mistakes and failed to correct them, they could be lauded, but they are locked into a Sisyphean struggle against dead-end ideas and a public that is increasingly aware of their nonsense.
A crackpot is an eccentric amateur physicist working on an unfounded, non-mathematically rigorous theory of physics, and the air quotes are going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting in this video. A crackpot will then send this theory to a physicist and demand a response. But really, they're demanding praise for being a physics genius. There are exactly 2 types of crackpots. Type A is the retired engineer, like someone who worked in a science-adjacent field, like maybe when they started college they wanted to study physics, but life got in the way, and now that they are retired, they finally have the time to dedicate to their passion. And I think that's amazing. I admire that so much. But the problem is that instead of maybe watching some Khan Academy videos or taking an entry-level physics course, they jump just head first into whatever topic's been fascinating them for the past 30 years. So like, gonna pull out a graduate level textbook on general relativity or the latest paper on dark energy or string theory, and immediately they're completely lost. So they're like, this doesn't make sense to me at all. This isn't what I thought physics would be like. And instead of like chuckling to themselves and saying I should get back to elementary level physics to get started and spending the time to build up that background, the crackpot kind of responds like, I don't understand this at all. This must be wrong. Physicists are wrong. I'm gonna start writing my own theories. Here is an example I found on a crackpot's website to kind of highlight this personality. I can say that physicists were right on top of the solution for so long, but were wearing very specific blinders due to false prior interpretations. I happen to be lucky and useful idiot savant who might have gone into physics research as a career, but chose big public corporate systems engineering instead. Since I never dove deep into advanced physics and the associated mathematics, I was not inculcated with the approaches. So at this point, they've decided that physicists are wrong and they're going to be working on their own theories, and they never go back to learn the math. Type B is very similar. I'm going to call it the dropout. So it's a smart person. He grew up probably enjoying physics, probably enjoying popular science media related to physics, like Michio Kaku books and The Big Bang Theory, and he goes to college and he's like, I'm a smart person. I'm gonna do physics and I'm gonna help the world with my smartness and my physicsness. And he doesn't do that well. So he will go to the TA's office and be like, I don't understand. I'm smart. Physics is innate. I should be good at physics. I understand the physics. I just don't understand the math. And that's why I failed the test, which is very funny. You can't do physics without math. When you say I understand the physics but not the math, you're kind of saying you understand physics the way a baby understands physics. Like a baby in a high chair holding a ball knows that when she throws that ball, two things are going to happen. It's going to kill, everyone's going to laugh, they're going to love it, and two, the ball will hit the ground. That baby does not know physics. That baby does not know what the word gravity means, but she understands physics without understanding the math. But that is not doing academic physics. That is not doing physics research. That is just living in the world and having a body and experiencing the world. So our dropout tries to convince the teacher how good they are at physics, and they're unsuccessful because they don't take the time to learn math, which is very common with crackpots, and they fail the course. And that is when they decide there's something wrong. There's something wrong with physics. There's something wrong with the way physics is taught. There's something wrong with the professors. I am smart. I should be good at physics. There's something wrong. And they start developing a theory, physics. A perfect example of that I found recently on Nate Silver's Twitter. Now, I'm not saying Nate Silver is a physics crackpot. He is an economist, but he tweeted this and it just encapsulates that attitude perfectly. When I went to college, I was debating between being a physics major and an econ major, and I found the introductory physics courses a lot more alienating. So I majored in econ. Lots of formal and hard, at least to me, math, and little focus on conceptual understanding. But it's very funny to me for two reasons. The first is that Nate Silver is a professional economist, and economics is a hard science. There is a lot of complicated math in economics. Like the movie A Beautiful Mind, John Nash is a Nobel Prize winner in economics, and the math looks like this. And an entry-level physics course, the math looks like this. And I know math anxiety is real. I'm confident, Nate Silver, you could have done this math if you just studied at home, if you practiced algebra before going to physics. Like, why do crackpots think that physics should be innate and easy? Why not take the time to learn the language of physics?
The problem with electron theory is it cannot properly describe how a capacitor works.
So we have our crackpot boys. They have different backgrounds, but their attitude towards physics is very, very similar. They expect physics to be innate. They are smart. They should be able to get it. The fact that they cannot understand a physicist's paper on first read means that there is a problem and their theories will be better. Even though they haven't worked in physics, even though they don't know the language of physics, they don't know the math, they will produce a theory of physics, a paradigm shift in how we think about the world. And the fact that they don't have a physics education, they don't have a physics background, it's a boon. It's going to help them. They are a gift to the world, and we just have to listen.
How cosmic evolution happened with no Big Bang, no dark energy, no dark matter, nothing dark at all.
So I'm not a famous physicist. You don't know me. You don't know what my work is. I probably receive 30 or 40 crackpot emails a year. And as a woman, I receive way less than my male colleagues of like a similar career level, which is interesting. Crackpots. But I can't imagine how many emails, well, his secretary, how many emails Kip Thorne's secretary receives from 1,000 crackpots a year maybe? But what's amazing is that all of these theories are identical, and this phenomena of individual crackpots writing identical theories of physics has been known for a super long time. If you Google crackpot physics, this list will come up, and it's kind of just like a quiz, like a checklist, like a bingo card for crackpot theories of physics, because again, they are so similar. And this is from the 90s. Crackpot physicists have existed for as long as physics has been like a popular science to get into. They used to type their theories and mail them in the physical mail. They used to fax them to physics offices. I don't want to go through a crackpot theory and like point out all the bingos. I'm more interested in like the global phenomena, like what makes all of these crackpots come up with the same ideas and why won't the physicists respond? What about your emails? No one's responding to your emails. So I just want to talk about four things that scream crackpot to me when I see them.
At the center of any supermass, there is obviously no gravity. You can take the largest mass in the universe, the center of which obviously you would free float if you could go to the center of it, correct? So where is the center of gravity?
The first thing emblematic of crackpot theories is that they're always huge. Not in length, but in like concept. A crackpot wants to solve the world's biggest problem. They want to be a paradigm shift in the way we understand physics. They will prove that quantum mechanics is wrong. They will prove gravity doesn't exist. They will prove that electrons aren't real, black holes aren't real, just the hugest things. Like a standard crackpot theory is a theory of everything, where they're combining quantum mechanics and general relativity, a feat that would be quite shocking if it were true. And that's kind of the point for crackpots. A crackpot does not want to do physics. A crackpot wants to be a famous physicist. They want the world to know their name. When you say Newton, when you say Einstein, the way Einstein is like a literal colloquialism for intelligence, that's what they want their name to be. So they would never waste their time looking at a small problem. And if anything, if I ever got a crackpot email that was like solving a small problem, I would read it. I would love to see it. Like, I want to see astrophysicists don't take into account granular sorting when they model planetary formation, which means they have 2 times as many planet outputs as they should. Like, what a small, beautiful little problem to solve. I would love to see it. I would love to see a crackpot just be like, here's my method of laser ablation that's 3 times as fast as any other current method. But no, it's always going to be like, here's why relativity is not real. Here's why the speed of light is actually 2c. Got 'em.
So what would an observer see if they were near the galactic center? Well, that's misleading because there is no valid XYZ coordinate that an observer on Earth can attribute to the center of our own galaxy, because space-time itself is traveling at a higher momentum there.
The second thing is, if you do get past the title of like my theory of everything, and you open that PDF, you will find no physics at all. There's no math. Because a crackpot doesn't have physics training, they don't understand math, they don't understand what a physics project looks like. You won't see any math. And for this, I kind of blame science communication. Like, if you give a public talk on quantum mechanics, you can't send a text message 2 days before to be like, hey guys, make sure you're up on your field theory before you come to my public lecture on quantum mechanics. You can't do math in a public lecture. So what do? You come up with stories, with thought experiments, with cool little diagrams. And you're like, let me explain the theory to you. But that theory is not the diagrams. It's not the cute little stories. Like Schrodinger's cat is not the proof of the uncertainty principle. It's not the derivation of this uncertainty principle. Schrodinger's cat is a joke. It's a story. It's a little funny thing to say to poke at like the absurdity of quantum mechanics. But a crackpot will write a theory where they disprove they will disprove Schrodinger's cat, which is not what quantum mechanics is, and they will just write a cute little story about how you can put a camera in the box and tell if the cat's alive, therefore quantum mechanics is wrong. And it's just like, that's Schrodinger's cat isn't the theory. So when you open a crackpot theory, you will never see a derivation, you will never see correct math. Crackpots are fond of just like taking an equation, like the Schrodinger equation, and just like sticking in a little constant, being like, this is the nu, and nu is for consciousness in the wave. And I've added it, and it's like, okay, but what are the units? What are the units of consciousness? Isn't that gonna mess up your equation? They don't know. They don't care.
As De Broglie's equations apply to all matter, we can fundamentally establish that C equals HF, where C stands for consciousness, H for the constant of Planck, and F for frequency.
That leads me to the third thing that tells me this email is actually a crackpot theory of physics. Crackpots are incredibly angry at the physics community. Crackpots will send you emails in all caps with random words in bold and in red and say things like the physics establishment will regret not listening to me. If this email doesn't reach Neil deGrasse Tyson in 72 hours, you'll be sorry. Like, you have ignored me for the last time. And honestly, bros, it's a little terrifying because physicists usually work at public universities. Like, you can Google your local university, go to their physics department, and find out what building that physicist is going to be in all day. Find out where she's teaching her classes, where her office is, when her office hours are. So the reason I'm never responding to a crackpot email is because they are so angry. And it's scary. And like, it's all fun and games. Like, ha ha ha, these people don't understand physics. But think about how delusional you have to be. Like, you open a physics textbook and you're like, I don't understand a word of this. Like, a normal response would be like, of course I don't understand this advanced topic. I haven't had physics since high school. Maybe I should start with something a little easier. But the physics crackpot had that experience and was like, well, all physics is wrong. I'm right. I will be Albert Einstein. And instead of taking a class, instead of learning math, they spent 3 years independently researching their theory and writing it up. And they sent it to physicists, and physicists respond like it's a joke because it's obviously crank. Like, there's nothing there. There's no physics there. And these people get very angry. Like, I have worked on this theory for 3 years and you laugh at me? I am going to change the world. And this is terrifying. The American Physical Society has a conference every year, and every year they have a crackpot session. If you pay your dues and you are an active member of APS, you can go to the conference and you can present. And you know why? In 1952, after his paper on how the electrons don't exist was rejected, a man got on a bus, went to New York, went to the APS office, and shot the first person he saw. The first person he saw was 20-year-old Eileen Fahey, and she died. And so now, if you pay your dues, you can go and you can present your physics because the APS doesn't want something like that to happen again. But it happened, and crackpots are scary. That's why no one's responding to your emails. The idea that a random person just sitting in their bedroom could come up with a better theory than the literal thousands of people who work on this every day and have for hundreds of years is delusional. And when you talk about this with people who aren't physicists, they're like, well, what if they're right? What if they're right? And that's the fourth thing.
So my conclusion is particle physics as practiced since 1930 is an entirely futile enterprise.
And that's the fourth thing about crackpots. They will never be right because they have no physics training. The theories they send are not physics theories in any sense of the word. Most people do not work at like the forefront of science. And so they're like, what if they're right? What if a crackpot is right? What if they're right? And it's hard to explain, like, it's impossible for them to be right because they are not doing physics at all. Like, they could never be right because they don't even take the step to have a physics idea. So in classic physicist fashion, I have prepared an illustration, a cute little story a la Schrodinger's cat, to explain to you what it's like to receive a crackpot email. Imagine you work in a restaurant and you have been head chef for 12 years. People love your food, people love your recipes. One day before a dinner rush, someone just busts into your kitchen and he says, "You're part of the chef establishment. You don't know what a recipe is. You're all wrong. I am the best chef in the world. I make the best recipes. You're garbage." And they just throw a takeout box like down in front of you on like your bench. How do you feel? You're pissed, right? Like, how dare this person come into your successful restaurant and call you garbage? You're mad, right? That's incredibly rude. But you're curious. You're curious. So you open the takeout box and it's Play-Doh. It's Play-Doh arranged to look like a pasta, the way like a child, a 3-year-old would make. So you laugh because you think it's a joke. This man came in all pretending to be angry and he's like, "Look at my recipe, it's the best." And it's not even a recipe, it's Play-Doh. How funny. And when you're laughing, he looks at you and you see that crazy, like delusional, like empty eyes, and he starts screaming, "How dare you laugh at me? I've been working on this recipe for 3 years. I will change the world. I am the Bobby Flay of 2022. How dare you?" And now you're scared, right? Because this man thinks this is food, but it's Play-Doh. It's not food. How did he work on this for 3 years? He never Googled what is a recipe, what is food. He didn't go to a restaurant to test other people's food. He's been working on this for 3 years and now he's in your kitchen. He knows where you are. It's scary. And now imagine people are like, well, what if he's right? What if he's right? He's been working on it for so long. Maybe that is the best recipe. And you're like, it's not even food. It's Play-Doh. It's not food. He didn't do the basic. He's not speaking my language. I can't eat this. Crackpots have no conception of how physics works, and they take rejection as evidence that their theory is correct. Because they're delusional. They think like, see, it just proves that the physics establishment is afraid of me. They'll cite Galileo and say, just like Galileo was proven right, I will be proven right. And it's like, everyone believed Galileo. What are you talking about? They'll be like, Einstein was bad at math. He was a patent clerk. And it's just like, what? Of course, Einstein was brilliant at math. He's like the most famous theoretical physicist. He was a patent clerk, but he was also a professor. He was also trained in physics. Like, people believed Galileo, but he pissed off the church. And so they were afraid to talk to him because they would be murdered by the church. That has nothing to do with the science that Galileo did. Me not responding to your email because I'm scared of you is not evidence that your theory is right. It's evidence that I'm scared of you. So I wanted to make this because I am incredibly fascinated by this worldview, by the idea that one should be able to just enter a field with no background and then champion that field. Like, crackpots exist in other fields. Like, if you're looking for female crackpots, go to medicine or like essential oil situations. Like the flat earth thing a few years ago, that was technically physics crackpots, but it was different, right? It was hundreds of people all doing experiments. And
was this an interesting video? Was this a good babysitter?
Trying to point to global conspiracy, but like, crackpot physicists, they work alone. They're worried that any interaction with physicists will make them steal their theories or taint their ideas. Like, they need to have the final product and they need to publish it on their own so that the world knows they're Einstein. If you work with a group, you can't be Einstein, right? Whereas physicists work in probably, I would say the average is like a group of three to 10 big collaborations. Like a CERN paper will have 1,000 authors. The EHT paper that had that published the black hole images from a couple of years ago had hundreds of authors, just because the low-hanging fruit is gotten. You can't be a physicist working by yourself. Like, people definitely still publish single author papers, but it's much more rare, and it's much more common for big papers with big results to have many people on them. How did this happen? How did you get the confidence to think that you are Albert Einstein? Stay tuned for part 2. Can physicists be crackpot physicists?
Did she actually debunk any of the supposed crackpots, or is she just ad homing them all?
Yes. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
Destiny, this was behind you? Oh shit, I didn't want anybody to see this on stream.
It's October 19th, 2017.
The problem is people are so judgmental, okay? He's not fat, okay? He just has a unique diet, all right?
Robert.
Oh, sorry, I was on a private call right there. My bad. I wasn't talking to you guys. Okay. Before I watch more videos, I need to fact check all these things down here. True or false?
Thing with Martina Navratilova.
What do you mean I have nothing? What do you mean?
A beef. She
Oh no, I've seen this before. It's probably not the right take.
has beef with you.
Why did she have a beef with me?
Because you think like...
We're good on that. I don't need to do that. A little bit too far down the wokey thing.
No! God! Jesus!
What's the take in the vid? It's Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, like, well, maybe men-women divisions in sports aren't good, and we should actually divide everybody by, like, their hormone levels. And it's just not... Or actually, I don't know what take he was going to give there. I'm just looking at the title, and I've heard him give this take before.
Navratilova.
What do you mean I have nothing? What do you mean?
A beef. She has beef with you.
Why did she have a beef with me?
Because you think like guys with dicks should get in the women's swimming pool, basically.
Well, whatever got clipped and reposted, I don't know. But what I said was that in this emergent space where you have people expressing themselves on a gender spectrum, and you want to now compete in sports, that's still a frontier to be solved. And I don't have the answer, but I can suggest one, whether or not it'll work. Maybe we don't compete by gender anymore. We compete on hormone ratios, okay? There was a woman who had uncommonly high testosterone levels, and they wanted to disqualify her because of how manly she was when she was born a woman and competing as a woman. So if that's how we're going to do it.
You know, this
what you really want. Wait, Bill, no, I thought this through more than you might think I have. Oh. So what you really want is an interesting contest between people who are similarly talented. The least interesting Super Bowl you could ever watch is a blowout by halftime.
See, what we agree on is that there are...
So, like... And I understand, I can sympathize a little bit. As a non-sports watcher, okay, I can understand Neil deGrasse Tyson maybe thinking that what you want to see in sports is everybody evenly matched, but that's not true. You want to see people that represent certain things in sports. So it might be people from your country, it might be men competing against men, but it's these like classes of things that aren't hardcore measured and scientifically calculated and then put in that. Like, you want to see something more broad than that. Like the category of man versus woman, like man is a meaningful thing that we all identify with. We don't necessarily identify with like hormone levels. It's a kind of it's a mini autistic take about sports, because like in Neil deGrasse Tyson's world, college football would be one of the least popular sports of all time. It literally has a big brother sport, the NFL, that is where the players are better in every single conceivable way. Why would you ever watch college football? Well, because people identify with college football sometimes. Their city might not have, or their state even sometimes might not have an NFL team. Maybe you come from a college, maybe it's just close to you, maybe your college teams are popular for whatever reason, but like the fact that you only want to see the best of the best of the best is not necessarily the case, you know.
There are anomalies in human nature, whereas, the vast majority of people, I'm sorry, are still male or female. And certainly every cell in our body is dictating one of those other sexes. I mean, obviously,
hormones are. Yeah.
Obviously, that's, also I make sperm and other people make eggs.
That's what hormones do.
You can't deny that. Okay. So but we, as liberals, I think agree that, there are anomalies in nature and they should be respected and protected. But this attempt to reorganize all of society around what...
LOL, you can tell Destiny never watched sports. He probably can't even differentiate between LeBron and Michael Jackson. Well, LeBron is one of the best basketball players of all time. Michael Jackson just had that thing where he was touching the kid in the back, but he used to be a good basketball player. So I actually do know the difference. Okay, you fucking retard. And Michael Jackson had a legendary basketball dunk move they called the moonwalk, retard.
But a very tiny percentage who, again, we can protect and respect without pretending that every baby is a jump ball like penis. What the fuck? I don't know. That doesn't mean anything. We have no idea what this child is. I mean, that seems to be where you want to go. I mean, like, how many people fit this description that we should reorganize sports around? Sports we have men's sports and women's sports. And if the best team in the WNBA played the worst team in the NBA, the score would be 1,000,000-0. Can we organize society around that basic point with this, of course, proviso that we protect and respect people who do not fit into it?
Let's segregate society between dark-skinned people and light-skinned people, because that nature made it that way, and that's how it is. So,
nature did make it that way, and it's not segregating.
Well, there was a
segregating
time,
anything.
That attitude 150 years ago was
2 years ago. You act like this was yes, right. Lincoln. This was a big issue in the Lincoln-Douglas debates. Trans people. That's right. I remember that.
I'm talking about
1861. Yes, I remember those debates.
It was 1860.
Lincoln was all about getting trans. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay. I think he's just saying that in response to MAGA people not caring if they're biologically male or female or not because they rage at women and women's anyway and transvestigate since they don't care, maybe we should just do this idea. Yeah, but we're not going to change the organization of all women's sports or all men's sports or all sports just for trans people. It's such a losing battle, okay? Okay, let's listen to this and we'll see if Loner hits on any of these points. I don't know if he'll source stuff as he's chatting with Hutch or not, but
we used to go to this. We found
1
it.
month ago.
We called it. I think we called it the dip. I don't remember what we called it. But we would pack 5 deep in my buddy's Ford Festiva, which if you don't know what the kind of car that is, it's like basically like a tiny aluminum can. Like it's a really small, tiny car. And we used to hit this dip, and it was just like in a residential suburban neighborhood. And he would hit the dip going about 70 miles.
Sometimes.
You play WoW? How tall are you? You seem tall.
You have good hair.
Yeah. I think we all have good hair here, guys. Come on.
Well,
right now, you just haven't brushed it today.
So, Loner, I wanted you to come on and be our consultant and tell us what's going on with fucking UK politics. What is the state of things? Apparently, Labour's not doing great.
It's all pretty.
You guys are fucked. It's all pretty unprecedented. Yeah, we're used to having 2 very old school parties running pretty much everything, and now the polls can never decide who's in second place. First place is solidly the Reform Party, who are basically the closest we're going to get to MAGA and strange sympathies with Russia and anti-immigration and crack economic policy. So yeah, we're looking forward.
When are the next elections in the United Kingdom? like real quick, when you talk about like Reform Party, Tories, Labour, this is the government we're talking about for the entirety of the UK, right? It's not just like the English whatever bullshit, right? Okay, 4 years. Do they ever do like snap elections, or will they ever have like a random election? Literally, the prime minister can do an election whenever he wants. Okay. They could call it, when you say they, does that have to be like the majority government? Okay. So unless a bunch of people drop out of the Liberal Party, or the PM is crazy or whatever, I'm guessing they would never do that, right? What? It's very likely with Labour bleeding support? Liberal, sorry, Labour. When I say Liberal, I mean Labour. My bad. Labour. Oh God! All right.
Or do it. They're probably going to be the largest party in the next election.
5 minutes for every
unless something big changes. That's where we are now. We're kind of unique in the UK compared to Europe because most of Europe has had, for the last 10, 15 years, they have been having this surge of far-right parties where they suddenly get between like 15, 20, 25% in the polls, and they start to maybe influence elections, or they can even get in power. The UK has resisted that for a long time, probably because the Conservative Party did a good job at kind of keeping them quiet. But then we finally caught up, so it looks like the next election, we're going to have our own brand.
Here's the galaxy brain maneuver. This is what you do if you're Starmer, all right? Get back into the single market tomorrow, all right? Get back into the single market tomorrow. And then it's a complete beautiful situation, right? Farage is fucked.
Wait, what does it mean get back into the single market? Into the European Union market? Is that sounds, would the EU even accept that? Pisco knows nothing? Is that, okay. At this point, yeah, no, no. They might. Okay.
And you just sandbag him if he gets in office with 6 more years of Brexit.
No, I agree.
Why is that not?
Yeah, Starmer's popularity. You're not ambitious enough. Starmer's popularity is fucked, and he keeps on trying to do mid 2000s, 90s normal politician things to get people to like him, like publishing a Christmas letter that he wrote to his son or some shit, like to make himself look relatable. No, yeah, he should do. No, don't stop it. Going back into the single market, like raise taxes on the middle and upper class and fund cool social programs that everyone actually wants to see funded. Increase defense and help Ukraine more. Like do all the things because everyone's gonna hate you anyway. Like you might as well. You've got the majority.
Well,
just go blast them.
You should do Bidenomics.
Yeah. I was going to ask, isn't his leadership on Ukraine giving him a big boost, or is that not what people are concerned about?
It's not giving him a big boost, no. Like we've had, no, it's not, because our most popular party in the UK is one where one of the members, who was actually quite close to Farage, he was caught and is going to jail now because he was taking bribes from Russians for talking points.
Okay.
For talking points that were not all that different from talking points that Farage has given.
Well, I'm confused. It sounds like your country imprisons people for being Russian stooges.
Well, it was a bribe as a politician. Russians. He was one of the members who was actually quite close to Farage. He was caught and is going to jail now because he was taking bribes from Russians.
Okay, I need to know about this. Russian bribes, UK politician. Former Welsh Reform leader. Does this mean he's part of the Reform Party, or he's going to run as a Reform candidate from Wales, or is there like a special Welsh Reform Party? Oh my God. Okay. The former leader of Reform UK in Wales has been sentenced to 10.5 years in prison after admitting taking bribes for pro-Russia interviews and speeches. Nathan Gill, 52, from Llangefni, Anglesey, Jesus Christ, is thought to have received up to £40,000 in total for helping pro-Russian politicians in Ukraine. He was a member of the European Parliament when he accepted money from Oleg Voloshin, 44, a man once described by the U.S. as a pawn of Russian Secret Services. The Old Bailey, Judge Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb But this is am I reading a real article? Are these real names? Chima Grub said Gil had abused his position and eroded public confidence in democracy. Voloshin was acting on behalf of close friend Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk, 71, who was the source of both the request and the cash. The Met Police said investigations into whether any other officials or individuals have committed offenses are continuing. Reform UK said it was glad justice was served amid calls for a further investigation. CDR Dominic Murphy, finally, head of the Met Police's counterterrorism team, said Gill was an extraordinarily willing participant in the bribery, describing his actions as a threat to national security. He said the case formed part of a breadth of activity by Russia, including incidents such as the Salisbury poisonings in 2018. Like Salisbury steak? Did they poison the steaks, or is this like a city too or something? Okay. It was a town where Russia used biological weapons to try and assassinate somebody. Okay, based. Not based, sorry. Gill was an MEP from 2014 to 2020, initially for UKIP and then the Brexit Party. God damn, this guy. Oh my God. I feel like every time I see anything related to these words, it's always going to be the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life. UKIP, Brexit Party, Reform. I feel like it's always like... Didn't Sargon of Akkad run for the... Was he running for UKIP, I think? He was bribed to defend the two channels, 112 Ukraine and News 1 in the European Parliament, and to speak in support of Medvedchuk, then a pro-Russian Ukrainian politician who faced criminal proceedings for high treason. Also tasked Gill with finding other MEPs to speak to 112 and give him talking points to pass on to them. The court heard Gill mainly enlisted MEPs from the UK, but also some from Germany and France. No case was presented that these MEPs knew Gill was being bribed. Damn. That's some crazy shit, guys. Holy fuck. Now, he wasn't part of the... he wasn't part of the UK government, right? He was part of the... He was a member of European Parliament. So this is the, I believe, the lower chamber of the European Union, representative from the United Kingdom. But Jesus. Not good. $13,000 USD. That's how you know the UK's economy is like fucked. This guy got $40,000 to do treason from another country? God damn. Oh, Sargon ran for a member of European Parliament, not the UK government. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was for the UK government. There's no lower chamber, it's one parliament. For the European Parliament, I thought they had the European Commission, which was like the upper body or upper chamber, and then the European Parliament, which was the lower chamber. And the Commission is like one member from each state. But anything that goes through the Parliament has to be passed by or okayed unanimously or something by the Commission. That's not the same thing. Destiny is correct. The commission is like the White House. Commission is the government. Parliament is just a voting body. The commission is the executive. You're thinking of the council. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the council. Is the European Council one member per state? That's the upper body? Okay. Police began investigating Gill after tip-offs from their intelligence sources, including the FBI, who found messages to Gill on Voloshin's phone when he traveled to the U.S. in 2021. Damn. Good job. Biden's FBI. Maybe. 2021 would have been January. Yeah, it was okay. Right. I've received all promised Christmas gifts and requested 5 more postcards for your kind help next week during the debate. God damn. They found $5,000 in euros, I think that is, and $5,000 in cash. Does cash always mean USD, or I imagine? The court heard an application to recover £30,000 from Gill, but police think he could have made up to £40,000. Cash just means paper money. Oh. Even with the... Oh, so this is probably 5,000 USD in cash. Oh, so these were notes, is what they're saying. Okay. Wait, hold on. Yeah, good enough. All right. Sargon ran for the EU Parliament for UKIP, did a huge series of viral debate streams, touring around the UK, ultimately lost, but it blew up his profile over there a lot. Gotcha. He continued taking bribes after joining Nigel Farage's new Brexit party. Later, he led the party into the 2021 Senate election after it rebranded as Reform UK. When it says you lead the party, what does it mean by being a party leader if you're not currently like in the UK or or what does it mean to be the leader of the party? Do they like vote on who the leaders are, or each party still has a head? Do the people vote on it, or do the elected people vote on it? The parties elect their leaders. Depends on the party. Usually it's internal. Gill, elected party leader of Reform, did it say? Reform UK. What they say, or somebody just said he's close to Farage. What does he mean by close to Farage? No patriotic British political party. Patriotic? He was the leader of the Welsh branch. Okay. Okay, good to know that. Okay.
for talking points. For talking points that were not all that different from talking points that Farage has given.
Well, I'm confused. It sounds like your country imprisons people for being Russian stooges.
Well, it was a bribe as a politician, so
yeah,
that's kind of crossing a line.
Yeah, we just make them bigger podcasters and completely ignore it.
How quaint.
To what extent, if any, did Donald Trump's win boost reform in 2025? Did that have any impact?
Did Donald Trump boost them?
Yeah, by winning.
I don't know. I think he's maybe given people pointers on how to talk because reform have borrowed a little bit from Trump. But yeah, no, there are some things about Trump that are maybe a bit less popular here. Like the Russia thing is going to be a problem for Farage. The closer you get to Ukraine, the more uncool it is to sympathize with Russia, basically. Makes sense. But yeah, it's probably helped them a bit. But no, like Farage is tapping into something that's existed in the British population for a really long time. Like we're an old population, average age is like mid-40s. Farage speaks to the kind of like average British geezer like very, very closely. He is we still like to preserve the image of like British liberalism and Churchill and caring for refugees and all that, but also these boats going too far, like, so he can basically push like a really aggressive immigration policy, but use all the rhetoric of having a moderate one. He talks very much to like the bureaucratic sort of like homegrown philosophy, anti-intellectualism that's really popular in the UK, where he basically thinks that like his whole economic policy is to say that the government is full of useless, faceless bureaucrats and they're just bloating and we need to come in and cut all the bloat. So their entire economic policy is we're just going to find 20 times more waste than everyone else. Doge. Like they've been having this in their manifestos for 10 years. I don't even know whose idea it was first. But yeah, Farage is very much like presenting himself as the guy who's going to come in and kick out all the disconnected, like posh latte drinking, like desk fuckers, and get back to basics. And obviously, they've got councillors. They're in charge of councils right now, reform, and all of them are raising council tax. So they come in and they realize that they can't. Yeah.
I don't know why we're talking about UK. We should be talking about Scotland because you're Scottish, aren't you, Loner? And Scotland was very much essential to Labour's rise, right? Is them getting back a lot of the old constituencies that used to go Labour and went for the SNP, Scottish National Party, for a while, partly because of the frustration with the Conservatives.
I think maybe he meant we shouldn't be talking about all of the UK. We should be talking about Scotland or England versus Scotland, or I don't know.
The Tories, but also because of like scandals and bad shit from the SNP, right? So talk to me a little bit about how Scotland is doing. Are they going to swing reform?
It's still in the air right now. We don't know. First of all, sorry, you're very much overestimating Scotland's say in the United Kingdom. So Labour, it's been a long time, I think, since Labour's actually depended on Scotland or even close to Scotland for their election victory. They've swept the first past the post system with or without Scotland. They did not need us for that. Obviously, they've regained a lot.
Okay, way to own me.
Sorry, listen, I just like to tell you the facts, okay? Listen, Scottish politics is fucking boring, okay? We have a really good government in Scotland, or we have had, at least in the local way, because we have multiple elections in Scotland. We have the general election in the UK, we've got local elections, and local elections are split into two different kinds of seats, where you've got regional votes, and also, which are much more proportional, and then you've got the first past the post votes for the members of Scottish Parliament. So, yeah, and the result of that is that we basically always, unless a party is massively popular, we always have coalitions. And our coalitions, especially with the Greens and SNP, have been really good. Like, we've managed to dodge a lot of the crazy austerity that happened under the Tories. We still have our free prescriptions. We have like free bus travel for everyone I think is under 21. And I think we have free dental care. Free dental care for under 26. Yeah. Our tap water is manna from the heavens. Yeah, we're doing all right. But obviously our future, again, we don't know. The SNP have had scandals. They've basically been the dominant party for a bit too long. They've been a bit complacent. Scottish independence is still their main platform, even though support for that has not really moved in 10 years. It was 45% 10 years ago when we had a referendum. I think last time I checked, it was 45%. So unfortunately, it's not really going to be up to us. If we're going to get dragged with wherever England goes.
I'm a bit jealous of you guys with the parliamentary system, because I feel like if America had a parliamentary system and the left flank of the Democratic Party had their own party and political identity, that would actually go a long way in alleviating some of that tension. Whereas, you guys, you form these coalitions, and I think it's easier to maintain an identity. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but like some people were pointing out, like, I don't know about like you guys, what your chats tell you, but my chat tells me all the time that like the Labour Party has like ran to the right. To what extent is that true? Have they given up a lot of their left-wing policies? Are they, too aggressively attacking the center, the center right? What's going on with Labour?
Yeah, well, obviously, it's a combination of two things. One is that, unfortunately, in the 2019 election, for reasons that I think are not entirely his fault, Corbyn was just, his campaign was a disaster. He had like the biggest loss for Labour since 1935 or something. And then after that, Keir Starmer's solution was to basically purge everyone who was connected to Corbyn, sometimes with slightly valid reasons, sometimes with like the most trivial reasons possible. And then the result of that is, a lot of Keir Starmer's road has just been to separate himself from that as much as possible. So on immigration, he's actually ceded about as much as you possibly can to the right wing without becoming a fascist, like as much as you can within reason. And so it's much harder to immigrate to the UK. A lot of work visas for entire sectors that we used to have open just aren't open anymore. A lot of loopholes. It's much harder to bring your family and kids if you're going to migrate, especially as a student, or your income has to be a lot higher. So they've done that on immigration. On economics, they've basically said that they would stay with Tory fiscal policy. So there's no ambition in terms of, he promised not to raise income tax. So now they're just trying to do there's like a mansion tax, which is a good idea, but it's not going to raise that much. So the problem is that unlike...
Wait, whose chat is this? Damn, Lonerbox's chat. Corbyn got rat fucked by liberals. Oh wow, it's Loner Cuck, one of the original genocide Avengers apologists. Is he at Rose was 17? What? Do these people just flood Loner's chat, or is this Loner's? Oh, that's the Live and Learn chat. Oh, okay, that makes way more sense. So by that you mean this is Peace Coast chat flooding into the Live and Learn? Gotcha. Okay.
I think even Biden.
Sorry, the lib. I know it's called Live and Learn, but the chat are like deranged online tanky snarker fucks. So okay,
there's not really
mainly from Peace Coast side because he doesn't believe in moderating anything. Yeah,
any new and exciting economic policy that they can claim. There's just
he needs to break his promises.
Sorry.
He needs to break.
He does need to break his promises, or he should.
Keir Starmer is the hutch type he loves.
Have made them in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, he's less popular. He's less popular than politicians who did. Yeah, he's less popular than politicians who did break promises. So why not? Hey,
well, it kind of feels like the Boris Johnson situation where he was just like blatantly lying everywhere, and it does feel like Boris is still in good standing among some members, or there are people who want to bring back Boris, right? I mean, I don't understand if he's hated, and there are even reports. I always see like news stories. Is Labour going to kick out Starmer? Is there going to be an internal coup? Because that's all it would take, right? Is like a no confidence motion or something like that. Labour could, if it wanted to, get rid of Starmer, but it just feels like that would be. I don't know, a sign.
Dusty's ever seen Rose of 17 yet? That person spams constantly during Live and Learn. I feel like I've seen it before, but there's so many unhinged accounts out there that are like Justical Discord alts and everything. Yeah, good one.
A disaster sign for Labour in the future.
Listen, unless you've seen something I haven't, I'm going to correct a bit of the disinformation again. Okay, Boris Johnson is fucked in terms of any popularity anymore because
among conservatives,
the Conservative Party, maybe not. No, but instead, among conservatives who are going to. In terms of right-wingers who are going to decide to vote in the next election, yeah. The problem is that when we left the European Union, the Tories' migration policy left a lot of options that would have allowed just a massive number of people to come in, and also coincided with like 3 refugee crises with Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Hong Kong. But like Boris Johnson, in terms of replacing the European migrants, brought in like new student visas, for example, which made it really easy for they targeted mostly Nigeria and India, and it meant that if you came on a student visa, you could bring dependents. So most people who came in relation to student visas under Boris Johnson's new policy were the kids and spouses of students, which means that they're getting the NHS paid for, but the education is not getting paid for by the way. So yeah, we basically had like net migration of almost 1 million. So right wingers they call it the Boris wave. They call that migration wave the Boris wave. So he's gonna.
Oh, so they hate him for being too pro immigration.
He would have a hard time bouncing back from that. I mean, he's trying to blame like the bureaucrats. So maybe he'll find somewhere there, but I don't know. I think it's unlikely. I could be wrong. What else? Fuck. What were you asking me? I'm sorry.
That was it. We're just talking UK shit.
Okay.
I don't know. You guys about Epstein at all? I mean,
yeah, you guys brought him on just to talk UK stuff. I'm sure he's got plenty of thoughts on what's going on here.
Yeah, I guess we were talking shit about your Venezuela. No, we just were curious of your takes on the Venezuelan oil tankers and the Maduro regime and all that.
Oh yeah, the tankers. Well, it's not. I don't think my take's that controversial on the tankers. Maybe Peace could disagree. When it comes to like any measures that are of principles in international law, the problem is that like.
Who cares? Go for it, Ira.
Well, no, you had a thought on it. Please go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I care a lot about actual motivations, and I fucking hate pretext. And so maybe I would hear you that, like, international law just a meme, and maybe I'll hear you that it's not settled under U.S. law to the extent to which these.
Didn't Lonerbox defend the strikes on Venezuela? Real Kathy Doyle. I feel like I see this Kathy person as a logistical person. I forget what their full name. They usually go by Kathy something else or whatever. God damn, dude. The amount of disrespect. I guess maybe Hutch is still in the learning phase of like, I need to demand more positive actions. When I say positive, I mean doing something as opposed to like idling whatever, like positive and like take a step. It's crazy the amount of just like shitting on, like they have an anti-liberal chat on a show called Live and Learn. That's just crazy to me. Like their chat is like tanky leftist. Like they hate fucking liberals and the show's Live and Learn. Why? I don't know.
some of these treaties are self-executed. Maybe I'll hear you that it's not settled whether the U.S. has jurisdiction, and so we might as well try. Maybe I could hear all that if I actually believe the motivation that was
What's Lonerbox's take on Israel-Palestine?
underlying this purported action, which is if we really cared about the aggression from Russia, we should start first by doing things that are very clearly legal and within our authority, such as giving unrestricted amounts of aid to Ukraine and supporting them in their diplomatic efforts. And the Trump administration has shown no desire to truly help Ukraine the way it deserves to be helped. And on that basis, I view, and you do as well, that these actions are just pretext to warmonger with Venezuela, an action that I'm against. I'm against that stuff. And I'm against also the bombing of Iran. And so given that...
That Kathy person has about 100 alts. It's every tangent server. He's the one that puts on a fake Indian accent. Yeah, that person, yeah.
I'm not in support of it as a policy matter, even if I took the view that international law or maritime law were just memes.
Well, forgive me, but I think what you guys are saying is this is the Trump administration actually supporting the sanctions and taking action, because my understanding is these tankers are like Venezuelan oil. That's
Lonerbox is a Zionist. Oh, that's why Lonerbox loves ethnic cleansing. He doesn't believe in international law.
Going to Cuba, and also like Iran, like are using them as well. Like I don't understand the Russia connection beyond just the Trump administration standing up for sanctions. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, can you elaborate on Russian shadow fleet?
Well, because
but the tankers we boarded aren't Russian, part of the Russian shadow fleet, are they?
The first one was. It's owned by a guy.
Really?
It's owned by a guy called.
What is Desley mainly debating Konstantin on UK immigration? No, that's not the main thing. But he's able to, when he's debating other people, he's able to retreat to a lot of like, well, this is the UK and it's a lot different than the US, which I agree to some extent it's true. But then nobody from the US learns the politics of any other country, so they're not able to actually have a discussion on the weird pivots that Konstantin does. So I want to be familiar enough with the UK scene to blow up those arguments if they come up, basically.
Artemov, I think his name is. Yeah, that's why it was sanctioned under the Biden administration, actually, because it was so the tanker. The connection is basically that Russia is sanctioned by so many countries that it can't go into the territorial waters of like European countries or the USA. But what they can do is they can have this fleet that is filled with ships that are registered to one country, but that country might not necessarily agree that it's registered to them, or they will have like devices on them that can scramble people's data so that they can't get tracked, and then they allow Russia to sell their oil. And also, as part of, because it's a fleet, they can also deal with other countries that are allies of theirs. So
busted.
It's a PSA. Real Kathy Doyle is a liar, a lying cunt. Asking for evidence.
All right, well, she's
please don't be.
Cuba. It was going to China probably, or Iran, Russia. I don't know why someone who this real Kathy Doyle is in chat who's asking me why I support. I have never in my entire life supported the Venezuelan strikes on boats. That person's a liar. They lie to me all the time. So it's
busted.
It's a PSA. Real Kathy Doyle is a liar, a lying cunt. Asking for evidence. Fuck off. Anyway.
All right. Well, she's.
Please don't be from my chat. Please don't be from my chat.
That's a good segue, because I wanted to ask you, lean into the slap a little bit. Why do lefties hate you more than like 1,000 other liberals that I feel like are who espouse views that are more contrary to their cause?
The two things are, one, Lonerbox used to be associated with me, so Hassan did a very like specific and intentional targeting of Lonerbox. I think sometimes even borrowing from Gisticle stuff. Like I'm pretty sure Gisticle messaged him talking about. I feel like I heard Hassan say something once about like, oh, didn't Destiny bang your girlfriend? Like something weird, really weird like that. I'm pretty sure there's that. And then there's the second fact is that Lonerbox actually reads stuff, so his opinions on things are generally pretty reasonable, and that's like not acceptable to the group of retards that are that inhabit these lefty spaces, because he's not like a hardcore fucking tanky or whatever. Is this just Peace Coast chat on screen? Hutch's chat wouldn't be like this. Apparently this is the Lib and Learn chat, or it's all the chats aggregated. I don't remember. It was one of those. Most of these people are people that spend a lot of time in Peace Coast chat, because Peace Coast refuses to moderate his community and has no consideration for the other people that are on this show. I seriously doubt they would be in IRI's chat or Hutch's chat. The Soy Pill might, but I feel like he has a little bit more social awareness that he wouldn't be okay with that, especially about his co-host during the show. But Peace Coast is I don't know. Yeah.
But for some reason, they really fucking hate you, bro. Like, can you explain that? Like, when did that start? Because didn't you start with BreadTube? Weren't you like a pretty far lefty, like BreadTuber at one point?
Socialist. You ever a socialist?
Yeah, I was a socialist.
Are you a socialist still?
No.
Are you still a socialist?
No, I'm a social democrat now.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's a kind of
listen, Hutch. I came here to talk to my lib friends about lib stuff. Okay, we can do drama slop another time. Okay, I'm just saying.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
The answer is really simple, right? Like, it's a narcissism of small differences. People, like, the worst thing for any political extremist group or political radical is a traitor, right? Like, that's so, yeah, obviously that's worse. Yeah.
Okay.
But Loaderbox, are
So-
you not
so
a leftist anymore?
I mean, I'm a left social democrat. Like I still support co-ops. I still support I'm very
That's a
liberal
lib.
and
Loanerbox's position on Israel is an admission to Zionism.
immigration.
He's a fucking Zionist shill and genocide apologist.
Yeah. Well, fine. Yeah.
Let's chart your maturation or your the development of your views. What caused you to stop using the label socialist?
Few things. One is the Europe.
He found his niche grift.
You guys know this, the European American difference, right? The I think you guys had this argument when you were talking about socialism in that panel.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you were oddly quiet. You were oddly quiet, Loanerbox, because there isn't that
I
distinction.
reacted to the
And
whole thing. I wasn't on that panel. I was watching it. Of course I was quiet. I was on the panel. Disinformation from
No. But what I'm saying is there is this notion of a socialist policy platform that members of the Labor Party were advertising as explicitly socialist.
Yeah.
And so when the Counterboy was saying all that stuff, it was true. And you had people like Counterpoint saying, no, communism, socialism only means one thing, and it only means what we say. That's the only thing that's socialism. And I would defend you if you were to call yourself a socialist in the tradition of the UK.
Yeah, that's because in Europe we define these words differently. Like Clement Attlee is a really good example, right? Because he pushed the welfare state and all these very, very obviously liberal compatible policies, right? Because the UK didn't turn into a socialist country. I think the thing people miss there is that we've usually had, at least in the 20th century, we would have a socialist party like Labour.
This fucking chat, holy shit!
That because really.
The market demanded he shift. They're just saying that that Loanerbox is a grifter based.
It usually had, at least in the 20th century.
And then Mr. Mandela effect. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, Jesus.
We would have a socialist party like Labour, mostly funded by unions, as well as by half and half unions and other donors. And then we would have communist parties. The Communist Party in the UK hated Clement Attlee, and he hated them. He hunted them down, actually. Yeah. The closest we ever came to McCarthyism in the UK was under Attlee. Lots of civil servants lost their jobs. Most of them were innocent because they were accused of Soviet sympathies or being communists. So that's the difference. In Europe, we have loads of socialist parties, but they're not socialist in the sense that they want to abolish capitalism. They're socialist in the sense that they are influenced by the ideas of Karl Marx and the reformism of, I forget the guy, Bernstein, I think it is. They're social democrats. Yeah, they believe in tax and spend, tax welfare spending.
Loanerbox is lefts and rights for Palestinian children. Oh my God. Okay, I'm not going to read this chat anymore. Jesus Christ. Live and learn, by the way. What a joke. Holy fuck.
It's like the same in Germany. They've got the SPD, the Social Democratic Party, and then they've got Die Linke, which is like the actual communist, and that distinction doesn't exist here. People are a little too brain rotted for it.
It does exist. It's just that, in America, people who are social democrats call themselves socialists, but people are, or just American socialists are kind of confused because they're always both. Right? They're revolutionaries, but then they're also, honey, I just want healthcare. So yeah.
Yeah, you can find modern polls recently where it's like, it'll say that 40% of Americans or whatever think that the country needs more socialism, but what 99% of those people mean is government provided healthcare, stronger, more robust social safety nets. Yeah.
Well, Mamdani identifies as a democratic socialist. So would you say he's further left than you?
Probably for other reasons, but yeah, I guess my understanding is that the difference between a social democrat and a democratic socialist is that social democrats want welfare and some things to be nationalized and higher taxes, and democratic socialists kind of want the same thing but more, and also with a further goal of moving beyond capitalism completely. I think is the idea. There's more of a first principle there of decommodifying and ending the relation between labor and capital. So I'd imagine that's the difference. That seems to be they're usually farther. Yeah.
I don't know, you guys tell me, but have the DSA always been this explicitly Marxist, or have they become more explicitly Marxist in recent years? Because I feel like the DSA that's around now is a little bit different than the DSA that kind of emerged in 2016 in the wake of all the Bernie stuff. Because when you look at the more prominent kind of chapters of DSA, if you watch their conventions, I mean, they are pretty explicitly Marxist, across the board.
I can't say.
I'm so sorry to derail. Why is someone saying that I'm not a Mamdanite but a Maronite, hence my views on Islam? Isn't that just what?
I like
racist just because I'm a Maronite? What's going on here? What's this Orientalist fucking?
Wait, who said it? Who said it?
Someone said that I'm a Maronite, hence my views on Islam.
We all know.
Who said it?
We all know whose chat this is coming from.
That's racism. Wait, wait a second. Look, tell me the name. We'll get the name.
It's gone past. The chat's on fire.
Who did it?
I'm so sorry. If you're gonna have a stream, how can you not moderate the chat? I don't understand. It's like, this is just the most fucking retarded thing in the universe. If you don't want to moderate the chat or do anything at all, then just turn the chat off. I think you can do that on YouTube, right? Or turn it to members only and then set it to a 7,000 month limit or whatever. Why the fuck would you, especially if you know, and he has known for a year, especially when you know that it bothers other guests on the show or your co-hosts, why would you do that? It's like, there's no defense for that. It's so fucking stupid. It's so brainless. Ugh.
Everyone snitches will get benefits. You'll get a wrench if you snitch.
This is apeful creep. You're under the hot seat right now. Lunderbox is calling you out specifically.
What the fuck is a Maronite? What is that?
It's a Lebanese Christian. They're like
oh.
Catholics. They love the French. Yeah, they're weird. But that's me.
If we find the person, if it's in my chat who made a racist comment because of his, or I don't know, a religious discriminatory comment, you're gonna get banned. All right. So whoever said that,
Loner, what are your views regarding Islam?
I'm an atheist, so probably the same view that I have on Christianity and Judaism.
Let's talk a little bit
Good
about
aesthetics, though. Good aesthetics.
Let's talk a little bit about like the perception of American politics, where in your neck of the woods. Obviously, when Trump won, there were concerns or fears that he had established these kind of permanent demographic realignments and sort of remade this brand new coalition that the Democrats would have.
Like, I don't like the. I think the gawk comment is funny. The girl cock comment is funny because conservatives obsess over it. But when I see that every single time anything trans related gets brought up, okay, well, hold on. This is getting kind of weird that we're spamming gawk for everything. Okay, so I'm like, okay, let's curb that a little bit. I don't understand how you have a chat that can do a whole bunch of stuff that seems to be ostensibly, Pisco says he doesn't agree with it, but all of them are engaged in this behavior. How does that not make you stop for a second and be like, oh shit, maybe there's something going on here that I need to pay attention to. Not just like, give me the name and the one person to ban. Give me the one comment that upset you on a ban. It's like, why does your comment fester with these types of comments or people? To not even like think about that for a microsecond, that's just, I can't, it's almost unbelievable to me. Go back 5 seconds and read his chat. I don't know which one of these are technically his, but
obviously when Trump won, there were concerns or fears that he had established these kind of permanent demographic realignments and sort of
what, the whole It's Always Peace Coast chat, or
remade this brand new coalition.
Pisco's got a fuck ton of tankies now that he's fostered.
The Democrats would have a hard time contending with in the future.
Okay, why were lefties mean to him online? If they were mean to him for being pro-Israeli, then that doesn't explain why he was inexplicably pro-Israeli in the first place. Inexplicably. Okay. Hold strong, no snitchers.
That has just utterly collapsed in the last year. But is that recognized in England? Do you guys still view as Trump is particularly strong politically, or what's the perception over there?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't know about England because I'm Scottish. The Trump.
I didn't say England. I said your neck of the woods.
You said
particularly strong.
Whatever.
But is that recognized in England? Do you guys still view as Trump is particularly strong politically, or what's the perception over there?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't know about England because I'm Scottish.
I would always just say the UK, just as a quick refresher, okay? Just for all of my wonderful American friends, okay? This is an accurate, 100% accurate map because I know exactly what these places look like. It looks exactly like this, okay? You have, I think that's accurate. There we go. This is a country called England. Well, actually, I don't know if that's true. A mini country, a state? I don't know what they call themselves, but you have England, which is some kind of nation thing. You have Scotland. They have their own governments. There you go. You have Wales, not the kind that swim. And then you have Northern Ireland. We'll just call them NI. Okay, that looks threatening. This is the island of Great Britain, okay? This whole island is called Great Britain. All four of these things together form a country called the United Kingdom of North Ireland and Great Britain, okay? That's what the UK is. It's the United Kingdom of North Ireland and Great Britain. This island here is called, I think it's just called Ireland. And then this country here is the Republic of Ireland or something. I don't know, something like that. Okay. I just say the UK if you're trying to refer to anybody in this thing. I don't know if Scottish people are generally okay being referred to as British. I feel like British is usually used more interchangeably with English, even though Britain is the whole island. I've never heard anybody refer to like, oh, Scottish people, Welsh people, and English people are British, but Northern Ireland people are Irish. Maybe some people have never heard that, but like, I think British and English are kind of interchangeable. You could just use English to be more specific for England, and then you've got Scottish, you've got the Beluga whales. I don't know what these people call themselves. I don't know if they call themselves Irish or what the fuck, but nobody literally ever talks about North Ireland. The only time North Ireland is ever brought up is when these three guys need to make a deal, but they have to keep in mind that North Ireland and the Republic of Ireland like to bomb each other if these guys don't make a deal that somehow satiates both these players. I don't know why exactly, whatever the fuck. Something about Friday, something about Catholicism and drinking and potatoes or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so I just say you're from the UK. Are you from the UK? You're the UK. You're the UK. That's it. Don't use British, English, fuck them. You're from the UK. That's all we need as Americans. And that's these people right here.
The Trump.
I didn't say England. I said your neck of the woods.
You said
England.
You said England. Rewind the VOD right now. Stop. No. Yeah. Fucking. I don't know. Yeah. Trump is. I feel like Trump can only ever have so much influence on the UK, and I have a kind of like very subjective opinion on why, but yeah, I don't really. It's really hard to tell. Probably not. Like the failure, like MAGA being in the problem that they're in now, is probably not going to save us all that much because Reform they've never been in power. They're always going to be the fresh thing on the menu, right? Like so. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to affect them all that much. Farage has been quite clever at avoiding the Trumpisms that would get him into too much trouble. In the UK,
support for Brexit in the UK was almost like a reflection of the right wing rise in America, though. I know
yes, I think that was 100%.
Well, like I think to build on what Hutch is saying is like, has the attitude about Trump changed? Like, is it the end of the world, or are people like, okay, that's not working out for Trump? He's getting owned in special elections. Like, what's the vibes?
I don't really. It's hard to say because I don't actually know how easily I can follow UK opinions on Trump. I don't know how often he comes up.
Do you cover American politics a lot in your day to day, or do you focus mostly on your own?
We talk about it in day to day, yeah. But
the UK is a country, and each part are also countries. Yeah, kind of, but they have a combined government that's like a country. And like I think for Europe, or I'm sorry, for the European Union, they were in the European Union. I believe is a single country, right? The UK. That's why there was a big deal about. When I think the Scottish people for a while were kind of memeing, or I shouldn't say memeing, but they were talking about leaving the United Kingdom because I think when they did the Brexit vote, I think the majority of Scottish people wanted to stay in the European Union, but the majority of English people from England voted to leave. And so the Scottish people are like, we should do a referendum on whether or not we want to split from the United Kingdom. But they were in the UK as one, internationally it's seen as one country.
But like on our political shows or things like, what do you call it? Like on BBC Question Time and things like that. The U.S. politics generally it's only ever spoken about quite broadly. I think obviously when Trump won, that was a whole big thing in the UK because it emboldened a lot of people that obviously are now.
Wait, it's not my chat. This guy's not my chat.
Yeah, you got your apology, Leonard. Don't worry. Just so you know.
You motherfuckers, gaslighting.
Whose fucking chat is this?
Not in my
Can't
chat.
be IRI. So
I was trying to police him.
Like the fact that Pisco's looking for this one particular singular comment in his chat and doesn't see like all the other billion crazy fuck comments are just so fucking stupid. But whatever.
It's just like that's a strange thing to see in a chat. Anyway, yeah.
So basically, you guys are the Don Draper meme. You're like, I don't really think about you at all.
Oh, I mean, people do, but I just don't know how much how much it shows in our regular like political like broadcasting. Because I mean, it's also just because I don't watch as much of like I used to watch a lot of like BBC Question Time and like breakfast politics and stuff like that. But I've kind of strayed away from that a lot more recently. Mostly just because living in Scotland, so much of what happens in UK politics, you have so little agency over it. Maybe that will change given how much more diversity there's going to be in the next election. But yeah, for now it's very
your personal thoughts.
My personal thoughts.
He's dementia done and he's falling apart and he's not a threat.
Yeah, my personal thoughts is that it's absolute chaos. Yeah, it's total chaos. Yeah, like it's especially hard, I think, because I don't know. I think if Trump was maybe more of a concrete like ideological fascist, I mean, he is a fascist, but to be clear, but if he was more like he followed like all the rules of like what a fascist does rather than flip-flopping between some of these like slightly more neocon hawkish positions and then the other populist fascists, I think because he's like that and because the ideology of MAGA is much more the ideology of Trump.
God damn, bro. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to talk about it anymore, but like, holy, it's been message after message after message. Jesus. Loner Boy and Hutch are pure drama slop tubers. Loner Box's favorite dessert is spotted dick. Oh my god. Like, if you go back, it's like non-stop. Loner is pretty fragile, so I'm pretty sure he'll obsess over it and find the guy.
Yeah, it's total chaos. Yeah, like
Loner is an honorary Jew, by the way. We crowned him over Hanukkah Limpheo. I don't know if that's. I think that's just a joke.
it's especially hard, I think, because
I'm done. Okay.
I don't know.
Spotted dick is a real British thing, though. Oh, never mind. Maybe that's my bad. Just kidding. That wasn't a mean comment. Then.
I think if Trump was maybe more of a concrete, like ideological fascist, I mean, he is a fascist, but to be clear, but if he was more like he followed like all the rules of like what a fascist does, rather than flip-flopping between some of these like slightly more neocon hawkish positions and then the other populist fascists, I think because he's like that.
But it could also be a joke too, so actually I'm not sure. I don't know.
Because the ideology of MAGA is much more the ideology of Trump than anything else. I think once he's gone, replacing him is going to be very, very hard because...
Okay, Loner Box, let's get the brass tacks. Do you support Trump's Israel policy?
His Israel policy? No.
Why not?
Well, because he allowed Israel to block aid for, what was it, 3 months?
So you're a Candace Owens fan at this point.
Yeah, if it's Trump or Candace, that's a hard one, okay? Because I do like
it's a joke because it's a real dessert. So here's the problem. I don't know the dessert, but I know that a lot of you guys say the most retarded fucking things in the universe too. So like if I wanted to call Lonerbox gay and I was like, oh, Lonerbox loves to eat hot fudge, and like I know that there would be retards in my chat like you, Twisted, that would say things like, oh no, hot fudge is a real dessert, bro, but you would just be fucking retarded. So I don't know enough about spotted dick or that chatter to know, so I'm just not saying it 100%. But if you're saying in chat like, oh no, that's a real food, you're fucking retarded. So, but you know,
they look cool.
Can I ask, in terms of international policy, it does seem like that is a focus of your streams, and that you take the time to try to like get into the weeds there. From the perspective of UK or from your perspective personally, what about Trump's foreign policy do you find good? And do you think that Democrats should embrace, if anything?
What about it? Do I find nothing? Trump has no vision. He has absolutely no vision. No. I'm trying to think.
I mean, the Iran strikes were just kind of an unequivocal dub for Trump, right? Like they.
Well, I think the Iran strikes, like maybe, but again, I think with Trump, the only way that the Iran strikes work is if you're willing to do it when they try to rebuild and do the same thing again, which I think Trump, he might do or he might not because it won't be interested anymore. So I don't really know what the point is.
Try to do it again.
Israel's going to ask him when they're at Mar-a-Lago next week, aren't they?
Right. Would you support that? Would you support additional strikes against Iran and maybe war?
It would depend on what Iran's doing. If they're doing the same thing as last time, yes.
I'm so curious. Are there like logs for this? I'm curious whose Twitch chat right now is that Rose with 17% is operating out of. Holy shit. How do you see a name like that even? What do you think? Like, how much do you think Pisco would baby rage if I had like a popular chatter called Pisco is fake lawyer? How much do you think he would lose his fucking shit over that? Jesus.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel slightly better knowing that their nuclear program was hampered, and you know what was the result of that? Like nothing. They did an inconsequential strike.
The criticism to Hutch's point here is that Iranian nuclear situation was in a way created by Trump, so he doesn't really get much credit for solving it. You know.
In Qatar or whatever, and then they gave us advance notice that they were going to do it. It was just purely symbolic to save face. So I don't know. I just feel like if we're just being optics cucked, that was just like incredibly good optics for him. Like there's just no downside for it.
What the fuck? What is this? Chrome has combined things now? Wait, how do I undo? Wait, I didn't want to do this. What the fuck? Wait. Separate view? Oh, Jesus. Hassan is Christ-like, and you are not, Hutch. This was 2 days ago? When was this? This was a month ago. Hutch is, quote, protecting the West, end quote. He is Connor with a mask on. Jesus Christ. I just want to thank you, Pisco, because I know you're not a politician, but you've really shown people in this country what Christianity should be and what it means to actually live out the teachings of Jesus, even in a stream show. Can I have chatters like this, please? I need chatters like this. Were they watching me a few days ago? Destiny is laughing uncomfortably. I wonder why. Every time I laugh, by the way, it's because I'm deeply uncomfortable or insecure about something. Okay, I no longer feel sympathy for any bad shit that gets said about Basic Online. Jesus Christ, what an actual fucking retard. All right.
Right.
Yeah, but the only reason he was able to even do this is because he sabotaged the nuclear deal that would have like prevented any worry about this in the first place. Which is like, yeah, okay, you maybe sort of fixed the mess that you created. Like, I don't know. Is it only optics cucked because everyone forgot about the nuclear deal that he sabotaged? Like,
that's correct. Swipel's right.
Nobody cares. In
Well, I
America?
think the other problem is as well is that the details of that nuclear deal were just not as good as I think people made them out to be. They were temporary, and if you look at the way that they were negotiated, especially from what the Ayatollah was saying, was that the whole point was to try and make it temporary. There were I can go into I don't remember the details from that long ago, but if you looked at what the Ayatollah wanted, the point of the nuclear deal was basically to stall Iran's nuclear policy, and especially with what the Ayatollah wanted was a lot of these whatever they're called. Are they called snapbacks or something? Like the way that the sanctions worked in terms of responding to violations.
Trump could have negotiated something else.
He could have negotiated something else. Yeah,
and he could have extended it indefinitely. And I just think that we should be more principled with respect to, I don't know, Congress being the body that's supposed to declare war. They call it the 12-day war. This was engaging in war with another country.
To be clear, I don't. Given the way that the Ayatollah was approaching the first JCPOA, I think it's probably unlikely that they would have been able to extend it indefinitely. It seemed that what Iran wanted was to stall and to buy enough goodwill to the point that they could get into just the same status as every other country when it came to nuclear non-proliferation, whatever the UN convention is on it. But then the problem with that is that would have made it much easier for them to sneakily go ahead and try to weaponize again. Because obviously they've always had that they've been treated differently, right? It's because they did try to pursue a weapons program in 2003.
It wasn't the only solution, therefore, Loner Box, to implement regime change in Iran, get rid of the Ayatollahs, and institute some kind of different style, pro-Western administration of that country.
No, just bomb the facilities whenever they start fucking with uranium beyond any civilian use. That's just drop some busters in the holes like they did last time. Yeah,
get the Top Gun jets going.
They'd have to do it every 6 months. I think we're, eventually we're going to get an announcement.
I don't know if they'd have to do it every 6 months. Like the problem is that I guess what happened, we still don't seem to know exactly how much damage was done to the first program. But also, I think the regime can only tolerate that for so long. The regime in Iran is deeply unpopular, and it seems like the result of those strikes has just made it worse for them. I think there was a PBS documentary about it not that long ago where they were talking about how it's already a trend now that people are going into especially Iranian women have started to just walk around the streets without their veils anymore, despite the fact that it's very illegal. And the Ayatollah says it's illegal all the time. And that has increased quite a bit as well, especially since the 12-day war. And that's because the regime's legitimacy and the amount of appetite in Iran to defy them is just growing. So that regime is not going to last forever. And they're definitely not going to be able to fuck around forever in the way that they do.
There's a story, actually. Did you see there was a woman who took her veil off and ran through a sizzler?
I did not see that one particularly, no.
Yeah, that was a crazy thing. They arrested her for that, if you believe it.
She can't serve on the jury in Iran anymore.
Loner, what are the AI vibes in the UK? And do you personally use ChatGPT as an information aggregate?
I might use ChatGPT to get a thread. I'll be like, can you just tell me something that I can look up, and then I'll look it up. I've caught ChatGPT just like they make up facts. I've done this on stream.
I don't want to get into all this right now. Okay, it's too confusing. What is this? The recent or this chat is around this time? We love Loner Box. Sorry, no more esoteric jokes about long-standing ethnic feuds. Oh, that's that apeful creep guy. That's a gistical dude, I think. I think it's just a tweet or something. I don't know what platform this is from. I think this is a tweet. He was the guy that made the not a Mamdanite, but a Maronite or Maronite, hence his views regarding Islam. But this guy's like a huge Queeman fan. The April Creep guy. Epstein is a freak, but the main issue is Lonerbox defending the far-right fascist regime in Israel and their open policy of genocide. He's still like, why isn't there a higher death count, How am I brought up in this at all? This is a racist comment. Ask Lonerbox why he supported the Srebrenica massacre. So this is a really bad massacre Israel did in Lebanon in Was it 2006? Or was it in the first Civil War? No, this might have been in the 80s, I think. Somebody said 80s in chat, yeah. Yeah, but the implication here being that Lohner-Box's family is from people who collaborated with the Israelis to engage in what was, I don't know if you call this like genocidal activity, but basically just like the greenlighting the elimination of an entire group of people, civilians, while standing by and doing nothing. You know, it was the Maronites who did it. Yeah, which is why that's why they dropped the Maronite comment or whatever.
Try to do it again. It was not.
Lohner-Box laughs at sniped children. Like this guy's name is Zog Unboxed.
Yeah, well, Israel's going to ask him.
Okay, I can't anymore. This is retarded. Okay, this is a stupid. I don't know why I'm on this. Stop. Don't care.
I was asking them some stuff about the 48 war, and I was like, I got it to admit that it made it the fuck up. It was like, okay, yes, I made it the fuck up. I'm sorry. You're
okay.
Right.
There's no more. There's not much UK stuff in here at all. I don't know why I was even linked this video. All right. Debate on UK grooming gangs. This is 3 days ago. Jesus. Do I care about this? I'll listen to like 20 minutes of this, maybe.
We need to weigh in with economic and social programs. A boy, the moment he find a bit of a word salad here, people take you more seriously, despite the negative comments you get, because your fans expect a certain thing and they get upset sometimes and you hear from it. I think people respect people who they're not entirely sure what's going to come out of their mouth. Right?
I certainly respect those people, but the reason I don't consider myself a conservative is, well, the way I see it is these things are inconsistent over time and space. Yeah. What I mean by that is two things. When I was 20, the left that I saw, my great heroes were people like Bill Hicks and George Carlin, people who were pushing against the religious authoritarian right.
Yeah.
And it was the religious authoritarian right that said, you can't make these jokes, you can't talk about this. You know, we've got the shutting down of debate was coming from the right in that time, 100%. Number one. So that is changed. And the other thing is it's also a geographical thing. Well, I'm from Russia. In Russia, I'm a woke libtard.
Yeah.
In Britain, I probably am center-right. In America, I'm genuinely independent and center.
Yeah.
But I guess the way I think about it, and I use this phrase often, it's that former British Foreign Secretary who said, we have no permanent alliances. We have permanent interests, and it's to them that we owe allegiance. So I operate based much more on principles than teams. And that's why I reject the label, even though now it's undoubtedly the case that what I believe, which is preservation of Western civilization, freedom of expression, you know, all these other things, they do in the current climate lean more conservative. But it's very...
I don't understand this stupid talking point he uses about, like, I used to be this and now I'm this. Like, political positions and parties change over time. Like, imagine coming out and being like, I don't think that black and white people should go to school together. That used to be a normal thing in the United States, and now the whole country... You're like, yeah, welcome to politics. Like, the positions and the Overton window changes over time. I don't know how that's so crazy to you.
Very possible, and I'm increasingly talking about this movement on the right that I really dislike, that 10, 15 years from now, it is again Christian, or not just Christian, but religious conservatives who are fighting all the things that I believe in. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. The axis changes. What you're saying is, it's like what Bill Maher says. He doesn't say, I've changed, the Democratic Party has changed. Like, I think of any political ideology, I would fit probably what was considered a Rockefeller Republican, even though I'm a Democrat now. When you look back, you know, Teddy Roosevelt was the great environmentalist. He was a Republican, right? It was, I think Nixon promoted, I liked his foreign policy. He was also, I think he passed the Clean Water Act. It's sort of, let me put it this way, it's the axis that's moving, right? And you're saying right now that you might fit a certain ideology, but it might be considered something else. Anyway, I hear you and feel like, I mean, it's so interesting. When I look back on some of our candidates, I now look at President Bush, who made probably the greatest strategic error since our intervention into Southeast Asia, going into Iraq. But I think in terms of complexion and the way he approached social issues, I'm pretty in line with him. And yet I was taught at the time as a Democrat that he was evil. And then I think about, like, I would kill right now for Senator Romney to be president. And I was not a fan when he was, when he was running. So yeah, world changes.
Absolutely. And one of the things that has changed is very much the role of boys and young men in today's society. And you've spoken about this, and you've written a book, and you've been very eloquent and very nuanced and very thoughtful about this. And you've spoken about why you're worried about this generation of young men in particular. Why is that, Scott?
Well, Francis, the data is pretty stark and clear. If you go into a morgue and there's 5 people who died by suicide, 4 are men. More women-owned homes, single women-owned homes in the U.S. than men. And by the way, we should do nothing to get in the way of that. If you if you 1 in 3 men are in a relationship under the age of 30, 2 in 3 women under the age of 30 are in a relationship, and you think, well, that's mathematically impossible. Well, it's not, because women are dating older because they want more economically and emotionally viable men. There are now 1 in 7 men in the United States are considered.
These polls have to be different. That's not possible. That more women are in, like, first of all, I'm pretty sure there are more women in society than men. I don't know if he realizes that he's playing into the weird talking point of like, well, it's because the harem keepers, the men are dating 2 women. Like, if women are preferring older partners, I don't think this is sustainable in 2 or 3 different ways. Am I thinking about this backwards? There's more women than men, number 1. And then number 2, women tend to live longer than men. So if women were all dating older, which I don't think usually happens, I think the age gap is anywhere from 2 to 4 years. I think it's been pretty consistent through almost all of history. No, I think it's retarded. I don't believe this talking point. I don't believe it.
They're neats. They're neither in education, employed, or in training. So there was just this crazy stat, a couple crazy stats I've seen last week. Men between the ages of 20 and 30 are spending less time outside than prison inmates, and 45% of men 18 to 24 have never asked a woman out in person. So we're essentially producing, I would argue, or evolving a species of asocial, asexual males. And the gag reflex, which is understandable, is like, well, they should just get their act together. And women have had these problems for thousands of years. Why is your hair on fire now? And the knock-on effects are pretty severe for society, because if we're gonna have an honest conversation around mating, I believe GDP, AI, podcasts, it's all it means. The ends is, I think, for most people, secure and loving households. I think that is where we find the most purpose, the most reward, the most happiness, is building a life with someone. And when men aren't economically viable, men made socioeconomically horizontally and down, women horizontally and up. And when the pool of horizontal and up keeps shrinking, there's just less household formation. So 60% of people aged 30, 40 years ago had a child in the house, not 27%. And the question is, are young people not deciding to have kids because they don't want them? I don't think that's true at all. I think it's one, because they don't have the money. A series of economic policies in the US have transferred money from people their age to people my age. People under the age of 40 are 24% less wealthy than they were 40 years ago. People my age are 72% wealthier than they were 40 years ago. And also the number of viable mates, or what women would perceive as mates, is shrinking. So quite frankly, there's just less.
Are we debating Scott now? No, but he said a lot. Every time he talks about manosphere stuff, I'd cringe. I have in the past too. So.
Mating, less connection among men and women. And you're finding, I think this mating crisis, a lack of economic opportunity, lack of skills being developed by young men. And then finally, I think probably the biggest menace, it's a multi-dimensional problem, but 40% of our market cap in the S&C is represented by 10 companies. And those companies represent 20% of global market value. These are the most valuable companies in history. And unbeknownst and unwittingly and incrementally, what the algorithms that drive the profitability of these companies have figured out is that the way to keep people engaged on the phone is through enragement and polarization. And young men with much less mature prefrontal cortices are much more prone.
What does he say you think is wrong so far? Well, all of these issues are always phrased from a male perspective. I think that there is an issue related to like heavy pushes to empower women in society that have probably left men behind a little bit, and it's hard to talk about male issues without immediately being branded like misogynistic or whatever. But the reason why is because so much of the conversation is held hostage by people that are misogynistic. But like, this is the thing I never hear people talk about. He kind of barely touched it, but not really. Why don't people ever consider maybe people are having less kids today because having a family is just not as attractive an option as other things, not because you don't have the money or the wealth or whatever else, but because women have greater control over their jobs and women have greater reproductive freedom, right? I never, ever, ever hear that. I never hear that brought up. And I think that's a big part of it, but that narrative doesn't play neatly into the manosphere stuff, I guess. I don't know.
To go down these kind of dopa-inspired facsimiles of life online. Why have friends, or why go through the pecking order of friends when you have Reddit and Discord? Why put on a tie and try and get a job when you can make money trading crypto or stocks on Robinhood or Coinbase? Why would you go through the humiliation, the effort, the expense of trying to find a romantic partner when you have literally lifelike synthetic porn 24/7? So unfortunately, we have the most valuable companies in the world with godlike technology have connected the sequestration and polarization of young men from society. And what we have, I think, is a cohort of the most dangerous person throughout history, and that is a young, broke, lonely man. And we're producing too many of them. So, and then finally, I just relate to him. When I was a younger man, I was unremarkable. I didn't have a lot of romantic or economic opportunities. So I just feel like I quote unquote, I see them.
And it's what you've done very beautifully is broken down, particularly from an economic perspective, which I don't think people focus enough on, of the plight of young men. And we're going to get into all of that throughout the conversation. But you also grew up in a single parent household, which was more unusual when you were growing up. But now, unfortunately, it's becoming more and more common. And that is a very real issue for young men.
Yeah, you're zeroing on the key issue. So people look at me and they hear my talk and they assume that I went to like Exeter and was playing squash growing up. I was raised by a single immigrant mother, lived and died a secretary. I actually immigrated from the UK. I got assisted lunch. I got Pell Grants, which are basically government programs to help lift up people from low-income households. And if you reverse engineer the single point of failure, if you were to try and predict this boy is going to struggle, the fulcrum of that, or the point of failure, is when he loses a male role model through death, divorce, or abandonment. What's interesting is that we have the second most single-parent homes in the world, just behind Sweden. And when we say single-parent homes, we really mean women. It's somewhere between 82 and 80% of women had single-parent households. What's interesting is that girls in single-parent households have similar outcomes to girls in dual-income households, dual-parent households. They might be more promiscuous because they're looking for male attention in the wrong areas because of an absence of male attention, but they have the same rates of college attendance, same rates of self-harm, same rates of income. They're actually fine. A boy, the moment he loses a male role model, at that moment he becomes more likely to be incarcerated than graduate from college.
That sounds highly unlikely. I don't know what he's citing there, but I'd be really curious to see that. That girls in single-parent households fare about as well across all metrics as girls in dual-parent households. That sounds really unlikely to me. Somebody look that up.
College. What it ends up is that, and all the research points this way, is that while boys are physically stronger, they're emotionally, neurologically, and mentally much weaker than girls. And we don't acknowledge that. And in addition, if you think of the primary lubricant for upward mobility in the West, I think most people would point to, unfortunately now it's the wealthier parents, but before that, it was college attendance. College attendance was the greatest accelerant of income mobility. It was 40-60 male to female to male 40 years ago. Now it's 60-40 female to male. And that's not even really indicative of the reality, because the reason you go to college is to get certified, to get a degree. And because men drop out at a greater rate, we may have 2 women for every 1 male that graduates from college in the next 10 years. So you have essentially young men are coming off the tracks in absence of male role models. And the reason we haven't weighed in with programs, if any group was killing themselves at 4 times the rate of the control group, people would say, there's a problem here. We need to weigh in with economic and social programs. But there isn't a rush to help, because there's a lack of empathy because of my generation recognizing such a disproportionate amount of prosperity that we're holding a 19-year-old accountable. I call it the Red Army effect, and that is, I know you're from Russia, Hitler brutalized the Russian people. So when they came into Berlin, mildly speaking, they were pissed off. And
you can say that again.
And there was horror on both sides.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's probably the wrong analogy, but when people look at me, they say, okay, Scott, and this is true, from 1945 to 2000, America registered a third of the economic growth of the entire world with 5% of the population. So loosely speaking, 6 times the prosperity of the rest of the world. And then we took all of that prosperity and we mostly crammed it into the pockets of people born white heterosexual males. I hit the lottery being born Caucasian with outdoor plumbing and as a heterosexual. I just hit the lottery. I think I got a disproportionate, unfair amount of advantage. When I made my money in the 90s raising money in venture capital, I couldn't name now a non-white, a gay man, or a woman who was raising money in the 90s. And I never stopped to think, well, why aren't non-whites, why aren't women raising capital? And I didn't even recognize kind of the advantage I have. When you're the recipient of unfair advantage, you just think it's your character and your grit. At least I wasn't self-aware enough. But now a young man does not have that advantage. I would argue he has a disadvantage. K through 12, highly biased against boys. A boy is twice as likely to be suspended on a behavior-adjusted basis, same behavior. A black boy 5 times as likely. What are the behaviors we teach in school? Sit still, be organized, be pleased to raise your hand. You just described a girl. So, and 70 to 80% of people in our K through 12 infrastructure are women.
Like, this is...
For adjusted basis, same behavior.
So firstly, and again, I think I don't know where Scott sits on all this, but when you say that boys are more likely to be punished for bad behavior, is it because they're more likely to engage in bad behavior? Maybe the question isn't that schools are punishing them unfairly. Maybe it's that the boys are actually behaving worse, which might still be a cultural question that we need to answer. But is it just that teachers are being meaner?
A black boy 5 times as likely. What are the behaviors we teach in school? Sit still, be organized, be pleased to raise your hand. You just described a girl. So, and
he says behavior adjusted? Yeah, but I don't know what that... I'm so curious. What study is adjusting for child behavior? I guess it's possible. I wish he was citing these, or we were getting like a name or like a date and a name or something. But
at least I wasn't self-aware enough. But now a young man does not have that advantage. I would argue he has a disadvantage. K through 12, highly biased against boys. A boy is twice as likely to be suspended on a behavior-adjusted basis, same behavior. A black boy 5 times as likely. What are the behaviors we teach in school? Sit still, be organized, be pleased to raise your hand. You just described a girl.
Like that explanation there, that never used to be our assumption that girls were better at school. But I think once girls started to outcompete boys at school, that became the assumption. And the shift from biological explanation that boys were just smarter than girls, now to the environmental explanation because, well, boys are actually losing to girls, but it's because the environment is not good for them. I don't know.
So, and 70 to 80% of people in our K through 12 infrastructure are women. And who are women? Like anyone naturally more likely to champion? Girls. So you have, I think, a set of wins in the face now versus in the backs of young males. And the problem is people look at me and say, all right, boss, you got a 3,000-year head start. So the question is, should we hold a 19-year-old male accountable for my unearned privilege?
New year, new systems, right? This is the time when we all look at the messier parts of our business and think there has... And that is, I think, what we have been doing. And I think culturally, it really came out, I think, over the last 10 years in particular, in some... What if we were behaving like this as a society towards any other group? We'd be disgusted. 100%. You know, all men are trash, the future is female, all of this stuff. And you go, that like, whatever the arguments may be about the way that women and minorities have been disadvantaged 30, 40 years ago, a 15-year-old Zoomer boy neither benefited from that nor created that situation. And yet, for a lot of them, it feels like they've been bearing the brunt of that attempt to amend history.
Yeah. I don't know how common this is anymore, but I know like 10 years ago, this whole thing of like screaming like kill all men or fuck all white people is insanely fucking cringe. And the idea that you could levy that claim at somebody under 20 is like, it's not like they can see their any privilege or benefit they've had, and to hold them hostage for everything that's happened in the past is really fucking stupid. Like, that's true.
Yeah, they're really...
Sometimes I wonder, I feel like conservatives are trapped in 2016 when they talk about any social issues though. Also, I don't know how people can listen to trigonometry. It feels like these guys have been saying like literally the same thing for like 10 fucking years.
There's a double standard. So you watch like Mad Men or these programs, the guy who's aggressive romantically / sexually, who makes an effort to approach strange women, that used to be an admirable quality. Now it's pathologized and demonized.
Right.
So this is anecdotal evidence. I don't have data around this, but when I go out to quote unquote social atmospheres or bars, women, and I'm not exaggerating here, dozens of times have said something along the lines of, I'm out, I'm single, I'm ready to mingle, I look amazing. No men ever approach me. No men ever approach me. And the question is, well, okay, why would they? Say you're in New York and you're a dude and you're at the bar and you see someone, you want a group of girls you want to speak to, a group of women, you approach them. You say something inelegant, or you're not very good at it, or it's inartful, or it's the wrong time, and you all work together at JP Morgan. It ends up you're one of the 300,000 people that work at JP Morgan. You're now that guy. Does a young man really want to, and this is one of the things I talk about the legs of stool masculinity. I think one of them is procreation. What it ends up is the guys who are abusing their power. It was a very small number of men who were doing it a lot. Right. And the vast majority of men know the difference between expressing interest and harassing someone, know that they shouldn't abuse their power. But interest in romance, interest in sex has been pathologized amongst young men. And I would argue that we need to embrace and even celebrate it, because the way I describe romantic or sexual interest among young men is it's like fire. It can be very harmful. If you start watching a lot of porn and you start thinking of women as objects, and it creates unrealistic expectations around a relationship, and quite frankly, the algorithms start figuring out how to keep you online with more and more extreme porn, which borders on misogyny or is misogynistic and borders on violence, that's fire that can be destructive. But I think the vast majority of interest of a young man wanting to get out there, when I met my wife, I didn't look at her and think, I'd like lower life insurance rates in 20 years. Quite frankly, I saw her, and to be blunt, thought I would really like to have sex with her. And because I wanted to have a lot of sex as a young man, or at least have the opportunities, I dressed better. I worked out. I tried to have a plan. Demonstrate kindness, demonstrate excellence. But when a man is...
Okay.
Unless he looks like Brad Pitt, told he risks being a creep or that guy if he makes unwelcome advances, we're discouraging from making the approach. And regardless of what the Atlantic or the New York Times will tell you, 80% of women still say they want the man to initiate romantic interest. They want the man to make the approach.
Just as a heads up, one of the most unattractive things I imagine you could ever be caught saying that a girl that you're interested in over here is, yeah, I really wanted to fuck her, so I tried to be kind and be a good person and everything else so I could fuck her. That's probably one of the stupidest fucking things you could ever say to somebody you're trying to court, but, okay.
So I think that fire, that desire, when it's channeled in the right ways, is a wonderful thing. A kindness practice, having your shit together. I was smoking too much pot in my 20s, and my girlfriend said, unless you stop smoking pot, I'm no longer going to be your girlfriend. I think young men need the guardrails of a relationship, and convincing them that the most wonderful thing...
Like, oh, fuck me, dude. We might just be in totally different groups. I don't know. Never mind. Who knows? We might run in totally different circles. What he's describing is the terror man-child that every woman wants to stay away from, and is why it feels like a lot of these women have trouble finding guys, or trouble finding, or the guys who are having trouble finding women. Women don't want to be your mom anymore, right? Before they had to be their mom because they couldn't get work, or if you fucked them and they got pregnant, they kind of were stuck with you now, right? Because they don't want to be a single mom. Their lives are fucked. But this idea of like men need the guardrail women in their life, and women are looking for like emotionally and physically competent partners. This is a huge mismatch that I think is going to be a turnoff to any woman that is looking for more than just like a baby creator.
Girlfriend. I think young men need the guardrails of a relationship, and convincing them that the most wonderful thing in life is to create a loving, secure household and build it with a partner. It can be a same-sex partner. Some people decide not to have kids, but 95% of us are wired to have a binary relationship and would like to have kids. I'm not saying you can't be happy without kids, but that desire, that fire, it's a feature, not a bug. And we demonize it and pathologize it amongst young men. I joke, but I'm sort of serious, that my advice to young people is to go out, drink more, make a series of bad decisions that might pay off.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, because everything you're saying makes perfect sense. I completely agree with it. And it's predicated on recognizing...
I feel like that advice is like the... That advice is the equivalent to like, I'm really trying to get this girl, like, can you give me some advice? And you're like, bro, just go out there and be yourself. You'll be good. Really? That's all I have to do? Yeah, go out there and be yourself. Okay, you'll get them, slugger. Like, okay.
Something that I do...
Devil's advocate here. Let's say men are socially delayed by several years. At the end of the day, this is why incels feel like incels. They have worse social skills regardless of why. I think to a certain extent, under that world, if we accept that, women would either naturally date older or be expected to put up with a bit of a wilder guy. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think that is the case. I don't think it's an incel's fault for being an incel. Like, I think that, sorry, fuck, I'm trying to get triggered by chat. For incels that hate women, I don't think they hate women to become incels. I think they're incels and they start going to these online spaces looking for advice, and those online spaces like cultivate a hatred of women. I think that's usually how it goes. I don't think because why would you hate the opposite gender growing up? Generally speaking, it's just not usually the case. It's not what we're wired for naturally.
We feel as a society we've kind of covered up for a while, which is men and women are very different.
Yeah, and even saying that triggers some people, because implicit in that statement from people on the far left is that means you're discriminating against the 5% who are non-binary. Not at all. The non-binary community deserves absolutely as much respect and opportunity and grace as the binary community, in my view. In addition, some women, masculinity and femininity, we've been celebrating femininity. It's been overdue. It's a wonderful thing. But we demonize masculinity. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's cruelty, there's criminality, there's abuse of power. But true masculinity are wonderful things. Protect, provide, procreate. And we've decided that even acknowledging that certain people born as females and certain people born as males, or the vast majority of them, will have an easier time learning into certain characteristics and attributes. And that's okay. I think we should.
Fuck. This actually just feels like an artifact of the past. I don't want to say misogynistic, but like protecting and providing, these are masculine traits. Women want to do this too. Like, this is where you have to wake up and join the new world. And whether you think women shouldn't like this or whether you think it's bullshit or whatever, you can have that opinion. But masculine traits that come from Scott Galloway's generation, like men might have thought that only men wanted these traits in the past and women didn't. All women wanted to be lithe, nubile, young child bearers who walk around the home, hugging children. It's just not true. Every masculine trait that is a cool masculine trait is a trait that a woman wants as well. To be a provider, to have integrity, to be strong, to be a leader. Like, generally speaking, these are good qualities that everybody likes to have to some extent. And the idea that you would try to relegate all of these to men and then women are just supposed to be having something else, like, you can think that if you want, but you're setting yourself up for failure because society's never going back to that unless you find a way to get rid of birth control and to start reducing the amount of women's participation in college and the workplace. It's just not going to happen.
We need to come out of the closet and say women have an easier time leaning into nurturing, having better EQ, being, quite frankly, more engaged and more thoughtful. And if I were to say women, because of their EQ and their maternal instincts, make better managers, and I believe that, people nod and clap. Women make better doctors. There's more women going to medical school. There's a lot of rote memorization. Their brains are more wired for that executive function. They are better bedside manner. Not all women. That doesn't mean men shouldn't have opportunities to be nurses and surgeons. But women will likely over time be recognized as having the attributes that make better doctors. If I say those things, people nod. But if I say men make better combat soldiers, and on a risk-adjusted basis, in general, men oftentimes make better entrepreneurs because they're more risk aggressive, which isn't to say women shouldn't have the same opportunities. It's I don't feel safe around you. So it's okay to acknowledge we have differences. And by the way, women have sometimes masculinity and femininity aren't sequestered to people born as males or females. The majority of my friends my male friends are quite feminine. I'm drawn to men who, quite frankly, are more nurturing and kind of take care of me. And I think a lot of men bring wonderful feminine characteristics. My pivot co-host is one of my masculine role models, and it's Kara Swisher. She brings a lot of strength and protection, I think she brings wonderful masculine attributes. But I don't think what I'm trying to communicate is young men need a code. Every young person needs a code to make decisions. You're going to be thrown hundreds of decisions every day. It's difficult to make them in the apps. It's hard to read the label from inside of the bottle. So the question is, where do you get that code? You can get it from religion. You can get it from your country, I think. You can get it from the military. My first code was from work. I worked at Morgan Stanley, and they had a very strict approach and set of principles around the way you approach work and other people. And that served as a good code for me. I still have some of that resident in me. But I think in a world where there's an absence of a code for young men who are searching, the masculinity framed in an aspirational way can be a great code. And also, most young men have an easier time leaning into masculine attributes, just as most young women will have an easier time leaning into wonderful feminine attributes. So what I'm trying to get across with this book is, one, let's acknowledge that young men are struggling and it's not their fault. You want to be pissed off at me? I was just walking by about 4 or 5 years ago. In the same week, I was asked to go on the board of Tiffany and Tapestry, which is a company on Coach and a bunch of other retailers. And literally on the dot the same day, 2 weeks later, it was the Me Too movement. They called me and said, we apologize. We just had a meeting. We're going to withdraw the invitation for you to join our board because we need to put a woman on the board. 70% of our customers at Tiffany are women, and we woke up. I get it. Now, maybe that's not a merit-based decision, but I understand. I've been on boards. I understand the need to broaden the perspective and have something resembling a board that somewhat looks like your customer base. I get it. But should my privilege, again, be the weapon or be a reason to have this lack of empathy for young people? So I'd like to think that one, young men are struggling. We got to acknowledge this. And two, that masculinity can serve as a code. And my biggest fans are men. Young men come up, high five, thanks, Prachi. My biggest supporters and who have made this dialogue much more productive is simple: mothers.
Of course.
And the dialogue goes something like this. I got 3 kids, 2 daughters, 1 son. 1 daughter in graduate school at Penn, the other's in PR in Chicago, and my son's in the basement playing video games and vaping. The people who are seeing this up close and personal and withdraw the argument from the bullshit narrative or ideology of the far right or the far left are mothers. They're like, regardless of the orthodoxy or what's politically correct or incorrect, I see a huge difference between the progress and between the emotional health of my daughters and my sons.
And that's such a profound point, because I remember when I was teaching, I saw that pattern being replicated right across.
Are they going to get into like what should change, or is this just going to be the same, like the same whatever? We'll go like 10 more minutes, like the same complaints over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Schools, it didn't matter if it was primary or if it was secondary, color, creed, and class. A lot of the times, the girls would thrive, the boys would struggle, and we, as a school, and I'm ashamed to say that because I kind of bought into this as well. We were just like, girls are doing better. This isn't this brilliant. This is something to be celebrated. Girls have been subjugated for so long. But I think what people didn't realize at the time, and I was guilty of this, is that when you start seeing things as a battle of the sexes and you diminish one sex and you think, this sex are doing really well, this is great, girls are doing better than boys, this is brilliant. You go, well, actually, girls need boys in just the same way as boys need girls. And eventually, if you're diminishing this sex, then what you're doing is you're actually harming the long-term future of girls, because eventually she's going to want a strong man, a man who is masculine, who is a provider, who will take care of her, who is somebody who will support her through life. But if you're diminishing them, then you're going to damage the girls in the long term as well.
Well, who wants more economically and emotionally viable men? Women. The only thing where there's some nuance where I might provide a little bit of pushback is that there's a cartoon of a woman in her 30s who never found romantic love and is sitting listening to a Joan Baez album in a big wool sweater, looking out at a rainy day, just miserable that she hasn't found a man. That's a cartoon. What you find is that men need relationships more than women. When widows are happier after their husband dies, widowers are less happy. Men in relationships live 4 to 7 years longer, women 2 to 4 years longer. If a man hasn't cohabitated with a woman or been married by the time he's 30, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to be a substance abuser. In sum, while women's loneliness is upsetting, I'm not saying it's not a problem, but it ends up that men need relationships much more than women.
Except for one thing, Scott. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
I'll push back on your pushback. I said this, I think, in our conversation with Nick Freitas. We are talking to a lot of women just privately. No one wants to really say this in public because it's unpleasant and it's difficult. Yeah. Women do want kids. The relationship side of it is different. And we are now seeing my generation of women coming to the end of the period when that was biologically viable. Some of them suddenly realizing that actually that is something they would have liked to have done, and they no longer have that option.
Like, I'm so sorry, but this is just the biggest fucking cope of the universe. If somebody is telling you, like, this is the easiest way you can tell if you're listening to some real self-help or just some fucking bullshit that's milking you from your money. If somebody's telling you, listen, mate, I know that right now the world is strange, but everybody else is wrong, and eventually they're going to realize it, okay? All those women that were complaining about the guys playing video games too much or men not being able to do whatever, they were all wrong. And now, bro, they're all getting old. And they're all regretting it, and they're all realizing how bad their decisions are, and they're going to come for you, mate. Don't worry. All these cougars are going to turn around. All these other women are going to turn around. They're going to be like, I was so wrong about everything. Everybody does like some fucking grass is greener shit. Like, how reliable is this? We're saying when we get to our 20s or when we get to like our 30s, whatever. Man, I wish we would have done this. Man, I wish we would have done that. Like, is this what we're going to base a large part of our ideology on? Because I hear this talked about all the time. Actually, women secretly really fucking want kids. They just don't realize it until they have gone their whole lives without having them. Like, okay.
Opportunity.
Yep.
And so maybe they're not sitting there upset that they don't have a man, but I do think a lot of women are starting to get to the point where they regret the things that they used to believe because it's led them to a place where they don't have kids.
I think that being taught, just pour all your energy into work and you don't need a man is not a healthy narrative either. And I do think there's I regret not having more kids. My biggest mistake, I wish I'd had a third kid. I wish I had a daughter, because now that I'm getting older, I recognize it's daughters that take care of their dads.
That's unfair. Amen.
There you go. So I don't want to, I think you're right. I think there is, but what the conservatives, the conservative movement has said, look, and they pointed out correctly, look, women, this isn't good for you. I agree. It's especially bad for men. And I'll give you an example. I've been thinking a lot about, I have 2 big charities, public schools, and then teen suicide prevention. And so I've learned a decent amount about suicide or death by suicide. You're not even supposed to say suicide. You're supposed to say death by suicide. Like, that's going to change fucking anything. Anyway, I walk by some unhoused outside. Well, that'll solve the problem. But the period where
the people first language thing is fucking retarded. People, if I'm talking to somebody, they correct me like, you mean the unhoused? I'm like, I mean, kill me. Okay, fuck that. We're not having this conversation. This is retarded. Yeah, this is stupid. I agree with that.
A man is most inclined or most prone to self-harm and suicidal ideation is the year after he gets divorced. And what it ends up is that divorce is harder usually on men than women. It's harder on women economically. It's harder on men emotionally. And there's also, they're just, most of the data shows that without a relationship, a woman is sad and regretful. And without a relationship, a man is, quite frankly, dangerous to himself. That men need...
And others.
A single man at 35 is much more inclined to be a substance abuser, much more inclined to engage in self-harm than a single woman at the age of 35. So while I absolutely think, there's probably a lot of women who wake up and think, I was given this very progressive outline, and it hasn't paid off the way I'd hoped. What we don't talk enough about is the fact that, quite frankly, a simple fact, and I have research that backs up, men need relationships more than women. I'm not saying women are worse off without a relationship. Men are much worse off without a relationship. Young men need guardrails. They need it in the form of male mentorship, and they need a relationship is a fantastic guardrail for a man. So we talk a lot about this image of a woman who's sad. I get it. It's bad, but it's worse for men, and we don't talk about it.
Mira, te voy a decir una cosa. Si aprendes un idioma solo con libros, te vas a quedar atascado. Lo que de verdad marca la diferencia.
Wow, he speaks fluent languages? That's crazy.
To the conversation is how we just give kids a smartphone at an age when the reality is no one should have access to a smartphone. And then we wonder why we're seeing these narratives being propagated amongst men. Incel culture, it's not on the right, but incel culture on one side. On the other side, you see this kind of style of, how can I put this? This style of, approaching women or seeing women in a certain way. And you go, this comes from spending too much time online and not enough time in the real world.
So this is a multidimensional issue. At the most basic level, men have immature prefrontal cortex. Our executive function, part of our brain, doesn't catch up to a woman's until the age of 25. 2 seniors in high school applying to college, effectively the girl who is a senior is competing against a 10th grade girl when he's competing against another 18-year-old boy. They are just more mature, right? They have a better sense of, I should stop playing video games and study now. Their brains are literally more mature. And you have kids. Do you have kids?
No.
I don't know if it's that dramatic, but I do think boys boys delay about 2 years, I think. Is it in terms of like emotional development for whatever reason? Because everybody knows that period in school. I think when you're in like 3rd grade or whatever, where there's like this half year or year where all the girls are at the same height or taller than the boys or whatever, because they start puberty a little bit earlier and everything else. But I've heard the suggestion before. Somebody said maybe boys should start school 1 or 2 years earlier than a girl. I don't know if that would work out or not, but
no. But I taught for 12 years, so I know a bit about kids.
So it is so striking, and Konstantin, well, you can both comment on this. I'm not exaggerating. When my son has a party and he's 15, the boys are nice, but they can't make eye contact. They're a little bit dopey. They're fine. They're boys. There are some girls at the age of 15 who could be the junior senator from Pennsylvania.
Right.
I feel like with a right pantsuit, they could be in parliament. I mean, they're so incredibly mature, even physically. Hello, Mr. Galloway, what a lovely home you have. I mean, what is the effect of the non-dom on you? I mean, these kids are like, and then the boys are, I don't know. And it's not universal, but there's definitely a demarcation. Now, to your point about online, America right now is a giant bet on AI. All of our GDP growth, all of our stock market growth has been fueled by 10 companies. 77% of the earnings growth, 77% of that 16% of the increase in S&P has been the earnings growth of 10 companies. And those companies do a lot of things. But 2 of the core central things they do is try and play on flaws in our instincts, our insecurities, our desire to make a quick buck, our desire to have more mating opportunities and have a reasonable facsimile of that through porn. We get angry and anxious, so I'm going to figure out your political leanings, take you further and further that way, and then show you stuff that enrages you such that you start hating the other side when you used to not really, used to disagree with them, but not hate them. I can't remember. There's another reason young women are going more progressive, men are going slightly more conservative, but it's yet another reason they're not mating because women aren't interested, get turned off by men who are conservative. Can you remember the political leanings of anyone you dated when we were dating? We didn't talk.
I don't even believe this. But I can only go from personal experience. And I feel like there's no shot that if you are capable of talking with somebody, you meet somebody, you get along with them, that they're going to find out that you're like a little more politically different than them. Well, actually, never mind. Because you would have to be significantly politically different today, actually. Never mind, actually. I take all that back. I think you would get really turned off if a person was like a super mega dick suck. I think if you were in that ecosystem, actually, never mind. I'm ejecting everything I just said. Never mind. Actually, I could totally see that.
Talk about this. We didn't care. It's like yet another reason.
Like I was trying to think, like in my day, like would I ever say no to a girl, or would a girl who would support like McCain or somebody or Bush, like a Republican, like would I have trouble dating this person? Like Rachel's family and Catherine's family were all conservative, quite more conservative. But if it would have been around Trump shit, I think I would have felt significantly different about that. I think all of us would have. So yeah, maybe it might be it's different now. But hey, listen, conservatives have only got themselves to blame on that one.
The people aren't hooking up. So what you have is the most godlike technology, the most deepest resource companies in the world, trying to figure out any way to keep you on your phone. And what's worse than keeping you on your phone is keeping you away from your friends. Mm-hmm. It's keeping you away from your wife. It's keeping you away from your kids. So we're mammals. And it's pretty straightforward. The less time we spend with others, the worse our life is. Put an orca in a tank alone and see what happens, right? The worst thing you can do to a human is put them in solitary confinement. Leave your dog alone without another dog or another human and sees what happens. So what the big tech is doing really, really well, which is tearing at the fabric of society, is preying on young people, girls and boys, but unfortunately boys are more prone to this because they have this dopa addiction at an earlier age. It's trying to convince them, why figure out the pecking order of friends when you have Reddit and Discord? Why, you don't need to go to work. You don't need to take risks in real life. real life relationships are hard. I'm going to make an assertion here. The best thing in your life is the best thing in your life, and that is relationships. And the one thing that was common across all those relationships was that they were really hard. It is hard to establish the pecking order and friends and not be jealous and call a dude and say, hey, do you want to go watch the football game and have a beer?
What about Lauren Southern? I feel like a liberal man and a conservative woman is much more likely to work, especially from a liberal white guy, because I'm not under attack by any part of their ideology, really, even though I've been demonetized on YouTube and banned on Twitch. Whereas if you're a woman and you're trying to look at a conservative guy, like conservatives are literally trying to skull fuck you out of society. Like a lot of them joke about repealing the right to vote. You've lost the right to have an abortion in a lot of states in the United States. You know, they look differently at you with regards to education. And if you don't have kids, they look down on you. There's a lot of jokes about like ladies with cats. Like, I don't know, as a liberal guy, like I hate MAGA because I have a strong feeling about politics, but at the end of the day, it's not really a threat to me. But if you're a liberal woman, being with a conservative guy who wants to like deprive you of your fucking rights is, I don't know, that's a much harder sell in my opinion.
It is really hard to navigate all the bullshit in a corporation and have bosses that are not as smart as you and get memos from corporate on things that make no goddamn sense and occasionally go into work when you have nothing to do just for FaceTime. So I know, let's trade stocks and let's buy crypto. And it's also trying to tell you, you don't need to go through the humiliation of a romantic or sexual relationship. And this is the thing, all those things are goddamn hard. And that's what real victory is. It is really hard to find someone to be married to for 23 years and have kids. That is really hard. And the reward is immense. That's where I find most men get the greatest level of purpose. So what we're saying to young men is, no, ignore that stuff. Ignore friends, ignore work, ignore mating. You can have a reasonable, frictionless version of that online. And then you wake up at 30, and I believe a lot of these men are obese, anxious, have no skills when it comes to work or friendship or romantic relationships, and they're exceptionally depressed. And they never get a chance to recognize real victory. What I mean, I'm like, it's been so hard raising kids. I mean, it's been every day. I'm like, am I any good at this? I can't tell you what assholes my boys can be. I mean, they are terrorists, constantly assessing the household for vulnerabilities to strike when we're at our weakest. I feel so there's been moments where I felt so much shame and insecurity because I felt like
most liberal women are not ideologically committed. They're just vaguely liberal, but at the end of the day, they will prioritize financial stability. I don't know, that's supposed to be a dog whistle for go after the rich guy, but that's just not true anymore because women are working. And another huge problem is that this is a thing that is just true. Women like to work, and women like to not have to rely on a fucking schizoid, crazy, man-child to be the only thing that can keep them alive in the world. And this is so universally true. I mean, it happened with Lauren Southern. It's happened. I remember, it wasn't Megyn Kelly, it was Tomi Lahren and a bunch of other conservative women. Even conservative women, when they're being brought up in the household, this has been true of every single conservative woman I've ever spoken to in my entire life. All of them, unless maybe somebody's example otherwise, all of them will tell you, yeah, when I was growing up, my mom told me that I need to go to college and I need to get a real job so that I'm not reliant on some crazy fucking dude. Now, maybe at some point after they get out of college, the parents are like, oh, you should find a guy, you should whatever, like you need to be more traditional. But the girls are like, hold on, mom, you told me not to be some fucking desperate loser that was looking for some paycheck guy to support the rest of my life. Like even conservative women have that feeling, which is why so many of the conservative women, I think, fell out of these manosphere movements when they started to realize, hold on, you guys are like incels that hate women. And we don't want to be like these weirdo tradcon pie-baking wives that do nothing or fuck all with their lives that are reliant on overgrown children to basically keep us afloat for the rest of our lives. So I think that's a problem that nobody, at least in the manosphere, wants to reckon with. How do you attract a woman who wants more than a paycheck? What do you do to attract that woman? It can't be these empty platitudes of be masculine and be a provider. No, motherfucker, she has a fucking job. And she will always be able to fuck a guy that's taller than you, that has a bigger dick than you, that has a more chiseled jaw than you, okay? It's a woman with a job is kryptonite to a man who can only offer a mediocre wallet. You have to be able to attract somebody because you are an emotionally adept and fluid person that can have conversations, that can be engaging and compelling, that can provide something more than just, well, look, I earn $75K a year, even $100K, even $150K, might not be enough. You have to be like a real fucking human being. That's why I don't like the platitudes. Now, I'm not saying Scott, anything I say about this is going to apply 20 trillion times more to Konstantin and the other loser, because I don't even know they give a fuck about these issues. But Scott, I feel like, falls into this sometimes a little bit. He's not as bad as them. Most of my criticism is for Konstantin here, but it can't just be over and over again, just be more masculine. It's just not going to work.
Like I wasn't making enough money and couldn't support my kids at the level I wanted to. And it just destroyed me. It's been so hard. And the only moments I ever feel like I have meaning and purpose on this world and I can leave and feel like I checked something resembling a box is when I have those moments with my son and I get the chance to raise them with someone I love. And I worry that there's a ton of young men who are never, ever going to experience that because big tech has attached 40% of the S&P to market value. by sequestering us from the rest of our relationships. So I'm not saying they're innately evil people, but unfortunately, these algorithms and these companies have figured out there is money in sequestering people from the relationships and getting them really angry at everybody else, blaming immigrants for their economic problems, blaming women for the romantic problems, blaming the other side for everything that's wrong.
Is Konstantin ever pushing back when a guest says something he clearly disagrees with? Or?
So
because Scott is talking about Konstantin right now.
Unfortunately, these companies are the wedge, are the cudgel between people and especially young men and relationships and what I would call a healthy, rewarding life.
I think one of the greatest tricks social media companies ever played was the idea that this app that you were going to go on was about connection. It was going to help you to connect with other people. That's what Facebook initially was. Connect with your friends all around the world. It's one of the greatest lies we've ever been sold.
Well, is it though? I mean, look, I don't know about you. I would say the way I have come to use social media, now look, I have a pretty big following, so it's perhaps a different story, but it's a way for me to connect with people that then we speak to and become friends with, right?
Yeah.
So, and also I just think as well, it's important that we also in this conversation talk about solutions because the world is the way the world is.
Yep.
And our great-grandparents and great-grandfathers face some way bigger problems than you've got this phone with porn on it. Like that's relatively minor to the Germans are invading, right? So I guess what I would say is I think partly it's about, actually, I would argue, a failure of parenting as well. Because, and look, you know, it's easy to say parents should have known better. Like my wife, for example, is a complete screen Nazi. My 3-year-old has never seen a screen.
Yep.
The only thing he does with a phone is he brings it to us and we go, thank you, and put it in our pocket. That's it, right? Like, we all have to begin to realize this is the world we live in. We live in a world of screens, we live in a world of social media, and we are all going to have to do something about this that allows us to live better lives. And you know, I think it's important perhaps for you to talk to us about what is the man code? How do you be a man? How do you have a good life as a man? How do you confront the fact that every human being ultimately faces a choice? You either go with comfort and become a loser, or you learn to accept discomfort and you win.
So just to acknowledge your point, if we had a red button that you could push and big tech would disappear, I wouldn't push it.
Right.
I would argue that big tech is a net good.
Right.
Creates tremendous economic value. I found you on social media.
Right.
People come up to me on the street. They could not be, do you find this? Online, I find people so angry and vile and aggressive. In real life, I can't get over how lovely people are.
Right.
I can go anywhere in the world and 99% of the people who approach me, even if they say I disagree with your views on Israel or whatever, they want to have a thoughtful conversation, or they come up and they say something really nice that makes me feel better about my day. I've made a lot of money using social media. I FaceTime my sons every night and it makes me feel more connected to them. I would not press the button. The problem with saying they're a net good is the word net. And what I mean is we can have nuance.
Yep.
So I think fossil fuels are a net good for the world. The greatest arbitrage in history is fossil fuels. But that doesn't mean we don't have emission standards. Now, we can have an argument around what those standards should be, but we're just not going to let, you know, it's probably important that we have rules that says, Ford, you can't pour mercury into the river. And if you don't have laws, they need to pour mercury into the river. Otherwise, General Motors and Chrysler will and have a cost advantage. Pesticides are a net good, but we still have an FDA, that's the Food and Drug Administration here for you foreigners, saying, okay, by the way, one of the first things I noticed about London is that food rots. And I think it's because we have higher standards.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it freaks me out now that I can buy something and put it in my refrigerator and 7 weeks later it's still edible here in the US. I'm like, okay, maybe that's not a good thing. Anyways, so for example, let's move to some solutions. I don't think anyone under the age of 16 should be on social media. I don't think any synthetic relationship should be allowed for anyone under the age of 18. I don't think we should have phones in schools. I think we should remove Section 230 protection for algorithmically elevated content, right? Such that if you are in fact putting out content that leads to greater self-harm and you're elevating that content. I don't believe in censorship. I don't think, if someone wants to say mRNA vaccines alter your DNA, I think they should be able to say it. The problem is when the algorithms go, well, this is pissing off people and they're commenting. And every comment is another Nissan ad, which is more shareholder value. So let's take this incendiary and sometimes more novel content and let's elevate it artificially. My view is if you elevate content artificially.
At least you gave prescriptions. I don't know if I necessarily disagree with most of this. I think social media is kind of corrosive or bad in terms of what's going on with kids today. Like I said, I honestly think the best piece of advice you could ever give somebody involves a time machine, unfortunately, is you just need to make friends with and chat with women and be in spaces with women. And when I say women, I mean little girls, because it's easy to attract a 6-year-old. I'm just kidding. Stop! When you're a kid, when you're a little boy, right? Having friends that are girls when you're in grade school, middle school, high school, and then at a college, like that's the only time, well, I don't want to, that sounds doomer. That's the best time in your life to practice. If you are in your 20s and you don't have women that you work with and you don't have any experience talking to the opposite gender, holy fuck. I don't know what you even fucking do at that point. Like, you're telling me that somebody who has no experience talking to women, especially in a friend group where he's not desperate to fuck every single one of them, the first real conversational experience you're going to have is in a fucking bar? This is why I don't like to give the advice like, oh, just go to a bar and drink and talk to people. I don't know what the fuck. That sounds to me like, oh, like you want to be a good painter? Like, well, just pick up a brush and follow your heart. Like, you guys have seen me use paint on here. My real life paintings will look even worse. I just don't know how the fuck, what is a guy even going to do in that circumstance? That just seems literally like impossible to your first, because when you're talking about attracting somebody, You're past even just like normal conversational stuff. You're trying to show your best attributes. You're trying to be witty and funny. In some ways, you're being competitive with other people that might be talking to this person. You're competing to some extent with her friends, for attention and conversation, everything else. Like, I just don't know how you do that for the first time in a bar setting. But I don't know.
Algorithmically, you've now decided you're a media company. And I don't see why these quote unquote nascent platforms, which is what they were called in the 1997 legislation, should not be subject to the same liability you're subject to. If you started saying that this member of parliament is a Nazi and he's a physical threat to our safety, and you published his address and someone showed up and committed violence against that person, this podcast would be in a world of hurt. But if you say it online, if you say it on a platform, an online platform, they are not subject to the same standards as the rest of media. So there are, in my opinion, common sense solutions, but the incumbents want to weaponize what I'd call the illusion of complexity. All these problems are unsolvable, right? We would go out of business if you removed 230. Well, if you removed it for algorithmically elevated content, you wouldn't go out of business. And when the January 6th riots happened, what happened? Let me go back. News Corp gets fined $750 million. That
is unironically what people need to do. You learn by failing hundreds of times, but not really. This is not true. You learn by failing, or it's close to true, but you need to augment that statement just a little bit. You learn by failing 100 times in low stakes environments. That's what you learn by failing. You don't learn by failing in higher stakes environments. It's okay if you crash and burn in middle school, because your girlfriend wanted to hang out with you at recess, but you played kickball instead, and then she broke up with you because you didn't get her a tulip or something, right? It's okay to crash and burn in these kinds of environments because you're learning the ropes, you're learning what to say and do, and you hopefully you figure it out as you socialize with other people. But to try to fail 100 times when you're already an adult, a lot of people just don't want to baby you through that. A lot of people aren't going to sit there and tolerate that. You will be seen as a creepy loser or whatever, even if it's not necessarily fair. Nobody wants to be your training wheels partner while you're learning socialization skills that they all learned in grade school. I think that's, wow.
By saying this, the voting machines in the U.S. were weaponized by the Venezuelan government. Not true.
I'm Venezuelan. We can't even run a country, let alone weaponize an election.
Weaponize, yeah. It wasn't true. And they knew it wasn't true, but they put talking points in front of their host and said, promote this theory because we think it'll inflame and engage our audience.
I think it's also harder too, because when you talk about failing as a kid, I think kids are a little bit more wired to fail because you don't have much experience yet. And hopefully you're getting some successes in there as well because you're all in the same type of environment. If you've had no success and you've had no experience, and then you start doing things in your 20s or 30s or whatever, failing there is a lot harder because, you don't even know if you even have the capacity to succeed. This is one of the reasons why it's annoying to hear rich people or entrepreneurs from wealthy families talk about I was willing to fail over and over and over again. And it's okay, motherfucker, you got a huge safety net if you fail. That's great. I can do things right now. I don't care if I fail at a ton of shit because I know that I've succeeded at stuff. So I always have that confidence backing me up. But if you were to enter some environment where you've never succeeded before and now you're trying it, bro, 1 or 2 failures could destroy you. Holy shit, that's a much harder thing to deal with. Striking out is easy if you've hit home runs, in the past. But if you're striking out over and over again in your first few tries in your 20s or 30s, you don't even know if you can swing the bat,
Hold on. Do you have any evidence for that claim, Scott? That they did it for that reason?
Well, a judge and a jury of their peers found that to be the case and awarded Smartmatic $750 million.
So I didn't follow as closely as you. I'm not.
Wait.
True.
And wait, what did he say?
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
We can't even run a country, let alone weaponize an election.
Weaponize, yeah. It wasn't true. And they knew it wasn't true, but they put talking points in front of their host and said, promote this theory because we think it'll inflame and engage our audience.
Wait, hold on. Do you have any evidence for that claim, Scott? That they did it for that reason?
Well,
how can he not even, whatever.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
A judge and a jury of their peers found that to be the case and awarded Smartmatic $750 million.
Was that true? I know that if he's talking about the Dominion case, the Dominion lawsuit was settled immediately, or not immediately, it was settled I think the day before trial. But I know Smartmatic is a different company. Did Smartmatic win a $750 million suit? That's crazy. If that was done by a judge and jury, I should know that. I don't know that.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
Damn. A second Dominion has hit the tower, if that's true. Or a second tower as well, whatever. Did they win on summary judgment or? Oh, it was a settlement, so it wasn't a jury of peers. Okay. Well, assuming this is the $750 million. Wait, OAN has $750 million to settle? Hold on. This was with Fox News. Different case. Control F, Fox. Abusive legal tactics to delay trial. Okay, this one hasn't finished yet. Maybe he was mixing up a Smartmatic win with OAN with the dollar amount that was settled with Dominion and Fox, is my guess.
Didn't follow as closely as you. I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm just asking. So in that case, when they promoted this theory, was it established that they did so to get attention? It wasn't to influence the result of the election, for example. It was specifically to get attention.
The legal ruling falls under defamation and slander, and that is they knew they were saying something that wasn't true, and that thing that wasn't true ended up having economic harm on Smartmatic. And so Smartmatic said, you knew this wasn't true, and also you knew it would hurt me economically. So there are laws against that. So if you say something, if you start spreading rumors that I'm a pedophile, and all of a sudden my speaking engagements go down, and there's no evidence of that, you are liable for defamation and have to economically compensate me.
I get that part. What I'm asking, the specific thing I'm trying to tease out is, I got the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're saying this was done to get clicks effectively, right?
Well,
I'm wondering, do you know that? Because my instinct would be, it might be to influence the outcome of who ends up president. That might be.
Oh, that's interesting.
Do you see what I'm saying?
One thing, it was, in the case of Fox News, it was to get clicks. Like Murdoch was constantly, and other people were constantly worried in emails about how they were losing so much of their audience to I believe it was OAN and I think Newsmax. They were constantly talking about the numbers and that their viewers weren't trusting them anymore, and they were going to these more extremist right-wing sites. That was explicitly brought up. Actually, I don't know if they ever brought up anything about trying to make Trump win the election. It was that talking about they were losing viewership.
Everything.
With mass aims by bio-optimizers.
I see what you're saying. So I would argue that everything these for-profit media companies do at the end of the day is to cater to their audience such that they're more glued to the show, such that they make more money.
It's a reasonable
assumption. You could say that maybe they knew that was going to... So I guess it's feasible that it was more important to them to get Trump elected than keep their audience engaged and sell more opioid-induced constipation medication in between commercial breaks. But basically the court said, you guys actually, they found emails that said, this was bullshit, but you said it anyways. And this private company experienced huge economic harm. Right. The reason I bring this up is they got fined $750 million. That's real money. What happened on Fox was a dumpster fire compared to the nuclear mushroom cloud of what happened on Meta with those rumors. But because Meta is, quote unquote, a new nascent platform, they're totally exonerated. They got a hall pass. The reason I bring this up is that I think those companies should be subject to the same responsibility.
Well, it's because Meta is not a publisher themselves. It's a significantly different thing. Whether you think Meta should be held responsible or not, it's a significantly different thing.
As a traditional media company. And I think the argument around free speech, around how far you can go, is a really worthwhile argument. In my view, generally speaking, is anybody should be able to say pretty much anything about pretty much anybody. But if I know I'm saying something, if I'm spreading lies about you and I continue to do it and it has real economic harm on you, in the US, you're subject to defamation and slander laws. My point is, these companies which are the most...
Waiting for Konstantin to chime in with that. But how do we know who is right and who's wrong? How do we tell that?
Valuable companies in the world are get to play by a different standard. And that there are common sense solutions. We shouldn't have phones in schools. I don't think there's any... I think we need to start doing a better job of age gating pornography for kids under the age of 18. They claim they are worried about the privacy concerns of young people. They can tell when I'm at a Beyonce concert and serve me an ad for the Uber to get home and the Beyonce album and tickets to the new concert, but it would be impossible for them to figure out the age of these kids, or they're worried about their privacy. No one under we age gate alcohol, the military, motorcycles, pornography. Why on earth wouldn't we age gate these things online? And there's a real problem, in my opinion, a fissure in our society, and that is we won't let our kids go to school alone, but we'll let them go online with strangers and see this kind of content. We overprotect them offline and we underprotect them online. I think there's just a series of common sense solutions that won't solve the problem, but we go a long way to addressing it while recognizing we don't want to put these companies out of business. They're not terrible people, but I stand by what I've said. I think Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg have done more harm to young people while making more money than any two people in history. And I find it just so insane that we had Sheryl Sandberg running around the world with a book talking about the important conversation of gender balance in the workplace as she invented and drove a business model that resulted in an 80% increase in self-cutting among teen girls. And I just find the two totally incompatible. So these companies should thrive. We want our horses to run, but with some significant but reasonable changes, we can solve a lot of these problems. And again, they weaponize the illusion of complexity. Oh, these problems are too difficult. There's always been problems with media, and Elvis was a threat to the parents then. Kids weren't cutting themselves after watching Elvis Presley. right? They weren't going down rabbit holes and convincing themselves that there was a pedophile ring in the basement of a pizza place. They weren't picking up their father's assault rifle because dad was loose, because old people were listening to Lawrence Welk and they saw those people as their enemy. This is a different level of harm. And I do think there's just common sense, practical solutions that these companies get in the way of. They overrun government with massive amounts of money. There's more full-time lobbyists living in DC who work for Amazon than there are sitting U.S. senators. And the only way you get elected in the U.S., 98% of the winners are the ones who raise the most money and who has a lot of money to write. So when these issues come up on the House floor, it's Republicans and Democrats that get in the way, and they start asking questions like, I'm worried about this. Let's talk about it more. Let's have another hearing. And nothing ever happens. I also believe, I apologize for the word salad here, that these are the greatest espionage and national security vehicles ever invented. And I think what happens, and I don't have evidence of this, I think what happens is Mark Zuckerberg goes into a confidential security briefing and says, do you want to keep killing terrorists? I mean, what could be a better way to kill terrorists than to figure out where their sons and daughters are on Instagram and GPS locate them and figure out their relationships when they're gathering. These are the most of the CIA, the GRU, the CCP couldn't have dreamt in their wildest dreams an espionage tool, a security tool like social media. And I don't have evidence of this, but if I were Mark Zuckerberg and focus on shareholder value, I would say, do you want me to continue to work with your security apparatus to kill bad guys? Then back the off. I think that conversation is happening over and over in DC. And as a result, our young people pay the price.
Well, that, I think, in terms of the structural changes and the structural situation, is a really great analysis, and you make some really, really important points. And I know you and I probably disagree about Elon. He's someone I really respect. And I am surprised that he hasn't done some of the things that he said he would do to mitigate some of these issues that you're bringing up after he took over Twitter. I wish he had done, because he talked about freedom of speech but not freedom of reach. He talked about prioritizing content from verified users, and none of that's happened. And I imagine it's partly because of the incentive structure that punishes that sort of more responsible behavior. But let's come back to my point, which is what ultimately, in addition to all of this stuff, every human being is going to have to deal with the world as it is. And if you're a young man today, you have not been dealt a great hand. You've also not been dealt the worst hand in history.
100%.
So how do you be a young man today? What is the man code? What are the lessons? What is it that your father wasn't around to tell you? What is it that makes you someone who can deal with the world as it is today and thrive?
Thanks. That's a generous question. So what I've tried to do is distill a basic version of masculinity down to some aspirational things. And I think of it as three legs of the stool. The first is to be a provider. And that upsets some people. I think every young man should assume at some point he's going to need to take economic responsibility for his household. And by the way, sometimes that means getting out of the way and being more supportive of your partner who might be better at that whole money thing. But I think a pretty decent place to start as a man is that we live in a capitalist society. And the way the world is I will be disproportionately evaluated by other people, and my self-esteem will disproportionately be driven by my economic viability. And that you need to get certified, you need to show discipline, you need to work hard, you need to have the rational thinking to spend less than you make so that you can start saving some money. But the reality is 75% of women say economic viability is important to a mate. It's only 25% of men.
Get
right?
paper.
Beyonce could work at McDonald's and marry Jay-Z. The opposite is not true. You will be disproportionately evaluated based on your economic viability. Figure out how to make money. Now, I have been probably addicted to it, and people pointed out online that I see everything through the lens of money. I grew up without money, so it's always been important to me, probably too important. But I stand by the fact that as a man, if you are not economically viable, your self-esteem, your place in society, in a capitalist society, your ability to find a mate is going to be severely diminished. So we want to get and the best way to make a lot of money is start making a little bit of money. I coach a lot of young men. I'm like, if you have a smartphone, you can make money. Tomorrow we're going to start. I don't care if you need to be a Lyft driver, Uber driver, TaskRabbiter, go into Panera Bread where they're desperate for people and they start them at $18 an hour. But once you start making a little bit of money, you're going to realize how wonderful it is. You're going to start figuring out the marketplace, but you need to get out and make money. You need to be a provider. First leg of the stool. The whole point.
Okay, I don't know who he's talking to or what men he's talking with. Maybe, I guess. I don't know. Okay.
In my opinion, getting some economic security and economic prosperity is such that you can move to the second thing, and that is being a protector. The jobs I think we view as being most masculine, cop, fireman, military, at the end of the day, they all do one thing: they protect. And again, this
cop, fireman, military. So cops who are known for beating their wives, military who are known for their wives cheating on them when they deploy, and firemen who are seen as being super, I guess, so be the firemen. I guess, okay. I don't know. I just feel like this is all cringe shit, but whatever. I don't know.
This is a personal anecdote, but I think it's true. I think the most rewarding thing in life is to feel like you are doing a key role as a protector. My moments of peace come when my kids are asleep, safe and warm, with a lot of opportunities, more opportunities than I had.
Yeah, but they're not there because you were a fireman, because you could fight off the burglars. They're there because you made a fuck ton of money.
My partner feels noticed and safe, and I feel like I can finally go on offense in my life and start protecting my community, my country, and start doing, planting the trees, the shade of which I'll never sit under. I think that protection part is hugely important. And you were talking about Elon. I think Elon demonstrates unbelievable attributes of masculinity in some areas and a total deficiency in others. I think taking enormous risks and having vision and working his ass off such that he can land a rocket on metal scissors and create hundreds of billions of value, right on, brother, right on. He inspired the EV race. You got to give him credit. Like, if we get to Mars, we're going to get there years or decades sooner because of Elon Musk. There couldn't be anything more masculine. I mean, this risk.
Okay, he includes financial providing too. But I feel like that ties into the first one. If you're young, don't ever. The number one piece of economic advice you can give somebody, but it sucks because when you're young, you don't want to hear it. I would never take this advice as a young person. Is when you're young, fuck making money. You need to invest in yourself as much as possible. So whatever certs, whatever college degree, whatever the fuck you can do to invest your land. The working, to me, I don't want to be doomer on this if you're working class. In my mind, working is the scariest thing to do as somebody coming from a not well-off family, because the second you start working, you have created an almost permanent rung in your life that you will never advance from. Getting bogged down in work means that you're oftentimes living on your own, you're not investing anymore in your education or training, and you're likely to meet a partner, have a kid and settle down, and wherever you're stuck at there, the advancement that you can make, especially if you only got some high school, like that's it. Like you're fucked at that point. Working before you finished your training and also going back to training sucks. I've seen so many people, I've heard mixed stories on this from people in chat. I don't know, maybe different people feel different ways about it. Everybody in my real life, it seemed like taking a year off from school sucked. Apparently this is more common in Europe, but in America doing this, there are so many people that you take a year off, you start working, you're kind of out of the school mode, you don't really want to go back. And then especially if you start dating somebody, especially if you have a kid, now it's over. Or if you get an apartment or in a car, now because when you have money, what do you do as a kid when you get money? Well, you get bills, of course. What kid is going to start earning money at 17, 18, 19 and isn't going to fucking get a car or isn't going to fucking get a cool, apartment? You're not saving that money. You're retarded. You're 18 or 19. But you could be a retard and go to school and still get a degree and learn stuff that's going to help you for the rest of your life. That stupid fucking retarded car or new graphics card you buy at 18 or 19 is not going to help you for the rest of your life. When you can invest in training and education, invest as heavily as possible and then, feel it off, pay it off as you get older. The slingshot effect of just like pulling back as hard as you can, and it sucks, and you see other people maybe get jobs or whatever, I guess. I don't know. That's really scary to me. Starting to work early is just very, 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 very scary to me because that's like, you're like, whoo, that's it. That's where you are. Good luck.
We're going to get there years or decades sooner because of Elon Musk. There couldn't be anything more masculine. I mean, this risk-aggressive craziness, right? That men, and again, this will upset some people, that men are more prone to taking crazy risks, right? A man is more likely to rush into a burning house. There's something called the Carnegie Award that awards people who put their own personal safety at risk to try and save someone else's from harm, who they don't know. It's literally the running into a burning building thing. Every year they give out about 80 awards, and every year about 75 of them go to men. So while we like to frame young men as reckless, there's also valor in that, right? There's also, and the fact that men are risk aggressive and do stupid things, occasionally they start really crazy, stupid companies that end up being crazy genius.
This is retarded though. 1 out of 1 million men that are risky and aggressive and reckless will run into a burning building and save, a life, and that guy will get a partner. And the other 999,000 are getting into road rage and are killing each other because somebody, cut them off at a stoplight. This is like the dumb masculine traits to focus on. I'm sorry, but if your dream, these are like things we masturbate to or think about like in the fucking shower. We're like, oh God, I'm going to run into a burning building and I'm going to save a woman and then she's going to fucking fuck me forever and I'm going to be the best. It's like the guy slaying the dragon and the prince is going to, like, most people are not finding mates this way. Most people are not starting 7, 8, 9, 10 figure or companies that will grow to like having a 10-figure exit. That's just not happening. It's just not really going to happen generally.
Elon represents that exponentially. So props. The issue I would have as Musk as a role model for young men is he seems to have skipped the protection part. And that is when you're being sued concurrently by 2 women for sole custody of your child because you've never seen that child, I don't think there's anything more anti-masculine. I think when you're the wealthiest man in the world cutting aid to HIV positive mothers, in my opinion, that's a reputation extinction event. I think he's missed the protection part. And the final third leg of the stool, which triggers more people, is procreation. We talked about this earlier. Embrace your horniness. Put on a cool coat. Approach a woman. Get used to know. What I do with young men is I go through a series of exercises.
Unironically, I'm sorry, Tristan Tate had a fucking video series he did. We watched this one time on stream like 5 years ago. Tristan Tate had like a 3-part video series on how he dates multiple women at once or whatever. That was probably the best 3-part thing I've ever seen. That was the video that when I watched that, I was convinced these guys were traffickers because those 3 videos, and they were like 20 minutes each or something. It was the best like Playboy advice I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Holy shit. I was like, this guy fucks a lot. And I bet he could traffic bitches with the advice that he's giving in these fucking videos. Because god damn, this shit is retarded. I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck? Embrace your horniness? Like, I don't know. I guess there's a way you could channel this positively, but
approach.
Like, nothing is more of a turnoff than a person who comes off as clingy or desperate or needy. And I don't want to be pathological or manipulative here, but like, it's like, if a girl and you are getting along and you walk away and you haven't even made a pass at seeming like you're sexually interested, that does a thing, okay? It does a thing. And I'm not saying you should be manipulative or whatever, but like that, actually, I guess, what do red pillars call this? Abundance theory or some shit? If you can have a good time with a girl and then end the night and you haven't made a pass at her, it does shit. This idea of like be horny all the time, but maybe he's not going to say be horny all the time. He's going to say channel your horniness into better stuff, I guess. I don't know. Fuck, I just went forward too much.
Used to know what I do with young men is I go through a series of exercises. I'm like, you got to be strong. Go to the gym, work. Really crazy, stupid companies that end up being crazy genius. Elon represents that exponentially. So props. The issue I would have as Musk as a role model for young men is he seems to have skipped the protection part. And that is when you're being sued concurrently by 2 women for the stool, which triggers more people, is procreation. We talked about this earlier. Embrace your horniness. Put on a cool coat. Approach a woman. Get used to know. What I do with young men is I go through a series of exercises. I'm like, you got to.
Was it this?
Now, if you bought this course, you already...
It might have been this. Maybe the whole thing was 20 minutes. Let me just listen to this in 5 minutes. Let me see if I still agree with what he says here. Hold on.
You know who I am, I assume. But who am I to be teaching anyone how to get and retain beautiful women? Well, let me tell you something. Everybody who has ever met me, who has ever visited me, certainly in the last 5 or 6 years, has commented on how many beautiful girls I have. So before we get into the course material, let me tell you my credentials. I used to run one of Europe's largest webcam studios. I had 75 women employed by me, women who love me, women who want families with me, women who are not going to leave me, women who are loyal to me. I'm not even going to waste your time by naming how many side chicks I have. Come and hang out with me for a week or so. I don't know if you're in the war room or not. If I know you personally, do it. My credentials are beyond doubt. But there's methodology to my madness. And that's why you bought this course. Let me explain something to you. There's no trick. There's no life hack. There's no being in a position where all the women you meet or come into contact with want to have sex with you. That doesn't exist for any man on the planet besides Brad Pitt and a few others. If you want to be an elite level player, an elite level playboy like me, you have to work at it. This is what I explain to everybody. Why is Floyd Mayweather the best boxer in the world? Why is Roger Federer the best tennis player in the world? Because they train and work and perfect their skills, and that's why they are the best in their field. I am exactly the same. I'm not some guy who women just all want and they chase me and message me on Instagram and want to come over to my house. No, I make a conscious effort every single day. I wake up, I plan, I make my moves like I'm on a chessboard, and I keep not only my 6 relationships going, but I have plenty of time to meet new women. So that brings me to module 1 in this course. We're going to talk about meeting women and dating. Now, guys, what I'm not going to go into in this course is how to dress, how to behave generally. You know the answer to the question. How to dress? I don't know. What's your style? Are you a rugged guy with a lumberjack t-shirt and a big beard? Good. Look that way. Are you a black guy with dreadlocks? Good. Look that way. I can't tell you how to dress, how to style yourself, or how to act and behave. That's all individual to you. So you be yourself and play the game the best way that you can and you know how to. How to behave? Don't be a woman hater. Don't be sour. Don't be bitter. Don't be unpleasant. Don't be rude. These are very basic things, and I'm not even going to bother covering these. If you can't get a single girl to talk to you, this is probably the wrong course for you. I'm teaching you how to up your game from a guy with 1 or 2 girlfriends to 5 or 6 like me, and a harem of side chicks. A question I'm asked a lot is how do you meet women? So before we get into the digital side of things, we're going to talk about how to meet women in the real world. Now, the best way to meet women in the real world is not what a lot of people on the internet will tell you. Approaches. Now, the guys who do approaches, number their approaches, they count their statistics. Oh, I had sex with 10% of them, I did 100 approaches today. Are you a nerd? Are you a geek? What kind of person are you? Where you have all day to walk around trying to talk to women on the off chance that one might have sex with you. Approaches my way is completely different, you see. I don't march around trying to get women to have sex with me by talking to them. I have built a lifestyle. I have built a life which puts me in contact with beautiful women. I'm around them. I'm in the best clubs. I'm in the best restaurants. I'm in the best bars. I'm in the best spots in the world. I'm flying all over the place. The highest level women in the world are not in your local mall, gentlemen. They're in some bar in Cannes or Monte Carlo, and if you're not there, you're not going to get them. So
fuck, there wasn't much in this for 5 minutes, but right? I like that there's not like this one-size-fits-all mentality. He's honest, and he says he's not going to go for basic social skills or whatever. If you don't have that shit, then you shouldn't be watching this. He's not overselling you on what he's promising, you to be able to do. There is no like secret, you go to a bar, you try 50 million cold approaches, the cold open bullshit. The red pillar people used to be obsessed with stuff like this. Fuck, this is just part 1. Fuck, some of the shit that he says in here is like, it's in the start to part 2. I don't know. We're not going to watch this whole thing right now. I'm just saying that this guy gave like real, actionable, like really good advice, but don't be manipulative or crazy or weird. I don't think he really gives crazy manipulative stuff. I'm just saying I don't like the boilerplate whatever stuff, but I'm not trying to be overly critical of Scott. I don't
know. Get used to know what I
the random emoji tech was fucking genius. True.
do with young men is I go through a series of exercises. I'm like, you got to be strong.
Wasn't it advice like you are more attractive in a group of friends or something? I don't think so, but
go to the gym, work.
That was part one of there's a 3-part video series, I think. That was part one. If you ever get bored, you should go watch it. Okay.
If you're under the age of 30, you have this dense bone structure and double twitch muscle and this. Get used to know. What I do with young men is I go through a series of exercises. You got to be strong. Go to the gym, work. If you're under the age of 30, you have this dense bone structure and double twitch muscle and this amazing substance called testosterone. You want to be strong. You're going to feel better about yourself, or fast. You want to run, do yoga. You're going to be healthier. You're going to be less depressed, more attractive to potential mates. The reason why women are interested in guys in shape is not because they have big muscles, because it reflects they have discipline and they can show up. The attributes of being in shape are what's attractive to women. 2, we're going to start.
I don't think so. I think that there might be a certain set of women that are attracted to it. The types of men, bro, this discourse blew up so huge on Twitter like a year ago, where there were like 2 guy bodies, and one guy was like pretty big, but definitely fattier. And then another guy was like bodybuilder-esque. And like all the guys were like, oh, women would love this other one. And then all the women were like, no, that other guy looks hella gay and weird. Like if women are looking for things that are, if you want 2 huge things, here's 2 huge things. I don't do either of these things well. Okay. So, but don't take, okay. I walk a different path. Okay. And a manipulator. If you want 2 things to show that you're like reliable and can, and can be counted on, like, first of all, don't misunderstand me. If you get into shape or if you go to the gym and you look good, that's always a bonus. It's always going to help. You're better off doing that than not doing that. It will help. But like the 2 hugest things you can do is one, if you can maintain a conversation via text where you're not being too clingy or weird or whatever the fuck, but 2, you don't just like let conversations fall off and you don't give one-word answers. Texting today is it's just a huge part of any kind of relationship thing or courting somebody, number 1. And number 2, oh my fucking God, be on time, or at best be 5 minutes early to things. Especially, it seems today that young people have a really hard time showing up on time or early for anything. If you can be on time or early, these are things that it like might not help you that much, but if you don't do it, it hits a lot. If you're showing up like 20, 30 minutes late to the start of a date, or if you've got to pick somebody up, or if you're late to dinner, oh God. You don't ever want to show up where somebody's been waiting for you for 20 or 30 minutes on their fucking phone, okay? It's just, you're starting off in the worst possible place. So be on time, be able to maintain a conversation via text, okay? These are 2 like huge, I think huge things. I think they're hugely important, but at least for my generation and the generation a little below, but.
You're going to be healthier. You're going to be less depressed, more attractive to potential mates. The reason why women are interested in guys in shape is not because they have big muscles, because it reflects they have discipline and they can show up. The attributes of being in shape are what's attractive.
Like if you could choose between showing up on time to things versus like having muscle, the showing up on time is going to be infinitely more attractive. It's just, when you're late, it communicates such a fuck off attitude to somebody that you don't give a fuck about anything about them or around them when you're late. So unless like you got like a batch of excuses ready to go, your cat died, your grandma's dying, your mom and dad try to kill you, you have to have a really good excuse. And even that's just not going to be good. Just,
to women. 2, we're going to start making some money. And then 3, we're going to put ourselves in the company of strangers outside of the home. And then once we're there for 2 or 3 weeks, I task them a series of exercises. I want you to go up to someone and express platonic interest. Hey man, do you want to watch the Arsenal game this weekend? Right? That's a little bit lower risk. And at some point, I say you need to go ask a woman who you might be interested in, or a guy, for coffee.
Does the regular pull out the chair, opening doors, etc. actually work? As long as you're not obnoxious about it, just in my personal experience, but there might be other stuff happening there. Also, keep in mind the girls that I'm dating are around. I'm selecting for like a hyper autistic political online education. It might be a different class of people, but in my personal experience, that always plays really, really, really well. Don't be like weird about it, but like that's being very general. Like if you and a girl are walking up, pretend these are doors. I don't know why the fuck I drew them this way, but like if you and a girl are walking up, you're here and she's here, like you should open the door and hold it open. But if you're behind her for whatever reason and she's walking up, you don't have to like run ahead of her to open the door. Like that's kind of weird and cringe, I think. Or if your car is like parked here on the street and this is the driver's side and this is the passenger side, right? You should absolutely open the door. 1,000,000,000%. Why not? It's free points, okay? Don't ever, one of the most important things, in my opinion, don't ever miss the free points. If there's free points, take them, okay? Sometimes you need all the help you can get. Opening doors here, waiting till the person is fully... Also, if you open the door, wait until they're fully inside, check, and then ask them if it's okay, and then close the door, okay? Don't open the door and walk away like fucking autistically retarded people. Don't open the door and then when they get in, slam it on their fucking leg or catch their dress or a purse or whatever else. Wait until they're situated inside, make sure they're okay, close the door, walk around to your side. I think these are simple things. Oh, look, it looks like a smiley. They're simple, they're important. Don't be weird or over-aggressive about it. But always, always, always pick up the free points, okay?
coffee, right? Hey, what are you doing? What's going on? Not on the first one, just establish dialogue, and then the next time you say what you mentioned having a coffee. And this is what's going to happen. Most of them are going to say no. And I'm like, that's the victory. Because the only thing any wonderful thing in my life has in common was it was preceded by a ton of no's. I applied to 9 graduate schools. I got off the waiting list on 1. I applied to 27 jobs. I got an interview with one and got hired because the guy who ran the division rode crew as I did. I didn't even really get the job. I got it through, I don't know, unfair advantage. I can't tell you how much.
Okay. I can't speak to everybody. So just, okay. I can't speak to everybody. So this might be true. But Paggi says in Europe, things are a tad different. In the southern parts of Europe, old-fashioned manners are well perceived. In the north is a tad different. They are a bit autistic about it. But I'd say girls still like getting approached and stuff like holding the door. But you have to be nonchalant about it. I've never in my life met somebody. I don't think I've courted many European girls, to be fair. But at least in America, even amongst like socially progressive people, I've never met somebody who's like, oh, you're being misogynistic by holding the door. I have had 2 different comments, though, where somebody's like, oh, that's the first time a guy's held the door open for me, which is crazy in my mind. Like, you should be nonchalant about it, okay? It's not the 4chan green text where you run forward to open the door and like the seas are shaking, men's boners are growing everywhere, women's uteruses are having babies drop out of them, and you utter the, it was my privilege thing as she walks through the open door. But just, I don't know. But I guess it also depends on the type of person you are too. Like, I go for more aggressive types of women who are more like masculine traditionally in demeanor, but I would never date or be with a woman who's like getting upset if I do something nice for them. In my mind, that's a red flag. But if you might be looking for somebody who's more into that, like in that temperament or whatever, but that would be a red flag for me.
As I did. I didn't even really get the job. I got it through, I don't know, unfair advantage. I can't tell you how much rejection I have endured from women. But the reason I make more money than your average bear, the reason why I have more friends, I think, than a lot of dudes, the reason why I get to hang out with someone who's much higher character and much hotter than me is I've never been afraid of no. Never been afraid of no. So I'm trying to get young men to get to know. And unfortunately, they have these synthetic relationships and never say no to them, so they can't endure or reject no. 45% of men, 18 to 22, have never asked a woman out in person. Think of that. Almost half.
Get on Tinder, baby. Fuck that shit.
Of young men have never mustered the courage or felt the fire because maybe they thought it'd be easier to go home and just watch porn to actually approach a strange woman and ask her out in person. Like, to me, that's a disaster, because some of those skills, figuring out a rap, figuring out humor, figuring out how to demonstrate kindness, are the skills you need across different dimensions in your life. Those skills are going to serve you well in all aspects of your life, and those men are not learning those skills. So my code is provider, protector, and procreator. And I think all 3 of those things can serve as guideposts for what a man wants to accomplish and how he helps make decisions and shape his behavior, if you will.
This episode of Trigonometry is brought to you by Next Insurance. No paper.
I always say, Scott, and look, I'm on board with everything you say. I think it's really powerful and really important for young men. I always say to people, like when they go, oh, you built this, you helped to build like trigonometry and, you've done all right, Francis. What's the one advice that you would give? I always say courage is a muscle. The more you exercise courage, the easier it becomes. The more, if you see a cute girl, the more you approach a cute girl, the less intimidating it will become. The more you're able to deal with rejection. Because you know what's worse than not approaching? It's 2 hours later when you look back and you go, I should have done that. I should have done that. Because that could have been the one. That could have been the start of something incredibly beautiful. And it could have been the start of a relationship, a marriage, building a life together. And you know what? If it goes really disastrously wrong, in a few hours, it's going to make the start of a really funny story that you're going to tell your mates. And you're going to be like, you'll never guess, man. I saw this girl. I thought she was great. I walked up to her and she was just horrible to me. And you've got a great story.
Like, I guess I could be wrong on this, but something that I don't think people who have a lot of success consider is that failure is funny when you have successes to fall back on, or failure is only funny when you know you can succeed, right? Like, if you're a gym bro and you've done cuts and you've done bulks and you've done hard cuts, you've done like dirty bulks, sometimes it can be funny to be like, bro, do you remember when I was dirty bulking that one time and then I fucking, I tweaked my back and I was like 250 pounds and I'm like, I'm 5'8" and I was fat as fuck, and it was like, that's funny. But it's only funny because you know that you can lose the weight or because you're not currently fat. It's not funny to laugh at things that are your current daily existence that you see absolutely no escape out of. Like, that's maybe in a very dark, morbid way some things can be, but I don't know if somebody who's had no success with dating, has never asked a girl out successfully, if he were to ask a girl out and then completely fumble it, if that's something like, oh God, that was so funny when I did this thing that is the story of my entire life and might be the final chapter on it. I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
So whatever way you do it, in the end, it's going to be win-win.
Yeah, look, when you approach someone and they don't return or reciprocate your interest, guess what? You're both going to be fine. And not only that.
Again, that you're both going to be fine. That's true if you know that you're going to be fine because you have a history of some kind of success. That's a hard thing to start off with if you have no success behind you, though.
And she, quite frankly, has no license to be upset or critical. Okay. And what you find now is more and more women are saying, I would actually like more men to approach me. And if you don't know the difference between expressing interest while making someone feel safe and harassing them, you got much bigger problems, right? And it's fine to approach a woman.
That can be hard to tell if you have no experience talking to people, though, right?
In an environment, and just, hey, where are you from? She's going to figure out that you're just not really interested in geography. And also, most really attractive people, or most people in general, especially women, they figure out a way to softly deflect you. And you have a responsibility to listen to those soft deflections and say, nice to meet you, and leave. I think every dad, every mentor has a role to play, and that is, how do you teach your sons to express romantic interest while making the other person feel safe? And
how do you do that, Scott?
I think it's just a series of basics. Follow up, text, hey, I saw where, I was telling my son this, he likes this girl, and she was going to be in the same place as us. He's gonna freak out if he sees this. I'm like, just text her and say, hey, do you want to join us in the family at this, just a couple soft opens. Where are you from? How did you guys end up here tonight? Right? Eye contact, try and be nice, try and be friendly. And if you're not getting, I think, and a lot of times people aren't interested. And to your point, the secret to my success is rejection. I ran for 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade presidents 3 times. I lost all 3 times. And based on my track record, I decided to run for student body president, where I went out to, wait for it, lose. But my superpower, I've started 9 businesses. I think
like the person who has the temperament, and sometimes this is why I hate it when successful people give advice sometimes, is because they don't realize like the gifts that they had early on, and I don't think they're doing it intentionally. Like, I don't think Scott has bad faith at all here, but I don't think Scott realizes like the type of person that has the demeanor or the candor to run for class president 3 times in a row, you're already selecting for somebody that has like exceptional tenacity and social skills, right? Like the fact that you even run 1 time is probably showing that you have exceptional tenacity and people skills. And the fact that you failed and continued, like, that's good. There's credit to that. But the fact that you were even willing to do it in the first place is probably more important than the fact that you did it and failed and did it again,
I'm kind of 3, 2, and 4. Most of my businesses have failed. But the ability to mourn and move on.
Would you say that the advice that most men give other men or boys, that you need to get rejected a lot in order to get good at anything, such as dating, because it's pretty common mainstay men and boys here? Well, I mean, like, you need to do that. That is true. I'm just saying that that's going to be really, really, really fucking hard if you've never experienced that before. Like, one of the things that I talk about with streamers or YouTubers when it comes to viewership dips is, like, the hardest part in any streamer's life is the first time you lose viewers because you're doing different content or something happens. And every streamer catastrophizes when this happens. Some never actually are okay with doing content that gets less viewership because they think they're never going to be able to get it back. And being able to go through that dip a couple times is like, oh, that's easy. Like, but you have to have that experience first, and you have to survive it before you have that feeling. Otherwise, you're not going to feel like, if you've never had a viewership dip before, you're not going to have that feeling of like, oh, well, I just need to fail on it, it'll be okay. So it is uncomfortable. It's something you really, really, really have to work through. And it's not going to be fun until you actually have some success, But I think that, what is your prescription for people to fail safely? Start talking to girls when you're in middle school. When you're an adult, I don't know at that point. I truly don't. I don't know the answer to that. Especially because online, it feels like a lot of workplaces. Like, it feels like the easiest places to meet women are school and work. And once you are out of school, especially, and then if you're working in an environment that's either work from home or predominantly male, I don't know. I feel like you're fucked. But that's really depressing to say, so I wouldn't say that. Good luck. Start learning how to text and learn how to Tinder and all that shit. Good luck.
Is everything, right? Okay. I was always able to raise more money. I was always able to get up. What's interesting is I have a lot of friends, not a lot of friends, but some friends, and they've known nothing but success, and then they hit a bump, and they get paralyzed. Their fund doesn't go well. They're not able to raise money, or they have a business that fails, or they have a divorce, and they're just paralyzed for 3 or 5 years. So your ability to mourn and move on is kind of everything. And if you aren't getting a ton of, I would argue the only thing successful people have in common is just a disproportionate number of no's, because they're always trying to punch above their weight class, right? You want to score above your weight class economically and romantically, get out a big spoon and get ready to eat. I mean, I can't imagine when you started trigonometry, how many guests said no, or how many advertisers said no.
Well, this is what I was going to say, man, because it's such an interesting point, because if people want to look at the guests that we've had on, for every single guest that you thought, oh, wow, the guys have got X, Y, Z, whoever, that person has probably said no.
Already said no 4 or 5 times.
4 or 5 times. But that's how it works.
Yeah.
And they didn't. And the reason is, just like a hot girl, they didn't necessarily say no because there was nothing there. It's like they've got a life. They're busy. Maybe they've got a boyfriend right now.
Other stuff.
There's other reasons. And the trick is that you gradually learn is not to internalize a no.
100%.
You just got to not internalize it.
It's such an important thing, because we have a tendency, we're such narcissistic creatures, when we go up to someone and express friendship and they're not.
So what is Scott saying that you disagree with? He's just giving some way out to get out of it instead of just blackpilling them? I don't know. I feel like for this whole thing, I haven't heard a single piece of concrete advice that is actionable by a guy that would actually produce results in their life. That's just what I like. It feels like a lot of platitudes. Not that the platitudes are necessarily wrong, but it's just like, go to the gym, get a really good job, and be a protector. Was that the third one or whatever? Like, okay, I don't know. What do you do with that?
Not nice to us, or we sometimes express interest in raising money or something, and they say no, or they don't return your interest. We immediately think it's all about us. Right. My company sucks, or I'm not good looking, or they're an asshole. As far as you know, they just found out their dad has Alzheimer's. You just don't know what's going on in their life, or they're going through a breakup themselves, or they just had their heart broken, or this partner to VC fund, his kid has just been diagnosed with ADHD, or he's just had a conversation where his current portfolio sucks, so he can't make any more investments. It's not about you usually. The response you get from people, yeah, a lot of it has to do with you, but sometimes most of it has to do with what's going on with them at that moment.
Yeah.
That's very hard. That's very hard to learn.
That's better than if you didn't have social skills in middle school. I don't know what you do at that point. No, because now you got to work on inventing a time machine. At least there's a way out that way, okay? This is the tape video. Bro, why are we even... I shouldn't have watched this video. I was hoping there'd be more politics in this. We'll watch 5 minutes of this. No, we'll watch up to 15 minutes to see if he gives anything actionable.
Approaching time, you're out with your friends, puts me in contact with beautiful women. I'm around them. I'm in the best clubs. I'm in the best restaurants. I'm in the best bars. I'm in the best spots in the world. I'm flying all over the place. The highest level women in the world are not in your local...
This thing that he was talking about, like being in areas where women already are, that's like a very, very helpful thing, because it doesn't look like you're hunting somebody down or seeking them out, and hopefully it's in an environment where you have like a mutual thing to talk about or do. Like one commonplace I heard, I don't have personal experience with this, but this feels like it would be a thing, like a dog park. Like if you go to the park and you have a dog and somebody else has a dog, you're there for a reason, where both of you are there, there's a thing you can talk about, animals are cute. Like that's like a place where you could find men and women together, they can chat. Yeah. But it's also a lower stakes environment than I feel like a fucking bar or a club or whatever, unless you're that kind of person. But.
Local mall, gentlemen. They're in some bar in Cannes or Monte Carlo, and if you're not there, you're not going to get them. So the key to approaches is to keep your number of approaches very, very low. Aim like a sniper, not a flamethrower. If you see a beautiful girl, you're in a high-end spot, you want to add her to your harem, you want to add her to your collection, even if you're in your local bar. She could be a beautiful barmaid. You make your one approach, you try to get her contact details, and you then work on that lead. Mass approaching every woman who you could talk to is the enemy of an elite playboy like myself, because you need the hours of the day. You need your hours in the day to work, to do business, to do other things that are important, that add to the lifestyle that attracts beautiful women. You can't afford to waste all your day walking around, walking up to girls, asking for their Facebooks, asking for their Instagrams, asking for their numbers. It's pathetic. You need to make your approaches when it's approaching time. You're out with your friends, you're at a nice restaurant, you see a group of girls, you're out at a nice bar, you see a girl by the bar, she catches your eye. Then you go over and you make your approach. I make no more than 2 or 3 approaches a week, if that, and I'm a very social guy. And I get more women than all the people you see on the internet, every single one of them. So meeting women in the real world is very possible and relatively easy. Be confident. I'm not going to teach you how to approach women, because every guy has their own methodology. I'll usually walk up and I'll start with a compliment. I'll open with something as cheesy as "you're really pretty" or "you're beautiful." Because if she says, "Oh, thank you," then she's interested. If she looks at you funny, or says, "I have a boyfriend," or says anything negative, then you say, "Okay, no problem. I just wanted to say you're beautiful. Have a nice day. Goodbye." And you leave them. Whereas any kind of positive...
This being able to walk up to somebody and say something and walk away like unoffended or whatever, rather than trying to think of like, I just needed the perfect fucking pickup line. This is a really good, important piece of advice. Like, and the fact that this is one of the biggest differences between Tristan and some of the other weird red pill shit or other things. Like, you got to talk to 1 million girls and you don't take no for an answer and keep pushing and every woman should love you. It's like, it's not true. Some people are just not interested right off the bat. Figure that out as quickly as possible and move the fuck on. Okay. You don't want to get fucking one-itis with some girl that you spoke to for the first fucking time at Denny's that you're now obsessed with for the next 2 months, trying to figure out why she won't respond to any of your, fucking pickup lines. It's fucking retarded. Yeah.
Positive response to the compliment, you have your foot in the door and you can make your close in. You can get the telephone details, the WhatsApp number, which you then later work on. So speaking of WhatsApp, we're going to go into the online dating game. Now let me tell you, the world has changed. The world has shifted from many years ago when all playboys made their approaches person to person. There was no other way of doing it. The internet didn't exist, Instagram didn't exist, and the best dating app that exists right now is Instagram. Match.com, Tinder, this is where the ugly girls hang out. Girls who can't get a boyfriend, they might download Tinder. A hot girl might download Tinder and mess around with it for 5 minutes. But dating apps are nowhere near as powerful as Instagram. Everyone who's anyone, every attractive girl in the world is on Instagram. And every guy who's an elite level guy, every guy with some clout, some presence, some money, some talent, some skill, something to offer is on Instagram too. Instagram is the most powerful dating app in the world. Now, if you've ever had a girlfriend, what you should do next time you do is get access to her Instagram inbox. I have Instagram inbox passwords to all of my girlfriends, all 6 of them. So I can see the messages they get every single day. 20 or 30 people are messaging them. Hi babe, hi, you look good. Now, they don't read the messages. This is the problem, and this is why Instagram is important if you understand Instagram game and you understand how it works. You could be the most handsome guy in the world. You could be a Ferrari driver. You can be in super yachts and all your pictures and private jets. If you have a boring profile picture and 200 people following you, it's not that the girl likes you for the number of followers. It's you are not going to be seen. You're going to send a message to this beautiful girl. She's going to scroll down her messages. Oh, who's this? This guy has 20,000 followers. Let me read this guy's messages. She's going to skip right past you. The importance of building up a nice Instagram page when it comes to game is exceptionally important in today's world. Right now, I'm 40-something thousand followers. I have a verified tick. Now, I'm uglier, I'm sure, than lots of guys who are messaging these models and these girls.
Thanks, Grad Dad's Lounge for the $5.
Girls who I do meet on Instagram. However, when I send a message, it can be something as mundane as hello or a love heart reaction to one of her stories. She's scrolling down her page, guy more handsome than me, guy more handsome than me, billionaire, ugly guy, and then there's me. There's a little blue tick next to my name. It says I have 40-something thousand followers. Oh, who's this guy? She'll then click on my page and look at my page. She doesn't look at anyone else. She'll look at my page and think, oh, this guy decided to send me a message. You know what? I'm going to message back. Or I won't message back. But my messages are getting opened. And that is the key to Instagram game. You need to have a powerful profile. You know, if you need to post photos of cars, do it. You need to post photos with other girls, do whatever it takes to build up your likes, to build up your online presence, because it's almost as important when meeting women as your real life presence, which we're going to get into later in this course. So Instagram is the most powerful dating app in the world. I made headlines, national headlines, by stealing one of the most famous women in my country, Romania, from her husband. Over 1 million followers, verified on Instagram, this girl. How did I meet her? I sent her an Instagram message. Now, she gets thousands of messages every day, but very few from guys of my caliber. Very few from guys with that many followers, a blue check mark. She obviously was curious to see who I am. I made a nationwide scandal by stealing this woman from her husband. So, if Instagram, you have to treat it like a job. As I said in the introduction to this, why is Floyd Mayweather the best boxer in the world? Because he trains. If you want to be one of the best playboys in the world and operate on my level, you have to think daily. You have to make a conscious effort to be more attractive, more out there, more in the face of the women around you. So every day, if you see a cool scene, you see a cool restaurant, you're in a cool place, get someone to take a picture of you.
This is true if you're doing online dating, but not if you're necessarily meeting people in real life, right? But this is important too. Like a guy will put like a nice picture of themselves. It's like, well, I have a nice profile. What's going on? It's like 1,000 other guys are probably messaging this girl with a nice profile. This is for picking up people on Instagram though. But like if you have to buy your account, fucking do it. If you need to rent some fucking bullshit ass huge car, I think pictures with friends are good. Good pictures I think are really important. But every picture should be with friends. You said it looks like social and friendly. But I've heard a lot of different advice on that. I also don't know how dated. This video is probably, I think at least 5 years old, I think. So I don't know if he would even recommend this necessarily anymore, but
yeah, it's narcissistic.
Also, I think having, in my opinion, this is a little outside of my scope, but I think, because I don't have the experience, but I think not having a social media thing, I think is seen as a huge red flag generally. Like if you're talking to a guy and he has no Instagram, it kind of, I know this sounds mean, but it kind of makes you seem like a loser. Like, do you not have friends to take pictures with? Are you never going out anywhere? Like I think it hurts. So even if it's as stupid as like taking selfies of friends or whatever, if you go to eat or something like that, I think it generally makes you look, generally speaking, like just less like a sociopath, less like a murderer, I think. But this might change based on age and it might change based on certain environments, but that's like a thing that I've heard before, yeah. Oh, TikTok might be the thing. Do you have to post TikToks? I don't know.
I hate pictures. I'm not even photogenic. I'm ugly in pictures. But I take these cool pictures and I put them online because I know it's money in the bank. It's going to grow with interest and it's going to pay off in the long run. So absolutely, you have to apply yourself to your online presence, and nothing is more important than Instagram. There is a time and a place for dating apps. Dating apps really do work. I'm filming this on April the 11th, 2020, in the middle of a quarantine,
6 years old.
Which sucks. However, one country is not quarantined. Stockholm, Sweden. The capital of Sweden was open for business, so I decided to head over to Sweden with my brother and have a bit of fun. Play the Playboy game over in Stockholm, see how it goes. Now, if I had showed up in Stockholm, which was a lot quieter than usual, where would I meet the beautiful girls? I wouldn't really know where to hang out. I wouldn't know where to go or what to do. So I set my Tinder location. Yeah, I pay for Tinder. I pay for the premium Tinder. I set my location to...
What if you're more like an introvert and don't like taking pictures? I don't want to sound mean, but I think being an introvert or being shy is a strictly negative character trait. I think it's something you have to work to get over. Nobody finds it attractive. Your life's not going to be the anime where some super cutie 11 out of 10 girl is going to super pursue you because you're just the quiet one. Like, generally speaking, being introverted or super shy is strictly a negative character trait. It's something you should work to overcome. So just an honest piece of advice, but that's just how I view it.
Sweden. I don't bother swiping. I pay for those boost things and I have the Tinder goal to see who swipes me first. I run 3 or 4 boosts. Then I take my pick. Again, like with Instagram, my Tinder pictures are me next to my supercars, me by the pool, me looking good, having trained hard. I try to get all the attention I can from the social media, and my Tinder pictures are my Instagram pictures. I then look at the best girls that have swiped me. I pick one. Her name was Philippa. Absolutely beautiful girl. Absolutely beautiful girl. In fact, here's a picture. I'm including a picture of Philippa right now. This is her. Jeez. Now, Tinder is great for one thing and one thing only. Finding the best places in the city to go. Now, years ago, if you were a playboy and you were to land in a new city, you land in Singapore, it's 1988. What you do is you get in a taxi and you tell the taxi driver, hey brother, where's the coolest spot in town? Where's the hot joint? Where's the cool restaurants, the cool bars, where the pretty girls hang out? And the taxi driver would give you all the information you needed. Maybe a hotel concierge. Today, taxi drivers don't know shit. They're bitter, they're upset. The world has changed. The rich-poor divide is wider than ever. Taxi drivers aren't going to the expensive places. But you know who knows the best places in every city? Beautiful girls. That's what Tinder is for. If you use Tinder trying to get your pee-pee sucked, you're doing it wrong. You need to use Tinder to find the best places to go, match with a really beautiful girl and say, hey, what's the best place to go in Stockholm on a Friday night? Oh, what was the name of the place now? Can't remember the name, but this girl, Philippa, replies to me, oh, it's here. I say, okay, we're going. I'm going to take you out. Bring your friends, because I was with my friends. I'm going to take you out. Let's have fun. Now, she said yes. And if she had said no, who cares? I now know the best place in town. I know where girls like her hang out. So, Stockholm.
Having no social media is hella nonchalant. I mean, I guess, but that's... I don't know. Maybe that's true for super young people. I don't know. Remember, Tiny had social skill. Oh, I thought you said no. Oh, yeah. Listen, I do okay.
It all worked out exceptionally well. I ended up sleeping with this girl, Philippa. She's still messaging me now. I've been home for weeks and weeks. That's what Tinder is good for. Finding the best places to hang out in town. And when
also, there's this concept that red pillars talk about. It's super cringe, but I think it's super true. And I don't know how you would do this if you don't already have them. But if you can show that you have pictures with girls, that type of like social proof shit for women works really, 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 really well. So if a girl sees you in a picture, and it doesn't have to be like you're fucking somebody or it's like a girlfriend or it's one-on-one, but even if it's in a group and there are other like reasonably attractive people, women with you, then it's like communicates to them like, oh, this guy's at least not like a rapist, or like these women are signing off on him, so it must be like an okay thing. That could be a really huge thing too, but I don't know, use AI and fake some women or something, but...
She's still messaging me now. I've been home for weeks and weeks. That's what Tinder is good for. Finding the best places to hang out in town. And when you get to these places, make sure you check in on Instagram. Take a picture, tag yourself on Instagram, because if you do that, I tagged myself at the Stockholm Grand Hotel, the best hotel in the city. That's where I was staying.
Like, this is good advice, right? This is actionable stuff. Go on Tinder, find a way to match with somebody, ask them where the good places are, go to those places, take pictures, throw them on Instagram. It's actionable.
I had 3 or 4 girls message me simply because I tagged myself at that hotel. Girls from Sweden. They all are obsessed with Instagram. Hot girls are obsessed with Instagram. And how did I find out that this...
On the Tinder stats I looked at when I was using it, it said do not have a pic of a girl with you. If it's just one, that might be weird because it might communicate like girlfriend or weird competitive stuff. But having like a group of friends, especially if you look attractive and you're smiling and you're happy or whatever, I think is helpful. Especially if there are women in that group, I think it's really important. But yeah, a lot of picture, like I don't know if you would want a picture of you and your ex on there. I think that could send a lot of weird signals. I'm not sure about that, yeah.
The Stockholm Grand Hotel was the best place in town to stay? From a chick on Tinder who I never even met. I said, oh yeah, I'm thinking I don't know where to stay. She goes, oh, the best hotel's the Stockholm Grand Hotel. I Googled it was, boom, booked it. Then at the end of the night when I was done in that club or whatever with Philippa, oh, where are you staying? The Stockholm Grand Hotel. Of course, it's the best hotel in the city. Like I knew. And I didn't. Oh, wow, yeah, it is the best hotel in the city. I've got a killer minibar. Let's go and have some drinks. Come on, it's not late. I know everything here closes at 3. That's weird. In my country, the party goes on until 5. True or not, I would have used that line. Let's go. Back to the hotel. That's what dating apps are useful for. If you're there trying to get laid, trying to talk, trying to make your girlfriend and stuff, forget about it, man. Forget about it. These girls, every dude they swipe is a match. After a day or two of talking to them, they're going to stop replying, regardless of who you are. If you think she's really hot and you met her on Tinder, get her off Tinder ASAP. Get her onto Instagram, get her onto WhatsApp. Because at least if you get her onto Instagram and you send messages back and forth, hey, it's me, you are now out of her other inbox and in her main inbox. You're a guy she knows.
This is basic. You always get a phone number or something. You don't want to be stuck chatting on fucking Tinder or Hinge or whatever for days and days and days. I feel like if you haven't gotten a number or something off a dating app at like 1 or 2 days, I feel like you're pretty cooked generally.
A guy she swiped and said she's attracted to, and she will always read your messages. That's a good lead. Forget about Tinder. Terrible. That's its only use. Now, depending on the culture of the country you're in, another way you can meet women is by having a group of women with you. Now, I know this sounds insane, guys. I know this sounds crazy. But if you know 2 or 3 girls and you're heading over to a nightclub or a bar and you invite them with you, having a group of women with you in a town or city where these women are from, it acts like a magnet. This is elite level stuff that you will not hear anywhere else. If you have 3 or 4 girls from New York with you while you are in New York and you're taking them to the best clubs and the best bars and the best spots, the girls they know congregate around you. They come to talk to their friends. You can make your brief introduction. Hello, my name's Tristan. Oh, really nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm just out with these girls right now. But I tell you what, have you got Instagram? Yeah, no, you come out with us next time. Why, stay here, stay at our table. Screw those guys. Having girls with you acts like a magnet. Now, when I was much younger, if I went out trying to look for women, it was a different world. I go out by myself. the crappy bars and clubs and try to talk to girls. You know, I learned things the hard way. However, now I do not go out with just men. I go out with women every single time. I don't care if they're my friends, my girlfriends, girls I'm sleeping with. I bring women when I go out because they're friends, their girlfriends, their mates. They all want to come over and talk. Oh, hi, oh, you're at Tristan's table. Or maybe they don't even know me. Maybe I can make an introduction. And that is a way that I meet a lot of women. The friends of the women who I fuck, you better believe I've been through a lot of them, especially my side chicks. When it comes to keeping my girlfriends, I don't really fuck their friends. That's a bit of a...
Okay, no more of this. Jesus. But, yeah. Like, I feel like in the 17 minutes of that video, there was more actionable advice than a million videos of, like, you have to work hard and be a provider and blah, blah. I don't know. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Everybody knows you need a good job. Everybody knows you should go to the gym. Like, the fuck? The fuck? What do you want to do with that? Get big. Traffic women. King shit. The fuck is this?
Casey John, friend of the show and my favorite benefactor.
Yeah, that seems like someone who really meant when he was like being all gracious, of course.
I'm surprised she's still running her mouth. I recall her apologizing to Asmi.
Wow.
Who she despises. Yeah. That was pretty humiliating. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth.
I'm surprised she's still running her mouth.
I think maybe Casey John forget her public statement, but she also thought my lawsuit was like really valid. And she wished me luck against the other people too. She did that. So I think Casey John must have forgot her position on this, right?
I didn't hear her say that the lawsuit was not legally meritorious in that clip. You're just like going off an interpretation that whatever stoner friend that you have on your show just said to you. And let's see if he threatens.
Hopefully I don't have to remind her, right?
There we go. Hopefully I don't have to remind her. Well, what did she say there that could possibly be in violation?
Oh my God.
Of the settlement agreement that you all reached? Doesn't seem that anything you provided, or at least that Legal Mindset provided in whatever clip this is pertains to your lawsuit in the first place.
Oh, look, it's Rose with 17.
And so, fuck this shit. And so, this is scumfuck behavior. And any day of the week.
Ethan looks like he's been munching down some amphetamines. Ethan is a misogynist. Let's go. Is this go east? This guy is a creep. Ethan is such a cool and nice guy. How could leftists turn a nice guy like this into their enemy? Jesus Christ.
I would debate someone on this shit. Whether that's, again, to reiterate, Ethan Klein himself, Dan Saltman, any defender of this bullshit. Guess what? We're allowed to have fucking opinions about whether or not we should be critiquing the ICE fascist agency running roughshod over civil liberties of Americans. We're actually allowed to take a position there. Now, would I spend all my time being like, if you don't speak up about ICE, you're necessarily a bad person, if your context is very removed, you don't need to... No. But we're actually allowed to fucking talk about whatever we want and to make these critiques without you trying to invoke your bullshit settlement to try.
What did Casey trying to even say? What is this a reaction to? Oh, this guy is a creep. It's about legal mindset. Oh, because that's Go East thing could be him. Oh, that could have been about legal mindset then, true.
To silence people. Fuck this. And 100%, this new, I don't know, litigation threat fucking meta to try to silence opposition. Clear, what is the intent here? The intent is to cement a narrative and to have it ever grow, to be dominant over these people and to lord over them because of an infringement of the copyright statute. I'm not going to call that out. Of course I'll call that out. Of course I'll call that out. This is bullshit. And people defending that, I think it's sick. I think it's sick. I think it's chicken shit to invoke the terms of a settlement agreement related to some bullshit copyright infringement that no one cared about other than Ethan for the purpose of getting back. I don't even know what Casey Tron did. Has anyone ever provided that clear moral wrong?
Oh my God.
Separate and apart from the nature of the infringement itself? No, no one. It honestly is so fucking... To me, it's pathetic that I ever was even like weaker than this on it. Because I had my doubts, but I gave so much charity.
Every single bad position Pisco takes always mysteriously becomes stronger and stronger and stronger over time, no matter what evidence comes out. Like, I think Pisco feels more vindicated today over the Hassan stuff than he ever has been when it came time to when it came to that TSA whatever shit. Even though as time went on, it was quite obvious that Hassan's entire story fell apart and is bullshit. Like, Pisco for some reason feels like he's more correct today than he ever was on it.
To Ethan Klein in that first video. And I kind of look back at the video and I cringe at how much charity I give. Because in retrospect, I think it's this lawsuit is not justified. These lawsuits, multiple, are not justified. And all of his conduct afterwards confirms my ideas of the motivations and confirms that this is sinister.
God damn. What was the original Casey Tron comment? This doesn't count as politics also? I guess not? I don't know. Nobody has the original clip. Oh, nice. It's by that Substance guy on Twitter, too. Holy shit. He's literally... What a king. Okay. Well, you got 2 seconds. Whoever just joined. What?
Oh, fuck you then.
Okay, I love you. Okay. Immigration, refugee, illegal immigration levels, UK, past 2 decades. This is good to know. All right, let me use this real quick. 1 sec.
Hello? Oh, is he AFK? Shit. I'm still a few minutes behind on the VOD. I'm catching up. I'll just wait a second. Debate yesterday was fun. Obama. Wait, say wow? Change the wow emote back. It was good when it was animated.
Ooh.
Hello, welcome back.
Hi, what's up?
You're still how's the research streams been going? I've been watching them, but I haven't caught up yet.
I've done like 1.
Oh, okay. Shit. I've been keeping track of some of the questions that you've had, and I have some answers for you that are related to UK politics that you might not come across on your own. So do you mind if I share with you some stuff?
Not yet. I'm waiting till I have more specific questions, and then I'm trying to research on my own so that I don't have like a huge like narrative framing of things before I'm looking into answers. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh no, I understand. That's fine.
Yeah. So if I form my own kind of discrete understanding of things, and then it lines up with yours, that's really good. That shows a lot of strength there, but I don't want to get like captured by some framing of things before I've done, the discrete looking into things. But over tomorrow and the day after, I will have, questions, okay?
Sure. Okay. Have fun.
Have fun, be careful. Net migration. Coming on negative by the end of 2026. ONS, is that the British stats thing or something? Yes, okay. Net migration to the UK, thousands of people. Brexit was... When did they actually fucking Brexit? Was January 31st in 2020. When they write EU in British articles, EU means European Union, right? It must. It's not the continent of Europe. Wait, this was the Casey Tron comment. Bro, can we be done with this? Hold on.
It reminds me of whenever Amarath started wearing a cowboy hat, because that's whenever she started going like full Nazi, basically. She started wearing the cowboy hat. It's like whenever these Texas girls in like these Austin, Texas streamer circles start wearing cowboy hats, that's whenever you gotta watch out. They're about to start saying some really crazy shit. Or maybe nothing at all. She's like basically like, she's like a pick-me for like incel freaks. Like whenever like a bunch of like MAGA, alt-right incel freaks start being like, oh, you're one of the good girls. You know, like, oh, you're one of the good ones. You're not like, you know that she probably has like weird incels donating her hundreds of dollars every, see, there's one right there. There's one right there. Donating her like hundreds of dollars every day. And they're just like, oh, you're one of the good girls. You're not like those other annoying American girls.
28 years old and still pulling the UWI small bean. I don't do politics UWU like bitch PLSICANT.
It's because, like, in my opinion, like, it's all a facade to appeal to the worst type of men. Because, like, really misogynistic, shitty incel-like men, they like a woman that doesn't have any opinions. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, somebody that I can mold to have all of the same fucking right-wing MAGA opinions that I have. And then I think that she also plays into how a lot of incels will fetishize Asian women as being more docile than American women or, like, white women and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's, like, her whole platform is just, like, appealing to, like, the worst fucking men. And, like... I don't know why some of these other girl streamers even like associate with her. It's like you're just bringing over like her weird fucking incel viewers into your, you know what I mean? And then in my opinion, it's like she's not entertaining whatsoever. She's like, I would literally rather watch paint dry. Like her only poll is really just like being like the e-girl to a bunch of fucking weird basement dwelling incels. Like, I'm sorry. And like I said, this is just my opinion. But yeah, she sucks. And I mean, like, I don't know. I think that this was a long time coming. I think the other thing that was just like, okay, is how she didn't say anything whenever it came to Tectone and Pinky Chew, you know? She didn't say anything like in support of Pinky Chew or like, you know, like, yeah, like I don't associate with, like, it's just weird. It's just weird and very, I don't know. We've been known. We've been new on this stream. We've been new that this girl is weird.
Wait, what? So why did Ethan threaten Casey Tron relating to this comment or whatever? Don't make me dig into this. This is the clip.
To the man, so get up. Bone Thugs in Harmony. Yeah. That's all I think when I see Casey-tron. I hear cha-ching.
So I just wanted to make a comment on this that I did have approved by my lawyer. I appreciate everyone's support and understanding over the past year. Well, I guess it's been a little bit less than a year, but in regards to the lawsuit, I made a decision that was best for me and my family. Threats of homelessness, amongst other disgusting things, were getting too much to bear, especially whenever it's not just me facing these threats. Ethan continues to make harmful statements directed at me, but rest assured, through the help of friends and family, I have completely moved on from the financial damage this man caused. It's been a tough year, but I'm looking so forward to the healing and growth ahead of me. That's all I wanted to say. I have moved on, and I have moved on from the financial damage.
Wait, was he threatening her over that comment? No way, right? Wait, what was Ethan's response to that clip? International migration, migration within the UK, population estimates, population projections. Okay. Migration. Data sets. Table of contents. Am I... Ooh, okay. He's probably saying the comments are close to contradicting the apology. How? I don't know. That seems kind of cringe to me. Especially if Ethan is making... Because it sounded like... Was he kind of making fun of Caseytron there in this clip? Or is this an old clip? Or...
Of the month, so get up. It's the first of the month, so get up. Bone Thugs and Harmony. Yeah. That's all I think when I see Caseytron. I hear cha-ching.
So
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of weird to fight with somebody that you have under threat of like settlement. And then I feel like her response here is pretty innocuous. But I don't know if Ethan responded to this clip or it was just H3H3 sub making drama shit here. Like the subreddit, I don't know. Is there not like an embed of this immigration data? Fuck me, I hate navigating every government website ever. Look, this news article, where is it? Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? God damn it. What do you need? I will find it. I want a graph like this kind of. I don't know what this IPS base is, this different way of measuring the stats or whatever. I just want to see all of the migration in and out. Like, wait. Yeah, like this type of thing. Like a bigger graph of this. Without me having to download a fucking spreadsheet. This has to be embedded online somewhere. The clip you just watched is her talking about Ethan Threat, not the other way around. Yeah, so... so when Ethan was saying cha-ching... okay, I don't know. I don't know how to get into it. It seems like Ethan was being fucking retarded there, though. I don't understand why, but I don't know. So Ethan was like, it's like his way of re-threatening to start a lawsuit. I don't know, okay. Just download the spreadsheet. I don't have Excel download on this computer anymore, okay? I'll get it later. Current estimates, provisional estimates. This is from 2013. What is implementation of new methods? Wait. They didn't do... Did they dramatically change the way they estimate net migration? Is that why these numbers went up so much? No way, right? Certainly somebody would have brought that up by now, no? Or do they mean new methods of, like, allowing people into the country? Oh, click the link I posted. Okay. Huge immigration right after COVID. Man, Brexit really didn't really do much. Well, if they Brexited in 2020, but then COVID kind of fucked everything up, I guess. Mm-hmm. EU and non-EU. Damn. My guess is the EU immigrants are probably the ones you guys would have wanted too, right? I don't know where most of these non-EU ones are coming from. Is it like all like India and Pakistan or something? Or how has the makeup of migrants changed? Post-2004, immigration from Eastern and Central Europe considerably increased immigration from the European Union. Prior to this, it had been comparatively low. However, it wasn't until 2012 that EU migration started outstripping non-EU migration. Fuck, this stops at 2019, bruv. Brava. While visas granted to South Asians have grown by nearly 4 times from 2016 to 2022, visas granted to sub-Saharan Africans have grown 7-fold. Proportion of work/study visas granted to dependents. Significant increase in number of dependents, spouse and/or children entering the UK alongside main applicants. London. Oh no. Why UK immigration exploded after COVID. Is that Bob 7? Has anybody written about this, or is there a good video to watch on this? Or article to read? Brexit didn't really happen until after COVID. It settled in 2016, but since people were promised a fantasy, the politicians in the UK thought they could take or bake a cake and eat it. Instead of that, they got nothing. They got completely cucked. No anti-immigration stuff, no trade deal, etc. It's at that time that UK realized that to trade with Europe, they had to follow EU rules, which the EU would enforce on them. All right. Let's ask our AI overlords. Why did immigration to the United Kingdom spike so heavily after COVID? Question mark. Okay, we've got COVID travel restrictions that ended. Wait, I remember a video TLDR news made. Oh, wait, hold on. Liberalized its points-based system, making it easier for non-EU workers. Health and care workers were added to the skilled list in 2022. War in Ukraine brought over 335,000 people between 2021 and 2024, and then Hong Kong, BNO stuff happened as well. Okay, well.
In the past couple of
years, immigration into the UK has skyrocketed. After a predictable drop during the pandemic, the total number of people coming to the UK essentially doubled, going from a pre-pandemic average of about 700,000 people to a peak of over 1.4 million in 2023. At the same time, the number of people emigrating actually fell slightly, which meant that net migration, that is the number of people coming into the UK minus those leaving, essentially quintupled from a pre-pandemic average of 200,000 to nearly a million in 2023. However, it looks like this trend is finally reversing. On Thursday, the Office for National Statistics, or ONS, published its latest data, showing that net migration in the UK had plummeted by 2/3 in the year to June, suggesting efforts to cut migration have been working. So in this video, we're going to dive a bit deeper into the data, having a look at why fewer people are coming to the UK, why more people are leaving, and what the political impact of this might be. The TLDR Black Friday sale is now on. That includes our biggest ever discounts on all products, including our coffee table book, our 2025 calendars, our colouring book, posters starting at $17.99, and much more. Find the full collection at toolong.news or by clicking the link in the description. Offer ends December 3rd. So let's get started by diving straight into the numbers. According to the ONS's new preliminary...
Ooh. Liz Truss, this was the joke that one guy made about her allowing immigrants to come in to help the economy, and she's the one who is uber conservative. Okay.
Data. In the year to June 2025, net migration to the UK was 204,000 people. That's about 2/3 lower than net migration in the previous year, to June 2024, which stood at 649,000, and a drop of nearly 80% since net migration peaked at 944,000 in the year to March 2023, meaning net migration is back to around pre-Brexit levels. If we break down the net migration figure, we can see the total immigration, i.e. the number of people moving to the UK, fell to 898,000 people in the year to June, a decrease of 401,000 people from the previous year, while total emigration, i.e. people leaving the UK, rose to 693,000, an increase of 43,000. The overall decline in net migration was largely driven by a significant drop in non-EU plus migration, which fell to 383,000 people, and a continued gradual increase in the levels of emigration. Net migration of EU plus nationals fell to negative 70,000 people, continuing a downward trend since the 2016 EU referendum, and net migration of British nationals remained broadly stable at negative 109,000 people. It's not just Brits or EU nationals leaving the country either. The number of non-EU plus migrants leaving the UK also continues to rise. If we look closer at non-EU plus migration, we can see that study and work-related migration remain the biggest categories, but are on a downward trajectory from their peak. As such, the ONS says that the drop in non-EU plus net migration is primarily attributed to fewer people arriving on work and study visas and associated dependent visas. However, from the year ending June 2024 to the year ending June 2025, the only major migration category where net migration actually increased was asylum, which increased from 81,000 people to 96,000 people, making up 11% of all immigration. As for the countries of origin for non-EU plus immigrants, Indian, Chinese, Pakistani, Nigerian, and Nepalese were the most common nationalities, with study-related immigration the most common reason across those top 5 nationalities. According to the ONS, around 54% of non-EU plus nationals who moved to the UK in the year ending June 2025 were male, and around 46% were female. The vast majority, 87%, were working age, so between 16 and 64 years old, and around 12% were children under 16. So with those numbers out of the way, why is net migration coming down? Well, in response to the new data, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood said that net migration is at its lowest level in half a decade, and has fallen by more than 2/3 under this government. While this is technically true, it is a bit cheeky. For starters, net migration already been falling from its 2023 peak, driven, according to the ONS, by increasing emigration, especially of students who are leaving after arriving in large numbers post-pandemic. But more significantly, the most recent declines are largely a consequence of reforms introduced by the last Conservative government in early 2024, which restricted most overseas students from bringing dependents to the UK, restricting care workers from doing the same, and increasing salary thresholds for people on skilled worker visas. Notably, from the year ending June 2024 to the year ending June 2025, study dependents fell around 85%, and work dependents fell 65%. Mahmood, though, says that Labour is going further, and has recently unveiled a host of more hardline immigration and asylum measures, hoping to further reduce numbers with a view to fending off Nigel Farage's Reform Party. These measures include ending overseas recruitment of social care workers, reducing the list of jobs eligible for skilled worker visas, doubling the wait time to 10 years before becoming eligible for indefinite leave to remain, raising the English language threshold for visa applicants, and more.
When was the current Labour government elected? Was it last year? 2025? June 2024. Gotcha. Okay.
The exact impact of Labour's migration overhaul remains to be seen, as these things take time to come into force and impact the data. But it's worth pointing out that Home Office data shows applications for skilled worker visas and health and social care visas have continued to fall since some of the reforms were introduced in July this year. On the other hand, though, the Oxford Migration Observatory notes that the substantial fall in net migration may not necessarily be sustained long term, particularly because the negative net migration of EU citizens who arrived before Brexit is currently still subtracting quite a lot from the figures, and this won't go on forever. Moreover, not all of the recent numbers are going in the right direction for the government. As we mentioned earlier, asylum claims hit a record high in the year ending September 2025, and the number of asylum seekers being housed in hotels was up 13% compared to June, despite the government's pledge to end the use of asylum hotels. That being said, the government has been reducing the backlog of asylum seekers waiting initial decisions. So what are the political implications of all of this? Despite a couple of years of falling net migration, it seems that the public just hasn't caught up with the data. Analysis of Ipsos polling by British Future released this week found that 56% of the public believed that net migration had increased since 2024, when in reality it halved from 2023, and only 14% correctly said that it had fallen. Astonishingly, British Future found that even when told the net migration figures, 21% of people simply refused to believe that it had dropped that much, with this figure rising to 37% among those who voted reform and 42% among those skeptical of immigration. Additionally, the public seem to think that asylum makes up roughly a third of immigration, and those who feel negatively about migration believe that it accounts for around half of all immigration. And this is a significant overestimation. As we mentioned earlier, asylum made up just 11% of immigration this year. This accords with international data too, which reliably finds that public anxieties about immigration correlate far better with asylum claims rather than the actual headline immigration numbers, and suggests that the government will have to bring down those asylum numbers in order to reap any political rewards. And that puts Starmer's government in a dangerous position, something we discuss in our article about the main things Starmer needs to do in order to maintain power, as well as our piece about the threat that Labour faces from parties to their left, like the Greens. Both articles are found inside the next issue of our magazine, Too Long. Plus, this Black Friday, we're running our cheapest price ever, with new subscribers getting their first copy as cheap as $2.99. As you can see, the magazine is titled The New Middle East, and in it, we run through each country in the region and discuss their future, before reflecting on how recent events have reshaped the Middle East forever. We obviously talk about the Middle East a lot in videos, but this is our most zoomed out, detailed, and thought through coverage yet, truly outlining how we see this region re-emerging. It's not just that though, there have also been a lot of major elections this year. So in this issue, we have a whole section.
Okay. Hold on, I haven't eaten yet today. Based? Okay. Okay. I shouldn't say I should say completely failed. Blump, blump, blump. I think that's a fair summary. Fair enough. Get fucked. There's also a TLDR news video about how Brexit might have exacerbated migration. Crimson Mana, $50. Fuck it. Let's hit up this one real quick.
Last week, data published by the UK's Labour government showed that asylum applications to the UK had soared to their highest level on record, with over 111,000 claims in the year ending June 2025, 14% higher than the previous year, and roughly double the figure from June 2021. This increase has been driven in part by those who arrive illegally via small boats, but applications have also surged among people coming to the UK on legal visas who then claim asylum. Anyway, since this increase clearly began after the UK left the European Union in January 2021, in the process losing several tools that help manage asylum applications, some commentators are now arguing that Brexit might have exacerbated the crisis. So in this video, we'll explain the UK's asylum crisis, and how Brexit might have worsened it. Long-time TLDR fans will remember that back in 2020, we made a Brexit-themed colouring book. So for Brexit's 5th anniversary, we printed a definitive edition containing 25 images from the Brexit process, ready for you to relive through the medium of colouring pencils. Find out more and order a copy.
I want one.
In the description. So, colouring. The UK is currently facing the highest level of asylum applications since records began in 1979, even slightly above the previous peak of 103,000 in 2002, caused by global conflicts in Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, and Yugoslavia. For most of the 2 decades after this, annual asylum applications remained relatively stable, with a slight rise after the 2015 migration crisis. However, since the end of the COVID-19 pandemic in June 2021, asylum applications have surged from around 40,000 annually to over 110,000 now. However, this isn't just because of a rise in small boats. There's actually an even larger increase in applicants who have travelled to the UK legally on a work, study, or visitor visa before applying for asylum later. In the year ending June 2025, an overwhelming majority of asylum claimants from Pakistan and Bangladesh, for instance, actually arrived on a legal visa. These countries, as well as India, have seen a massive increase in work and study visas since January 2021, when the UK left the EU and introduced changes to the immigration system. So on top of an increase in claimants from Pakistan, up 7...
Okay, quick thing. Can I see a Is there a link to how many people, I know this said that tracked it day by day, how many people have come over by small boats in the past 5 years? This seems to be like a fucking horny ass talking point that the Konstantin and all these weird reformers have, is the small boats. They love talking about the small boats. How many people have come over in small boats over the past 5 years to the United Kingdom?
79% from 2023, and Bangladesh up 42%. The annual change in overall applications has also been driven by an increase from Vietnam, 113%, Syria, 70%, and Sudan, 36%. Although these applicants did mostly arrive via small boats. All in all, so far in 2025, nearly 28,000 people have crossed the channel.
Oh, nice. Yes! Okay. People crossing the English Channel in small boats. Cumulative total detected by year. By year. So that means that 21, 22, 23, 24. So 30, 60... 100, we'll say 150. So maybe about 160,000 people over the past 5 years. Although we could 2x this number. What did I say, 160? We'll say 200 to be generous. Over, what was the number of people that have come over altogether? I guess quite a bit. We could say 200,000. This is cumulative. Fuck. Over the same. Fuck, I don't know what this is measuring. This is over the past like year, right? So I'd have to take it from about 200K cross from small boats between 2018 and 2026. What's the overall amount of immigrants that have come over, I guess, from 18 to 26? Do you have a number for that? Fuck. It's probably over like 3 or 4 million people, huh? That might be a little high. 2 or 3 million people? 8 million in that period? From 2020... Oh, I'm sorry. No, we were going 10 years back. Oh, shit. Okay. So 8 million came in, 200,000 from small boats. Okay.
In small boats, putting this year on track to overtake the previous record set in 2022. This increase is also reflected in EU data. Statistics published by Frontex, the EU's border agency, in early August showed the number of irregular border crossings towards the UK from France rose by 26% year-on-year from January to July. But what makes the data especially interesting is the increase we're seeing in the flows across the channel is happening at the same time as migration flows are decreasing or flatlining everywhere else in Europe. For instance, flows via the Eastern Mediterranean, West Africa, Western Balkans, and Belarus have all fallen dramatically over the past year. And while flows via the Central and Western Mediterranean routes have increased, they've only increased by 9 and 11% respectively, far less than the 26% increase we've seen across the channel.
Why?
This all raises the question: why is the UK experiencing a rise in irregular immigration while it's falling across the rest of the continent? And when you dig into it, there seems to be at least 2 ways that Brexit has contributed. First, the UK's exit from the EU made it a more attractive destination for asylum seekers whose claims have already been refused by an EU member state. Until the UK formally left the EU in January 2021, it had access to the EU's so-called Dublin regulation, which allowed EU member states to refuse to process applications that another member state was responsible for. But Brexit means that the UK can no longer automatically refuse these applications, and the loss of the return mechanism under Dublin regulation means that the UK no longer has an easy way to return asylum seekers to the first safe EU state they pass through.
Ooh.
Which has increased the attractiveness of the UK to rejected asylum seekers. According to one source from a migration charity quoted in the Financial Times, roughly half of asylum seekers in refugee camps in France, many of whom are planning to cross the channel into the UK, have already
What was that called? The Dublin Agreement?
Being declined asylum in other European countries. This has contributed to a build-up of asylum seekers stuck in limbo in French camps who feel that they have no alternative but to make the crossing for the UK. This lack of a clear return protocol is why the UK signed its 12-month one-in, one-out migrant deal with France in July, allowing people who cross illegally on small boats to be returned to France in exchange for the UK taking asylum seekers whose claims have a greater chance of being accepted. However, this doesn't seem to have actually made that much of a difference so far. Anyway, the second way that Brexit may have worsened the UK's asylum crisis is through the overhaul of the immigration system that took place after Brexit. Now, Brexit left several sectors which were reliant on low-wage workers, like the care sector, with labour shortages, as European workers lost their right to work visa-free in the UK. As such, the UK's Conservative government, then led by Boris Johnson, loosened restrictions on some types of visas to encourage workers from the rest of the world into the UK's labour market. The government also introduced a new graduate visa, allowing international students to stay for 2 or 3 years beyond their degree. These changes resulted in a huge surge in immigration from non-EU countries, particularly from South Asia. However, a growing number of migrants arriving on these legal visas would later claim asylum, using it as a legal loophole to overstay. From 2021 to 2024, the number of people seeking asylum in the UK who were already on a visa increased. But the Conservative government soon began to realise this, and in 2024 introduced a suite of policies aimed at reducing immigration, including visa restrictions on dependents, i.e. family members of care workers and most international students. Widespread reports of exploitation in the social care sector also led the Home Office to more closely scrutinise applications. This is why claims from people on visas have mostly plateaued in the past year or so, although the figures are still far higher than pre-Brexit. This isn't a necessary consequence of Brexit, as the government didn't have to loosen its non-EU visa rules after Brexit, but it was a somewhat predictable reaction to the post-Brexit labour shortages. All in all, it does look like Brexit has contributed to the UK's asylum crisis, and this has become especially apparent in the past year, as irregular immigration into developed countries has fallen across the EU, and actually most of the world, but not in the UK. Now, this story about the so-called small boats crisis and the political pressure that's put on Starmer has been covered thoroughly across the media landscape, with 33 sources reporting.
Whoa, ground
Taking a closer look,
news!
you can see that 7 of these come from sources on the right, while 5 come from the left. It's also clear that some vast differences between each side of the political spectrum, with the left focusing on its impact on polling, with 71% of voters saying that Starmer is handling the crisis badly, and the right focusing on the number of irregular migrants crossing the channel. We're able to get into this depth of analysis thanks to our sponsor this week, Ground News, a website and app that collects articles from across the world, helping you to burst your media bubble. For every story, just like this.
Oh, wait, hold on. Somebody has different numbers for us. Wait. Cumulative arrivals over time, migrants versus boats. Cumulative arrivals over time, migrants versus boats. Oh, his other data went back to 2016, but I don't know if that would make that much of a difference. So this is saying 5 million versus 190,000. I'll just chop this off to 5 million, and we'll say 200,000. Okay.
This one, you're able to see how many sources are reporting on it, as well as where those sources fall politically. And that's important, as the same story can take on a completely different...
Okay. This was in 2022. Add date ranges to your numbers. True.
Last week.
Shut up. Where did these numbers come from? Can you link me like the site these came from instead of a fucking Imager thing or whatever where I have no fucking idea where the fuck these are from? From 2018 to 2026. You've got to download the ODS. Okay, never mind. I don't give a fuck then. I hope they're all fake, the numbers. Mm-hmm. Okay, GB News is just a far-right news outlet. That's not that important. Contest for Trump spiders. What does Konstantin have to say about Trump and his foreign policy? Does he say anything about it? Konstantin, Trump, foreign policy? Maybe. I don't have time to watch this right now, but...
Europe has made itself irrelevant and powerless in the world, and President Trump has finally recognized this fact and began to act accordingly. The people who broke up the Western alliance were the people that destroyed our economy, destroyed our industrial base, destroyed our...
Bro, I'm getting, after reading so much about this guy's background, I feel like... I feel like this guy's a Russian asset. I don't know, man. I wonder if him and Lex Friedman go to the same fucking propaganda meetings.
our military. The embodiment.
Europe sucks. Trump is right. Europe is bad. They fuck themselves. Trump is right about everything. Europe sucks. Fuck Europe.
Of that belief in a rules-based international order, the embodiment of the belief in net zero, the embodiment of the belief in the post-nation state, has said, well, actually, it's all imaginary.
By the time of the next election, I think the picture will be very clear. Either you vote for Nigel Farage or you get Zach Polansky.
Hello, and welcome to David Starkey Talks.
I think
I think the picture will be very clear. Either you vote for Nigel Farage or you get Zach Polansky.
Okay.
Hello, and welcome to David Starkey Talks. Today, I'm delighted to introduce my friend, Konstantin. He's not always allowed out alone, so it's rather nice to see him. You'll all know him, of course, as the, dare I say, co-host of the wonderfully named Trigonometry. My own memories of Trigonometry, and here we can suddenly become, you're not quite an old man yet, but I am, and I'm allowed old man's reminiscences, going back to those early days of Trigonometry in an absolutely filthy and disgusting ex-pub transformed into some kind of comedy venue in Islington, where there were carpets thickened with about 6 years' supply of beer spill as they adhere to the feet. All very, very different now. But we are in, are we not, Konstantin? And we've seen it vividly in the extraordinary episodes at Davos. We're in a world that is almost as messy as that pub, in which there is a sense of a kind of detritus, a squatting in spaces that were formerly used for different things. And you've
like this?
made an extraordinary name for yourself, both as an observer, as a commentator, and as a kind of participant in all of this. What was your response when you saw that extraordinary, both vivid and decisive, and at the same time extraordinary rambling performance of somebody who's disrupted the world even more than you have, President Trump? What did you feel as you watched it?
Well, I imagine that and I'm not just talking about the speech that he just gave, but the speech that Mark Carney gave at Davos. I imagine that as I watch what is happening over recent months, I'm feeling very much the same things that you must be feeling as two people who've been predicting that living in cloud cuckoo land eventually ends and the reality begins to make itself known. The world we're living now, as far as I can tell, a lot of people like to personalize it to President Trump. I don't think this is really about President Trump at all. What I think this is about is the fact that Europe, in particular, and we are part of it, in terms of our behavior, if not entirely geographically, has made itself irrelevant and powerless in the world, and President Trump has finally recognized this fact and began to act accordingly. And so
what positions do you hold concerning the U.S., Europe, and NATO that aren't positions that Putin would also hold, would encourage European leaders to adopt? I'm curious how he would answer that.
A lot of people like to blame him for quote-unquote breaking up the Western alliance. The people who broke up the Western alliance were the people that destroyed our economy, destroyed our industrial base, destroyed our military, destroyed our ability to use our force globally, destroyed our global diplomatic capital and influence around the world, and who rendered Europe powerless and useless as an ally to the United States. And we saw, if you remember, cast your mind back only a year ago, when the latest incarnation of Trump came into office.
Wait, hold on one second. That was fast. Okay, I need to leave soon. What the fuck?
Shortly afterwards, there was a strike in the Middle East. I think it was on the Houthi base somewhere, during which some signal messages from within the administration were leaked. And the world got to see the way American leaders talk about European leaders when the world is not watching. And they called us freeloaders. And are they wrong to call us freeloaders? No, they're not. I don't know if you know this. I imagine you do. Europe is...
I hate how transparently obvious this is, right? You've got a guy who excels in beating the shit out of people, who's like the master fucking bodyguard. And then you've got the smaller dude next to him who does a bunch of other stuff. And you're like, you're fucking up, the smaller dude. That big bodyguard guy, he shouldn't even be with you. You guys should be totally separate. I think the small dude is a loser, and you're fucking your own shit up, and you should do your own shit. It's so obvious, the goal to stoke division here.
12% of the world's population, 25% of the world's GDP, and 60% of the world's welfare spending. While at the same time, we are no longer able to make virgin steel. Call us freeloaders. And are they wrong to call us freeloaders? No, they're not. I don't know if you know this. I imagine you do. Europe is 12% of the world's population, 25% of the world's GDP, and 60% of the world's welfare spending. While at the same time, we are no longer able to make virgin steel in Britain because of the industrial and economic suicide we call net zero, rightly called net zero because it's produced net zero growth in the last 20 years since it's been pursued. And so what we are witnessing is a realist, pragmatic president of the United States who says, well, we live in a world in which no one is no longer following the rules. There is no appetite for the United States to remain the world's policeman, either inside of the US or outside. There are growing global centers of power elsewhere. And if Russia and China are going to pursue their own interests, we are going to pursue ours. And if you want to be on our team, you need to pull your weight. Now, the last time he made these points, you'll remember, of course, he made them to German politicians in which he told them that the policies that they were pursuing were making them reliant on Russian gas, which would come back to bite them. They laughed in his face. They laughed at him to his face. Of course, when Russia invaded Ukraine, they were proven right. When Germany offered, the initial offer of help to Ukraine, you remember, was 5,000 helmets. That was the muster.
They love this talking point so much.
That's all that they could muster. And so the realignment you're seeing now is a consequence, I think, of what we've been doing.
Let's just go back then and try and classify Trump's behavior. What you're saying, in one sense, is that he is little more than the boy who cried out that the emperor was naked, but that Europe is naked and naked to its enemies. Is that the essential first point?
It is. I wouldn't say little more. Obviously, President Trump is a character in his own right. He has some gigantic strengths and gigantic flaws, which I think we'd all recognize. And he is acting unashamedly in what he perceives to be America's self-interest, which is what happens when the world becomes what it's become.
So in other words, what we're seeing is a Trump who is a plain speaker. He's torn. Edmund Burke talks about the decent drapery that covers realities. He's torn that decent drapery, the decent drapery of Rubis, the rules-based international order, the kind of thing that our Prime Minister, our Attorney General believe in so passionately. And he's shown that, as Mark Carney said, to go back to that second important speech at Davos, Carney, the embodiment of that belief in a rules-based international order, the embodiment of the belief in net zero, the embodiment of the belief in the post-nation state, has said, well, actually, it is all imaginary. It exists simply in the mind. It's a smokescreen. Now, let's again try and tease out a little bit of where this starts. You presented a picture that the failure is entirely or largely a European, what we can call it, if you like, an Anglo-European failure. But is America really exempt? Didn't America play not simply the role of policeman, but the particular, indeed, the prime author of the entire script that you describe? And let's just pause and let's just investigate. After all of what you've talked about is one face of what's called neoliberalism. Remember, the world that I grew up in transformed also radically in 1989. You are of Russian extraction. You will be profoundly aware of that fact. The world that I grew up in was kept in order, if it was kept in order at all. Yes, there was the great arena of the United Nations and the institutions created in 1945, but what kept it in order was nuclear terror, was the equal balance of nuclear terror between the two great powers of America, the United States of America, and the Soviet Union. Then, with the fall of the Soviet Union in 1989, we step into this world summarized, of course. We're talking about a smokescreen. We're talking about decent draperies. Again, another word that's been used about this is a world simply of language, of nice words. Well, the great creator of these nice words, of course, is the American political scientist Francis Fukuyama, the end of history thesis, the inevitable triumph of liberalism, the inevitable triumph of capitalism, the triumph of the West, with the rest of the world lying prostrate before it and inevitably going to have to join it. But from that point onwards, I mean, it seems to me there is another development. There's on the one hand the extraordinary triumphalism of neoliberalism, the interventions in Iraq, the interventions in Libya, in Afghanistan, the assumption that we were so powerful that we could remold the world in our image by direct military intervention, and that we would succeed because, of course, everybody desperately wanted to be like us. The Iraqis were just absolutely desperate for the Beatles, for miniskirts, for Coca-Cola milkshakes and hamburgers, and it was the mere fact that there happened to be a few little local arrangements that a decent short war and the expenditure of a few $100 million would sort out. So, but America participates. America actually leads this. All the things you talked about, the wokery, the emphasis, America has deindustrialized as well. That's one of the things that Trump is on about. So the only difference, isn't it, frankly, between Europe and America isn't the question of illusion, isn't the question of stupid policy. It's the fact that the American economy happens to have survived this process better because if you believe, rather, in my view, stupidly, in absolute freedom of trade, the only person who benefits from absolute freedom of trade is the world's largest economy or the world's largest producer, which is why the British invented in the 19th century. But America is just as subject to all the forces that you talk about. They're all embedded in the Democrat Party, aren't they?
I think you make some really good points, and as you know, I've talked about the disaster that was the war in Iraq, when I think it was the end of the idea that the Western coalition is some moral force that's acting in the best interest of everybody in the world and upholding some sort of law and order and behaving decently and honorably. I agree with that. I don't quite agree with
some... continued again in Afghanistan.
Well, Afghanistan was first, but I agree. I'm totally with you. I think the United States clearly, the war in Afghanistan, which I also was not a huge fan of, I thought it was different. After 9/11, something needed to be done about Al-Qaeda, and probably not what they did. The idea, as you say, that the people of Afghanistan would be seduced by Coca-Cola over
or the women were all desperate for bikinis. Yeah.
Well, the women may be desperate, but the men who are in charge may have other ideas. But so I agree with you on that front. But I would also argue, I think, just on that particular point, that if the Western coalition had remained very, very strong, even foolishness of that nature would have been survivable in the way that it hasn't been, because you can't simultaneously enforce order while making yourself weaker. If you are very strong, other people will have to contend with the reality that the Americans and the Brits will turn up and bomb you back to the Middle Ages if you don't behave. But if the Brits and the Americans talk about bombing you back to the Middle Ages but don't actually have the ability to do it anymore, that's when you're going to see the sorts of things that we're now seeing.
But of course, America has that ability.
Where do they get these talking points from? I mean, besides the Kremlin, I don't understand how you can maintain this position. If you look at the conflict that America's been involved in over the past 30 years, we kind of fuck shit up, right? Saddam Hussein got fucked up. In Libya, Gaddafi got fucked up. We fuck shit up when we go out to do stuff militarily. We fucked up the Houthis when we bombed their shit. This idea that the United States can't fuck shit up, and then meanwhile with these other growing powers that have been making stuff strong, Russia, what, any day now, they're going to be winning the war in Ukraine, right? Jesus Christ, these people suck shit. It's just such a weird thing to do this weird wall of America and all these. Iran, we fucked that shit up. Holy fuck. In a very impressive way, too. It's just such a weird... I don't know where this is talking... We've made ourselves weaker and weaker and weaker. Where?
I mean, what I'm trying to get at, Konstantin,
I know.
is what is the decisive factor?
I'm about to respond, I promise you. I promise you. So I agree on much of what you say about those foreign interventions, which were foolish. I do agree. But I don't agree about some of the other stuff, because in the United States, the Democrats may have talked a very good game about green energy and net zero and all of this stuff. But really, in America, none of the stupidity ever took off. The Americans never made energy prices very high in their own country. They never ceased to produce their own energy. Yes, they deindustrialized somewhat, but that wasn't
hugely. Hugely.
But that wasn't because of net zero. That wasn't because of net zero. It's because they allowed China to trade with them freely and to make things cheaper in China, which is a process that President Trump is now reversing, because the American people understand this bit and they demand that their leaders act in a way that preserves the manufacturing and industrial capacity of the United States in a way that European electorates haven't done. The delusion in Europe is that if you continue to pursue net zero, if you talk to people about normal people in our country about net zero, most of them think it's consequence free and financially free. This is what people believe. They don't realize that when you make energy more expensive, you destroy industry and you destroy jobs. They think we're saving the planet. The Americans really, in terms of their actual policy, never pursue this with anything like the same vigor. And the third point I would make is, it's true they have a radical left Democrat party until recently. I think that's also going to evolve over time potentially.
Radical left Democrat party?
And much of the originator ideas of all of this stupidity comes from some of those people in American colleges and universities. I agree. But in America, they also have another very powerful counterforce that has made itself known in electoral politics. President Trump, in particular, his 2 elections, represent a huge swathe of ordinary Americans who are not prepared to tolerate this anymore. In Europe, we have not seen parties of that persuasion have anything like the electoral success that President Trump has, and therefore they have not been able to do anything about policy. And so Europe has been locked in a woke consensus, irrespective of whether that wokeness and net zero-ness and everything else came with a red rose.
This is something I need to... I'll do this tomorrow. Tomorrow will be all this. We won't start with any drama. What is net zero in Europe? Like, is Germany and France and the UK, are they really like, we got to get all the fossil fuel out, no more fossil fuel, we got to cut all the fossil fuel? Is that really happening, like, to a significant extent? Is that actually a thing? I'd be very curious if there are, like, the only reason why I feel like I don't trust him is because he never really cites a person or a policy. He just screams net zero over and over and over again. But I'm curious, like, how much... Like in Europe, when they say things like, we need to cut down on oil and gas, like, is this strictly like, we got to stop the pollution? Or is there also a big factor in here where it's like, it kind of sucks that we're dependent on Russia and potentially like Middle Eastern countries and now the United States for our energy when we could find other ways to produce it? Because I feel like net zero, nobody ever says this. People always say that fossil fuels are important for national security. I feel like alternative energy can be really important for national security as well. Like the idea of you being able to completely and totally self-sustain off of your own, ideally renewable energy sources, that sounds like a really good deal too. No, but nobody ever presents it that way. I don't know.
Rosette or a blue rosette. We've had the uniparty govern us in a way that Americans simply haven't.
So, right, this also is, I think, very important and needs emphasis. In a sense, it's a point that, again, I've been visiting in America for, God knows, 50 years. It's a point that struck me when I first went to America. In many ways, America is very, very old-fashioned. It's very old-fashioned if you go to a small town. A small American town still governs itself in pretty much the same way that it did in the 19th century. You will still have the local police chief. You will still have the little local amateur fire brigade. In many ways, it's like the Kendall of my childhood, the little town in the north where I grew up, where everything is local and everything is locally run and everything answers to the local electorate. In my little town in the north, again, we didn't have this fantasy of some huge remote fire brigade, complete with DI and whatever. It was a bunch of local lads who were called, just as they were in the little town in Maryland, where I lived for considerable stretches 20, 30 years ago. They were called by the sound of the siren, and they all turned out. The place in America was run by a town meeting. In Kendall, it was run essentially by a group of interested and highly public-spirited local businessmen. You go to an American supermarket, it's largely stuck in the 1950s, where it's always been. And again, the American Constitution, I think, also has the effect of a degree of freezing. And I think your point about the uniparty, the fact that something changed in the nature of our politics on this side of the Atlantic, I think more extremely in Europe, with Britain itself finding itself sort of suspended between the two, as it so frequently does. But what I'm now curious about is quite how and why this happened and the American perceptions of it. And I think the key moment, you talked about President Trump's visits to Europe. For me, the key moment was actually J.D. Vance in Munich, the vice president.
Oh my God, he's going to glaze him.
You have altered the very meaning of the word liberal and altered the very meaning of the word democracy. That, in other words, in Europe, democracy no longer means government by the majority. It means government limited by experts on the one hand, Mark Carney figures being an absolute classic example of that, as governor of the Bank of England, the kind of international bureaucracy. And then on the other hand, by legal process. And the intention is actually to stop democracy working in the name of protecting minorities. Now again, Konstantin, and there is this extraordinary paradox. America starts this stuff. America starts the critical race theory, the torment of American race relations and the over-radical solutions of the 1960s, where all this stuff begins. Now, why can you begin to suggest any ideas as to why we proved so peculiarly vulnerable to this on this side of the Atlantic? Why in particular in Britain, which of course is the originator of that structure of the American Constitution, of those American little towns that I was talking about? Why have we fallen? I mean, what is the magic of the uniparty? I mean, how in other words, how do you think there's been some sort of surviving conservatism in America, whereas after 2010, our political development seemed to me run broadly in parallel up to about 2010. And then there is this very, very sharp divergence of pattern. I mean, everybody points out the resemblances between Clinton and Blair and whatever, the striking similarities between Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, really striking political parallelism. And then it starts to diverge. Is it really as straightforward? I mean, the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, it really is genuinely a product of Blair's fascination with Europe and determination that we would follow the European path, where there was, again, that deliberate avoidance of ideological separation.
Is this like the Mearsheimer of the UK?
Once you've actually quelled communism in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. Are we really looking at this man, at the the new Labour years. They do seem to be the watershed as far as Britain's concerned.
Well, perhaps, but I'm going to quote a man that I greatly admire and respect, whose friendship I've enjoyed for some time, a man called Dr. David Starkey. You may have heard of him. And one of the things I recall you saying in one of the interviews we conducted on trigonometry, or perhaps elsewhere, in fact, maybe in a private conversation, is that one fundamental difference between the American right and the British right, and perhaps the European right more broadly, is the British right is, in British in particular, the British conservative movement, is about preservation of tradition, whereas the American right is much more often about values which are often religiously infused. And so I think this is part of the reason that Europe reacted differently and inhaled these stupid ideas with much more vigor than the Americans themselves did, because there came a moment when we were told effectively that our past is evil. And therefore, how do you preserve something that's evil? The Americans don't quite have the same problem, because they say, well, we have our values. We have our ideas about what's right.
But the left in America say they're wicked, that the values...
But that's fine, but the right in America say, no, they're not. They say our values are actually the right ones. Family,
But it's just going back to the survival, isn't it? Of, if you like, not simply two nominal parties, but two very, very distinct approaches.
Yes.
In other words...
Jesus, they really are. They're like, this is like 2016. Is all UK politics ready to revert my mind a decade? And now I'm in the UK now.
An election really does make a difference.
Yes. And Thomas Sowell wrote a lot about this. He's a man I enjoy reading very much about in the book called The Conflict of Visions, in which he talks about much of this. But your point about Europe and America and the difference, I think, is critical here, which is that in Europe, once we were told that our past is evil, we then effectively lost our immune system for defending ourselves against anything. Because once people start going on TV and saying Winston Churchill, who's universally regarded as the greatest man this country's ever produced, if he is evil, which is what they were saying, and these were debates we were having 10 years ago, if you recall, even 5 years ago, then what is the positive case that you can make? And this is one of the reasons.
And it might be the case, but is Churchill attacked now from the left? I mean, I'm sure maybe he was for some things, but I feel like the big things that I saw Konstantin talk about online that he's not mentioning, this came from neo-Nazis. It was that these people were the villains of World War II and everything. Maybe the left was shitting on him before. I can never tell how much the degree compared to in the United States. The thing is hard to measure for magnitudes. In the U.S., there's a lot of that cringe, hating U.S. history shit for sure. But I don't know how much it happens over there versus how much it happened over here. Because over here, it happened in schools and shit, but it wasn't electorally relevant. I don't know, maybe in here it is.
Reasons we've gotten ourselves into such a pickle, because whenever I say to people, well, you keep saying, a lot of people in the British centre and on the right keep talking about the importance of British values and having immigrants coming into, I said, then what are they? And the only thing they can come up with is, well, we stood against Hitler alone and all of this other stuff, which is all wonderful, but that isn't something that can be taken forward.
Tolerance and diversity.
Right, and so you get, the left has an answer, which is tolerance and diversity, but the right's answer is 70, 80 years ago, which are great, wonderful things that this country and its people did, but it doesn't tell you how to live your life in the present. And so you're left in this situation where you have no answer to very powerfully articulated, guilt-creating, guilt-making arguments from the radical left, which are effectively saying your civilization is evil, and then you have no counter-argument to that, which is why I think the European and British attempt to counter wokeness has been so weak, and therefore wokeness and all of this other stuff has made such huge inroads here. The other thing, of course, is, if you're not in charge, it feels like what you do doesn't matter, and therefore you might as well do whatever makes you feel good, right? The Americans know that if they weaken themselves, the consequences will be felt immediately. But if you are Norway or Denmark or whoever, and you have lived under the American nuclear umbrella your entire modern existence, it almost feels like, well, it doesn't matter what you do, because the Americans will still be there to protect you against Russia or whoever it might be that is a threat to you. So why not pursue, extreme forms of socialism? Why not pursue net zero? Why not destroy your own manufacturing, etc.?
But equally, of course, America has just elected a politician who makes any elected politician in Britain look positively moderate, hasn't it? It's elected Mandami in New York. I mean, the situation in many states, Minnesota or whatever, is quite extraordinary. I mean, I think you exaggerate the extent to which America's been a
Oh my God! Holy shit, bruv! Is this what Europeans feel like when Americans talk about their politics? Jesus.
But let's just agree to differ on that one and move forward.
Can we just zoom in on those two examples that you gave, because I think they're quite particular. So New York, where a lot of the radical left is coming from, has its own problems, much like the problems we've had in London until recently, when house prices are now plummeting, and perhaps we'll address some of those issues. But the cost of living, you and I think, are reasonably successful, doing well for ourselves. People, I feel incredibly poor when I go to New York because it's so expensive. So the radicalism of young people in New York is a product of that specific thing that's happening in a specific city. Minnesota, totally different conversation, which is a demographic issue. If you import people from a particular place, they will bring those values with them, and if they're allowed to live in a ghetto in which they maintain those values, they will impose those values. But the rest of America has absolutely withstood the woke assault in a way that we have not.
Well,
it's like New York versus the USA. What are you talking about? I thought the woke was taking over everything before, but now maybe because they elected Trump, I guess. Okay.
In which they maintain
and the whole Democratic Party is radical.
Those values, they will impose those values. But the rest of America has absolutely withstood the woke assault in a way that we have not.
Well, I remain
because it's so expensive. So the radicalism of young people in New York is a product of that specific thing that's happening in a specific city. Minnesota, totally different conversation, which is a demographic issue. If you import people from a particular place, they will bring those values with them, and if they're allowed.
Minnesota, what? They're like 100,000 Somalis. Oh, well, to be fair, Minnesota. I don't know what the population overall of Minnesota is. 6 million. That's like a chunk of people, but is he saying, I mean, it's not like all the Somalis just came yesterday or something, or there's some huge demographic shift in Minnesota that's causing them to wokeify? I don't even know.
To live in a ghetto in which they maintain those values, they will impose those values. But the rest of America has absolutely withstood the woke assault in a way that we have not.
Well, I remain a little
He's talking about the Swedish immigrants? Is that true?
But there we are. Let's move on to some of the consequences. We began talking about international relations. We now find ourselves openly mocked by Trump. We are regarded, as you say, as powerless. We're in a world, are we not, in which there is, again, talking about Dr. Starkey being right. You may remember, right in the immediate aftermath of Putin's invasion of the Ukraine, I did an extended video.
The Ukraine.
Oh, I didn't.
No! I see you. I see you. You're good. I see you. I see you over there. Okay.
Starkey being right. You may remember, right in the immediate aftermath of Putin's invasion of the Ukraine, I did an extended video in which I pointed out that we were manifestly stepping into the world of George Orwell, not to say particularly the world of the politics of 1984, but the geopolitics of 1984, in which there are three great powers, as Oceania, in which Britain is airship one, there is Eurasia, and there is East Asia. And that corresponds extraordinarily to that, and the global south below as an area to be exploited, allied with, conflicted with, and so on, and turned essentially into a service to the powers of the north. Now, we really do seem to have actually landed there, don't we? And where do the powerless fit into this world, which is essentially a return to the 19th century, isn't it? It's the great power politics of the 19th century. Great power may not like great power, but it has to respect them because they can do things. They have military strength. And those who don't, why bother?
Well, I was going to say, David, you're the historian here. You tell me what happens when there's three great powers in the world competing for dominance and influence. What happens to the powerless? And I don't think you need to be as an eminent or as smart a historian as you are to predict what happens in that environment. It's plain, I think, for all to see that the people with no power in that situation get trampled on, as they always have done throughout every bit of history ever.
Especially, as you pointed out, that Europe is not simply powerless, but very rich, is an extraordinarily tempting tidbit for whoever wants to consume us. What do we do? If you were writing a brief for an incoming British government, what would it look like? You're very good at the phrase, you're very good at, and dare I say, very ambitious summary. What would your programme look like?
I think the answer is very simple and very hard at the same time. It's very simple, but it's not very easy at all. But the number one priority of our energy policy and of our industrial policy and of government policy and anything to do with energy should be to produce as much abundant, cheap energy as we possibly can ourselves. We are in a position now, as I'm sure you know, when we import gas from Norway that it extracts from the North Sea, while at the same time shutting down our own production of gas from the North Sea. This lunacy has to end. Our attempt to save the planet, which has only raised our CO2 emissions, not lowered them, has to end. So we have to produce abundant, cheap energy, which will then lead to a reindustrialization of Britain, which also has to then be supported by tax policy. We have to cut business taxes and encourage business and entrepreneurship and industry in our country. That will get the economy growing. So it's effectively the reverse of all the three things that have been done. The things that have been done is industrial suicide, economic suicide, and cultural suicide. And what we have to do is the opposite of what's been done. So net zero is how...
Sorry, did these Russian assets say three great powers? Are they calling Russia a great power? In my world, multipolar is usually a world... that's like a buzzword that like a weirdo fucking Russian asset will say, or like a commie or whatever. You always hear that. We need to go back to multipolarity.
How you address the industrial suicide has happened. You cut that and you begin to make your own cheap energy and make it abundant. Cutting business taxes and getting industry and business growing in this country. And at the same time, and this partly speaks to the cultural thing, but also to the economic thing, you have to begin to address the welfare issue. An easy fix on the welfare issue is you say nobody who's a foreign national gets any benefits of any kind whatsoever. This is a policy I've been pushing to any party that would listen. The Reform, I think, have adopted this as their plan. Other than, if you turn up at A&E and you've got a broken arm, of course we'll treat you, we're decent people, but you need to get private health insurance, and in terms of other benefits, you don't get social housing, you don't get any of that. And partly that will deal, of course, with the problem of unwanted and illegal immigration that we have, because much of it is based on the fact that you just articulated, which is we are very rich. And so people come here simply for the benefits on offer.
They come here to freeload.
That's right. So that's the easy part.
Wouldn't the three powers be the US, China, and Europe? These people don't ever consider Europe a unified thing. They talk about Europe when they're trying to break us off from the US, but as soon as they would talk about Europe, these guys are the number one EU haters. The number one fucking EU haters. They would love nothing more than to see a completely and utterly divided Europe. The only reason why these guys talk about Europe in any unified sense is to juxtapose them against the United States, to say that the interests are misaligned, to break the US off. But once that happens, they would absolutely want to see the European Union completely disassembled. That's why these guys generally are huge like Brexit stands. Although supposedly he didn't vote for Brexit, but I don't know if that's a position he would still hold today, or if he would just say, well, I used to be a liberal dipshit.
The harder part is we now have...
Careful. That involves the inversion of the values, not simply of the left, but the centre-right.
How so?
Doesn't it?
How so?
Well, bearing in mind that the centre-right, if we believe that the Conservatives under Cameron, May and Johnson, they're the ones. I mean, after all, the most bizarre benefit in the country that we have is a thing called universal credit. Can you imagine who created it? Ian Duncan Smith. The idea of calling a benefit universal and credit, and the mentality that displays. And indeed, if we were to investigate some of the questions that I was putting to you a little more thoroughly, why is it that the right collapsed in the way that it did? It has, in the person of people like Oliver Letwin, this extraordinary crisis of conscience after Thatcher. They actually believed all the rude things, retrospectively, all the rude things that were said about Thatcher, that she didn't believe that there was a society, she was wicked and uncaring, and Thatcherism.
Wait, I don't follow UK politics at all. Are there really still Brexit defenders? Yeah, but it's a little bit more sophisticated. Nobody will ever defend it. What they'll say is that it didn't go far enough. Conservatives always say this. When conservatives get what they want, and inevitably it doesn't do what they want it to do, they'll say, well, that's because the deep state or the liberal government or the Labour or whatever the fuck else didn't go far enough with the thing, so we need to go even further. So they'll have like a history of failures behind them, and there will always be an excuse for why whatever they wanted didn't turn out the way they wanted it to. And it seems to be, maybe I'll change my opinion in the next few days, but it seems to be the UK and the Brexit people are more or less the same.
Had to be balanced by an intense sense of social involvement, social responsibility, which involves spending enormous amounts of money on the poor to try to raise the poor. So I think that you're talking now about arguing not simply with a reformed kind of Cameroon conservatives. You're talking about taking on the whole argument about the British state since 1945, arguably welfare reform from 1906, from the moralistic movements of the 19th century. And you see what I mean?
I do, but you asked me what works, and I'm telling you what works.
So right. So what? But I suppose it's really you've talked about the economy, you've talked about defence and energy policy and so on. You haven't yet talked about culture. That presumably is the thing where finally we've got to say to people, what do you actually value? Do you want your lifestyle to be able to continue? You to be able to persuade them that it is at risk, as you are very effectively saying that it's at risk. How would you do that? It's extraordinary. I mean, bearing in mind how long we've sailed in this particular vessel. I mean, remember Charles Dickens in one of his novels has this wonderful figure. Are you familiar with Mrs. Jellyby?
Remind me.
Mrs. Jellyby is the lady who practiced telescopic charity. That's to say, she lived in squalor with her children in a mess, while she spent, this is in the 1830s, spent all her day writing letters about the condition of blacks in Africa and getting terribly raising. This is nearly 2 centuries. This is getting on for a couple of 100 years ago. That strand is there, and it was as prominent in the Conservative Party as it was in the Liberals and later on in the Labour Party. And how do we reverse it?
Look, my view is, and I've been saying this for some time, I'm an accelerationist. I don't believe that British people will wake up to these realities until they feel these realities affecting them very directly. And the fact that they are poorer per person per capita today than they were 20 years ago is something they are instinctively aware of and somewhat discontented by, but it's clearly not producing a credible understanding of how we got here or how we might get out of it. The fiscal crisis that I think very sensible people are predicting that is coming may be an opportunity to...
Another 1976.
Or maybe worse, because we are so big now the IMF won't be able to bail us out. That is potentially one of the things. I obviously hope that doesn't happen because it'll be horrific for lots of people, but I also feel that we've got to a point that many people will not realize the direction of travel until we arrive at the destination. And so what I am trying to do is, from an ideas perspective, lay out the things that will need to be done when the crisis moment comes and people are looking for answers, A, to how we got here, and B, to how we get out of here. So coming back to our points about industrial policy, economic policy, and ultimately cultural policy, as you alluded to and know very well, I myself am a first generation immigrant here. I have, I think, a sensible immigration policy which welcomes people who are likely to be net contributors to our country, with whom there is likely to be cultural alignment, who are likely to behave in ways that we would approve of and will over time become British. And, there's obvious examples of this, even very recently. I don't know, are you aware of any Hongkongese grooming gangs there?
No.
Or of any Ukrainian street gangs that are robbing people in the streets of London of their phones? We can see that even significant numbers of people coming, even in a short period of time, which is not necessarily something I'm advocating for. I think we've had quite a lot of immigration, frankly. It's time to slow down. Nonetheless,
it is virtually stopping.
But it is not about the numbers of people only. It's also about who is coming in. And so what we have to do is recognize the reality. We have had, I often quote this fact, which again I'm sure you're aware of, under Blair alone, and the Tories repeated this and did even more people came under the Blair government into this country that had come between the Battle of Hastings in 1066 and 1950. And the
huge, I mean, not simply more,
but hugely more.
It's really important we get the scale.
Yes.
The scale. It is this, but the myths are so deeply anchored. The myth of Britain as a nation of immigrants and whatever.
But Britain's not a nation of immigrants. It's a lie. It's a thing these people borrowed from America so that they could make stupid arguments sound
borrowing. Again, I fear taking you back to the beginning.
Well, but see, this is different though, because America is a nation of immigrants. America is a nation of people who have come from other places and made it
to begin with. And I think it's really important, remember, that the immediate response to the gigantic immigration of the late 19th century was a complete moratorium on immigration in the earlier 20th century. And if you like, a deliberate re-waspization of America, only to in the 1960s. The consequences which are yet to be seen. Once again, it seems to me, I'm emphasizing, I think that America really is itself the origin of so many of these disasters. But let's just focus now on that cultural question. How do we go about this gigantic turning round of the huge ship? I mean, turning the culture around ain't easy. Are you perhaps think, and let me just put the immediate question. First a statement and then a question. I don't think you can do it. I don't think cultures turn round in that sort of way. I think the only reason Thatcher was able to do what she did was a combination of 1976, the fiscal crisis, of 1979, the crisis of government, the winter of discontent.
I don't know much about Thatcher's premiership or whatever the fuck, other than it feels like the way that people talk about her, Thatcher was like the Reagan of, I guess, the UK.
In many ways, the accident of the Falklands War. And finally, the actual great good fortune of the split on the left with the SDP fractioning off from Labour. But Thatcher didn't change the culture as such. Thatcher changed the politics, and she changed the law. And what Thatcher did was to undo. She repealed a significant part of the legislation of the 45 government. She altered economic policy by law. She changed interest rates because then the government controlled the setting of interest rates and so on. So are we perhaps forgetting the most centrally important point of all? We pointed to the difference that saved America is real political difference, is a real ideological difference between political parties, which offer some form of choice to the people. What we really should be talking about, Konstantin, isn't it? Can we see a new political instrument emerging in Britain that might be persuaded? Do we think that it's reform? Do we think that it's Farage, you've already mentioned, reform showing interest in the idea of benefits not being available to anybody who is foreign born? And clearly, Robert Jenrick, now having joined reform, even when he was a member of the Conservative Party, toyed with such ideas, the whole emphasis on the percentage of London housing that's inhabited by foreign families and that sort of thing. Do you see Farage in this role? Do you see reform able to embody, able to carry an electoral base and to assemble an electoral coalition that will be strong enough to embark on this extraordinary turning around of the British ship of state?
Well, there's so much to unpack there. First of all, I agree with you that changing the culture is actually the hardest thing. And that is why, for one of, I think, the critical things to do is to encourage, through government policy, the removal, voluntary or otherwise, of people that we do not wish to have in our country. I don't mean, vans turning up at people's doors and snatching them by the hundreds of thousands. I mean that the vast majority of the people we don't want in this country would leave if they couldn't get benefits in this country. Actually, let's just be honest about that, right? The vast majority.
We alter incentives. We replace incentives with disincentives.
Correct. And that is actually, I think, something that 10 years ago would have had you called far right. Nowadays, centrist policy that's accepted by everybody and will be accepted by everybody. In terms of Nigel Farage and reform, I am not. I can't remember who it was that said it's a very bad idea to make predictions, especially about the future. And I stick to that fact that I don't know the future. What I would say is this, and you will be aware that there is a kind of there's a lot of concern from people who who want some of the changes we're talking about the fact that Tories are now joining Reform and the kind of Toryfication of the Reform Party and so on. And my view is the next election is the last opportunity we have of turning this around, for demographic reasons, if nothing else. If mass immigration and illegal immigration continues at the scale that we've had, I don't...
Yeah, I think I have that as my first question. Do I? Oh, kind of. Yeah, I mean, like, this is just like a far-right person talking to a far-right person. Or you could call him, I guess, a right-wing person talking to a right-wing person. But it's... When did he have his little rightward journey? Like, was he a supporter of Brexit and UKIP? And no, he said he didn't vote Brexit, right? So he wasn't that back then. Was UKIP after the Brexit party? Did he support like UKIP and now he's supporting Reform? Like, it's crazy that these guys aren't conservatives, but they seem to be voting for or supporting the most conservative people. UKIP was before Brexit? Okay. They seem to be supporting the most conservative people they can.
I don't think 10 years from now, people with our views or the views that we're talking about are ever going to stand a chance of being elected in the first place, frankly. So it's the last opportunity. Now, from that pragmatic reality follow a number of obvious conclusions that I think a man of your intelligence will see, which is that there's only one party who is attempting to say anything about anything to do with the things that we're talking about along these lines in British electoral politics, and that is Reform, and that is Nigel Farage. So why is he having lots of Tories join? Well, it's obvious. I think a lot of people, our cultures are so intermeshed now with America, a lot of people start to think like Americans about British politics, which is, of course, very, very counterproductive, because Donald Trump was able to be elected with 5 or 6 people in his leadership team. Elon, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard. I think a lot of people, our cultures are so intermeshed now with America, a lot of people start to think like Americans about British politics, which is, of course, very, very counterproductive, because Donald Trump was able to be elected with 5 or 6 people in his leadership team. Elon, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr.
Scott Bessent. The key figure, the person who actually is making Trump work is Bessent.
Yes. In Britain, you have to field 650 candidates, of whom more than 300 have to win their constituency races, which are just not remotely like what the Americans have to do. And so Nigel Farage, I
mean, they're kind of supposed to do it in the United States as well. We've just decided our Congress is just not a real thing anymore. So, I mean, like, it's supposed to be that way in the U.S. You're not supposed to be able to rule as a fucking king. It's supposed to be you guys, but... Okay.
To have enough people that are going to get elected in a constituency, and that means they have the infrastructure, the network, the profile, etc., etc. And he needs Tories to do that. Another reason, of course, is once he is elected, he needs people who at least have been in government and know how it failed the first time, as Trump failed the first time, right? And so how do they then take that information and incorporate it into Reform? Those are the reasons.
I read the Federalist Papers on the plane, and it's scary how one-to-one this is. It maps on the parts about foreign powers dividing alliances and states first to gain power or starting civil wars. The Federalists were obsessed with that. Maybe that was like commonplace in Europe in the whatever the fuck, Dark Ages, Middle Age, I don't know what the fuck. But yeah, the Founding Fathers spoke about that a lot, about other nations coming in, forming alliances with parts of the colonies or whatever else, and then using that to destroy and fight with each other. Yeah, and then it is funny to see that strategy played out all the time with I guess, Kisin and all these other, Russian assets.
Reasons that he's doing it. So if
the Middle Ages, I don't know what the fuck the Dark Ages were. Aren't the Middle Ages called the Dark Ages because nothing happened, but stuff did happen and people don't like that term.
Can I just add
whatever?
Another one.
Of course.
Pre-USA. Listen, 1776 is the only year that really matters, okay? That should be 0. That should be the year 0 right there.
And I think it is the absolute fundamental one. I suspect I've toured around more reform associations than you've done.
Sure. Pisco's having a weird cope session going on right now. I think it finally broke. Yeah, I haven't covered that. Maybe I will tomorrow now. But yesterday in Pisco's Discord, Pisco basically is maintaining that the Adam, Mockler, and Hassan conversation was a huge W over all of his criticizers, because Pisco's of the position that everybody thought that Pisco would be worse in a conversation with Hassan than Adam Mockler, and the fact that Adam Mockler was soft in the conversation vindicates everything Pisco said. I have no fucking idea where that chain of thinking comes from, other than maybe Gisticle mind raped him into believing this stuff, because that's like 90% of his fucking community now. But yeah, so apparently Pisco is on his stream doing a huge victory lap about how correct he was. I don't know who was ever saying that Pisco would have a easy conversation with Hassan, but that's his MO right now. That's what he's obsessing over. Yeah.
In my work with popcorn, I have a very simple trick. As you well know, I know you have a rather different style. I believe that one of the essences of public speaking is pantomime. You used to do it in the days when you pretended to be a comedian.
DGG was saying this. I think DGG was hoping that Adam Mockler would have a more challenging conversation with Hassan, but weren't most of the threads that popped up before that debate saying, like, this is probably going to be a friendly conversation, unfortunately? Isn't that what most of the threads popping up were?
As you well know, I know you have a rather
Oh, yeah. Apparently, Pisco deleted that VOD that we were watching as well with that chat, like 20 minutes after we started watching it.
Style. I believe that one of the essences of public speaking is pantomime. You used to do it in the days when you pretended to be a comedian. But I regularly begin my appearance at a reform meeting with a confession, I have to say. I remain a member of the Conservative Party. Yes, oh, get the bugger off, you know. And then I throw it back to them. You're smiling, it's nice. I throw it back to them and say, now, come on, I've been honest with you, you be honest with me. How many of you were members of the Conservative Party? How many of you voted Conservative? 80% of hands go up. What we've got to get over, Konstantin, is, and again, the way that reform has sold itself is profoundly misconceived. What we're seeing now is a huge realignment of British political parties. It's like what happened with the rise of Labour. It's or perhaps it's more similar to the torment in conservatism following the passage of the 1832 Reform Act, the destruction of the Tory party, the whole attempt at the invention of the idea of conservatism by Robert Peel, and Benjamin Disraeli's realization that Peel was far too much of a liberal actually to lead a proper conservative party. Now that sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? And what we're seeing, in other words, is a war to the liberal actually to the idea of conservatism by Robert Peel, and Benjamin Disraeli's realization that Peel was far too much of a liberal actually to lead a proper conservative party. Now that sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? And what we're seeing, in other words, is a war within conservatism, which is why Jenrick has emerged in the way that he was. He was wanting, and I admit I was feeding him a fair amount of advice, what he was wanting was to recognise that the Conservative Party of David Cameron had gone radically wrong. That Disraeli said, if you're to be a Conservative, you have to follow, broadly what you've been talking about, the traditions of the country. Unfortunately, Cameron adopted extreme international liberalism, and that's the, in other words, following directly in the footsteps of Blair. He said, I am the heir to Blair. He said, I want a Conservative Party where liberals are happy. This is an argument within conservatism, within the broad right, and the right can only win again once it is united, or at least much more united than it is at the moment. And the problem is now, isn't it, with this eternal vociferousness, we're starting to show the same vociferousness as the left. You've now got advance. The latest council election shows advance, the party of Ben Habib, now getting about 10%. This is ludicrous. We are group of school after group of school after group of school. And the terrible risk is, isn't it, that we are going to let the ultimate horror, which will be a Labour Green Liberal coalition in the next election. How can we begin? You and I both have degrees of influence, you much more than me. How can we begin to get this necessity for, again, people chatter about a broad church conservatism. How can we get people to understand there has to be a necessary reunification? I mean, let me tell you then, I began with a joke, I'll end with a joke. I was having a discussion with a very impressive female friend of mine about all of this. And finally she said, I just can't really...
It's also funny too, like if you just think for a second, like if we vibe it out, where are all of these countries that didn't align themselves? Where are all of these third world countries? I mean this in the literal sense. So the first world being the United States and NATO, the second world being the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. Where are all of these third world countries that grew up so powerful and so strong since they didn't rely on anybody else? Where are all of these insanely independent, powerful nations that were so smart and not relying on any loser umbrella from the West, not being assimilated into the Soviets in the East? Where the fuck are all of these countries? You have China and India, but I mean, like, China and India both relied on the power of the U.S. consumer base, right? The ability for the United States consumer to buy all the shit that they were producing. And aside from those two countries, like every other country probably would have been better off. Like all of your strongest countries are countries that were part of, eventually like the NATO or the European Union, right?
Bring myself to vote for Nigel Farage. So I said, you mean your politics is finally determined by snobbery? And the Tory party is hanging on, isn't it, on that final snobbery? Could you really vote for
For now, I think, first of all, permit me, please, to disagree with you on one thing, which is I think the influence you hold is immensely greater than mine, and you're widely regarded as someone with a huge voice, so long may that continue. But from my perspective, I remember very soon after the last election, being on Question Time and asking a Conservative MP who's, I don't remember, let's not even go personal on this, why they lost the last election. And he explained that in his view, they lost the last election because they went, quote, too far to the right, and we lost to the Lib Dems. There is no uniting with those people.
No, agree.
And so what is happening to the Conservative Party, and what I think inevitably will happen, if this will, I will permit myself a prediction about the future, is by the time of the next election, Reform will have probably dozens, scores of MPs who used to be Conservative MPs, because the entire Tory right will join Reform. And you already see it happening. I mean, Reform already have more MPs who are former Conservatives than native Reformers. As I like to say, the refugees are now more populous than the natives within Reform. And that will continue. And the way that...
there were no native Reformers. Farage himself, if you go back far enough, was a Tory.
Sure. That's fair. I mean, from an MP perspective, there are more people who were elected as Conservatives within Reform than who were elected originally as Reformers. So how do we get people to see what you and I are saying? Well, I think the reality is that at the moment, Reform are the victims of their own electoral success, or popular success, which is, as people see that actually there's a real chance of that kind of voice being elected, people start to get ideas, whether it's Rupert Lowe or Ben Habib. And I'm sure their criticisms of Nigel in terms of his management style, etc., have some merit. I'm sure they do. But ultimately, when people see that there's an opportunity to be elected, to be the leader, to be in charge, etc., you naturally start to get some of these fractions emerging. By the time of the next election, I think the picture will be very clear. Either you vote for Nigel Farage or you get Zach Polanski. And if it is as simple as that, I think the vast majority of sensible people will choose. And that includes, by the way, we've talked this entire time about being conservatives, whatever. As you well know, I do not subscribe to those sorts of political labels myself. I regard myself as a 1990s, 2000s centrist, and that is exactly where all of my views have remained. I still believe everything I did then. And it is precisely people of that persuasion that this new coalition on the right has to win over. And that is one of the other reasons that Nigel Farage has to be seen, I think, to include some more centre-right and centrist voices, because you're going to have to win the country. You really are. And so the great thing is, things are so bad that the entire country is now moving in a reform direction. And I see it clearly, just down the road from me, in a small town called Crowborough. There is a migrant camp, a military base actually, that is being repurposed to hold 600 male asylum seekers from the Middle East and Africa. The local town, which is full of people who elected, I think, a Green council, are up in arms, protesting every weekend, and the entire country is now experiencing this sort of thing. So come the next election, what I think will be on the table is either you vote for the only viable party that will stop the degradation and destruction of Britain, or you're going to get people who are going to continue it with even more enthusiasm than we've had today. That is your choice, and ultimately everything else is kind of fluff.
I can think of no better note on which to end. The choice between Nigel Farage or the wonderful, fakely named Polanski. God help Britain. And thank you very much. Deeply grateful. That was it's wonderful for Starkey to fall silent. Thank you.
That almost happened in this conversation.
It almost
happened, but it's always a pleasure. As you know, we've had you on Trigonometry a number of times, and will again. Great admirer of your work. I'm so glad you are now a fellow YouTuber among your many other qualities and things that you do. And it's great to see you getting your voice out there, unfiltered, and saying what you have to say. And also, one of the other things I think is there's become this very cozy thing where people talk to each other, have each other on each other's shows, and never challenge each other or have any sort of disagreement. Actually, the fact that you and I have pushed back on each other's ideas and you've challenged me on some of my thinking.
Okay, we'll do more of this tomorrow. All right, I'll let you go. Oh wait, let's connect. Late, great, past, life, present, minion, infinitive. It has to be verb tenses, right? Perfect, solid, Dodgers, excused, background, absent, audits, history, and few. Perfect verb? Wait. Late, great, past, present, infinitive. Why do I feel like why was I drawn to it? Is there a perfect verb tense? No. Solid, late, Dodgers, excused, background, absent, audits, history, few. Oh, fuck. Wait, I'm getting baited by this, aren't I? Attendance. You can be late, excused, present, or absent. Ooh, that was a good one. Good bait. Fuck off. We got him. Okay. Fuck, I wish I knew where the Dodgers were from. I bet it's associated with some stupid fucking city. We'll figure it out. Hold on, we'll get there. We'll get there. This has got to be the yellow one, right? The past, their background, their history, their life? Biographical stuff? Okay. Things that you say, like sigh of relief or affirmatives, I guess. Few doesn't. Okay. Commentary about your connections results. Okay. What the fuck is this? Yellow? Car brands plus 2 letters. Audi, Dodge, Infinity, Mini? Like the Mini Cooper? Oh, okay, whatever. I would have never gotten that one. Okay, be careful. Stay safe. Don't get triggered by people.